Okay, guys, the second compilation is finally here. Yeah, I know I said I'll do it like almost 3 months ago, but like, yeah, okay, that's just my fault. I didn't anticipate for it to take that long, but oh, better late than never, isn't it? But yeah, it's just the same as last time. Just yeah, just like actually, it's not a couple, it's just quite a few. This one's a bit longer than last time. I was gonna add the Evil Verse trilogy and Journal of the Frustrated Father, but I didn't because like if I did, then the video would be double in length. So like yeah, make sure you guys check out those two videos separately, because if I did, then this video would have taken forever to export. My iPhone storage is already dying, so yeah. Also, some quick notices, guys. I don't make all of these. Like, I don't make these. Like, okay, I don't feel like imagine that if I was able to make like over 500, like hundreds of different fanfics and make YouTube videos on them as well. Like, come on, that's like that's pretty much impossible. Like in every single video in the description, if the narrative starts their account, I link their account so you guys can go check out, because sometimes I might not finish it, or like sometimes I want you to actually go see that stuff, like, and actually like interact with their page. Sometimes these guys are trying to build like a platform as well, so like I advise you and encourage you guys to check it out as well. Like in all of the videos in this compilation, I add the creator at the beginning, or like for some of them I already have like in the videos. I already have the creator linked and shown at the end, so I don't really. It will be at the end or the beginning, basically. And yeah. But whew, oh my days, it's so hot right now. I'm just out of breath from the heat. But guys, also another thing, I'm trying to like, well, this is like something different. Like I'm trying to experiment. So basically, I made a second channel. Obviously, It's Not Diary was always going to be my priority. I'm still going to do regular uploads. Like this channel's just, I'm just going to see what happens. Like I might even abandon it, but we'll see. It's basically like, I want to do like Reddit stories, but like when I was looking into it, I realized that you can basically get copyrighted. Like these guys can actually copyright you for using their stories. So I just made this second channel called The Solemn Narrator. Like I'll share it on the thing. I'll probably make a post about it after I post this video. But yeah, basically it's just like reading like, yeah, like, well, Reddit, like stories are like Reddit styled stories, or just like anything, like any other like fan fictions or like personal stories that just aren't Diary of a Wimpy Kid related, that you guys just want me to read. So yeah, I add my like Reddit, like the Reddit account for that channel, so you guys can message me on there or like send me your stories there. But yeah, that was just basically based on like if people message me a lot. Like if no messages be in, I guess there'll be no videos. But like yeah, I'll just put that there and see what happens. Like it could do well, could do bad, but it's just an experiment. I'm gonna see what happens. But It's Not Diary is still gonna be my like main prioritization. I'm gonna carry on as long as I can and see what happens. And yeah. But yeah, well, thank you guys for all the support. Actually, so surprised that like when I first started this, I was about to give up because I thought I was gonna get like no subscribers, and like one video just randomly did very well, and everything started going kicking off from there. So I appreciate you guys want to support. Like just last year we were at like 10,000 subscribers. Like at the first first anniversary, the second anniversary we tripled that. Like I'm just like, it makes me happy to see that. Like I really appreciate you guys for supporting me and like staying like loyal fans as well. Like so yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the videos. Yeah, if there's any other videos, like if there's anything like you guys want to recommend me, just say in the comments. Like I see most of the comments, like not all of them sometimes, because I do like reading comments because I find it fun. Like I don't know why like some of the YouTubers like they just air that like or ignore their comments, like because like some of you guys are actually kind of funny, I can't lie. But yeah, hope you guys enjoy the. Actually, I don't even know if anyone's gonna watch this compilation because like it's just videos that like people already seen, but maybe people might leave it in the background. Who knows? But yeah, hope you guys enjoy it. And yeah.
September, Monday. Dang, I thought I was going to be in middle school forever. Then it was the first day of high school. Riley and I did not share any classes this year. I complained about that to him on the way to school this morning. Man, we don't have a single class together. That's so annoying. Yeah, I know. He said we still live on the same street, so we'll still walk to and from school. And we can still hang out at each other's houses. It is starting to get more crowded in the classroom now. I will write more later. Huh? Is that Holly Hill? Holly Hill shares the first period with me, and my desk is actually next to us in homeroom. We sit in the back row, which is great for me. I know what it's like being in a front row seat. I told Riley after school. Turns out he shares the last period with her. He also shares that class with Patty, where I'm not on great terms with, so I dodged a bullet there. Patty? Ugh, yikes. I've not thought about Holly for a long while. I think I used to have a crush on her. All I really remember is that she called me Fregley at the skating rink a few years back. Later, it's almost bedtime now. I was reading some of my old diaries from middle school. Jeez, it was bad that I simped for Heather Hills. I think he meant Holly Hills. Now I do not think I had feelings for Holly. Just labeling her as the fourth most popular girl was enough evidence as proof. What would Holly think of me? Wednesday. Yesterday, Riley and I looked at the school's main billboard where you could sign up for clubs. There was a writing club as well as a comic making one. Riley suggested the comic book making club, but I wanted to do something completely new. So we both signed up for the football team. Tryouts were this Friday. Since Holly is so popular, maybe I'll see her more often in the cheerleading squad. Rodrick gave me the advice to lay low, but to be completely honest, I don't really have much to say to anyone in my classes. They're all in their friends groups or at least interacting with at least someone. It pains me to admit that I really miss Rowley. We spent just about every day together in middle school. I am the first one in class this morning. Nobody else is here yet. Nobody here yet? Oh, I see not. Hi. Hey, I believe we met before? Yeah, I'm Fregley. Is that really your name? Nah, it's actually Greg. Greg Heffley. I had a feeling your name wasn't Fregley. Nice to know your real one. I'm Holly. Holly Hills. Holly and I talked a little more. Turns out we share an interest in the book series, The Summer Party Pals, and we are both the middle child in our families. It was nice to have somebody else actually understanding what it's like to be tormented by older siblings and the younger siblings being spoiled as flip. I can't do that with Rowley. There was an upcoming assignment we had to do for our class that was due next Friday. Holly said it would be a good idea to get a head start tomorrow. She suggested that we should go to the library after school. I said yes. Friday. Football tryouts were today. It wasn't a surprise that Bryce and his goons were there. Albert Sandy had that bigger body figure, so it should have been expected that he would be there too. What was a shocker is that Chirag and Fregley were there. Greetings, Rowley and Gregory. We reunite. You two don't look like you're best suited for this, says the one who has the figure of a wimpy kid. Thanks. Wanna come over and check out the new Jassy playlist? Sure. Okay, maybe I don't have the best body type for football, but I pulled it off just fine. I bet the cheerleader squad does not have this problem. Maybe that would have suited me better. Oh yeah, yesterday Holly and I went to the library for our assignment. I think we had a good time, even though studying is one of the last things I want to do on the planet. What made it even better was after the library, we took a short detour to the mall. Holly wanted to show me something called Purikura. I had no idea what that was, but Holly explained that it was a popular thing in Japan. It's a photo booth that can give us the options to choose a background, sparkles, and stickers on the photos after it was taken. It was not something I would do on my own, but getting the chance to spend time with Holly was worth it. What was kind of cool with the Purikura is that after the photo shots, you can write or draw on them with various gel pen effects. So I did that while Holly chose the stickers. We agreed together on the backgrounds. Would Rowley like this? Probably.
That boy look busy. Never mind. He getting busy.
Holly says she will talk to her parents about when we can hang out again. They'll most likely have an answer by Sunday, where she can tell me after church since we go to the same one. Maybe I should do the same with my parents, but what if they start suspecting she is an actual girlfriend than just a friend? Plus, I'll never hear the end of it from my brothers. Manny's in elementary school, so he can copy anything what Rodrick says. Mom told me I'm responsible for it, but come on, that's not my responsibility. Manny needs better self-awareness and control. Sunday. I'm not too fond of Sundays because of going to church. That might change now though. After church finished, Mom asked if she can talk to me in private. As I predicted, it was about Holly. I was nervous, but I didn't have much of a choice, so I tried to explain. I was not sure how she was feeling, but before she could reply, a familiar woman approached us. It was Miss Hills, who asked Mom if she could talk to her. Mom agreed and I went off to find Holly. I spotted her while she was talking to Laurel. If I recall correctly, I haven't talked to Laurel before. Suddenly, I felt someone kick me. What? I looked down and I should have been shocked. It was Laurel's younger brother, Wesley. He was a menace when I tried to babysit him a few years back. You locked me outside, you crotch goblin. You slept in your sister's bed, weirdo. Hey Greg, it's okay, you're forgiven. But never do that again, weirdo. Let's go home, Wesley. Shortly after, Laurel and Wesley left. Mom came over to Holly and I. She and Mrs. Hills agreed that Holly would come over to my house for a few hours, so Holly would be riding home with us this time. The downside was that Manny would have to sit in my lap. Why couldn't it be Rodrick? Speaking of, Holly says she knows he seemed to be trying to flirt with Heather today before leaving church. Bath. That girl is totally out of Rodrick's league. It sounded like the outcome was that Heather ignored him, but I wouldn't be surprised if she didn't notice him at all. Before leaving, Holly went to her family's car to get her backpack. Looks like she was prepared to come over. On Thursday, when we went to the library, we talked about video games. Our main experience with video games is the old Princess and Dress Up games that you play on the computer and the used video game catalog for girls, which she said she would lend me. She told me she was interested in Twisted Wizard, and I told her that if she wants to come over to my house, we could play it together. Holly is really good at video games. We completed 2 extra levels. I ended up telling Holly about the whole story about how and why I babysat Wesley in the first place during our gameplay. She admitted that Laurel doesn't seem my type. I can't really take that much offense to that because I don't know her. We read a few chapters of the Slumber Party Pals too before she went home, and I lent her some of the books. It was the best Sunday ever. P.S. I got to play those old girly games and read the catalog Holly lent me. I'll admit, they're actually pretty fun. I don't get why a lot of boys try so hard avoiding girl stuff. They're really missing out. Monday. Well, turns out I didn't make the football team. Rowley did. So did Bryce, Albert Sandy, and Fregley of all people. Rowley and I sat together at lunch where we crossed paths again with Shiraga and Fregley. Those who decided to sit with us. It was annoying. The one good thing that came out of it was that I got back at Shiraga as he tried to roast me for not making it, but neither did he. So, ha! I don't see your little shrimp hair in the football team. I ran into Holly between periods. There was some spare time, so I told her about the football tryout results. She said the same happened to her, but with the cheerleading squad. That's right. I totally forgot about thinking she would make it for sure. Holly said some of the girls from our middle school, such as Shelley, Bailey, and Abigail, were on the squad. I don't have any history with Shelley. We did go to the same school since elementary, but that's it. I used to think Bailey was the prettiest girl in our grade. But unless you're Bryce Anderson, no chance. I dodged the bullet anyway. Same goes with Abigail. He almost ruined the friendship between Rowley and I. Then I realized we were not too far away from the main billboard where all the clubs were listed and sign-ups were still open. Since we still had time, I suggested we go sign up for a club we can be together in. Holly seemed game for that. So we hurried there. The billboard was in sight, but so was someone else. It was a girl, and she looked familiar. Huh? Abigail. Oh, it's you. And I remember you too, Greg. Congratulations on making it to the cheerleading team. Yeah, congrats to me. Everyone was expecting for you to make Ollie. Funny how life works. There goes Abigail. Greg, how about we meet up here again right after the last period when school is over? Okay, see you then. After the final bell for last period ended, I made as quick as I could to meet up with Holly. I ran into Rowley first though. I told him that I had to go do something first, but we'll be quick about it, and he can wait for me right outside the school building. I was a little anxious about something else interfering with my rendezvous with Holly. Thankfully, there wasn't. We decided to sign up for the writing club. After that, I met up and headed home with Rowley. Have you been able to talk to Holly? Yeah, we do share first period together. You? Kinda, but I've been talking more to Patty lately. Is she your girlfriend now, bro? No, Greg. Patty and I are just friends. She's a hard worker because she believes there's more to her and that her ambitions are too big for her here in Plainview. I think that's admirable. How about Holly? Is she your girlfriend? I hope Rowley is right, because I'm not sure who I'd rather not be Rowley's girlfriend. Patty or Abigail? Yuck. Later, Mom wanted to talk to me privately, since Holly and I are now starting to hang out together more. She said she discussed with the Hills about Holly being my regular study partner. It's that there wasn't that far of a reach because my grades were never that great, especially in middle school. She also said that if I got at least a B+ on my upcoming assignment, I would have my own cell phone. I've already seen a few of my classmates have them, so I'm kind of jealous of them. Even Rowley had one, but he had a few restrictions because, well, his parents, they still baby him. It's ridiculous. Wednesday, I told Holly about being my study partner for the assignment due this Friday. Riley's going to begin football after school that day, which means I'll be walking home on my own. I was kind of surprised that Holly was game with doing creative writing. She told me that painting is one of her hobbies, and there were many clubs related to art. I guess one reason could be that her elective is visual art. I didn't mention before that Holly and I go to the same elective. Did I? Freddie and Shelley go there too. I thought Riley would be there because we did all of those comics back in middle school. He chose writing for his elective. Patty? First Raleigh and now Holly? I'll pretend that I'm still packing up from last class. Hey Greg, may I ask you something? She asked me if I knew how to play tennis? I played tennis on the Wii. She looked at me with furrowed eyebrows, a frown, and said that didn't count. Holly offered to teach me. I decided to say okay to it. We planned to go on to the country club on Friday. Practice was fine. Holly actually gives tennis lessons at the club. It was the closest she was to me when she helped adjust my posture and how to hold and swing the tennis racket. I was always disgusted about how Raleigh was with his family. Mom and Manny were kind of similar. I felt glad that Dad and Rodrick were not like them. With Holly, I felt different, sorta. When it was almost time to go home, Holly invited me to come over to her house this Sunday. Of course, I said yes. I also said something that I really didn't think I would ever say. Holly, I enjoy spending time with you. Same here, Greg. I'm glad we're friends. Really? Really. Sunday. Riley called me on Saturday yesterday. Overall, sounds like he had a good time on Friday. Well, a great time, he said. I was about to rave how my Friday was, but then Riley asked me if I want to hang out with him today. I said yes as usual, so I figured I can talk to him about my time with Holly then. When I came over to Riley's, Fregley was with him. I was kind of annoyed that Riley didn't give me a heads up, but I stayed anyway. I didn't want to talk about my Friday if it wasn't going to be just the two of us. Not gonna lie, I was disappointed. Maybe I could talk about it when we walked to school together on Monday. I was asked how my Friday was, but I wanted to be basic, saying everything was fine. Today I came over to Holly's house, meaning I rode from church with the Hills. Holly's sisters are Heather and Hannah. Heather, who I remember from one summer, didn't seem keen to see me, let alone staying at her house. Hannah seemed more interested because there were glimpses of her peeking throughout my visit. It was kind of awkward with both of them, but I'm used to awkwardness. What mattered the most was Holly and I spent time together. Tuesday. I didn't get to tell Riley my real Friday on Monday either because 1, Fregley walked to school with us. 2, while it was just the two of us on the way home, Fregley had other things to do, so it won't be every time according to what Riley said. By then, I just dropped the idea of telling about it. However, that still kind of bothered me alongside with Fregley starting to be around us more often. Grave writing started today. Me, Holly, Sirag, Julia Weber and some girl that I've not seen before who looked like she had no interest in being here. We started with why we joined the club. Holly said for enjoyment. Sirag said to improve his writing skills. Julie said because creative writing is her hobby. The new girl said she didn't feel like sharing but said she goes by Angie. And me, I said so I can be an author. In middle school, I used to say how I will become famous. However, I didn't put actual thought about how to get there. Maybe it was still wishful thinking, but I want to make it to real fame by being an author. Creative Writing Club was way smaller than I expected. I hope this club isn't cancelled because of its size. Perhaps there's other clubs that could do better with writing, like the newspaper and drama clubs. Besides Angie, it seemed like we were all game. We were supposed to meet once a week. I got a good grade on the assignment I was studying almost since the start of the school year. I'll be getting my own phone. Woohoo! I ended up calling Riley about it. He said we'll be able to text our secret language to each other. That'll be fun. Riley invited me to come bowling with him and the rest of the football team on Friday. He did say that non-members were allowed to come, but I wasn't too sure. I don't want to ruin the mood by saying, no, I can't make it. So I told him I'll think about it. I was still annoyed about Fregley and why would people like Bryce Anderson want me there. Thursday. I've been bringing my journal to school now because Manny's getting more ambitious snooping around in other people's spaces. Last year I caught him in my room looking at one of my yearbooks, but that wasn't what ticked me off the most. He would later find my stash of goodies and now Mom prohibited any of us leaving food alone in rooms down in the kitchen. I couldn't take all of my journals with me, so I got a box with a lock on it to put my journals in there. I buried it as deep as I could in my closet, to the point you'd have to make a noticeable mess to get to it. Otherwise, I just have to keep my fingers crossed. At least I'm not alone on this though. Just the other day, Rodrick was busted keeping inappropriate magazines, similar to the ones Manny showed off to show and tell when in daycare a few years ago. After Manny exposed it to Mom, she now checks once a week to inspect his room. Earlier today, I was just minding my own business, writing my journal on the bleachers outside when somebody approached me. Guess who? Not Rowley, not Holly, It was someone who I was not too fond of and vice versa. Greg Heffley. This is unusual. What is it, Patty Farrell? Jeez, you don't have to be like that. But I do have to ask, how on earth did you become friends with Holly? How else? We crossed paths and just got talking. How about you? Hey, are you two a thing now? Before I knew it, Patty was gone. Ronnie and Angie? They should have given me a notice that they were under the bleachers. How long have they been there? Later I ran into Holly. I asked her if she had any plans this Friday. She didn't, so I asked if she wanted to hang out that day. She said yes and asked where. I realized that right then I didn't think that far and should have had a full plan before asking her. I had to come up with something quick and it had to be good. We've already been to the library, the mall, the country club, and each other's houses. So I went with the only option I could think of left available, the skating ring. Holly said that would be great and sounds fun. It was set. The two of us are going to the skating rink on Friday. It was good I ran to Holly first because Riley brought up the gathering at the bowling alley the next time we met. Yeah, I sort of forgot about giving him my answer whether or not I can go. Now the real reason to skip it. I'm excited. Kind of weird to feel that way, I guess, because the last time I was there, it didn't go too well and it involved Holly. Really hope this time around it goes better. Saturday. I got my new phone on Thursday. I didn't mention it in that day's entry because I got it after I wrote it. On that same day, I called Riley to get his number. I could get Holly's the next day. On Friday morning, I got told by my parents that since Rodrick and Manny are just sitting around the house too much, they will come with me to the skating rink that night. I tried to ask Rodrick if he can get out of it, but he said the same thing mom and dad gave me and brought up that mom is still making sure he's not keeping anything inappropriate. Guess she'll really be doing that until he moves out. I was also told by my parents that Heather and Hannah were coming with Holly and that we would be picked up by them. You'd think it would be the other way around because the hills live close to the skating rink, which is downtown. We'll waste time. However, maybe somewhere in the conversation with Holly's parents, mine told them about Rodrick and his van, and that didn't sit well with them. I don't blame them though. The next time I saw Holly at school, she told me that her sisters were coming with us. Crap. I didn't want our older siblings ditching us and leaving Holly and I as babysitters. It would take away our time together and I doubt Holly would want that either. I told her my concerns and that maybe we should just cancel for another day. But she said we should still go and find a way to have fun regardless. I decided to go along with her, but I was still nervous. Things were already getting in the way. Well, at least I got to exchange numbers with Holly when I showed her my new phone. The Hill sisters came by a little early, so mom and dad invited them into our house for a short visit. It was rare to have all three Heffley brothers and all three Hill sisters in the same room outside of church. Rodrick and Heather did talk, but he wasn't trying to flirt with her. Heather seemed more invested in talking to mom and dad anyway. Manny and Hannah just stuck their tongues out at each other. I wanted to ask Holly something, but then dad pulled me over to give Rodrick and I some money for tonight and told us to use it wisely. I wanted to try again asking Holly, but by then, it was time to head out. It would feel too awkward to do it right in front of our siblings while riding in the car. I'll try at the skating rink. We arrived at the skating rink fine, but Laurel from church was there too, and Holly went straight to her. Heather and Hannah went somewhere. I wasn't sure where, but I knew they'll show up sooner or later. Rodrick was already sitting at one of the tables with his earbuds in while Manny was trying to get his attention. Then someone came up to me. I guess if Laurel was here then, it wasn't impossible for him to be here too. Yes, it was Wesley. No way was I in the mood to deal with him. To my own relief, Mr. Stringer called his son over. Wesley obeyed his dad, but before he went away, he pointed at me and said out loud, "Weirdo!" Shortly after that, I felt something and looked down. It was Manny tugging at me. "Bobby, Rodrick won't play with me." "Hey, Rodrick, Manny wants to hang out with you." Here, this is the piss. Yay! I wasn't sure how it would go this time around with Rodrick about Manny, but I decided it was worth a shot. Holly said she had to talk to Laura a little, then she asked if I was ready to go skating now. I said yes at first, but before we got to where we'd rent skates, I told Holly I wanted to ask her something. She said could we save it for later? I didn't want to ruin the moment with an answer she probably wouldn't prefer, but I also didn't want to forget as the night went on. This was something I should be doing ASAP before somebody else beat me to it. I told her I would prefer to ask her now. Thankfully, Holly said sure. We went outside. The cool air did make the nerves feel better, I think. Wait, what if she says no? Worse, somebody else beat me to it. I know she said we're friends, but I'm still out of her league. Why am I so nervous? I was feeling so confident about it a second ago. Deep down, I'm still that wimpy kid from middle school. Damn it, I'm wasting the time here. Should I really? Greg, are you okay? Well, just like with Rodrick, perhaps this was worth a shot too. Here goes nothing. Holly, would you like to come homecoming with me? I did it. Yes! I would love to, Greg. Sorry, Greg, I should have asked first if I could hug you. It's fine, Holly, but I did kind of enjoy it.
Wow, looks like you got a girlfriend there, Romeo.
With Holly's sisters, it's awkward. With my brothers, it's worse. I thought for sure my mood for the rest of the night was now ruined. We went back inside. Skating is harder than it looks.
Here you go, Manny.
Oh, hey. Don't worry, Greg. I got you. Thanks, Holly. I was not expecting that hug from Holly though. I'm pretty sure my heart was still pounding from it later that night. Then I thought about Rowley, so I gave him a text using our secret language. There was never a response though. Monday. Since my brothers witnessed Holly and I were like at the skating rink, it was inevitable that my parents would know too. I wasn't sure how Holly's folks would react, but she told me that she dated Bryce before, so they're probably more chill about it. Mine? Manny is a mama's boy, so of course he will tell mom, who'd tell dad. Roger could be the one to spill the beans because he's more extrovert and he does talk to dad, who has always done everything for him. Helped him get good grades. Saturdays are the best because I can sleep in. At first, I thought maybe everyone was too busy in the day to even care about whatever I was doing anyway. I woke up around 11 a.m. Well, that was proven otherwise when I came into the kitchen. On Sunday, I hung out with Holly and Laurel after church ended. Turns out that what Holly was talking about to Laurel at the skating rink was about going to homecoming with Chirag. Laurel doesn't go to the same school as Holly and I, but she said yes to the situation. Though I don't know how compatible the two will be. This morning, Fregley walked into school with us. I've been thinking about leaving home and school earlier than usual to not do this anymore. Fregley went his own separate way when we got to school. Now that it was just the two of us, I took Rowley aside. Rowley, did you get my text from Friday? Sorry, Greg, I was busy. I was going to respond, but I forgot. Huh? What's the matter with him? I saw Holly was talking to Tyson Sanders of all people. Who would have thought? Okay, he's not at all a bad kid. And in fact, he was actually nice, but Holly had always seemed out of his league. Back in middle school, we were kind of friends because we liked the same video games, but at this point, that was long gone. I was hoping to sit with Holly at lunch, but she was nowhere to be seen at the cafeteria. Riley waved at me, indicating we'd sit together like usual. I still wasn't in the mood to talk to him, but would it have been right to ignore instead? Riley repeated what he told me from before, so I wasn't sure what to say back. I'm just going to be with my other friends more often, alright? But I'll still make room for you, Greg. To be completely honest, Hey, mind if we join you? Of course. Hey, Rowley, can it just be the two of us, please? It's fine, Greg. We can talk later. Holly and Chirag joined us. I probably shouldn't have been too annoyed with that, but I was. Chirag pointed out that it was odd that Rowley and I weren't already friends with Fregley before high school, since all three of us lived on Surrey Street. Then I pointed out that I've never seen him hanging out with Fregley before until recently. I learned that they first met at some swimming lessons during summer. Somehow, by so-called fate, they now share the first and second period together, sitting next to each other in one of them. Even their lockers are right next to one another. Not too long ago, they decided that they'll be study buddies for their assignments. Well, speak of the devil, Fregley arrived and sat with us too. The conversation continued, leading up to that we should all hang out together more. Makes sense, I guess. Later that day, Ryan and Fregley were going to another teammate's place for practice after school, so I was expecting to walk home by myself after school. So much for talking later, but more unfortunately, I got to come home to discover Manny snooped into my stuff. Again! Ugh. He took my Purikura photo of Holly and I and showed it to Mom. Thankfully, I got it back, still in good shape. I did put it on billboard in my room where anyone can see it, but Manny still shouldn't be trespassing. He said sorry, but I don't believe him. So, to be on the safe side that it won't happen again, the photo stays in here. Wednesday. Yesterday, Rowley had other plans during lunch. He didn't tell me what it was, but said we will still be seeing each other. With how much he's been busy with others, I guess it's not a shocker. To be honest, I was honestly bummed, but I didn't tell him. When lunchtime came around, Rowley was nowhere to be seen. On the bright side, I met up with Holly. We even had a table to ourselves and would have completely redeemed everything. But lo and behold, Patty and Bryce sat with us. Turns out they're going together for homecoming. Chances weren't sure, but that was a surprise. I thought Bryce would be taking Bailey because I've seen her hanging out with him recently. Guess what? She came to our table. Bailey gave the stink eye to Bryce, who was literally sweating. Holly didn't make any eye contact and instead looked down to examine her nails, and Patty was just rolling her eyes at the whole thing. Okay, I did try to look closer at Holly's nails. I'm no expert on girls, but nail polish seemed to be very popular with them. Suddenly, a loud noise happened, making everyone halt with what they were doing. Not just at the table, Holly and I were saying that. The whole cafeteria. Riley was right that we were going to see each other. He and Andrew were protesting. Something about how bad the school lunch was made of. Specifically the lunch meat and that it needs to be banned. Hi, Greg. I definitely prefer watching those two sticking out like a sore thumb than sitting with the bunch I was with. Minus Holly. Patty and Bailey began to scoff off at the sight. Bryce came across more neutral but not too great. Holly and I were able to hang out a little after lunch, but before the next period, she thinks that Riley and Angie would be a cute pair if they went to homecoming. I didn't see just the two of them hanging out before under the bleachers, so maybe? This time in Crave Writing, we listed all of the things we wanted to do together. From reading aloud short stories to while playing D&D, we write the events that happened and turn it into an advanced novel. Julie brought her boyfriend, Evan Whitehead, as a special guest because they, meaning those two, thought it would be a good idea that once in a blue moon, we collaborate with the club he's in, which is a drama club. He better not give us any sicknesses because I remember those chicken pox I got while I was in middle school that he spread. Hey, Heffley. Huh? It was disappointing you didn't protest with Rowley and I. He just told me he had other plans. There was no invite, so why would I come along? You're his best friend, right? Is there something going on between you two? Huh? What are you talking about? No, there isn't. Okay, I know Angie Stedman's getting closer to Rowley, but she doesn't need to know what's going on between him and I. Besides, anytime a girl joins us, it's... Speaking of... Huh? I never thought it was impossible, but I crossed paths into Abigail Brown again. We are not friends. Turns out she quit cheerleading and joined the chess club. Maybe to hone her strategy skills? I'm no expert on chess, but that's why I've heard about it. Oh, frick. Hope she doesn't use those strategies on Rowley and I. Ollie seems to know her more, so I asked her about Abigail for some heads up with that. Oh yeah, I talked with Rowley later on. He brought up homecoming, and now that I think of it, it's a shocker that we never talked about it until now. Rowley told me that one of Bryce's henchmen is having Abigail as his date for the occasion. I don't know who has worse taste, Bryce's henchman or Abigail. Probably both. He sounded pretty excited to know Holly and I were going together. I asked if he had someone to go with. Yes, it's Angie. Let's go together, as double dates for homecoming.
Monday. Damn, I haven't seen this thing since the start of 8th grade. Has it really been that long? Doesn't feel like it. Well, middle school's way behind me. Now it's off to university with all its bourgeoisie trust fundies. I doubt I'm anything like the other guys here, where all they care about is impressing women. I mean, it's so absurd. We are literally sitting on this floating rock that we call Earth, drifting aimlessly through space. One day our bodies will be devoured by maggots as they rot in the dirt, and yet some people only care about sex. I haven't seen Chirag, Fregley, or any of the others since the Cheese Touch days. I still talk to Rowley though, obviously. And let me tell you, he is not the same person I knew back in the day. The summer before 9th grade, he started going out with Holly Hills, and bam, it was a complete 180. Let's just say neither of us crammed in my mom's basement playing Twisted Wizard after that. Wednesday, Holy crap, you'll never guess who I got roomed with. I'll show you my secret Fraggle for $40. Yeah, so Fraggly's a flippin' femboy now. He used to run his crypto scheme with a bunch of other computer science nerds, but when that fell through, he started these things called Femboy Fraggly Fridays. Probably it makes 5 figures a month. I wish he would stop though, because he's making me confused. Nah. Femboy Fraggly. Tuesday. So I had a little incident today. Thank you for the donation, Milky Mommy Lover 69. But if you want me to gas up like this stream is Chernobyl, you'll need to upgrade your membership. That's bullcrap. Greg Heffley, why is there a $500 charge on my credit card? I told Riley about the incident, and he said if this is an actual problem that I'm experiencing in life, then I need to go outside. Wednesday, Riley dragged me to Bryce Anderson's party, and guess who I see up there banging away? Loaded Diapers gaining a lot of traction in the underground scene, so there's a bunch of weird Edward Cullen wannabes banging their heads together. Apparently they're right on the verge of being signed, which I know because Rodrick won't shut the F up about it. When I ask what genre they even are, he just says this: Loaded Diaper is a melodic hardcore fusion of post-apocalyptic grindcore, sludgecore, and emo violence, with influential traces from the 80s Japanese cross scene. Whatever that means. Within a minute, it becomes clear I'm stuck in a room full of sheltered, uncultured sheeple who have no clue how the real world works. Look, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Females don't want weak-minded beta males like Shrug Gupta, who display soft, effeminate behavior. True alpha females want a nonchalant guy like myself, a quiet but observant lone wolf type who doesn't feel the need to conform to societal conversations. On the left we got a beta sojack, got prey eyes, beta slouch, girl hands and ugly sneakers. On the right, however, we got true sigma, predator eyes, alpha lean, manly hands, high quality tennis shoes. Yes, a very true sigma boy. Sigma boy. You might not like it, but that's the cold, hard, honest to God truth. This world is full of betas, followers, simps, and cannon fodders. Me, on the other hand, I'm the real deal. The one true Sigma male. I'm the next step in human evolution. It's why one day I'm going to be a world-famous best-selling author, and Joe Rogan will invite me onto his podcast to educate all these misguided people. Check me out, guys. After 45 minutes, someone comes up to me, and we engage in a delightful conversation about my upcoming book. I tell her how lucky she is to get a sneak peek behind the scenes of my intellectual masterpiece. I'm right on track to become the 21st century Socrates. Socrates? Let me come back and see how I pronounce that. And in 2,000 years, professors will be lecturing their students on my genre-bending piece of literature. Things are going great for the first 30 minutes, but then out of the blue, she hits me with this. Wait a minute, you're Fregley's friend. I cannot believe this never-ending cruelty of this uncaring universe. I will have you know, if this were ancient Rome, I would be revered as a once-in-a-lifetime genius whose intricate mind is worshipped by scholars for millennia. I certainly wouldn't be the guy who is known as Fregley's friend. Flipping Fregley? I still can't get over that. I mean, come on. I'm nothing like Fregley. I know, Greg. Saturday. So, Riley's girlfriend is cheating on him. Alright, she's cheating on him with me. Now, before you roll up to my doorstep with torches blazing, hoping you know that I only became a part of this because she made the first move. Hey, Greg, want to smell my feet? Yes. One thing you should know about me is I'm actually an empath. Do you really think that I, an empath, would stab my best friend in the back like that? I'm clearly being manipulated by Holly. And yes, I'm obviously going to tell him. Eventually. Excuse me if I'm not all the way there yet. You try being the one to break the news that your best friend's girlfriend is a dirty, dirty cheater. So now that we got that out of the way, Cheetah SEX is so flipping fun. Like, holy crap. There's this whole adrenaline rush I get when I sneak off with Holly, dodging Rowdy right around the corner. It's like our own private game of Marco Polo, a game no one else is in on. Sunday. Rowdy called up to me right as Holly and I were sneaking out of the broom closet. For a second I was worried we were busted, but then I remembered this was Rowdy we're talking about. He started yammering on about Christmas of all things. I just thought since your family's, well, I could ask my parents if you could spend Christmas at my house, Greg. Great. So now Rowley thinks his family is better than mine, and he's trying to rub it in my face. Welcome to Rowley's. There's plenty of self-righteous contempt to go around. And make sure you RSVP to the damn PE party. I tell Rowley just as much. You want to know what he says? He can be paranoid, unreasonable, and overly cynical when it is undeserved.
Damn, this guy's got some good vocabulary.
What the flip? Rowley can be so flippin' pretentious sometimes. We get into a mini squabble when I ask why he cares so damn much about what my family does to me. Apparently this throws him through a loop because Rowley just stares at me with this unreadable expression on his face for a solid minute. Because I want to make sure you're okay. Well, I want to make sure you'll be okay, Greg. Sunday. It's been approximately 5 minutes since I walked through the front door of my childhood home. And once again, I reminded why I moved halfway across the country to get away from these people I'm forced to call family. Manny, come here, Manny. Greg, stop billing money. He's only 3. Manny this, Manny that. Manny. Yes. Why don't we all take a seat around the campfire and yap about Manny and what Manny's doing and how much better Manny is compared to literally everyone else that ever existed since the beginning of time. Oh, and for the record, I don't think that kid is even Frank's real son. Ever since Mom signed him up for that Christian missionary bullcrap, Manny has become insufferable, even more so than usual. You see, Manny takes after Mom, which means he only has one purpose in life, to push his own agenda onto everything that moves. Come on, Bubby, let's pray for Rodrick to get a real job. That's a great idea, Manny. And I know Manny's just a kid. He's only 9, but he's been parroting the same excuse to get out of everything for years. Mom just allows it. What happened to kids need to learn responsibility? Like, believe it or not, Manny's gonna have to grow up someday. Manny Heffley, you are under arrest for operating an underground network of child sweatshops across 12 different states. I'm only 25. Sunday, I hate Christmas. I flippin' hate it. In my house, Christmas is just an excuse for my parents to shove their stupid flippin' egos down everyone's throats. Every year. No more sissies. A young boy's guide to becoming a man. I thought you would like this, Greg. After year, your father and I think this is a great way for you to learn how to interact appropriately with other boys. Spag union mission after year. And it's not even the passive aggression that gets under my skin. It's how I'm treated like I'm some kind of idiot who's too stupid to understand what's happening right in front of my very own eyes. And like I said earlier, nothing ever changes. You won't believe what she got Rodrick this year. Merry Christmas, Rodrick. Ooh, can't wait to open this up, bro. Your father already did the phone interview, so all you have to do is show up on time. Rodrick's first real job at 22. How exciting. The sucky thing is, Rodrick isn't even supposed to be here. He cancelled his whole gig to come back to Plainville in the hopes that maybe, just maybe, Mum would pull her head out of her own eye long enough to see anything but beyond her obsessive need for control. Apparently, that's too much to ask. Okay, I can't keep flipping doing this. I can't keep playing nice in the sandbox. So I did what I do best and gave her a piece of my mind. Stop. Just stop. What's wrong with you, Mom? Oh, every single flipping day. Now, if you're anything like me, you're probably wondering, hey, wait a minute, where's Dad in all of this? Well, can you guess what Dad is doing? He's just sitting there playing with stupid war dolls like he's a little girl for a brand new Barbie dream house.
Ooh, yes, we're gonna take over the enemy team.
It's the straw that broke the camel's back. I told them that I'm going to Rowley's and Mom can take her egotistical jab she calls a gift and crams it right where the sun don't shine. Mom immediately goes into victim mode and starts bawling, but I'm not waiting around to see what horse crap she'll throw at me next. I just walked right out the door. Goodbye, Mother. Goodbye, Father. Tuesday. So I woke up this morning to find this tucked away in my notebook. I'm sorry, Rodrick. Really? Rodrick? Do you think I'm 5? You can give me 30 I'm sorry's in a row, and I'm still not giving you money. But wait, that doesn't make sense. Rodrick hasn't begged for money in years. Ever since the band got back together, he hasn't exactly needed to. So does that mean he's actually being sincere? Sincere isn't really Rodrick's style. It's not mine either. Our family isn't exactly the poster boy for sincerity. You know, after everything they've done, I never received a single genuine apology from either one of those assholes downstairs. I was real little when Dad let me know what he thought about apologies. Apologies are hot air blown up a donkey's ass. People only pretend like they matter because it makes them feel better about floating alone in the space on this miserable rock we call Earth. Rodrick actually apologizing? Of course I thought he was bluffing. That's what I do. That's what I do, crap. That's what I've done. Multiple times. In fact, I never thought I'd see the day when Rodrick truly genuinely changed. It does add up, though. Rodrick went MIA for a couple years there. Ever since we reconnected, he seems different. Less abrasive, quieter, more thoughtful, almost sensitive in his own way. Something must have happened between then and now. Because he sure as heck isn't the Rodrick I used to know. I'm sorry. I can't believe it. Really? Though? When's Rodrick gonna pull the rug out from under me and laugh about how my gullible I actually fell for that? If he gave me that note and I woke up to be $40 poorer, that I could handle. That I'm used to. But this is just so out of character. I don't know what to do. Should I say something? Have an actual conversation with the guy? Maybe, but nah. I really don't want to push myself through that. In the end, I shoved it to the back of my mind and I tried to get on with my day. Still, I can't stop thinking about Rodrick. What the hell happened to him out there? Friday. So, Rowley found out about the Holly thing. Little word of advice, don't ever tell Fregley anything. I think the guys might have some jealousy problem or something. Well, I told Rowley it was all Fregley's fault, but I don't think he was buying it. Wait, Fregley? I didn't even know he even went here. What the flip does Fregley have to do with any of this? This is on you, Greg. It's all on you. You seem to think I'm some kind of idiot, but I can still see what's right in front of my flipping face. You were gonna pin this on Holly, weren't you? You want to find a way to turn her into the crazy one so you'd get to be the saint, weren't you? Where are you getting this from? I would never. Yes, you would, because that's the exact kind of thing that you do. I've known you since the 4th grade. I know how you think. Don't lie to me. For once, I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say. There was nothing to say. Finally, Rowley sighed and rubbed his eyes with tired fingers. I'm just looking for an apology, Greg. So, I told him the truth. Apologies are hot air blowing up a donkey's ass. People only pretend like they matter because it makes them feel better about floating alone in space on this miserable rock we call Earth. Why are you like this? I didn't have an answer to that. I don't know. I just don't know. Well, I don't want to see you ever again, Greg. You don't know how to treat people. And then he was gone. Yeah, whatever. He'll be back. I'm sure of it. He always is. Saturday. Riley's ignoring me. Why the heck is he ignoring me? I called him over 50 times. Nothing. Nada. Zip. On? Oh, on the 58th, he finally picked up. Greg, go to therapy. Therapy? I don't need therapy. Riley's the one who needs flipping therapy. You know, I'm pretty sure Riley is a narcissist. Narcissists don't care about anyone but themselves. I want to let Riley know about his personality disorder, but that bar won't pick up. Narcissist. Since I'm an empath, I'm willing to forgive him, even if he's a narcissist. But Riley needs to man up and apologize for what he did to me. Riley Jefferson. Fine, go ahead and leave me like everyone else. I don't give a flip. You were never that important to me anyway. I'm in the hospital dying of stage 4 lung cancer. I don't think I'm going to make it past Tuesday. If you don't come back, I can go into flipping unalive myself. Is that what you want, you flipping beatard? Please call me. Thursday. If Riley wants to ruin the one good thing he had in his life, that's fine by me. It's not like I need the approval of someone who was always replaceable. Anyway, unlike a lot of people, I have this little thing called self-respect. So now that he's out of the picture, I need someone to fill the vacancy, and I know what you're thinking. But this isn't about validation. I don't need validation. That'll be pathetic. I just don't want to wind up some friendless degenerate who spends all his time alone in his room playing Twisted Wizard with the shades drawn. I found a few potentially useful people at one of Bryce Anderson's parties. I don't think Bryce likes me very much, though I'm not sure why, because everyone else knows I'm perfect. There's 4 of them. The anxious, whiny girl who cries at the drop of her hat, the self-righteous psych major with a whole oak tree up his eye, the zesty yuppie art flip who I'm pretty sure has a crush on me, and the other one. I'm sorry, I can't be asked to remember their names without checking my contacts, but they're all pretty unmemorable, right? So exactly like Rowley, they knew Rowley before the incident. So when they saw my face, they all jumped me. So you're the asshole who went behind his best friend's back. That's his story? He didn't tell you he's a cop? Yes, so Rowley might be a little bit curious. Sure, it was unconventional, but definitely wasn't cheating. Rowley still has a bunch of handcuffs and that stuff. Crap, I might have overstepped. It's not really my story to tell. No, dude, you're fine. Yeah, it's our fault we saw jumped the gun on you. Sorry we came at you like this. I'll admit, it was a little white lie, but they cornered me, and they all knew everyone. If word got out, I did what I had to, okay? I'm not proud of myself, but look, at the end of the day, I just want to be loved and respected like anyone else. Is that really so bad? Monday. It's been a few weeks, and damn it, these people flipping suck. I cannot get over how much work they are. Like the other day, that one guy came over and flipping cried actual tears, all because the doctor said he had diabetes. Okay, why are you telling me? It's not my fault your immune system sucks. Why should I be punished for someone else's flaw? He's obviously taking advantage of people to vent about his stupid first world problems. Well, that's just not cool. I'm definitely going to let the group know the kind of person he actually is. I have diabetes, bro. Can you shut up? Like, I don't care if you have diabetes. Thursday. Holy crap. I never would have befriended these people if I knew they were so much drama. Walking into a room with them nowadays is like crossing no man's land. Someone is paranoid, someone else knows their secret, someone's being passive aggressive because they think everyone hates them, 2 of them are having a standoff. Goodness, I cannot keep up with all of this. You know, I want to be the bigger person. I just walk away, right? But since I'm an empath, I can't help but feel sorry for them. They mean well, they're just pathologically insecure, which obscures their perception of reality. With a little bit of fine-tuning, I might be able to turn these people to normal, functioning members of society. But you'll get to that later. For now, I've got one textbook I am not paying for. A diabetes wallet is looking kind of fat. Friday. Okay, so I effed Fregley on Femboy Fregley Friday. What the hell, Braun? What the flip? You owe me $40 now, Greg. Hope to see you next week. First of all, let's get one thing straight. I didn't do it because I'm zesty. If this were ancient Rome, nobody would be assigning trivial labels like beings and GAY just because someone got curious one time. The brainwashed West is tricking people to thinking high testosterone men are zesty for their natural display of masculine dominance. I'm just practicing traditional Roman values the way Marcus Aurelius, hopefully I said that right, would have wanted me to. In fact, having sex with men is a masculine activity reserved for only the most sigma of males. I just be applauded for resisting the global sissification that has infected our cultural zeitgeist. True sigma males get that men are biologically inclined to have sex with each other as they did it in ancient times. We're paying homage to our roots as battle-hungry warriors under the glorious Roman Empire. There's absolutely nothing zesty about being a masculine male with traditional values. Right here, we got a heterosexual stud. I don't even know what that means. Saturday. So those party guys end up being backstabbing little craps. I don't know what lies Rowdy's been feeding them, but I'm so over it. You think you know a guy, you pour your whole heart and soul into them. And what do? They flip and betray you. That selfish, ungrateful beatard. And now he's flapping his lips at diabetes because he knows that guy is an idiot who will believe whatever. He knows it. I didn't do anything wrong. Let me repeat that. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just trying to help a group of misguided mentally ill people get better. But no, Rowley had to make it all about him. Rowley. Because Rowley is a spoiled little attention whore with the temperament of a 3-year-old. He can't handle the idea that the guy he screwed over no longer cares about him. He thinks about or needs him anymore. So to overcompensate, he's going to start a bunch of ridiculous rumors just to get a crumb of attention. It is seriously pathetic. Rumors spread quick, and I needed to clear my name once and for all. Bryce Anderson was having another party, and even though my name wasn't on the guest list, I still went. I had to. I was not going to let Rowley get his way yet again. Well, things didn't go as planned. Get out. No, seriously. Get the flip out. Everyone knows what you did. I only had sex with Fregley that one time. That was on bath salts, so it doesn't count. That doesn't make me zesty. I mean, I was talking about how he stole thousands of dollars from a diabetic. But yeah, that sucks too. What the actual flip? Is everyone here delusional from doing too many opioids? I'm not a bad guy, okay? I'm not a bad guy. Diabetes was a cocky little crap who kept a fancy bourgeoisie Alexa in his flipping dorm. He could spare a few bucks to help a brother out. What's next? Are you also gonna persecute Robin Hood for theft? I tried to explain this to them. I also explained the whole Rowley situation. Our personal problems could have just stayed private, but I guess Rowley's pathological need for attention was more important than my sanity. I got about 5 sentences in when Diabetes himself suddenly popped out of nowhere and told me nobody has heard from Rowley in months. I think he was trying to get away from you, man. Then Bryce chimed in. Yeah, last I heard he transferred because you kept stalking him like a crazy ex-girlfriend. Bryce has no idea what he's talking about. Well, nobody flipping asked you, Bryce, so why don't you shut the flip up and mind your business? What's wrong, Greg? Did I hear a nerve? I think I may have caused a scene. A couple of people turned aside laughing about the rumors. More rumors? What flipping rumors? Are they about me? Did Diabetes start it? Did Rowley start it? Well, whatever people are saying is not true. It's just it's just Bryce trying to leech off my fame. No offense, but your feelings are kind of obvious. Unlike Bryce, I know things like an adult. Flip you! You're a liar! So flip lying! Damn it, Greg. All you did was prove my point. Now, get the flip out. Friday, you knew stealing a couple lousy bucks off some gullible loser was enough to get you kicked out of uni. Well, thanks to that stupid law, my life is spiraling now. Moved back in with my parents and I haven't left my room in days. I don't even muster up the energy to eat anything besides the stale crackers Rodrick throws my way every couple hours. Speaking of Rodrick, did you know his band is going to be famous soon? Let me repeat. Rodrick, my brother, gets to be the famous one. The universe just loves to watch each other, doesn't it? Yeah, my constant unending pain is complete comedy gold. Rodrick was the lucky one. He got away from mom and dad. He's the one with the near-famous band. Well, for whatever reason, I don't get to have what he has. And, okay, I know I'm a lazy, selfish, entitled prude. And I don't really deserve the things that I want in life. But still, why? Why wasn't I ever good enough for them? I guess the all-seeing oracle of destiny decided that I was born to be the butt of one giant 18-year-long joke. Everyone else gets to be a person. All I get to be is a flipping punchline. And God forbid I actually acknowledge any of the things that happened to me because it's a biblical sin or whatever to be as angry as I am. All of the time because of what I went through. But hey, maybe they have a point. I guess it's all my fault for being tired. Just plain tired of the constant never-ending assault. Because who gives a crap about what I want in my own life? As long as mom is happy, dad is happy, and flipping Mr. Friggleton who lives 3 houses down is happy, then it's just a jolly good time. Because I only exist to be a flipping joke. And the minute I'm tried to be anything else, I'm punished. I'm forced to watch everyone else rise above me while I sink lower and lower and lower every single day. Rodrick gets to be famous. Rodrick gets to be famous. and I'm supposed to bow my head to yet another jackass who's about to take the only thing in this world that would make my whole life justifiable. Because, I don't know, I guess he deserves it more. He's smarter, more talented, and he's not. I know how childish I sound, but I can't help it. It's not fair. It's not fair, it's not fair, it's not fair, it's not fair, it's not fair.
Saturday. So I effed up again. I ran my mouth to some people I shouldn't have. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just screwing around, alright? It was a joke. Somehow that joke means Rodrick isn't getting signed anymore. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I'm so sorry. It's like the universe has some sort of vendetta against me, I swear. I didn't know who I was talking to. I wasn't trying to sabotage my own brother on purpose. I wasn't. I would never. You are everything that's wrong with your life, Greg. Time has begun to unravel. I spend all day in the tub now, scrubbing myself, trying to get clean, but never rinses away. That putrid stain of sin buried beneath muscle and sinew. I scratch and I scratch and I scratch, but they burrow deeper every passing second. Flip. I need to get it off. I need it out of me. If I could just reach it. Did this start yesterday? Or was it last week? Last month? Or was it always like this? I haven't been paying attention. I'm staring at my reflection in the mirror, but I don't know who I'm supposed to be looking at. The yellow teeth, sunken eyes, greasy hair are all alien, inhuman, unrecognizable, like looking into the million little eyes of a fly. This isn't the way I picture myself at all. Who is this? Where is my true nature? I'm not this. Please don't tell me all I am is this. I can't be. I can't. Rodrick, Rowley, Mom, Dad. Rodrick, Rowley, Mom, Dad. Rodrick, Rowley, Mom, Dad. Who do you think you are? You should be what? Intelligent? Enlightened? A prophet of some kind? You think you're almighty, huh? You're wrong. All of you. You don't deserve me. You want you to come up here and tell me, that you know better. They think they can understand, that they have the vision. But let me tell you, you know nothing. You're dirt. Don't listen to them. They're animals and they're scum. And you are a being of purity and enlightenment. They don't understand. They'll never understand. How could they possibly understand? Sunday. I did it. I found my face again. I found it in a puddle on the bathroom floor. A trembling, holy visage that made me fear it and love it all the same. It came to me as a prophetic dream, a vision from God, an answered prayer, and it was perfect. He is weak. He couldn't handle the sight of someone beyond his comprehension. That's why he left. Why they all left? Because they are worms. Worms witnessing perfection. I ruined his life. He's never gonna get another shot. I blew it for him. Me! Now, he's the one who has to. I was engulfed by this visceral feeling of tender warmth. It was a feeling that's both alien and achingly familiar, like a hug from the mother I wished I had. Suddenly, maybe for the first time in my life, everything was quiet, truly quiet. I couldn't remember anything. Not Rodrick, or Rowley, or Mom, or Dad. I don't remember why I even cared. Why should I? In paradise, you will be forgiven. All you have to do is let go. Just let go. Church bells were ringing. The sound of angels was getting closer and closer. My hand reached out to touch that beautiful face shimmering there in the water. Closer, 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 closer. Then I stopped. I scrambled backwards, away from the vision, the puddle, the fantasy of what I pretend to be, and for the first time in my life, I met my own face in the mirror and truly looked upon myself. I am selfish. I am shallow. I am entitled. And let's face it, I am never, ever going to get famous. I pedestaled myself like I was above everyone else to avoid feeling like the true lowlife that I am. The only thing I can do is lash out like a wounded animal at everyone who makes the mistake of extending their hand in my direction. Hurting people is the only connection I have to the world at all. I'm a pathetic, sorry-faced sack of poo, Phew, that sticks to the bottom of your heel. Everything that I was, everything I pretended to be, was nothing more than a faraway fantasy in the demented mind of an abused little kid. That is who I am. That is what's real. I am truly a piece of crap.
Rodrick Heffley, certified piece of crap.
Monday. I'm going to unalive myself today. It would be nice to pretend like I'm doing this for the greater good, so I'm no longer around to hurt anyone else ever again. But the truth is, I'm only doing this out of cowardice. I've used, betrayed, and exploited everyone who ever gave me a chance. Because, I don't know. I don't. I really don't. That's the flip of it all. When I was in middle school, I broke Rowley's hand because I got bored, and Rowley happened to be there. I'm not sure why I did it, or why I thought it was okay. Whether it was because I hated the bike, or hated Rowley, or even felt a little jealous of him. Don't know. But for as long as I knew him, I had this knee-jerk reaction to make sure Rowley knew he was beneath me. Because I need to be better than him. I had to prove to myself the little voice in the back of my mind telling me he had something I didn't was wrong. So now he's gone, and I wish I could take it back, so I could call him up and have him tell me I'm not this sack of crap I think I am. I would sneak myself into his bedroom like I did back in high school, and he'd tell me he loved me, because despite everything I did everything I am, he still loved me. And then I blew it. And I just can't, okay? I'm the exact person I always knew I was deep down. For a long time, I wished I was famous because I wanted to be more than this, but I get it now. This is who I am. It's all I'll ever be. I was designed this way. Some half-baked attempt at pretending to be human won't fix my damage. Nothing will. This final act, my most selfish decision yet, will be my one and only good deed, and bear off as a hunk of rotting meat buried 6 feet deep. This, not fame, but this is exactly what I deserve. I woke up bent over the toilet with vomit spilled across half my face with Rodrick inches away, looming over me while his eyes twitched beneath the dingy light.
Get up. Get the flip up, Greg.
I don't think I've ever heard Mom scream as loud as she did that day. The only thing I could pick up for the next several minutes was a litany of how could yous while she beat me with her little fist like a bright child. And then, after all that, she dropped this bombshell. If you did that, you'd make me blame myself. Of course, leave it to Mom to take my unaliving and make it about her. She let out this screechy over-the-top howl she liked to use whenever she was trying to make me feel bad as a kid, then went back to hitting me. What's worse was when I looked over and saw what my dad was doing. Can you guess where Dad was right then? He was sitting in a chair reading a flipping book. That was the final straw.
Boy, ain't no way, boy.
Listen here, you spineless excuse of a man. I'm so sick of your voyeuristic obsession with watching your own family get tormented because you're too much of a coward to stand up to your own wife. You let this household revolve around Mom's adult temper tantrums like she's a flipping sun and we're just little planets trapped in her gravitational pull. You sit there, you watch that, and you say nothing. Nothing for 18 flipping years. All because you're too much of a wuss to admit you let her treat everyone around like dog poo, including yourself, because deep down, you think you deserve it. And guess what? You flipping do. Shut up, you little crap. You do not talk to your father like that, boy. Don't talk to my... That asshole was not a dad. That's not there for the kids. This guy was a flipping fly on the wall. He's a joke, a fraud, and you think I'm the problem? Oh, does anyone here actually acknowledge reality for what it is? That's what this whole family is built upon. Denial of the cold, hard truth that Mom is an abusive, controlling, manipulative, useless piece of crap. Oh, I guess Mom will never actually have to face the negative consequences of her own actions. The pee-poor excuse of a family is really just a padded room made for the 2 adult babies with Texas-sized egos. We're not a family. We're a flipping hostage situation. And let me tell you something, Dad, Frank, I'll tell you the truth. You're too much of a coward to acknowledge yourself. I'll tell you the real reason you're utterly incapable of giving a flip about your own family. Why you punished me for every little thing that didn't fit your mold. I know why you put me through all that, and it wasn't to toughen me up. You hate me because you're exactly like me in every single way. Well, usually it's the other way around, like the child becomes the son. I guess it's different in this scenario. I saw that man crumble in less than 30 seconds. So just because you have your little fantasy of me in your head, that doesn't make it true. You're a liar. You're a flipping liar. Shut up, Greg. Predictably, Mom burst into tears. There was a lot of, look how upset you've made your fathers, and is this who we raised you to be's? And I laughed because even after all that, the only thing they showed they cared about was how this all looked on themselves. Neither of them even bothered to ask me why I tried to unalive myself in the first place. I pointed an accusatory finger at the both of them. Can you guess who the flipping problem is? Can you? I hid in a dark alleyway for about 3 hours. I was originally going to live as a homeless vagrant until I starved to death, but that's what I deserve. But somehow, Rodrick found me. Get in, you little bee. I refused, but Rodrick knocked me out, and I am wound up handcuffed to the radiator in his living room with a pee bottle in my hand after I tried to escape for the second time. When things settled down, he poured me a beer and told me I was going to have to live here until he could be sure I wasn't going to try to unalive myself again. The only thing I could manage to ask him was why. Why are you helping me? I'm only going to make life difficult for you. You know that it's not like I deserve this, any of it. Deserve. Is that what you're gonna moan about, Greg? What you think you flipping deserve? Listen, Greg, deservedness isn't real. Okay? Good. People deserve this. Bad people deserve that. So on and so forth for ad infinitum. But that's not real life. It's a cute little fairy tale with a really touching ending. But it's not real. As if pain is only ever given to the unjust as some sort of divine punishment. The fact that you care so much about suffering, your suffering, their suffering, or the suffering of some random monk under a tree tells me that you've hitched your horse to bullcrap belief that our suffering has universal meaning. We deserved it. We didn't deserve it. Well, the universe doesn't give a flip if we deserved it or not. Pain is just pain. Happens it makes you miserable and life goes on. What I'm going to need you to do is pull your head out of your own eye for a sec. Understand, no matter how much pain you've caused yourself or caused someone else, you're here now, for better or for worse. Forget about your little suffering crusade for a sec. And just tell me, Greg, really tell me, what do you actually want out of life? Tuesday. I haven't had the chance to pick up this thing in a couple months. Maybe it's for the better. I've been busy helping Rodrick with a couple of projects while he helps me get back on my feet. The living situation is tight, to say the least. Apparently I am childish, lazy, ungrateful, argumentative, egotistical, and really, really flipping delusional. We fight, get drinks, then fight again, and afterwards, Rodrick will slap me on the back and go, "Yep, you're my brother." Am I doing better? Well, flip no. I hate thinking. I try to avoid it if I can. Most of my thoughts involve a gun, my temple, and a loud bang. When I was about to die, I found the silence I'd been searching for my whole life. I looked it right in the eye and I finally understood, truly understood, how loud silence really was. How it engulfs you, and I was terrified. So, yeah, I'm trying not to let my head go too quiet. A while ago, I was strung for cash, so I published this very diary. It made $50. Most of the people who bought it demanded a refund right after. Invisible Man. Damn, does this guy ever show up? Fanboy Friday lover. Why does he keep whining about the problems he caused? Not Bryce and Sensor, it's Bryce. I want to beat the crap out of this guy so bad. Things didn't go the way I had them planned out in my head. They never do. I don't know why I thought this would be any different. I hitched myself to the delusion that this stupid flipping book, will make me famous and fix everything wrong with my life. Apparently it's part of my narcissistic grandiosity, which is such bullcrap. You see, a few weeks ago, Rodrick dragged me to a bunch of clinics that specialize in something called narcissistic personality disorder. And guess what? They told me I had that. Can you believe it? Well, you can guess what I had to say about that. That's bullcrap, I tell ya. Well, shut up, boy. I don't have it. And here's what the so-called professionals told me after I debunked that stupid argument. I hate to break it to you, Greg, but you're kind of proving my point right now. Who do they think they are? They're obviously jealous of my superior intellect and they're trying to tear me down because they know one day I'm going to publish my award-winning novel and become way richer than they are. Okay, I know this one kind of flopped, but the next one will definitely make me famous. It will, just you wait. I was telling Rodrick about it on the car ride home, but instead of agreeing with me like a good brother should, he said this. Nope, you're definitely a narcissist. I don't know why you think a Harvard graduate would be jealous of a man who got kicked out of school. And he thinks I'm a narcissist? I bet you're the real narcissist. Actually, I'm antisocial. Calling other people a narcissist is actually what a narcissist would do. And you realize you could just call yourself out, right? So Rodrick and I get into a little squabble in the middle of traffic, and it ends with me getting kicked to the curb on the side of a busy highway. He tells me, walk home, you little crap. You're damn lucky I put up with you. Part of me is dying to give him an earful on why it's me who puts up with him. That Rodrick is ungrateful, that I deserve better. And the bajillion other talking boys that are so familiar they might as well be scripture engraved onto the back of my skull. It's what I know and what I'll always return to. Because once upon a time, it was all I had to defend myself with. But it's not truth. And I'm starting to learn the agonizing difference between comfort and truth. So I walk a mile to the nearest gas station. And guess who I see behind the counter? Rowley Jefferson? Is this it? Is this my second chance? I know I'm being tested. This world is planted the seeds of my rejection to reward me for my lifetime suffering. If I pass this test, then things can go back to the way they were before. I'll be better. I will. I promise. I just need him. I need him so bad right now. You have no idea. Wait, does he even want to see me? After everything I put him through, I don't think he does. I certainly wouldn't. I don't understand it. I don't think I ever will. But that's not my job, is it? To understand. See, this is exactly why I can never see him again. It wouldn't be right. So in the end, I turned around and walked away. When I got back, Rodrick was right where I expected him to be, slumped over the bed blasting old reruns of The Twilight Zone. I thought about what he said earlier. There was something I needed to ask him. Are you really antisocial? Yeah. Does it get better? No. For everyone else, there is a past, a present, and a future. But I think for people like us, time is all wrong. No matter what I do, where I go, who I meet, I always end up back there, in that house. Like I never left. I am King Minos of misery. Oh, misery. Oh, turning every beautiful thing to rot. One day you'll cross paths with people who have never stepped foot in that house, never even heard its name, and you will hate them for it. You will resent them, envy their ignorance, because in their passing glance you'll see a glimpse of who you could have been, and you'll realize you will never, ever get to know that version of yourself, because you are struck with someone else's damage, and there's no getting rid of that. You're a sinking void that drags everyone who gets too close down with it. All the times he's lied to my face, and now he tells the truth. How couldn't you lie, Rodrick? I needed you to lie. You saw him, didn't you? Rodrick knew. I don't know how, but he did. He asked me quietly, did you love him? I said nothing. In the end, I said nothing.
The end. Wow. In fact, there's some multiple endings actually. Potential endings. Let's go through them right now.
Greg dies homeless and alone. Homeless. Flip you!
I don't know if that's a reference to like when Cartman was homeless in that movie or not.
Unable to manage his symptoms, everyone leaves Greg, including Rodrick. With no degree and no support, he dies homeless and alone, blaming everyone but himself for his horrible lot in life. Greg becomes a psychologist. Greg turns his life around and graduates top of his class with a degree in psychology. He goes on to become a psychologist who specializes in narcissistic personality disorder, where he can help other people who have his condition. Singer of Loaded Diaper, Greg channels his rage into Rodrick's DIY Screamo project. He makes decent money for what he does, but still struggles financially. Greg is able to manage his symptoms with only a couple and occasional slip-ups. Despite financial issues, Greg is happy for the most part. Greg marries Fregley. Fanboy Fregley Friday becomes a national holiday. Fregley births 4 children. What the actual flip? Anyways, Greg marries Rowley. Greg and Rowley reconnect years later. Once Greg has gone through intensive therapy and learned to manage his symptoms, past things are reignited and they begin a tenuous relationship. The likelihood of this happening depends on which version of Greg Rowley meets. Greg repeats the cycle. Greg marries a woman he doesn't love and works a job he doesn't like. He takes his misery out on his wife and kids, traumatizing them the same way his father traumatized him. Greg becomes a lolcow. It wasn't my fault. It was all because of that crappy guy I knew in college. He won't even call me because he still thinks I'm the problem. When in reality, all I did was defend myself against a bunch of people who tried to break me down through something. The victim in this situation, something you've heard is something campaign by the because Invisible Man, Sonic UI 420 Greg Heffley. His IP, he got his IP address or something like that. Fanboy _ Fregley, do you have an OnlyFans? What the flip? His constant need for attention combined with his refusal to self-reflect turned Greg into the next Christian. He spends the majority of his life arguing with people online in an attempt to justify his crappy choices. MLM pyramid scheme. Despite having no credentials whatsoever, Greg lies his way into a 6-figure income using a MLM pyramid scheme. Wait, what's that? He has managed to scam Patty Farrell, Shra Gupta, Raleigh Jefferson, and even his own brother out of thousands of dollars. Greg consumes copious amounts of alcohol and cries himself to sleep every night to cope with the crappy things he does to people. And yeah, that's pretty much the end of the story, guys. I think the psychologist ending was the best one, to be fair. But yeah, it's a nice read. Yeah, it's a pretty good, well-rounded story. Yeah, I liked it.
Saturday, March 8th, 2019. 1 minute of additional time, 20 meters to the goal, 1 shot to tie the game and save us from elimination. I had the ball. Greg, pass! It all happened so fast. Victory was in our grasp. And then it wasn't. I prayed there'd be some kind of miracle, but moments later they scored the final goal and ended our season. My season. After the match, our coach congratulated us, saying that we did the best we could, even though we didn't win. He said we still should be proud we made it here, and that soccer is a team sport that we all contributed to. There's no I in team. Everyone matters. Later that night, there's no I in team. Everyone matters. We won as a team. That last thought kept swirling in my head. Soccer is a team sport, and that we all contribute. But I can't agree with that. If I had just taken the shot and not my lazy teammate, I would have won. It should have been me, not that Bryce Anderson guy. This wasn't fair. Why should I have been held back by my teammates? I was supposed to be the best player. Flip. Screw having teammates. All I need is myself. I ended up sulking all the way home. Mom asked if I wanted dinner, but I said I wasn't hungry. In my room, I made a decision. I'm quitting football. Sunday, March 9th. When I woke up that moment, I immediately went to tell my parents that I didn't want to play football anymore. But before I could say anything, Dad handed me a letter addressed to me. I looked at the address and it was from the National American Soccer League. Dear Greg Heffley, you have been selected for a new experimental program for us in the American U20 football team. Unfortunately, we cannot share any more information with you in this document. You are expected to go to the National Sports and Athletics Association Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Travel expenses will be paid in advance for those who sign this document. You are to then email the person at the bottom of this letter for you to be allowed into the event. Must be done before the stated date at the bottom. At the center, you will be shown and explained to the contents of the program. The consent form is on the back of this paper. Please read through it carefully and sign with full name. From National Sports and Athletics Association. This could be my chance. This could be my miracle. I don't know why or what they want from me, but this may be my last chance to play soccer, to chase my dream. Without a second thought, I signed the paper. Mom and Dad were happy for me, and they were even more happy that they didn't have to pay for travel tickets. So with a click of an email, and the passing of a few weeks, my story began at Blue Lock.
Or a little title drop.
Monday, March 17th. Today was the day I arrived in Minneapolis. To say my ride there went smoothly would be an understatement. Oh shoot! Did the flipping wing just break off? What the heck? I have to say though, the NASA oh my days, I almost said NASA. The NSAA Center was way bigger than I remembered. It was like double the size, and it was in a weird pentagon shape. I looked around and it didn't seem like I was the only person invited. I didn't really recognize many of them. Only a couple of players from my state and some other players who won national tournaments. However, someone recognized me. Hey, you're Rodrick Heffley, right? It was Bryce Anderson. Now, I know what you're thinking. Flip this guy. He saw my victory. But realistically, I can't blame him. We were opponents, and he just wanted to win. The person I blame is my teammates. Honestly, it's a little reassuring to know someone else here. We talked for a bit, and he actually said that he thought I was pretty good at soccer, so that felt good to be vindicated. A little while later, we were let inside. I wasn't too sure what to expect, but I came here for a reason, and I wasn't going home now. Hello, my unpolished rocks. I'm sure you're all wondering the same thing. Why a bunch of noobs like yourselves are here? Well, let me explain. My name is Ego, Kampachi Ego. Here at this facility, I'm going to break you open and turn you into the world's best football striker in order for America to win the World Cup. With the help of the NSAA, I've been allowed to make my own personal calling games called Blue Lock. Did you just say Blue Rock or Sock? Calling games? Who are you? Oh, and did I forget to mention there can only be one striker, so the rest of you will all go home and be forever banned from all American World Cup teams. So if you want to go down history, step through the door. You can't be serious, right? If I get eliminated from these games, no, these calling games, my chance of being on the American World Cup team is gone? That can't be legal. There's no way they can do that. And it seems a lot of people share the same thought. Who do you think you are? Boo, boo, boo. Who really is this bum? You can't do that. Where's the commissioner, eh? That's crazy. Shut up. If you don't like this game, then go home. I don't want players who don't understand the basics of soccer. At soccer's core, all that matters is that you score more points than your opponent. As a striker, you can only rely on yourself to score. This is an egotistical sport. I'm sure some of you here have been in the exact situation where they needed to do that. You need to ego to become the best. Rely on yourself? Egoism? Do you honestly think that will change anyone's mind? I am a striker! Flip it. He's right. I lost that game because of my teammates, and I refuse to let it happen again. I need to learn to rely on myself and only myself. As I ran past the guy on stage, I looked back and that other people started to follow me. Soon, even the people who were against Ego's plan started running. No matter what, I'll become the world's best football striker. Once everyone had walked inside, they were told to hand over all our stuff. Faithfully, I managed to bribe one of the volunteers into keeping my journal. Next, they split us up into groups of 12, and we were guided into different rooms. I looked around, and this was my group. Damn, I can pretty much tell who's going to be who for, or who's going to represent each certain Blue Lock characters in the actual shot and the actual anime. Rowley, what's up? Man, I haven't seen you in forever. You too, man. This was my friend, Rowley Jefferson. We used to be best friends in middle school, while his family moved to a different town. Luckily, we both played soccer, so whenever our teams met, we got to hang out. Tuesday, March 18th. Today was our first day at Blue Lock, and it was probably the most intense day of my life. At around 11, Ego came on the TV to tell us something. Hello everyone, ready for your entrance exams? Don't worry, it's very simple. Even a child will understand. The game is tag. If you're hit with the soccer ball, you're gone from Blue Lock forever. That's right, the person who touched the ball last would be eliminated. Once he said that, everyone was extremely nervous. Everyone but one person.
Why are you all so nervous? Just little tiny baby ball guys. Here, I'll get us started.
Fregley touched the ball intentionally. We started to scramble around, trying not to get hit, but that psycho had it out for me. As he said,
The monster wants to try Greggy flesh.
he proceeded to do this.
Come on, Greg. I know you're stronger than that.
Suddenly, I was the person it. I started to panic, and what made it worse was when I looked up and saw that I only had 1 minute left, I looked around for an easy target, but everyone was too far away, and whenever I got close, they all ran. I actually started to hyperventilate. I was going to be the first one out. However, thankfully, I saw that one person wasn't paying attention. Frankly, he got distracted by a bug on the floor.
Come on, Greggy. You want to become stronger, right? That's why you were invited to Blue Lock. Now follow your instant text.
I paused for a split second, taking in what he said. If I went for the easy option, I'll never get stronger. I need to follow my instincts as a striker.
Uh-oh.
Whoa. Ugh. In a matter of seconds, it was all over. The ball slammed into Bryce's face just as the time ran out. Everyone kind of just stood still for a while. We were all shocked that an entire thing just happened. But after the shock wore off, I realized what I just did. I eliminated Bryce from Blue Lock, and his response wasn't too kind. Why? How? How was I eliminated first? I won the regional championship. I was way better than any of you. Bryce started to rant about how this game is challenged and how it has nothing to do with soccer, and that he didn't believe his career needed to end here. He even started saying that we were nothing but trash compared to him, and yap. Suddenly, however, Ego came back to explain something to Bryce. It has everything to do with soccer, numbnuts. That room you're in is the exact same size of the penalty area. If you can't dodge a ball from your own teammates, imagine the chaos you'd cause in the field. The fact that you didn't even move after you were hit is proof of that. I don't want strikers like that. Now F off and get out. So I could see Bryce's eyes turn red, but he managed to bite his lips and walk out, but not before giving me a death glare. I felt pretty bad about eliminating Bryce, but it's just how life is. It's a dog-eat-dog world, man. Ego then said we had a break until 1 p.m, and then after that we would have to train for a couple of hours the next 5 days. Safe to say that wasn't the best news to hear after what I went through. Friday, March 21st. I want to die. Okay, I know that sounds concerning, and it is, but it's more the most accurate word and distributes the training for the last few days.
Come on, your stamina's trash. 5 more laps.
Everyone's been working hard for around 8 hours a day, and we all arrive back at our room being like dogs. The workouts we do are grueling, but hey, at least on the bright side, I'm getting a 6-pack from this. Another thing I noticed is that everyone here has something unique about them. Jin Gigamaru, body control, regularly dribbling makes sense. Speed bump, stamina, so that means he's Raichi or however you say his name. Sirag, jumping, that's interesting. Ebert, height, Bert, physique. Rally, straight striker power, oh damn. Ronnie McCoy, yeah, he's probably chicory. Matt Whitson, there's some side character. Jackie Marsh, oh yeah, that guy's cooked as well. Everyone except me, and maybe McCoy. I don't really have anything noble about me. I'm not really fast, not really strong either. Guess I really am the oddball of the group. If I can't find a way to separate myself from the rest of these guys, I might be cooked. Anyway, I feel like I could pass out any second now, so I'm going to end it off for today. Good night. I don't know what time it is right now, but Fregley woke me because he wanted to talk to me about something. I only agreed to it when he said he would give me his lunch portion tomorrow.
I've got a monster inside me, Greg.
Fregley started to explain his monster, how it tells him what to do, where to pass, and if to score. During our first exam, it was telling him to do all those crazy moves, and how he was actually glad to be here.
From the moment I saw you, I sensed you had a monster in you too.
I have a monster as well? I guess this wouldn't be impossible. That shot I made against Bryce wasn't really planned. I just sort of thought about making a shot and my body just reacted to it. Perhaps Fregley's right. I do have a weapon in me. I need to find it fast before the end of training. Once I can find it, I'll be able to stand a chance against my opponents. After we sparred for a bit longer, we called it quits for today and went to bed. Monday, March 24th.
Yesterday we finally finished training. Looking back at it, actually was probably for the best. My body feels great now, though pretty sore. Anyways, at around 11, Ego came on the TV and said that in 2 hours, the first selection exam would begin. The first selection will be about turning 0 into 1. The game is a round-robin tournament. The 5 teams inside this section will face off. A win is 3 points, a draw is worth 1, and a loss is 0. Out of the 5, only 2 teams can advance. However, the top 3 scorers on the other teams will also advance. I've also decided to reveal your ranking within the 300 Blue Lock players as well. Good luck. I looked down and saw my number. Damn, 299. I was the second lowest ranked in Blue Lock, and I'm not too surprised. A few seconds later, the TV turned off, leaving us with a lot to take in. At least it seems less stressful than the last game. If my team lets me down, I at least have a chance to still qualify into the next selection, although that left us with some new issues. As you can tell, we're all strikers, meaning that some of us would need to be on the defensive, and one unlucky guy would need to be in the goalie. This actually started an argument in the group, but thankfully someone had a solution. Okay guys, look, I know we're not used to playing different spots, but we can't win like this. Shrug told us to stop arguing. They gave us the idea to play sky blue to pick positions. What on earth is that? Luckily I was picked as centre forward, and additionally I got to pick Fregley as my right hand man. I picked him because I'm the most comfortable with his playstyle, plus his passing will help a lot. So with not much time left, we came up with the rest of the positions, chose Bert Bapley to be goalie. He wasn't too happy, and we headed off to the pitch. Was just luck. When we got to the pitch, the other team was already there. Honestly, I was a little intimidated. Team X looked pretty strong, especially the guy in front with spiked hair. But there was no point in running away. We came here for a reason, to become the best strikers in the world. Plus, we faithfully managed to practice a bit of our strategy during the 2-hour break, so we had an idea on what each of us could do. When both teams were ready, the match started. Instantly, it went to crap.
Thanks, Greg.
Right as I passed to Fregley, Speed Bump ran up from behind and stole the ball. He stole the ball from his own team, his own flipping team. We all started to yell at him to stop running it, ruining our strategy, and to give the ball back. But what he said next changed everything.
Didn't you hear what Eagle said? The person with the most goals qualifies no matter what. If I just score more goals than any of you, I'll win.
That single statement hypnotized both teams. They all immediately dropped the plan and ran towards Speed Bump, stealing the ball. Only me, Fregley, Rowley, McCoy, and Sirag. Everyone else charged for the ball, throwing our entire team into disarray. Eventually, one of the players on Team X managed to break through. Out of the way, peasants. The guy with the spiky hair rammed through everyone and stole the ball. And we could realize that if us 5 didn't do something fast, he was going to score. I ran towards to block him, and Fregley was standing to my side for the second ball. The second ball means the ball is free and no one has it. But when I got close enough, he did this. Did he just heel flick me? I didn't have time to turn before he got past the rest of us and scored. After the whistle blew, I had some time to talk with my teammates. Understandably, we were peed at Speed Bump for causing that whole mess. We ended up yelling back for a bit until the ref busted in and told us to get back to playing, or we'd all receive disqualifications. And do you want to know what happened after when we restarted the match? Someone stole the ball again. Ugh, mother flipper. The same thing started to happen again, but this time my teammates remember what happened with Barrow and they instantly jumped him. Barrow, pass. Here. The rest of the players on Team X had stopped fighting each other and started to work with Barrow, the name of the guy who's just scored, to score more points to win the game. I don't know why, but it was actually kind of impressive. Thanks to their teamwork, they ended up scoring 4 more points to close the game. Damn, these guys got cooked. What's different between our team and their team?
Oh, that blows. Guess we'll just have to kill our own teammates next time, huh?
Tuesday, March 25th. The post-match was not very fun. It seemed that our previous team bonding had almost completely eroded. Everyone was angry with each other, and for good reasons. That whole mess was caused by Speedbump's selfishness. He might have stood a chance against Barrow's team if he didn't F up everything.
Well, if you didn't want that to happen, just let me play my way. Yeah, and why would we, after a stunt like that?
Okay, enough guys, we need to learn from this. Speed and Barrow weren't the only reason we lost.
We discussed observations on the rest of Barrow's team, how they stopped fighting and started to work with Barrow. Yeah, but how did they manage to stop? Because Barrow became reliable. What do you mean by that, McCoy? I mean that he gave them something to work with. They realized that working on their own wasn't going well and used him to get goals. After McCoy said that, it clicked what Ego meant yesterday. Remember when Ego said that this election is about turning 0 into 1? Well, what I think he means by that is that in order for a team to work together, they need something to build off of. Simple, right? The reason why Barrow's team won is because he became the pillar for their success. Barrow's strength and reliability to score goals gave his team options. Think of it like building a deck of cards. We built ours with randomness, while his team rebuilt theirs into a natural strategy.
It makes so much sense now.
Wait, that gives me an idea on how we can win now. We could rotate our formation so that everyone has a chance to play their style of soccer.
Once Gerard gave his idea, everyone was on board. It seemed to satisfy everyone, even Speedbump. That gets me thinking though. Maybe with my weapons, my analytical ability, I managed to study from opponents and learn what to do better in the future. Perhaps this defeat is a new start for me. I'll take in everything I learned from this match and use it for tomorrow's match. With our discussion over, we all went to bed looking forward to our next match. Wednesday, March 26. Today was our second match in the round robin, and we were chosen to face Team Y. Unlike last time, we looked at some of the players we were facing. Our main concern was this guy named Rudy Bowler, who apparently managed 3 goals in his first game. We're all confident with our new strategy, and also because of one other thing. If we don't win this game, we'll be out of the tournament. The minimum number of points you need to pass the tournament is 7. Because in that case, at least 2 or 3 other teams must have at least 9 points. If we don't win or draw, this game is over for us.
Let's do this, egoists.
We started the game normally, thankfully, and started putting our team strategy into effect. With Fregley's awesome dribbling skills, he was able to get around Team X and Rudy. When he couldn't get through, he'd pass to me. Since I could read the field pretty well with my analytical skills, it wasn't too hard getting around people to pass back. Who knew writing in my journal would help me after all these years? With our little back and forth connection, we shredded down the pitch. Luckily, Rudy wasn't doing anything, so getting past him wasn't hard. Then, when the opportunity arrived, Rowley came into play.
Yeah.
Damn, so close. Right as Rowley went to take the shot, 2 members of Team I blocked it. Suddenly the ball went flying and it landed in the hands of an Afro guy. Before I knew it, it was flying down the field. They managed to get past our defenders to where the guy with the Afro passed to Rudy Bowler. And at that point, it was already over. That was Rudy Bowler for you. He's their best striker for a reason. That didn't really go to plan, but at least it went way better than last time. We did also still have some aces up our sleeve with our switch-up plan. So around half-time, we decided to switch in Speedbump's style of soccer.
Damn it! All they did was pass during my turn.
You're lucky. I didn't have the ball for half of my turn. The Afro guy kept ruining it.
The real question is if the plan will even work. Because if it doesn't, we're finished.
Shut up, McCoy. You haven't told us your weapon.
Before everyone relapsed back to yesterday, Shrug stepped in to break it up. While that was happening though, I couldn't help but feel something was off during the first half. Rudy, despite being their best player, didn't do much during the game. A couple minutes later, the ball rang and we were back on the field. This time, we started off with Gagamaru's style of soccer. Here, is he gonna make that? Dang, super close. One more time. Gagamaru just barely missed the ball, but in the process, one of the defenders hit the ball out of bounds, giving us a free corner kick. As I walked over into position for the corner kick, I got a chill behind my back.
I knew it. That chilly sensation was coming from the guy with the afro, Nico. He was the real mastermind behind this game, not Rudy. All those times when Rudy was passed to, it was from Nico. If I can shut him down, the rest of Team Y dies. Crap, I missed.
Nice pass, Misagi.
As much as I wanted to score that, I'm glad we at least scored. Doesn't matter as long as we're on the board now. For the rest of the match, I shot down Nico every time they passed to him. Just like that, my hypothesis was correct. Team Y couldn't score for the next 14 minutes on the clock, but they didn't seem too nervous, which confused me. You and I aren't too different. We both have the same eyes. While you can shut down my attacks, you can't shut down my mind. Right after he said that, the final whistle blew. Because both teams were tied, we had 1 minute left of additional time. That's when Team Y's final plan came into effect. An all-out charge. Every single player on the team moved onto attack. There were way too many for just 4 defenders, so they quickly became overwhelmed. Meanwhile, our attacks were all the way to the end. Before we knew it, it was all down to Bert versus Nico. But I knew Nico at this point. I knew exactly what he would do. It's over, Team Z. Here. Predictable as always, craphead. With the ball stolen, no defenders on their side, and a few seconds left, I charged up the field. There was nothing they could do. We passed the ball around a bit before it came back to me.
Score it, you egoist. Rodrick Heffley.
Nico was right. He and I were the same. But when it counted, he didn't take the shot and made the same mistake as me. Nico doesn't have what it takes to be a striker, but I do. I am a striker. Go! After I scored, the whistle blew. It was over. We won our first game. I felt amazing. Before I knew it, I was instantly jumped by my teammates. The good kind of jumping, obviously. They were all cheering that they won thanks to me, celebrating. As for Team Y, they looked like they wanted to die. I even saw Nico crying. After, we went into the locker. Rally suggested we have a feast for our victory, and that me and Gagamarush could cash in our goals for rewards. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that if you score a goal during the first selection, you get access to some cool benefits. It's to incentivize us to score more goals, and honestly, it's a good system if you ask me. Rewards for scoring goals: 1 goal, any choice food on the menu; 3 goals, cell phone back; 5 goals, an actual bed; 10 goals, a day outside; 25 goals, Insta qualify. Wow. There's some really good deals on that board, so I'm very happy I scored. So with that decided, everyone headed off to get dinner. Thursday, I think, March 27th. I remember waking up at who knows what time. After the big win we had yesterday, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Like I managed to crush Nico and his team and probably got everyone but Rudy sent home. But I couldn't help but think about what the implications of the match were. Is my analytical ability really a weapon for a striker? The ability to sense a goal meant for someone like me? Maybe if I watched the match replay in the TV room, I could get a better grasp of myself. I looked around the room to find a path to get out and noticed that Chirag and McCoy were gone. So that left me some wiggle room to get out. Oh, hey, Greg. Yo, what's up, McCoy? I didn't expect McCoy to be here. He said that he was here for the same reason I was, to watch my goal. And he actually gave me some good advice about my weapon. I never thought of it like that. Using my peripheral vision to see all around me gives a huge edge. Taking in all surroundings to find the perfect place for a goal is actually a really good weapon to bordering on top. On top? Bordering on OP, I think. Although, him mentioning my weapon reminded me that he hasn't stated his yet, so I asked him. I used to be able to run faster than anyone, but then one day my ACL got torn in the match. My doc says that if I tear it again, it's over for me. I won't be able to play soccer again. Heck, I might not even be able to walk again. Damn, that's crazy, man. It's actually the reason I'm here, to find a reason to give up on football. Hey, screw what your doctor says. You still have a chance to chase your dream. Shut the flip up. You don't know a damn about anything I've gone through. After that, he walked out the room. I didn't think he'd react like that. I guess his injury was pretty traumatic. Oh, traumatic reference. Yeah, I need to carry on that series as well. Yeah, I'll get onto that.
Friday, March 28th. Third round robin game today, and I'll cut to the chase and get right into it. Those two are the Wanama brothers. They're the best players on Team W because of their insane coordination plays. How's your leg, Roddy boy? Careful on the field. Wouldn't want to hurt it again. Apparently the brother of the big mouth somehow knew about McCoy's leg injury and started taunting him about it. I guess they must have some beef, as McCoy looked pretty shook when he said that. A few minutes later, the match officially began. With the same strategy as last time, and with the added knowledge of the Wanama brothers, it was easy getting the ball up the field. In addition to my updated weapon, I eventually sensed where a player could score a goal. Shrug. I guess they weren't as good as we thought. With one pass from me, Shrug managed to score both the first goal of the game and the first goal of the match. Safe to say, this match started off with a bang for us. I even got a glimpse of Team W. Calm down, Wanamu. We talked about this. Our time will soon come. And things kinda got easier from there. Our place out and rotating composition finally hit its stride, as Shrug managed to score not one, but 2 more goals. Yeah. Seems like Team W was going to be our easiest match yet. A little while later, half-time rolled around.
Well, I'll give you something, Charlie. You got hops.
With 3 goals in the first round, we've practically won. Honestly, at this point, I just hoped I got practice with my weapon at some point. Spirits were high for us all, except for one person. Hey McCoy, about what those guys said earlier. Yeah, I've had a history with them. I really don't want to talk about it though. I was a bit annoyed that he said that immediately, but I guess he has a right to his privacy. If McCoy doesn't want to be helped, there's nothing I can do. The bell rang a few minutes later, signaling the end of the halftime break, and so we all headed off. The round started off quick. It was speed bump with the kickoff and rally to the left. Speed managed to outrun the first 2 players before thankfully passing to Rowley about 30 meters to the goal. With Rowley's super strong left kick, he could probably score. However, a few guys managed to get in front of him, so he had to pass to Shrug. Shrug, here!
Got it, Rowley. Oh, uh-oh.
Right after that, Wanama brother number 1 managed to steal the ball and started passing it around with his brother. Remember how earlier I stated that they weren't very good? Well, apparently we were fooled, as suddenly they started to lock in and managed to get past everyone to score their first goal. And it kind of seemed after that goal, they found their flow and started making a flipping comeback. Oh, come on, flip. What the heck, Shrug? Stop messing up. You just let them score twice. Hey, guys, calm down. It's not over yet. We still have 27 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, guys. There's plenty of time.
Did Shrug just smirk? I wasn't sure if my eyes were tricking or someone was putting something in our cafeteria food. I would Shrug smirk, and something popped into my head, and my stomach was a bit shaky. Could Shrug be teaming with the enemy?
Uh-oh. Whoops.
There it was again. This time it was a lot more obvious. We were playing on our side of the field, and right after Shrug missed the header, the other team scored, making it 3-3. At that moment, it all clicked.
There's plenty of time.
Calm down to get out and twist that Shrug. Time will soon come. That flipping beatard. Shrug, are you flipping betraying us?
Bingo. Your little friend here told us everything about your team. Their weapons, their tactics. We let him score a couple as a payment.
That's insane, Shrug. You wouldn't do that, right?
Yeah, I would.
Shrug was flipping betraying his own team. Right after he said that, he passed the ball to the Wanama brothers, who were so caught off guard about what to do that they ended up so close to scoring. It was pretty much pandemonium after that. Practically both teams were yelling at each other. Speed Bump even picked Shrug up by the collar and looks like he wanted to beat the crap out of him. What the flip, Shrug? I thought we were a team. You hat. I'm gonna kill you.
What can I say? This team is a joke. If I have to betray my teammates to win, then so be it. You all heard what Ego said. The players with the most points on the team gets to progress regardless if they lose.
Before Speed Bump could do anything else to him, Ref spoke up on television. followed by ego a second later. Speed bump, yellow card. Please let go of your teammate or else you will receive a red card. Calm down, you nimrods. Although Mr. Gupta's plan may seem illegal, there's nothing in the Blue Rock rules against it. However, Shrug Gupta, you're the worst flipping player I've seen in my life. You're the lowest of the low. If I could parade in the street like a dog, I would. You and your crappy formula for success shouldn't belong here. After Ego said that, he left and the game resumed. To say our spirits were crushed would be an understatement. Playing against 10v12 was a nightmare, as Team W was playing a defensive style to wait out the clock and eliminate our team. Remember how the round robin works? If we lose this game, it's over for us. Why are you doing this, Shrug? I thought we were a team, friends. Greg, you're a smart guy. This team never stood a chance. We barely managed to beat the last team. Team V is apparently even stronger. A team like this doesn't have a chance. I only had my dream taken away and I refused to have it taken again. I tried to reason with Shrug, but it looked like he wasn't going to listen. Before I could say anything else, it then possible to Wanmo brother number 1. Thankfully we weren't out yet, as somehow Jackie Marsh tried to use his weapon to snag the ball from the player. Whoa! Too slow. Immediately Jackie was side tackled and the ball was stolen, and McCoy couldn't even move to save his life. Team W almost ended up scoring if it weren't for Bert. And what didn't help is that Shrug and Keisuke, yes, I just found out about his name now, were constantly taunting me. I'll be real with you, I was getting really freaking annoyed. Give up already, you're wasting your time, Greg. Shut up, you rat. Even if you tie the game, it's still game over, Greg. I said shut up. When my dreams be crushed like this, my teammates can't help me, then I have to do it myself. However, just as I said that, some fliphead from Team W swiped it away again. It was like I was in some hellish cycle. Anytime I got close to the ball, they'd pass it away. Eventually the ball managed to land by one of our players, McCoy. But as you know already, he wasn't going to do anything. McCoy! Move out of the way, McCoy! You dead weight! When I was a kid, the thing I loved more than anything was running. The wind in my hair, my feet hitting the ground, it was amazing. That naturally led me to playing soccer, which I liked even more. It was so much more fun. Everyone said I was born with talent, and I believed them. I believed I could be the best striker in the country, even the world. That was my dream. You think you're better than us, huh, McCoy? That was until that day. In a matter of moments, my life was completely changed. The dreams that boy once had were gone. Of course, others thought otherwise. They thought that with enough care, enough rehabilitation, that dream would come back. But I knew better. I knew that I wanted to give up on football, or at least that's what I wanted to believe so badly in my heart. I don't know why, but seeing that guy try his hardest makes my blood boil. He's just like me. He's not afraid. You know what? If this is going to be my last game, it doesn't matter if I break this stupid leg. I'm not going to worry about this ever again. I can do this. Roddy McCoy, the fastest. After I got the ball back, I sensed something. The same feeling in my previous games. The smell of a goal. My eyes started to dart around the field. I couldn't believe who they landed on. Better late than never, McCoy. Thanks for the free ball. Now time to close the game. Out of the way. Instantly, McCoy managed to sprint to the ball before Shrug even got close. He was like a missile. He ended up leaving Shrug in the dust and was rapidly approaching the goal. However, the Wanamo brothers ran up to try and stop him. With less than 1 minute left, it was all up to him now. Huh? Is he going to pass to himself? How? Don't let him score. Foul him. Flip, yeah, let's go. Everyone on the team started celebrating. Because of McCoy, our team was barely saved from a surefire elimination. McCoy, your speed! I thought you couldn't even walk. But it wasn't sunshine and rainbows for all of us. When I looked over to Chirag, I saw he was getting the crap beaten out of him by Team W, as he deserves. Now, I know that a lot of you aren't going to agree with this, but we did decide to step in and stop the beating before it got out of hand. Somebody stop him! He's getting away! While both teams were calming down, Chirag took his opportunity to run away. He debated about going after him, but it wasn't worth it, so we just went back to the locker room. So what happens now? Well, because of the way the tournament works, we need to win the next match to advance. Yeah, but it's Team V. They've won almost every match by at least 5 points.
Then we've just gotta win by 10.
After we all finished changing, we decided to have a special dinner in honor of McCoy. As if he didn't awaken, we'd be working at McDonald's in the next 4 months. However, when we got to the dining hall, we saw this. Look at what they did to me. Yup. Unfortunately, we have to deny your plan of treasury as it's not in line with our mortals. Did I sound smart saying that, guys? Nope. Stupid Exaruda. Anyway, that's cool and all, but hard pass, man. Strag was trying to flip and sell us out again, but it looked like this team had some self-integrity, as they just brushed off Strag's attempt to cheat. We debated what to do, if we should step in before they changed their minds or not. But what happened next forced me to speak up. Rio, I'm too tired to swallow any more food. Carry me back to the dorms.
Nagi, I brought you here because you said you were hungry.
Hey, wait, I'm not finished. Listen, if you're so weak, you need to cheat to win, why are you even playing? Honestly, football's such a hassle. Why even bother playing if you can't even win? Hey, don't you dare mock football like that. Huh? Who are you? Team Z. Saturday, March 29th. Ever since that conversation with Team V, our team has been training harder than ever for the next match, except for Chirag.
Don't even think about touching the ball, Chirag. I'll kill you for real.
Yeah, whatever. Team V is still going to win tomorrow's match. Anyway, remember what Ego said during his rant at Chirag? He mentioned the word formula for success. I think I might have understood what he meant by that. Your formula sucks. Everyone has a weapon, but if they can't score with it, they're useless. What he means by formula is if a person can repeatedly find a way to use their weapon of success. That's why he says Chirag's formula was crap. If I'm going to win tomorrow's game, I need a better formula to score goals on my own. The one time I did score a goal, it was only possible with the help of one of my teammates. I need to be an egoist and score on my own, and there's one person here I think can help me. The frick do you want, donkey? I need your help, please. Yeah, only if you grovel at my feet. Well, I guess it's not going to be that easy. But as you know, I've grown into a true egoist by now, so I'm not gonna give in that easily. Please, Baro, you're my only hope. Please, I need this. Now, before you go calling me a coward, time is of the utmost priority. The faster I get the information, the better. Anyways, Baro ended up telling me about the way he scores goals is that he has a certain spot in the field, about 27 meters from the goal, that he's mastered, and he can always score from there. After he told me that, I finally got the whole picture of this puzzle. A, my weapon, plus B, the method I use, equals C, the result, a goal. However, it's a little tricky in my case, as my weapon doesn't work like Baro's. While I don't know what exactly his weapon, it's more than certainly not special awareness given his dragon power. Well, it's getting pretty late now, so I'm off to bed. Well done, Greg Heffley. You figured it out before anyone else. Your growth here at DOAWK has been faster than most. I'm looking forward to your awakening. Sunday, March 30th. Today is the day. It was our last chance to make it out of the first qualifier. Everyone was pretty tense, me included. First things first, we discussed our game plan and who to look out for. We're starting Agamaru, Rowley, and McCoy as our primary attackers, and have me and Fregley as passers and playmakers.
Hey Greg,
If we lose here, we'll probably never get to play football together again. Hey, if that's true, then let's make it the best game ever. We walked in and saw the full team be waiting. It looked like they were in business. But if they wanted to win this tournament undefeated, then they were sorely mistaken. They got the first kickoff. The guy with purple hair started with a ball and approached us. Thankfully, with our teamwork, we blocked off his path, but he pivoted to the glasses guy.
Wow, he's fast.
That glasses boy was really fast, maybe faster than McCoy, but thankfully, when he tried to pass the white-haired guy, Matt blocked it. With the ball in our possession again, we managed to get it onto their side and took a shot at the goal.
So close. Just barely Gagamaru missed, and the ball ended up going out of bounds, which meant it was theirs again. We actually started to feel pretty confident after almost scoring a goal like that. But what the purple-haired guys said next made us reevaluate our control of this match.
Wow, this team's actually pretty good.
Hey Nagi, let's end with a number 3 special.
It was just the way he said it. It was like we were just another game to them, like NPCs in video games. Right after that, he kicked the ball over the field right to him, and the guy did this. Is this guy even human? I didn't even think a play like that was possible, but he did it effortlessly. There was no stopping a play like that. We'd even get mad when Bert couldn't save it.
Good boy, Nagi.
What the? Nothing. There was nothing we could do. And it wasn't just Nagi we had to deal with, as both the purple-haired guy and glasses boy were almost as strong as him.
Don't you go thinking I'm not also a threat.
Bro, he can pass like that?
Order up, McCoy.
Caught up to me?
Territory.
It's over. There's nothing we got that can beat them. At that moment, our dreams felt crushed against players like that. Players like Nagi, who just aren't special enough. But, right as all hope seems lost, someone spoke up.
Heh. Aha. Finally, something fun for the monster in me.
Fregley was excited.
Come on, Greg. Don't tell me you of all people are afraid. That goes for all of you too. The only difference from the last match is that these guys are super special. So we want to beat them. We'll just have to be even more special.
Right after he gave that speech, he took the ball and gave the most jaw-dropping play I've seen at Blue Lock yet. Is that even legal? Damn. That was something else. Fregley managed to get everyone back in the game with a single goal. And what he said is true as well. If we want to beat these guys, we just need to play as strong as them and then some. And so, from then on, we locked the flip in. Alright, speed bump. Your huge stamina means you're the only one who can guard Rayo from passing to Nagi.
Don't tell me what to do, Greg. Not happening.
Just so you know, that goal was a fluke. It won't happen again.
Yeah, I know. But to quote yourself, it's not just me you have to worry about.
Let's go. With that shot, it was now 2-3. Only 2 goals left till we can win. And good timing too, as right around then, the half-time whistle blew. That was a crazy knuckleball, bro.
You like it?
That was the first time I've ever successfully done that.
Honestly, it was because of Fregley that I managed to do it.
Seems like Fregley's goals really have an effect on our team. Crazy how just a few minutes ago everyone was just down in the dumps. It's got me thinking again about my goal formula. Fregley managed to create his own goal formula so easily, and Raleigh managed to follow him. So how am I going to catch up? How am I going to find my formula? Just then, the end of half-time bell rang. Let's win Team Z! Yeah! I started with the ball. We started to move up on the pitch, getting around most of the players thanks to Fregley's insane dribbling, which I'm not even sure is physically possible sometimes. But unfortunately, he overshot it to Gagamaru, who wasn't able to... Did not expect him to that. Not only did it catch me off guard, it caught the goalie off guard too. Not happening. Suddenly, the ball was flying at me.
I was pretty surprised that Alex Ruda defended that shot. I guess they're taking us seriously now. I only had a split second to react, so I tried to take a shot. Damn, there's too many in the way. Crap, I wasn't able to shoot a goal. Fortunately, Rally was there to bail me out. But damn, if only Fregley's physics defies dribbling. Wait, no, I can't think about what I wish I had. I need to focus on how to evolve a new weapon. Hey, you're pretty wasteful. Huh? You had a chance to score, but you took the easy way out and passed. What a waste. Honestly, you guys are such a hassle. You stand no chance of winning, so just give up and stop making things difficult. Getting bored. Flip off, genius! Man, that guy's really getting on my flipping nerves, especially at a time like now. Why does that genius have to subtly mock me? However, while I was having to think over what he said, something interesting was happening on the other side of the pitch.
Where you gonna pass, pre-boy? You're just a sitting duck without your boy toy.
Shut up. Me and him are not secretly in a relationship behind my rich father's back. Real Mikage, you look odd.
I didn't even mention that, but I'm sorry to hear that, dude.
I'm not sure why I really reacted that hard, but I'm not complaining since now we get a free kick. Thanks for the ball speed bump. Good luck getting allowed me. Crap, his acceleration is crazy. There's no way I can dribble around him. Wait, that's it. Your acceleration is pretty good in closing the gap, but against a drawn-out sprint. You think you're gonna get there before me? Huh? My top speed will always win out. Just like that, the game's tied up. We had all managed to scrape together 3 goals, and we needed only 1 more to beat Team V.
In your face, Shirag.
Oh, shut up. This is pointless. They're still gonna win in the end. Right, Team V?
Just shut up, trash. We swapped rotation, giving Hubert the ball. Our goal was to have him give the ball to Jackie and slip past the enemy. But unfortunately, Rayo snagged it away from him. Luckily for us, Speed Bump was right on him before he did anything.
You look shaken, rich boy. Is losing that scary? Because I'll be happy to give it first hand.
I remember it was just a normal day at school. Average weather, average temperature, average day. That's how I like it. Otherwise, life would be a hassle. Living is such a pain.
Oh, shoot, Sat.
While I was playing on my phone, some kid bumped into me. Thankfully, I managed to get my phone before it hit the ground, but I still ended up dying. Bummer.
Yo, that was amazing. Are you on the soccer team?
Huh? No. Hey, you're the rich kid. Can you lend me some money?
Sure, but only if you play soccer with me.
Yeah, sure.
We're gonna have so much fun.
I thought that by the end of it, he'd give me the money and I'd play a few games after school for a few weeks. It'd be a pain, but I would get some serious money from it. But that's not what happened.
Good morning, my star player.
How do you have my number?
Oh, I just bought the company that owned your carrier number.
That freaked me out a little. I asked why he was calling me, and he said that we needed to pick out my shoes and gear. Great. What a hassle. And I was spending the entire day trying different stuff for a sport I didn't even like. If this is what my life is going to be like for the next few weeks, oh, may God help me. Why are you excited about this?
Because soccer is fun, and I get to dress you up.
Monday, November 22nd. We've had a bunch of practice these past few days. Feels like my body wants to fall apart. If I knew how much of a hassle soccer was, I'd never have taken Rayo's money. Rayo, how much more of this?
Until we're the best.
How do we become the best?
To be the best, we need to win the World Cup. That's my dream.
That sounds tough.
You bet. But with your genius, me and you will win the World Cup.
That sounded kinda cool. Hassle, but worth it. Maybe playing soccer with Rayo will be interesting. Hey Rayo, you can drop paying me because I'll win the World Cup for free. So that leads me back to this moment when I saw Rayo getting nervous about losing his dream, my body acting on its own. Rayo, boss! Out of nowhere, Nagi started to move without being told, which completely caught everyone off guard. Huh? Nagi, what's with this guy? Is he evolving? Hey Rayo, you're right. Soccer is fun. No, there's no way he could have done a shot like that on his own. It doesn't make sense unless all this time Nagi wasn't trying. Nagi's just been doing stuff on his own, putting in passive effort. What we thought was trying was him doing the bare minimum. We've brought this upon ourselves.
What are we gonna do? And there's only 15 minutes left. We're cooked.
Rowley, you're the only one with enough bulk left to cover someone like Nagi.
Yeah, but who's going to cover the midfield? We need to switch to idiots. If we give up now, we're finished. I don't want my career to end with you guys and then me lose. Do what you do best and attack, attack, attack. You're strikers, aren't you?
Yeah, Speedbomb's right. If we want to win, we need to kick it up a notch on offense. It's the only way. If we're going to win, I need to evolve my right here. But the question in my mind was still how. Right now, I need to put all the information in my mind and put it all together and figure out what to do. Come on, Greg, think faster. What will happen next? I know Nagi will try to do something. Wait, Greg is probably looking to pass us on, but who? That's who. Oh no, you don't. Run, McCoy. Oh no, missed. I got it. Yes, it's just how I imagine it. I thought who and where Freggy would pass to, where this weak spot was, and exactly where Nagi would go. I used my knowledge of my teammates and my imagination to play out the game in my head, and it worked perfectly. With these eyes and this brain, I'll see the future and win. With this newfound knowledge, I felt that more than ever, I was going to win. But still, I still felt it wasn't going to be easy. Here you go, Nagi. Crap. Got so caught up in my own head of thinking about how to win, I forgot about the game for a split second. Nagi was going to score again. What's his best option? If I go in front of him, he will just trap it low and go around me. But if I go behind, there's a chance he will trap it high and shoot. I think my best choice is to go far and block his shot angle and wait for backup. Not good. If he scores that, we're finished. Stop him! Somebody stop him! We all just stood there, dumbfounded. Shrug had no reason to jump in front of the ball like that. He was already guaranteed to pass. So if he just did nothing, he would have won. Shrug, why'd you do that? Why'd you block the shot?
Bro, I think he's flipping that, bro. Honestly, I have no clue why I did that. Now, it's up to you.
With Shrug's mysterious final act, we still had 1 minute left of the clock. It's do or die time. Lose ball. Heck no, you ain't glasses, boy. Got out! Come on, score already, you monster. 30 seconds left. I have the ball, and most of the team is behind me. I just need to get the ball over there. It's no use. No, the vision of my goal is disappearing. I can't score on my own against this guy. Who should I pass to? McCoy? Rowley? I can't do this. I can't. No, I want to win with my all. In that moment, it all clicked. The reason I don't have a weapon is because I'm scared. Scared of losing, scared of missing, scared of my shortcomings. But starting now, I'll stop being afraid. I'll forge a new weapon right here, right now. I'll chase after the future where I win. Let's go!
We did it. Yatta! We're still alive.
I just beat myself. Woo!
That last minute shot was incredible, Greg.
Thanks, but if it weren't for you all, there's no way we could have won. If it weren't for each one of us pulling our own weight, yes, even Sharag, we would have lost. But thanks to our teamwork, we made it through the first selection. With our heads held high, we went back to the food court to celebrate. Later that night, hey Greg, I don't think I've gone to truly thank you yet. When I saw you trying to win a few days ago, it made me so angry at myself. You weren't afraid to try. Actually, you're kind of wrong about that. During that match with Nagi, that was the most frightened I've ever been. But now that you're telling me this, I guess I've always been the first to get over fear.
That's a monster for you. I'll see you later, diary. I'm really tired right now. Good night. To be continued in Bullock Striker, second selection. This is pretty good. I love this series.
Warning, this LOB contains blood and mild gore, especially on page 9, that might be uncomfortable for some r/loaded app users. Reader discretion is advised. October, Friday. Riley has been acting really weird lately. These past few days, he's been constantly hovering over me, following me everywhere. He keeps asking me this. Wanna come over to my house and play? Nerds. I've already told him a million times that it's hang out, not play. But no matter what I tell him, he never listens. But what bothers me is that he's been saying it a lot lately. I've tried ignoring him, but he is just so persistent on asking. So when he asked me to play today, I just told him this. Hey Greg, wanna come over and? No, I don't want to play with you. Leave me alone. After I told him that, he just stood there in silence, expressionless. He didn't say anything for a few minutes, but then he snapped out of it and said we could play another day. He also said it in a menacing tone, but I didn't mind it much. Anyways, when I got home, everyone was acting strange. Rodrick was at the table with his hands in his face, Mom was crying, and Dad walked around the house like a zombie. Manny was also nowhere to be found, but I found out why when Dad told me this. Manny is dead. What? I was not expecting that. I can't believe Manny is dead. I know I didn't like him or Rodrick that much, but I didn't want him to die. Dad then said that Manny died while he was watching Mr. Booklow when she was making lunch, which made Mom sob even harder. It's all my fault. I should have watched him. Dad, it's not your fault. Manny's funeral's tomorrow, so I'm probably not gonna write until after the funeral. So yeah. Thursday. I haven't written this thing for a couple of days now, but you're probably wondering why. But first, let me talk about the funeral. It was sad, as most funerals, but I noticed that there wasn't that many people there. I mean, of course, we were there, but there were like 4 or 7 other people there. I guess everyone hated Manny so much they didn't even want to show up to his funeral. Anyways, back to the main subject. School was cancelled today because, well, there isn't really a way to sugarcoat this. 3 students died. There were Chirag Gupta, Fregley, and Bryce Anderson. Obviously, all the girls were crying at Bryce's death, but didn't even give a crap about Fregley or Chirag. But to be fair, they were both annoying anyway. Surprise! Oh no! My boyfriend! No, my future man. Also, Riley wasn't in at all this week. I hope he isn't dead like the other 2. So anyways, I went on a walk in the park today. Now, I'm not much of an outdoor person, but I felt like I needed to take a breather from all of this crazy stuff that's happened. I got back to the house and Dad was sitting at the table, looking pretty stressed out. Greg, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I asked him what was wrong, and he said that both Mom and Rodrick are both missing. I feel like this seems to be some sort of pattern. First Manny, Fregley, Bryce, and Chirag are dead, and now Mom, Rodrick, and Rowdy are missing too? This is all crazy. Dad said he already called the police, but they weren't much help. So I suggested to Dad that we should go out and find them, but Dad refused, saying that they don't have enough clues to find out their disappearances, and we'll just have to accept the fact that Mom and Rodrick are gone. Wow, he just gives up like that? So I decided to go and find them on my own. I went back outside and you would not believe who was standing at the door. Hi, Greg. It was Holly. I was confused as to why she was here, but it didn't matter. This was finally my chance to get with her, and she didn't call me Fregley. Maybe Bryce Dan was a miracle. Holly said she was going to help me find Mom and Rodrick. I asked her how she knew about that, but she didn't answer my question and just told me to come with her. Come on, let's go. So me and Holly walked down the street, and she was very cheery, with her skipping and singing Joshy songs. I didn't mind, however, because I was too love-stricken. Children of the light, together let us vow to listen to our parents and do their biddings now. Ooh, Holly. While we were walking, we suddenly stopped at Rowdy's house. I was honestly confused. Why did we stop here? I asked Holly and she just said she wanted to show me something. So she went in the house and told me to wait outside. Wait out here, Greg. So I waited outside for about 17 minutes. I wonder what was taking her so long. But then Holly finally let me come into the house. So when Holly let me in, she showed me the surprise. I could not believe my eyes. Hello, Greg. It was Rowley. He was alive. I had so many questions. Where has he been? Why was he dressed up as Holly? Where is Holly? Rowley then grabbed my hand and dragged me to his basement. He said, haven't you noticed the deaths and disappearances of some people on Plainview? Well, here they are. What the hell? Rowley told me that he was the one who killed all the people that went missing. Not only that, he killed his own parents as well. This is just a lot to process. My so-called best friend is a deranged psychopath. I asked him why he did this, and he said, all I ever wanted was to play with you, Greg. But no, he kept on shutting me down and closing it off. He then said that was the reason for killing all those people. But there was one more person he was going to kill next. It was Holly. The real Holly. Riley said that she was going to be turned into a head trophy, just like the others. Now, Greg, you have two options. Play this Wizard 2 for the Wii with me, or
Holly dies.
well, it looks like there's only one good option here. I don't want Holly or anyone else to die, so alright, Riley, hand me the remote. 17 hours later. So for the past 17 hours, me and Riley played Sisters Wizard 2 with no breaks. My hands are so tired from holding the Wii remote that I can barely write despite me somehow writing perfectly. But finally, we finished the game. It was all over, and Holly would be spared. Or so I thought. Okay, Riley, we finished the game. Does this mean you'll let Holly go? Let me think about it.
No.
What? But I did everything you wanted. I played with you. Why would you kill her? Why? Because I can do whatever I want, including this. Riley is now the most insane person I've ever met. He killed my family, friends, all just because I didn't play with him. Now he's going to kill me. Well, I never thought it would end like this. Goodbye, what?
The end. I really like this one. This is a 10 out of 10 as well. Like the drawings, the story. Oh, yeah. I mean, it was pretty cool. Was it short? No, it was a decent length. It was pretty good in my opinion.
If there is a lesson, it's that reading can be fun. Because adults read for fun.
September, Thursday. Today when I woke up, I saw that one of my pillows was all the way at the door. At first, I was questioning as to how that got there, until I remembered that usually when that happens, that means there's something I need to remember. However, I surprisingly had a hard time remembering what I was supposed to do. In fact, all I could think about while finishing my math homework was what I was supposed to do. Think, Greg, think, come on. But after an hour, I finally remembered what I was going to do. Oh yeah, I was going to give back Riley's copy of Twisted Wizard 7. However, that gave me another question. Wait, who was Riley again? I tried so hard to remember who this Riley person was, but nothing came out of it. The only thing I could remember about this guy was that their name was Riley Jefferson, and I think he's my best friend. Nonetheless, I attempted to remember more details of Riley until my family called me to breakfast. I tried to ask my family if they know anything about Riley Jefferson, but they were no help.
Never heard of him.
Sorry, doesn't ring a bell, Greg.
Bobby.
I know who Rowley is. He's your boyfriend.
After I was done eating breakfast, I went to school. But the entire day, all I could think about was who is Riley Jefferson. I tried to ask one of my classmates if they knew who Riley was, but the answer was about what I expected. Psst, you know who Riley Jefferson is? I don't know, but he sounds like a dork. I eventually decided to go see Vice Principal Roy to see if the school had any record of Riley, but unsurprisingly, they had nothing.
Closest person we have is Ronald Johnson. Is that who you're looking for?
No, I'm looking for Riley Jefferson.
Sorry, Gregory. We don't have any records of a Riley Jefferson in this school.
I ended up walking home empty-handed until I ran into Fregley. But more accurately, he jumped out of the bushes and started to rant about his usual nonsense.
Reality is falling apart at the seams.
Oh, Fregley, what are you doing? Greg, I don't have longer left. Please, don't forget me. Don't forget Fregley. That was one of the only things I remember Fregley yelling at me about, because the second I went home, all of the crap he told me went straight out of my head. The only other thing I can remember from Freckley's incomprehensible rant is that he said that I needed something to remember him, just in case he gets erased. So he gave me a freaking brick with his name sharpied on it. Friday, when I woke up, I noticed that there was a brick on my desk. I had no idea why it was there. I just assumed that this was one of Rodrick's pranks, until I saw that the word Freckley was sharpied onto it. That gave me one question. Who's Freckley? I have no idea who this... Wait a second. That name sounded familiar. Didn't I write about him in the previous page? I've got to check to see if I did or not. Alright, I just read the previous page and yeah, I almost remember him. If I remember correctly, he's the weird kid in the neighborhood. Wanna join me in summoning a monster from another dimension? Well, in another timeline. He actually did. I mean, I don't have any friends, so maybe I should go talk to Freckley at school. 6 hours later. So I'm writing this after school and strangely, I couldn't find Freckley anywhere. I thought that maybe he would be sitting on the floor at lunch since that's where he usually sits. But when I went there, he wasn't there. I'm assuming that maybe he's sick, and if I remember correctly, that kid eats fertilizer, so I'm gonna drop by his house tomorrow. Saturday, for some reason there was a brick on my desk. I was super confused, but the brick had the word Freckley sharpied on it. And that sounds familiar. I might skim through all the pages I've written in so far to get my memory back a little, because at the moment it's a little fuzzy. Okay, am I losing my mind? That whole thing where I was trying to search for Riley completely slipped out of my mind. I don't know what's been happening, but clearly there's something trying to make me forget these people exist. So I'm going to drop everything and search for both Rowley and Freckley. I just have one problem. Like I said, there's something attempting to make me forget that Rowley and Freckley exist. So I'll need something to remind me of them. I already have the brick to remind me of Freckley's, so I decided to write a reminder for Rowley on my hand. Find out who Rowley Jefferson is. I'm going to start searching for Rowley first because he's supposed to be my best friend. The problem is that I have nowhere to search, but I do have an idea. Maybe if I try hard enough to remember where I told Rowley that I was going to give him back his copy of Twisted Woods 7, then maybe I can get started. All I need to do is think hard enough. Sunday. Okay, I spent basically the rest of yesterday trying to remember something, and I might have gotten something. Greg, can you please give me back Twisted Woods 7? It's been 3 months. Yeah, sure, I'll give it back tomorrow. Of course, the country club. I remember me and Rowley would go there was to spend summer. Getting back on track while I believe that memory was from July is still enough to start my search. I rushed downstairs to ask Mom to take me to the country club, but she had no idea what I was talking about. What country club, Greg? The one I would always go to during summer. Sorry, Gregory, I don't believe we have a country club in Plainview. That place couldn't have been erased too. I decided to look it up to see if it still existed, and unfortunately, it was. No results found. Fortunately, that means I'm back at square one. I'm going to need to think of something else in order to find out what's going on. Monday. I've got it. What if I reread all of my journals? My idea is that since I wrote and even drew Rowley in my journals, that could give me at least a visual of Rowley. On top of that, I could get more places to search. I'm going to my closet to grab all my journals. Hold up. I just got all of my journals and I seriously do not remember writing in 20 of these things. I thought that I had only written in 5 journals, not 20. I thought it was only going to take me a couple of hours to read all of them, but it might take me a couple of days instead. Tuesday. I haven't even finished reading the first one, and I think whatever's been messing with my memories and erasing me from existence is starting to mess with my journals too. No joke, this is what one of the drawings looked like. Huh? Excuse me? Say what? I decided to skim through the second journal and it's the same for that one. In fact, it's the same for every single one. The writing has also been affected, mostly the names and locations, so I can't get anything useful from these journals. However, I did get one question. How am I still 12 years old when I've written in over 20 journals? Realistically, I should be 32 years old. Man, this is getting freaking crazy. Wait, I just realized why can't I write a swear word? I tried to write the F word in the previous sentence, but I just wrote frick instead. It's like something is physically stopping me from writing those words. No, I need to focus. All of these are just distractions. I'm going to need to think of another way to figure out what's going on, since clearly there's something trying to stop me from finding Rowley and Fregley. Wednesday. I don't really know how to describe everything that happened today, but I'll try my best. It started in algebra. I fell asleep in class when I could have sworn I heard someone say,
Just give up, Greg.
the logical explanation I could come up with is that maybe that was just been from my dream, but that kind of felt real for some reason. Then in recess, someone just punched me for no reason. Sissy. I've literally have done nothing to provoke them, nor have I even interacted with them in my life. But the weirdest thing that happened today was when I got home and mom started to talk about the bully incident. Oh, Greg, I'm so sorry to hear that you got bullied today. I was really confused. How does she know about that? I hadn't called or texted her about, so I asked about how she knew about it. How do you know about that? Your principal told me about it on the phone. That doesn't make sense because I would have went to the principal's office, had a talk with him, and then he would have called my parents. I don't even think any adults were there when the incident happened. I tried to tell mom the same thing I just wrote down, but she interrupted me. But mom, oh, I got an idea. How about you join the Plainview dojo? Mom then started to yap about how she used to go to this dojo when she was a girl, but I was honestly really confused. At this point, this conversation had only been going on for 3 minutes. She was suggesting that I go learn karate. Hold on, don't you think this is happening way too quickly? Well, I just want what's best for you, Gregory. I started to get really weirded out by mom's behavior, but then I came to a realization. What if this was a Truman Show situation? It's the only explanation I could come up with for everything that has been happening. I knew my mom was attempting to distract me from my investigation, so I decided to ask her a trick question. Mom, don't you find it weird how we've been the same age for 20 years? I haven't noticed anything like that. Mom tried to convince me I was just feeling like 20 years passed because of how quickly I was going through middle school, so I brought up all of my journals. Well then, how do you explain how I've written in over 20 journals? Mom looked very nervous once I asked that, until she said something that I'm 100% sure came out of the blue. Surprise, Greg, we're going to be taking a vacation to Paris tomorrow. I was really disorientated after she said that. She went from talking about how I should defend myself to bullies to suddenly announcing the vacation. I went downstairs to ask Rodrick if he had noticed anything weird going on, but he was already packed for the vacation. I'm convinced I'm living in a simulation. Nonetheless, I still asked Rodrick if he had noticed anything weird going on, like if he had noticed any of his friends or even bandmates go missing without a trace. But instead, he just dodged my question and started to act extremely rude to me. Why don't you stop bothering me and beat it, Torp? Jeez, I was just asking a question. I went back upstairs only to see that Mom, Dad, and even Manny were finished packing for our vacation. It's only been 5 minutes, by the way. I was just about to head to my room when Mom stopped me to ask if I've packed my stuff. Greg, have you finished packing for our vacation yet? No, Mom, I haven't even started. Well, you should get started now. We will be leaving at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Okay, I'll go do it right now. I didn't pack anything. Instead, I just sat on my bed to think about everything that has been going on since last Thursday. Nothing makes sense. People and places are disappearing without a trace, and then suddenly forgetting about their existence. Everyone, including my family, acting really weird and even robotic, and especially that weird voice I heard at school. I'm starting to think Fregley's right about reality falling apart. I absolutely know that whoever or whatever is controlling my life pulled the vacation to France as a way to distract me and eventually forget about everything I've been doing. There's no way I'm coming to France though, so I'm going to need to come up with a plan to sabotage our vacation. Friday. I got up at 5 as I needed at least an hour to make sure my plan would be a success. I felt overwhelmingly tired for some reason. I went to bed at 10 p.m. sharp, yet it feels like I've gotten only an hour of sleep. However, I persevered and went downstairs to the kitchen to grab a knife. You may ask, what purpose I need a knife for? To slash the tires of both of my parents' cars, of course. I made sure to also slash any backup tires so we will be delayed even more and hopefully miss our flight to France. Once I was done destroying my parents' cars, I went back inside to do the second part of my plan, get rid of the plane tickets. I carefully sneaked into my parents' room to retrieve the tickets. Heard Dad snore and moved around a little,
which caused me to get scared as I thought that I woke him up. Luckily, he was still asleep, but I had to be extra careful when I snuck out of my parents' room. Thankfully, I got out before either of them could wake up. Now, all I need to do is destroy the tickets. All I did was simply throw them in the garbage. It was about 5:20 when I had finished everything, which was a lot quicker than I thought it would take. I headed back to bed to hopefully get some sleep, but I couldn't fall back asleep because I heard another voice like the one I heard at school.
What matter in the end, Gregory?
I couldn't fall back asleep after hearing that again. Since I was sleep deprived, that could have also been in my head. But that's the second time that's happened. It can't be a coincidence, right? By the time I actually fell back asleep, it was time to wake up. Wake up, Greg. You're gonna miss our flight. At around 6:30, my mom told everyone to go outside to pack their luggage. But mom would come out to discover the tires slashed. I was worried that the tires were going to be magically repaired, but luckily they weren't. However, I realized that I had completely forgotten to slash Rodrick's fan. I thought that for sure mom was going to use Rodrick's fan's tires for her car, and unfortunately, I was right. Rodrick, may I please borrow the tires from your van? Fine, but only this one time. A bit surprised that Rodrick said yes considering how he was acting like a jerk to me yesterday. In fact, he's been acting more like a jerk to me lately. Dad and Rodrick spent 20 minutes changing the tire, and when they were done, it was time to go to the airport. Hopefully, we don't experience any more delays. I'm sure we won't, Frank. Once we got to the airport, I tried to go as slow as possible, but Mom, Dad, Rodrick, and even Manny were rushing me, and I kind of cracked under pressure. After a while, we made it to the main booth where you're supposed to hand over your tickets. I crossed my fingers, hoping that Mom didn't magically get them, and surprisingly, she didn't. Frank, do you know where the tickets are? I thought you had them. After a couple of minutes, Mom came over to tell me the best news that's happened to me in the last couple of days. Sorry boys, but our vacation has been cancelled. What? Mom was sad, Dad and Rodrick were upset, and Manny was throwing a fit. As for me, I was the happiest I've been in ages. I really thought that something would manipulate reality to make my plan fail, but it surprisingly sort of worked out. I'm planning on continuing my research for Rowley and Fregley, but for now, I'm just going to go back to sleep. Friday. We just barely made it to the plane, but luckily we made it just in time. While I am a bit hesitant to go to France, I do think it will be an interesting trip. It just kind of sucks that I have to sit in between a family. Yeah.
Wait a second. I just noticed that I had written something before my previous sentence. It's kind of odd. Maybe I should go read the previous pages because I definitely need some context. How did I forget I ended up here? Sorry about that. It's just that I had intentionally sabotaged my family vacation to France, and we even missed our flight, and yet I somehow still ended up on a plane to France. I kind of started to freak out a little bit, and I think that got the attention of a flight attendant. Is everything alright, sir? Just a little nervous about the plane crashing, yeah. The flight attendant bought it because he reassured me that there was no way the plane would crash. After that, the family I was staying with started to give me bad vibes, especially the baby. So I went to the bathroom to not only gather my thoughts, but to also write in here. At this point, I'm fully convinced I'm living in a simulation because there's no way I could get from sleeping in on my bed to being on an airplane. I think whoever or whatever is controlling my life has figured out that I know I'm in a simulation because someone is knocking on the door asking to get in, but I do have a way to get them out of my way. Don't mind me taking number 2. The person appears to be gone, which is perfect because I have a plan. Maybe since this is a simulation or nothing is real, what if I did something to make the plane crash? I know you may think that I've gone off the deep end, but listen to me. Maybe if I die, then I can get out of the simulation and be free. I know it sounds insane, it's worth a shot, but it's worth a shot. So I'm planning on opening the emergency door and jumping out. Now, I'm sure that there's a 99% chance that everyone including my family are real, so I shouldn't do any harm to anyone except me. This may be my last entry in this journal, so wish me luck. So I got the answer to everything, but I don't think it's the answers I wanted. It started when I walked out of the bathroom only to be met with my mom. Greg, I'm here to stop you before you do something very bad. Now come with me, right now. I got scared because I could tell that she clearly knew my plan, so I played dumb, but that didn't work. What are you talking about? I'm not going to do anything bad. Don't play dumb with me, Gregory. I know you're going to open the emergency exit and jump out. I panicked, so I just ran past her and straight to the emergency exit. Gregory, come back here now! Once I got to the emergency exit, I started to have second thoughts. I started to think, what if I had gone crazy? Or what if I was wrong all along? However, I saw my mum running towards me, so I just opened it, and everyone, including me, fell out. But suddenly, everything stopped. I stopped midair, but everyone else just ceased movement as if all time had been frozen. What? What's going on? But suddenly, everything vanished. Everyone, including my mom, just vanished into thin air. Then the sky appeared to be disappearing like they were being erased by a pencil. I fell down, but luckily it was just a 1-inch drop. However, I was in a pure white void filled with absolutely nothing. Hello? Anyone? I tried to call out to someone, but I don't think anyone heard me. Then I heard something in the sky say,
Very persistent, aren't you, Gregory?
I looked up in the sky to respond to the voice. Who are you? Then the voice gave me back an answer. Kinda.
I am the very being that controls everything in your world, Greg.
I very quickly got mad at this thing because this thing erased my best friend from existence, and yet it was being cryptic with me, so I tried to give her a piece of my mind. Listen here, you cosmic deity or whatever you are. Can you stop being so cryptic and just give me answers? I don't know, maybe let's talk face to face, huh? To be honest, I was kind of angry at that moment, and all of that just came out of my mind, but it surprisingly agreed kinda.
I suppose I could arrange that, but I do not like showing mere mortals my true form. However, I can go into a form that you're familiar with.
A couple of seconds later, a small beam of light appeared, and I saw someone emerge from it. I finally got a good look at the figure, and it was a fat kid. Hello, Gregory. It's been a while. He did look familiar, though. That's when I remembered who it was. Rowley, is that you? Sort of. Wait, what do you mean? Rowley then dropped the biggest bombshell of my life. You see here, Greg, all this time you've been talking to me. No one was ever real. Everyone you have ever talked to was me controlling a puppet, including Rowley. At first, I was very shocked. I didn't know how to react to my entire life being completely fabricated by some cosmic deity. But then I felt immense anger, and I angrily asked Rowley why it was doing this. Alright, just tell me what your deal is. Do you get some sick pleasure from tormenting a 12-year-old, or do you need me to get more powerful, huh? As it turns out, I was unfortunately correct in my second theory. Your second theory is correct, Gregory. I feed off your misery and sadness to grow even more powerful than before. That's why nothing ever goes your way, Gregory. So as it turns out, my entire life has been fabricated by a cosmic deity to feed off my emotions. It may not sound like it, but I was at complete disbelief. After a moment, I got brave enough to ask this thing another question. Why'd you erase my best friend from existence and make me forget about him? I get that was you, but he was still my best friend. You see, Gregory, anytime I make something, I also use up a bit of my energy. So when I don't see a use for someone anymore, I just snap my fingers and they're gone. As for Fregley, he had somehow become self-aware like you did, so I had to retire him. I was just stunned. I felt like my jaw went straight to the floor after all of that. But at the same time, I felt all of my memories flowing back. However, at the same time, I felt like I was gaining my memories back at a price. But I didn't have time to think because of Rowley telling me, alright, since you've been asking questions, I'll allow you to ask more, so you better make them count. Oh, why can't I swear? Swearing doesn't make you cool, Greg. At this point, I'd gone scared at what this thing was, because since this thing was a cosmic deity, it could do anything to me, and I could do nothing to fight back. So I told him my final question. So now that I know everything, now what are you going to do with me? Are you going to kill me? Or reset everything back to the status quo? Well, Gregory, I got scared that he was going to snap his fingers and I would be vaporized, but luckily that didn't happen, as he told me that he didn't plan on killing me. Rest assured, Gregory, as I have no intentions on killing you. But I will not reset everything back to the status quo either. Wait, what do you mean? I'm going to abandon you in this place
For the rest of your life.
What? I was freaking out, but then I tried to tell it why it was going to. I tried to ask it why it was going to abandon me in a white void for eternity.
Admittedly, I have been running out of ideas of what to do with you, and even though I've been making your life more interesting, you are literally getting stale.
I'd heard enough crap from this thing, so I tried to punch it in the face. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed.
Whoa! Did you really think that would work, Gregory?
Look, I could have hit him if he didn't teleport away from me. Alas, I failed and I just ended up making a fool of myself. But that's not the worst of it, because a minute later,
Rowley told me that he was about to leave me in the White Fort forever. It was fun while it lasted, Gregory, but at last it's time to say goodbye.
Forever.
and in just a blink of an eye, he was gone, and I was all alone. Wait! Come back, please! Don't leave me here! I've no idea how long I've been in this void for. It could have only been a couple of days, or weeks, or months, or even years. You get the point. I've been in here for so long that the concept of time has passed me like Rowley did. Speaking of which, I sometimes wonder if it was really worth it to try and seek the truth. On one hand, I had learned about who was controlling my life. On the other hand, I am now trapped in an endless white void forever. Oh well, I don't see anything interesting to write about, so I guess this is the end? Wow, what a tragic turn of events for our young lad, Greg Heffley.
What I personally thought was going to happen is I thought it was obviously there was a guy controlling the strings. I thought it was going to be like David or whatever his name is, like the actual creator. But I mean, I guess kind of is. But like, what I thought was going to happen to Greg, I thought his memories are going to be wiped. He's just going to be trapped in this like simulation for the rest of his life. Like, he's just going to slowly forget and just become like his family. But I guess not. He became self-aware to the very end, and that kind of cost him. Because he knew too much and he was just becoming a nuisance to Rowley or whatever the deity's name is. He's just stuck in the white void forever. He's basically that's basically even worse because he's just trapped there, going insane. Basically like being immortal, but the whole world is gone. But yeah, I really like this, bro. I'll give this 10 out of 10. Just the couple spelling errors here and there, but yeah, it's pretty good. But same creator of the Beast of Plainview and the Beast Returns. So yeah, very, very good creator. Yeah, shout out to Paperweight Man 29. Yeah, if you guys go follow him, and yeah, have great days, guys.
September, Sunday. Well, it finally happened. I've graduated middle school. Tomorrow will be my official first day at Plainview High. Middle school didn't go exactly as planned, and I don't really think I have to explain why. I'm still best friends with Rowley, and I'm still nowhere near where I need to be in the popularity scale. But that's all changing this year. Basically, from what I've heard from Rodrick, freshman year of high school is make or break for your reputation. Mess up and you're stuck labeled as uncool for the next 4 years. The last thing I need is a repeat of middle school. I tried to explain all this to Rowley, but he still seemed a little upset about going to Plainview High in the first place. Rowley actually got accepted into Plain Hill Prep, the high school downtown that's known for basically getting every situation into an Ivy League school. But thankfully, I put an end to that ever happening. You wouldn't last a day in high school without me, Rowley. I'm sure he'll get over it soon enough. By the time freshman year's over, we'll both have hot chicks all over us and nerds doing our homework for us. He'll be thanking me for being the best thing to ever happen to him. I spent the last week or so hounding Rodrick for advice on high school. I figured it was the least he could do before going off to college. Turns out loaded dap didn't blow up like Rodrick wanted to. Can't say anyone was surprised there. But when Rodrick announced to all of us he was seriously looking to go to college, we were shocked. I guess mom and dad had already given up on him by then. I want to go to college, mom, dad. What? When mom asked Rodrick what school he wants to go to, he just listed the top party schools. But he ended up getting in one, so I guess it all worked out. Rodrick had explained to me that there are established social groups in high school, and you have to decide which one you want to join. The upper tier of the groups were the popular kids, the jocks, and the rich kids. The bottom tier was filled with loners, emos, and nerds. I asked Rodrick where he was in all this, and he told me he was one of the most popular kids in school. But this is coming from someone who spent his Friday nights at the local gas station, so I took it with a grain of salt. What Rodrick told me honestly didn't sound much different from middle school, but I'm not taking any chances. In fact, I've already made a bunch of preparations for the first day of school. I begged mom to take me to the mall and buy me a bunch of new clothes. I figured looking sharp would be an easy way to look cooler. Besides, I was done wearing Twisted Wizard shirts to school every day, but at the same time, I didn't want to try too hard. There's a lot of trends going on now that I'm sure will look really dumb in a few years. I don't really know what I was expecting for my first day in high school, but this definitely wasn't it. For starters, when Rowley and I walked inside, the hallways were packed from end to end. It was impossible to get anywhere without getting shoved or elbowed, and the building was way bigger than Westmore. We barely made it to our first class on time. Plainview High combined all of our other public middle schools in town, so I guess that's why it was so crowded. During second period, an announcement came on the overhead saying that all the freshmen had to go into the gymnasium for an assembly after class. They headed us all into the bleachers. Down on the gym floor, there were cheerleaders dancing, the band playing, athletes, and all sorts of people running around. Eventually, some girl with a bullhorn came in and started talking to us. She said she was the student council president and told us that high school was a chance for us to be whoever we wanted to be, and started listing a bunch of clubs and things we could join. That got me thinking. I never really was involved with anything in middle school, but there was the school player in 6th grade who knew throwing apples at Patty Farrell would be the highlight of my 3 years there. Anyways, if I joined some group, I could definitely boost my popularity. Problem is, I'm not particularly good at anything. Well, I am good at video games, but I've seen the kind of people who join video game clubs, and trust me, it's not pretty. I think they were the people Rodrick was talking about in the bottom tier. Joining football could get me popular, but I'm not a fan of physical activity. Besides, those guys stay after school until like 6 o'clock, and I really like using that time to take naps before dinner. Assembly eventually ended, and they sent us all back to class. While I was walking past the student council girl, I realized something. I don't say this about a lot of girls, but she was really pretty. Molly Hills is only about 9th prettiest in this grade now, but this girl was definitely top 5. That's when I got a genius idea. I could join the student council. It was a pretty much guaranteed way to get more popular. Plus, I could hang out with the student council girl. Now all I have to do is find her social media so I can make a good first impression. It's finally the end of the week. Nothing really interesting has happened so far. The school is bigger and the work seems harder, but for the most part it's not too different from middle school. But to be honest, making friends is more difficult than I thought it would be. Feels like everyone else already knows each other, even though classes have just started. So far, what Rodrick told me didn't seem true. There's a lot of cliques, sure, but the lines defining them are blurred. Luckily, I have 4th period English with Rowley and Chirag, and boy was I relieved to see some familiar faces. By the way, I checked the school website, and the student council president girl's name is Olivia Olsen, but I couldn't find any of her social media accounts, which is weird because I'm normally really good at this kind of things. With the flip, bro, this guy's gold. This guy's acting like Joe Goldberg. Rowley about Olivia after school today, and he said that she was actually in his upper level chemistry class. That got my attention. Rowley's taking these weird math and science classes that are apparently for brainy people. I told him not to because only nerds take those classes, but he didn't want to hear it. Education is more important than popularity, Greg. Today was the last day we could still switch classes, so I knew what I had to do at that moment. Wanna head to my place now? Gotta go. I was just able to fill out a form before the office closed for the weekend. I glanced at the syllabus on my way home, and the class looked way harder than what I was in before. Things better pan out with Olivia, or else I'm looking at a completely needless, self-induced 4 months of stress. Making decisions that would have a major impact on my life based on a goal I didn't even know wasn't the smartest thing I've ever done. But hey, you gotta take risks once in a while, innit? Something else different about high school is that they have a block schedule. What that means is that you only go to 4 of your classes on A days, and you go to the remaining 4 on B days. I didn't like it at first, but then I realized that it basically gave me an extra day to do my homework. Somehow I still managed to get behind though. We had a quiz on polyatomic ions today in chemistry, but I had a hard time focusing for some reason. See, back in middle school, it was pretty easy to cheat off other people, but now everyone's super competitive about their GPA, and the teachers take cheating a lot more seriously. Eyes on your own paper, Heffley. And to make things worse, the chemistry class is eating up a ton of my free time. There's so many ions and formulas and other crazy things you have to memorize. Plus, half the class doesn't even understand what Miss Bell teaches in her lectures. No, that's wrong. Olivia sits at the front of the class, and I sit at the back since I joined late. Somehow it seems like she doesn't stress over chemistry much at all. In fact, she turns in her work halfway through class and starts doing homework from her other classes. Friday, since chemistry was already seeming like a bust, I decided to go through with my plan of joining the student council. After school today was their first general meeting. I just wish I had made up a different excuse this morning when I told Mom not to pick me up. I'm so glad you're finally applying yourself, Gregory. Mom started going on about how I could improve my leadership skills and public speaking. Good thing she doesn't know the real reason I'm going. Riley had some karate thing he had to go to, so I got Chirag to tag along. The meeting started at 4 o'clock in the student council room, which was just an empty classroom. Olivia was by the door welcoming everyone in, so I tried to play as cool as possible. Welcome, you're Greg, right? Since all of the officer positions were already taken, it would have to be the committee, which sounded like was basically the officers' lackeys. Here's another thing. Olivia started talking about how Plainview High had a vaping problem. Apparently the bathrooms were full of people vaping and smoking. She said the principal approached the student council personally and requested they report any suspicious activity. The vice president Michael pointed that since everyone at school already knew who the officers were, there was no way anyone would be dumb enough to smoke in front of them. I remember that I was here to impress Olivia, so I figured I should make myself seem useful. Since Rog and I are freshmen, no one around school knows that we're part of the student council yet. We could try to buy from upperclassmen, then report them back to you. Everyone thought that was a great idea. I'm starting to have second thoughts. Next week, they're gonna have Chirag and I go into the bathrooms during study hall and see what happens. Thing is, I really don't care about snitching on random kids at all. The way I see it, if a kid wants to smoke or something, they're gonna do it regardless. Just better not to make a huge deal out of it. And if word gets out, I'm a huge snitch. I can kiss any hopes of popularity goodbye. Back in elementary school, Mom was part of those campaigns that would come to school and give presentations about the dangers of drugs, but I don't think it ever got through to anyone. Back then, kids my age didn't even know the first thing about drugs, so the presentations ended up doing more harm than good. Oh, and I thought Shrug was going to be peed at me for dragging him into this, but he actually was excited. He started blabbering on how we were gonna be undercover and stuff like that. And that made me wonder just how much the invisible Shrug joke messed him up in the head. Monday, so Shrug and I had our first drug bust today. After English, we got together and went into the boys' bathroom by the senior hall. Sure enough, there was a group of seniors hanging out and smoking in the corner. We were supposed to ask them if we could buy vape carts from them after school, and then have the student council confront them. But of course, things never go as planned. Yo, what do you runts want? We would like to purchase 2 marijuana, please. Yeah, sure. We've got some on us. That'll be $9 each. We accept. We didn't actually have $180, but I was able to use my negotiation skills. We only have 100, please. The student council gave $50 each to use. I figured we were getting ripped off, but I just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. It was like that was fine and handed us 2 small plastic bags of drugs. Shrug and I stuffed it into our backpacks and sprinted out of there. Man, I couldn't believe Shrug screwed everything up. And I didn't have time to ask him what the flip he was thinking, because the bell rang and we had to go to our next classes. I couldn't focus on anything for the rest of the day with literal drugs in my possession. I'm pretty sure I bombed another chemistry quiz, but honestly barely remember taking it. Finally, the 8th period bell rang, and I hightailed it behind the school to meet Chirag. I couldn't wait to get rid of the drugs. It was taking years off my life already. I told Chirag we should text Olivia and meet in the student council room. But get this, Chirag said he wanted to keep the drugs and try to smoke it. Well, that was about the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. I never pegged Chirag as the type. Dude, why are you so bent? This is a win-win. What? No. Are you kidding me? We're committing a crime right now. We have drugs on us. You have warned you? Man, I should have kept my voice down. Holly said she was going to report me to the principal, then walked off. Yeah, I'm screwed. Tuesday, I spent all night tossing and turning. I figured in the very best case scenario, I'd only get suspended, but no, my luck, I ended up getting arrested. I didn't know what was up with Holly. We haven't talked much since middle school, but I never thought she would be the kind of person to make a big deal out of this. But based on how I judged Chirag, I don't know anything at all. In first period, I heard the overhead beep, and I knew it was time.
Allen, please report to the principal office immediately.
Somehow, after all these years, Holly Hill still thought my name was Fregley. I'm still a little offended, but I knew it was worth it when I watched the security officer escort Fregley out of school during passing period.
I swear it wasn't me, man. It wasn't me. I've only been collecting boogers and not drugs. It wasn't me.
I guess I felt a little bad for Fregley, but then I remembered how he got sent home last week for releasing worms into the bleachers during an assembly. Maybe this could be a positive development for him. Fregley taking the fall for me felt like a huge weight lifted off my shoulders, and he kind of owed me one for all the mental anguish he's caused me over the years. I actually sort of enjoyed myself for the rest of the day. I thought about confronting Shrug and Holly, but I decided to just keep riding my wave of luck as long as possible. Wednesday. After the Fregley mishap, Olivia decided we can drop the whole narc act. Instead, we're planning the homecoming dance coming up next month. So far, it's actually pretty fun. We're able to make executive decisions on the music playlist, which is going to be a huge step up from the middle school dance. Homecoming playlist, Intergalactic, Beastie Boys, What Do You Want From Me, Forever the Kids, TikTok, Kisha, Magic, Pilot, no, mighty Boston's, alright. The only problem is I need to start thinking about finding someone to go with to homecoming before everyone's already taken. Yesterday, Tyson Sanders asked Holly Hills during lunch. He brought this huge teddy bear and a fancy poster. Holly, I couldn't bear to go to homecoming with you. A bunch of guys saw what was happening, and soon enough there was a whole crowd gathered around them cheering Tyson on. Holly said no though, and that really let the air out of the room. I don't know what Tyson was thinking, but because Holly is way out of his league. Holly was just waiting for Bryce Anderson to ask her. In fact, girls have been asking him first, which is making sharing the homeroom really uncomfortable. I'll admit, seeing Bryce get all this attention gets under my skin. I've come to realize that a girl is probably never going to approach me in my lifetime. I'm seriously considering not going to homecoming at all. Twisted Wizard Online is coming out the same weekend and it's supposed to be amazing. Anyways, I don't know who started this whole poster trend, but it's totally annoying. I definitely don't want to dump a ton of effort into one just to get rejected. On the way home, I saw Tyson's teddy bear stuffed into the dumpster behind school, which was pretty depressing. Thursday, with homecoming just over 2 weeks, I realized we were already a month into the school year, and I'd barely made any progress on my quest for popularity. I would have to do something big if I wanted to turn things around. I'm going to go to homecoming with Olivia Olsen. There's a lot of perks in going with Olivia. For starters, Olivia is a sophomore, which would give me a ton of cred with the guys. Plus, Olivia could introduce me to all of her older friends. And before you know it, I'll be up there with Bryce in popularity. Speaking of Bryce, he's throwing a huge party after homecoming. Bryce lives on the north side of town near Holly, so I know he's loaded. Unfortunately, there's no way I could get invited, but I'm still keeping my ears peeled. October. Friday. Starting this week, the student council has to meet before school instead of after. Someone in the yearbook club complained they didn't have enough space, so they got a classroom. So now I have to get to school at 7 a.m. on Fridays, which is awful. Here's the thing. Teens my age need way more sleep than adults do. I've read plenty of studies. They all say school shouldn't start until 10 a.m. So there's no wonder half the school shows up looking like zombies. This isn't the first time adults have screwed over us teens to have it their way. In history, you know that back in the 60s, teens were being shipped off to war before they could even have a beer. Now, I love my country and all, but if I had to choose between the two, it's a no-brainer. I wish I could find the war, but I have acute gastritis. People in Spain really have this whole sleeping thing figured out. Last week in Spanish class, we learned that they get to take siestas smack in the middle of the day. I'm totally about that life, so maybe after college I could move there. But I got C- on our last test though, so maybe I need to take Spanish more seriously for that to ever happen. Tuesday. When I got home today, I was greeted with a nasty surprise. Long time no see, Bobby. Understandably, it took me a moment to process the horrific reality in front of me. Once I came to my senses, I managed to spit out the most logical question in my situation. What are you doing here? So the story is, once Rodrick got to college, he joined some fraternity and spent all of his time partying and none of it studying. Remember that one time Rodrick slept an entire day? History repeated itself, but on the day he had all of his midterms, it would be basically impossible for him to recover his grades, so he had to drop out this semester. What do you mean the exam was yesterday? So thanks to that, Rodrick is living here again, instead of thousands of miles away from me. Tuition for Rodrick's college was pretty expensive, so mom said he was going to have to get a job to prove himself before applying somewhere else for the spring. Rodrick being back in the house is a little annoying for me, but the one who seems really down is Dad. I don't think I've seen Dad as depressed as he was that day. I shouldn't be surprised about Rodrick dropping out. It turns out Dad actually wrote all of his college admission essays for him. Ironically, now he's timing out Rodrick's resume to apply for jobs. With the racket Rodrick has going, he can ride this out for life. But I shouldn't have known something was up when their college decided to admit Rodrick in the first place. Wednesday, I just found my way into Bryce's party. Today at lunch, Bryce was going over his plans with his cronies. We're going to need a ton of alcohol, and Tyler bailed. How many of you guys have an older sibling who can come through? My brother's in college and he can get everything you need. I told Bryce I could take care of everything on the condition that I would get to go to the party. To my surprise, he accepted. After school, I told Rodrick my situation and asked if he could come through for me with this one time. No. I don't know why I expected anything else. I wasn't going to let this opportunity pass me by though. I had a chance to go to the biggest party in my grade and possibly go with a girl older than me. If things went right, I could be the talk of the school after homecoming. Saturday. This afternoon, I sneaked into Rodrick's room while he was applying for jobs with Dad. With the amount of drinking I saw Rodrick doing in college from his social media, I figured he had a fake ID. Sure enough, I found an age 21 driver's license with his pictures stuffed in his driver. Rodrick is only 19, but he could probably pass as 21. Me though, I could walk right back into Westmont, nobody would bat an eye. I knew I wouldn't be able to do this alone, so I called up Raleigh. Now I knew Raleigh wasn't going to be too hot on the whole underage drinking thing, so I skipped over some of the details, but I did tell him that Josh would be making a special appearance at Bryce's party. I know I stretched the truth a bit there, but Riley's a brute and there's no way I'd have the energy to carry everything back myself. We had just started a planned eyeliner to make me look older when I heard Rodrick's voice behind us. "You don't look like my picture, idiot. You losers are gonna get yourselves arrested." I guess I hadn't fully thought if this was planned through. Rodrick said he had a change of heart and would be willing to buy us the drinks for us. I thought he was going to ask for money in return, but he said something that really surprised me. He said Dad had applied for him to work at Sahara Warehouse next month, and he wanted me to find him a different job. I actually couldn't understand where Rodrick was coming from. I've heard about Sahara Warehouse in the news, and apparently they work you like a dog. I agreed immediately just because I didn't want to pay anything. I guess not having to commit a felony while wearing makeup was a bonus too. Riley was a little confused about what was going on, so I just told him this meant we would get to see Joshy for sure. Monday. I saw something interesting on my way to chemistry today. Olivia and Riley were together chatting it up like pals. If I had known Riley was friends with Olivia, I would have told him to put in a good word for me a long time ago. I planned to ask him in class what the big deal was, but Miss Bell said something that got my attention. We're having our first lab of the year, and we would get to work in pairs. You'll probably think that the obvious decision is to ask to work with Olivia, but it's not that simple. See, my grade in chemistry isn't great, but there's a reason I'm still passing. A few weeks ago, I was doing all my homework. I found a website that had all the answers to the worksheets Miss Bell gave us. So I've been getting perfect grades on all of my assignments without having to actually learn anything. Working with Olivia would expose me as a moron who had no idea what was going on. But right then, I saw Riley moving towards Olivia's desk, which gave me the courage I needed to finally make my move. "Olivia, will you be my lab partner?" Sure. Riley seemed a little steamed for some reason. I don't know what his problem is, since he's always giggling with a bunch of other girls in the back of the class. He's got plenty of partners to choose from. I didn't have time to worry about him though. Step 1 of my plan was complete. Now that Olivia and I are working together, she'll get to see what a great person I am. She's normally busy during student council meetings, but now I'll have her undivided attention. She'll have to say yes when I ask her to homecoming. And for the record, when I say what a great person I am, I mean the act I'm going to be putting on for her. I know who I am. Friday, Olivia and I have finished the experiment part of the lab today. Well, Olivia's done most of the work, but I help out when I can. She really is super smart. At the very least, I'll get a good grade out of this. But the lab report is due Monday, so I enacted part 2 of my plan. Hey, you want to come over to my house to finish up the lab report? Yeah, I can come over around 2 or 3. Success. Saturday. This morning I told everyone Olivia was coming over to study, and maybe they could all stay out of the way. I thought Dad would be annoyed, but he was actually genuinely happy for me. I think he was just glad someone besides Riley was coming over for the first time in like 5 years. That's boss, son. Mom was reading a book and Manny was distracted by some TV show, so I didn't have to worry about them. Fortunately, Rodrick was actually awake for some reason. He wouldn't go down to the basement. See the lady, Greg. The night before, I crammed as much as possible so I wouldn't be a complete moron. But that's not all I did. I also had this great idea for talking to Olivia. I didn't want to have any awkward moments, so I brainstormed a bunch of conversation starters. I knew Olivia would notice if I had random paper on the table, so I wrote them in the side of the margin on my chemistry notes. I had until 2:30 to make sure everything was in order. Every 5 minutes or so, Rodrick would go out into the kitchen and only take a single grape out of the fridge. And each time he'd walk past us, he'd make this obnoxious moaning noise. I tried to put a stop to it, but it all backfired badly. I'm sorry about deadbeat unemployed college dropout older brother. I'm sorry about Gregory, my wimpy brother, who still writes in a diary. Oh, and I recorded the last episode of The Bachelor for you, since I know that's your favourite show. I really wanted to let Rodrick have it, but I knew it wouldn't be a good look to start wrestling each other in front of Olivia. At one point, Rodrick went down to the basement and started drumming the riff from a specific video sharing site, but I'm not sure if Olivia recognized it or not. I already know this is the thingy intro. I'm not gonna say, but yeah, if you know, you know. Your brother's a drummer? My other sister is too. She works at Guitar Central. I made a mental note to tell Rodrick to apply for the job. Of course, he gets rewarded for torturing me. The rest of the afternoon actually went well, though. It was nearly 6 p.m. by the time we finished. My confidence was soaring. I was about to ask Olivia if she wants to go to get something to eat when Mom said something that ruined everything. Olivia, why don't you stay for dinner? Great, now my family has all evening to make a fool of me. Step 3 of my plan was to take Olivia to Papa Tony's and ask her to homecoming there. So much for that happening. I'll spare you most of the details of dinner. Mom and Dad were predictably embarrassing, but Olivia seemed unfazed by everything going on. At least I have something to keep Rodrick off my back. Guess what Rodrick's buying for me? Ooh, a new phone charger. When dinner was finally over, Mom said I should walk Olivia home since it was dark out. On the way there, Olivia told me my family was hilarious and she wished her family was as entertaining. I just laughed because I didn't know how else to respond to such an insane statement. As we got to the doorstep of our house, I realized there wasn't probably going to be a better time than now to complete the last step of my plan. I took a deep breath and tried my best to ignore the knot in my stomach and the sweat dripping profusely down my back, despite the cold air. Olivia, I was wondering if you wanted to go to homecoming with me. You always hear from adults that the worst she can say is no. But I've seen enough coming-of-age movies to know that's not true. With you seriously thought I'd want to go with a loser like you? And at 911, I'm being harassed. For whatever reason, reality was better this time. What? No, poser. I'm kidding. Of course I'll go with you. Monday, I couldn't believe I was going to homecoming with Olivia. It's about time things went my way, and I can't think of anyone who deserves it more than I do. I kept replaying last night over and over in my head. I'm not sure how I worked up the courage to ask her. I'm so glad I did. I called Riley to tell him the good news. Riley, guess what? I asked Liv to homecoming and she said yes. You did what? I know, I can't believe it either. What? I thought you'd be happy for me. Greg, I told you about this. I wanted to go with Olivia. Huh? I didn't know that, but why? Because I like her, Greg. Wait, you like Olivia? I thought you were gay. He hung up. I guess I should take that as a no. Monday. I was planning on going to homecoming as a group with Rowley, but I guess that's out the window now. Everything else has gone right so far. I wasn't going to let him ruin this, and so far he hasn't been able to. Most of the grade already knows that I'm going to homecoming with Olivia. At first I wanted to keep it a secret until the day off, but I had a hard time constraining myself. Guess who has a hot date for homecoming? In my defense, I never have stuff to brag about. And I wasn't going to pass this up. This week is Spirit Week, which is how Plainview High celebrates homecoming. At the pep rally today, Olivia spoke about all of the planning the student council has done for the dance. I guess people started to put 2 and 2 together because my popularity exploded after that. At least, it definitely did with the guys. That sure did. Before, Bryce seemed a little embarrassed that I was getting the drinks for his party, but now he was all for it. I even got to sit at the same lunch table with him, Holly Hills, and a bunch of other popular kids. I almost regret offering to buy drinks for Bryce. At this rate, I would have gone into his party anyways. Friday, this popularity thing has been going on for a few days now. It doesn't seem like it's letting up. Before it was like I was invisible, but now people who had never given me the time of day were acknowledging me. I can't believe some people live like this every day. Normally, whenever I'm riding high, something comes and brings me crashing down. But things just keep getting better. At a homecoming football game against Bishop Garrigan, the other guys were all over me. And after the game, I hung out with Olivia again. Turns out she's a horror movie fan too. I don't like watching horror movies alone, but now I have someone to watch all the stuff Riley was too chicken for with. Things were pretty much perfect. Homecoming. Well, today's the big day. Mom spent all afternoon fixing my hair and getting my suit ready. Dad gave me a lecture on responsibility. Rodrick just winked at me since he had brought the booze over to Bryce's last night. I thought I'd be nervous, but I was mostly just excited. All my hard work had finally paid off. Olivia said she would be over at 7. The plan was actually for her to drive us to the school since she had a license. It felt a little weird being in the passenger seat with a girl, but I wasn't complaining. This girl's a catch, okay? You be on your best behavior now, Greg. Trust me, I was thinking the exact same thing. After that, Mom spent like 15 minutes taking our pictures. On the ride there, I asked Olivia if she wanted to take pictures with her parents too. Oh well, my older sister's working, Leanne. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. No, don't worry, it's no big deal really. I felt pretty bad, so I steered the conversation towards a different subject after that. Once we got to the school, we had to wait in a long line that stretched around that building. I was a little annoyed we had to wait, considering we pretty much organized the entire thing. When we reached the entrance, we had our picture taken in front of a backdrop stand. The picture would have been nice, except I got a glimpse of Rowley standing behind us in line, right before the photographer snapped the shot. Isn't that Rowley? We should say I'll race you to the punch bowl. But poor him managed to distract Olivia. I feel a tiny bit bad about avoiding Rowley, but talking to him with her there would have been seriously awkward. When we walked inside the gym, I was actually really impressed with how everything turned out. Our student council members really hit the ball out of the park, but I'm sad to say I didn't get all of my days approved. I'm not sure if drummies would be an appropriate appetizer for homecoming. Once the music started, I was able to forget all about Rowley. The DJ was playing all the good songs thanks to me. Eventually the dance hit full swing and things started going wild. At one point, this dance circle formed and you'll never believe who was at the center. Bitch, I love the block, but I hate the block. My man Fregley, bro. I didn't even know he still went here. I was having the time of my life. Shark was doing these goofy dances on my left. Brass was to my right. Olivia she wasn't next to me. I couldn't see her anywhere. I navigated my way through the crowd and scanned the dance floor for Olivia. She wasn't there. For a moment, rage clouded my mind. Riley must have had something to do with this. I pushed my way out of the gym and down the main hallway. Then I ran into Olivia. Literally. Whoa. Well, to be more specific, I ran into her shoe. Olivia helped me to my feet and asked if I was alright. I told her I was looking for her and was wondering if she was alright. She avoided my eyes for a moment and then out of nowhere said this. Hey, do you want to go to the student council room for a bit? For a second, I thought the music blaring from the gym was making me mishear her. But the next thing I knew, we were walking through the dimly lit halls towards the classroom. I really didn't expect this to happen. I could feel my heart pounding from my chest so loudly. She must have been able to hear it. She opened the door to the room. I followed her inside. Sorry, I just wanted to get away from all the noise for a moment. Can I talk to you about something? Do you remember when we were going to report those seniors for smoking, but you decided not to turn them in? Yeah, that wasn't exactly how I remembered it, but I sure wasn't going to correct her. Well, it made a big impression on me. You're just a freshman, but you stood up for what you believed in. I mean, turning in our own students. We're not the police. I let the rest of the student council stop reporting people, but the principal made me keep doing it. I have a list of kids I'm supposed to turn in on Monday. I know, it's not right, but I may seem put together, but really, I don't know what I'm doing. My older sis, she expects so much from me. She raised me and my other sister on her own after our dad died. I'm supposed to make her proud and live up to her success. That's why I joined the student council, and I'm so particular about my grades. But I'm just listening to what all adults tell me to do. Maybe student council president, but I don't feel like I even have any real friends. Why should I? I'm just a conformist, overachiever, honest student no one likes. But you took an interest in me. You actually tried to get to know me better. Why? Jeez, I better choose my words carefully here. I know what it's like not to have any friends. Believe me, before recently, everyone always told me I was a wimp. I know I'm not doing a good job of impressing you, but it's the truth. You're not a useless honor student. I think you're amazing, and I felt a connection with you immediately. I know you'll make the right decision. If it makes you better, I don't think you're a wimp, and I felt a connection too. Olivia hugged me and gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. I guess my little speech did a trick. Let's go dance. We held hands on the way there. It felt nice. What about Rowley? You don't like him? Rowley, he's sweet, but isn't he, Yeah, he is. Wow. Greg's such a sneaky friend, bro. Everything was perfect. I should be happy, but something was missing. I excused myself from the dance and wandered towards the edge of the gym. I think I knew subconsciously what I was doing. Hey, Riley's my best friend. We had the rest of high school ahead of us. I didn't want to end our friendship over something stupid. I told Riley I was sorry for making assumptions about him and that I didn't realize he liked Olivia too. Believe it or not, Riley was ready to forgive me. He actually said he was sorry too for trying to guilt me for asking her to the dance. This has to be like the 10th time we thought I made up, but I hope this is the last time. Besides, this is my story, and every protagonist needs a funny sidekick. I was in such a good mood. I invited him to come to Bryce's party with us. The dance was winding down, so the three of us made our way out the school and into the parking lot. We were about to get in the car when Olivia's phone started ringing. I'm so sorry, it's my sister. She wants me home. I can still drop you guys off at the party though. Is everything alright? Oh, everything's fine. She's just strict about staying out too late, you know? I'm gonna tell she was lying or just being awkward, but I decided not to press the matter further. Anyways, we all got in the car and left the school. Like I said before, Bryce's neighborhood is on the north side of town, which is the rich area. All the houses there are basically mansions. When I was little, every time we drive past the houses on the north side, I'd ask Mom if we were poor. She'd give me the same answer every time. The Heffleys are rich in character, and that's what matters only, Greg. If you saw Bryce's house, you know why I never believed her. Damn, these guys are loaded, fam. Even before we pulled up to Bryce's house, we could hear music blaring from down the street. Ryan and I thanked Olivia, then we got out of the car. The main party was happening in the backyard and people were going in through the side gate. I peeked in and things were looking wild already. There was even a floating drink table in the pool. I looked back to Riley in excitement. Well, to my surprise, he didn't seem to share my enthusiasm. Wait a minute. Josh is not coming? Riley, you actually believe that? Seriously, man? Greg, you lied to me. You didn't tell me they would be drinking. You know I'm not comfortable with this kind of stuff. Come on, Riley, grow up and live a little. We're not in middle school anymore. This is our chance to finally be popular, to be accepted. There you go, Greg. You only think about yourself, Greg. You don't care about anyone except yourself. I knew you'd only start hanging out with Olivia to get more popular. Look, I'm not a perfect person, I admit. I care a lot about my popularity. But so what? That's perfectly normal. Everyone does. I'm still a good person. I know who I am. I don't think you do, Greg. Shut up, Raleigh. You don't know what it's like to be me. What? You got everything you wanted. Popularity, a girl, Bryce's approval. That's all you wanted since the middle school, isn't it? You don't get it. You don't know what it's like being the middle child. You don't have brothers constantly trying to destroy your life. You have parents who care about you. You have other friends at school, real friends, people like you for who you are. People don't like me. Everyone says to just be yourself, but being myself isn't good enough. I have to put on a mask every day and pretend to be someone I'm not. I envy you, Rowley. I'm sorry, Greg, but you've never been a good friend to me. You're manipulative. You're manipulative, selfish, and narcissistic. I can't deal with you anymore. Rowley, just go to the party, Greg. I'm going home. Greg, is what you said true? Did you only try to get to know me to get more popular? No, I mean, well, I kind of did at first, but then I got to know you and I started to like you and I liked you too. I really did. Olivia, just shut up. Well, things with Rowley and Olivia have pretty much gone down the tubes. But at least with all the melodrama crap out of the way, I could finally get to the actual party. Greg's still caring about herself, man. The music from the party drowned out our fighting, so we didn't cause a scene. Bryce greeted me and offered me a drink. From what I've seen in movies, people don't just drink to have fun. They drink to forget. And I really needed to forget the last few minutes. I don't remember how many drinks I ended up having, but I do remember dropping my phone in the pool. After that, my memory started to get fuzzy. Whoop. Pool, but it wasn't turning on. I told Bryce and he took me inside and put it on a bag of rice on the kitchen counter. He invited me to play some game called Rage Cage. I'm a little embarrassed to say, but I don't remember much after that. The next thing I knew, I was sitting on the cold, hard towel in Bryce's bathroom. I had no idea what time it was. My head was groggy and I felt sick to my stomach. So I figured I should just head home. From the sound on the other side of this door, the party was still going strong. I went to the kitchen to get my phone, but it wasn't there. That's when I ran into Bryce again. Hey Bryce, have you seen my... Greg, there you are. Come join us. We were just talking about you. Before I could say anything, he led me to a room full of all the popular kids had been eating lunch with this week. I never knew you were actually chill, Greg. Yeah, everyone thought you were a wimp back in middle school. Out with Bryce and his friends would make me feel better about Riley and Olivia. I thought maybe I could just forget about them. But when as the conversation continued, I realized I couldn't. Greg, why do you still hang out with that rowdy kid?
Yeah, he's way beneath you now.
Have you laid the pipe on Olivia yet?
She's so hot, but she's so conceited. Got me suspended last year.
Major daddy issues, I bet. Yeah. They abandoned me. I shouldn't care about them anymore. So why did I feel this way? That's when it finally hit me. What a horrible person I'd been towards my two best friends. Olivia, who I'd manipulated this whole time, to the point where she trusted me with her darkest secret, and Riley, who I've never treated with any respect for years, and he stayed with me for so long. They might never forgive me, not like I deserve their forgiveness, but I have to stand up for them. Shut the flip up, all of you. Don't ever talk about Olivia or Riley like that. You don't know a damn thing about them. I can't believe I spent so much of my life only caring about popularity. Well, a complete waste of my time. You guys are awful and oops. That was my Nona's un. You mean like her ashes? Get out! I told Bryce I was planning on leaving anyways, and asked if he could at least find my phone for me. At least find my phone for me first. Looking back, it probably wasn't the smartest thing to say in that situation. Whoa! And that's how I ended up with my face on the floor for the second time that night. So there I was, back to square one. I'm down to 0 friends again. It's pretty much all my fault. You know, I didn't expect things to come crashing down so quickly. 1 minute you're at the top of the world. Next thing you know, you're drunk, walking on the side of the road in the middle of the night. I didn't even have my phone to know what time it was. I don't even know if I made the right decision back there. There's no way Rowley and Olivia are ever going to talk to me again. So why did I even bother defending them? I guess I just couldn't stand there and watch. It didn't matter anymore anyway. I needed to focus on somehow making it home in one piece. My house was on the complete opposite side of town, and the streets were dark and I was still having a tough time walking straight. At one point I tripped on the curb and I found myself in the middle of the street. I glanced up, but car headlights blinded me, and at that moment, just for a second, I didn't really care if it hit me or not. Greg, are you okay? Olivia, Rowley, what are you guys doing here? We know what happened at the party. We came looking for you. Wait, how do you know about that? You should see this. So apparently someone at the party filmed my little outburst in its entirety and posted it on social media. Kid goes insane and gets kicked from party. This is definitely fake. LMAO, what a wimp. Olivia explained to me that once she saw the post, she tried to call me but I didn't answer. She got worried about where I was, so she drove around looking for me. Riley had seen the video too, so they decided to search together. You guys didn't have to do this. I messed up and I don't expect you guys to forgive me. Greg, you hurt both of us, but what you did back there really showed who you are. You stood up for us when you didn't have to. You're a good person and a good friend. Yeah, I know. That's pretty much how the night ended. After Olivia dropped me off, I had to explain to Mom why I was home at 3 in the morning, which wasn't a pre-scene. Things didn't work out perfectly, but when do they ever for me? I'm not going to stay a kid forever, even if it feels that way sometimes. When I think back to the past couple of months, I don't regret anything. Sure, I've made more than my share of mistakes, but without those mistakes, without taking any risk, I wouldn't have grown as a person. At least that's what I'm going to tell Mom in my defense when she's figuring out the best way to ground me. November, Saturday. It's been a few weeks since homecoming and things have started going back to normal. I'm no longer popular, but I have friends that I know care about me. That's more than good enough. Riley, Olivia, and I have all been studying for chemistry together. It's really been paying off. I managed to get a good grade in the class for once. On the other hand, Mom found out about the alcohol, and I've been grounded ever since. Manny told them about the entire deal I made with Rodrick. Don't even ask me how he knew about that, but for whatever reason, that didn't seem that mad at all. I remember my first high school dance. It was amazing. Whenever I read a book, it seems like the main character learns a lesson at the end. I'm trying to think of one for myself. Remember to value those who care about you. Don't let fame cloud your judgment. Stop worrying about others' approval. I don't know about all that, but I do know 3 things. 1. Always ask the smartest person for help on your homework. 2. Never lose track of your phone. And 3. Never use Joshi to manipulate Rowley. The end. Oh, what a nice story, guys.
August, Wednesday. Exactly 1 week I'll officially be a senior in high school. A senior. Sounds a lot better than junior. A whole lot better than freshman. Now,
If for some reason mom publishes my journals and you happen to be reading this, you're probably wondering where the sophomores and junior year journals are. Thing is, when things are going well, you don't really feel the need to jot down every little detail of your life. But I'll try to fill in the blanks for you because that's just the kind of person I am. I'll never forget that time in the locker room when Rowley accidentally... Greg, please don't write about that. Olivia and I started dating after that fateful homecoming night 3 years ago. I know everyone says you don't need a girl to make you happy, but boy, does it help. My grades are good. I'm set to be the next student council president. I even won an animated film contest last year. Mom was right. I really did just need to apply myself. But I'm seriously going to have to apply myself this year if I want things to go as planned. So as I stepped to the podium at the center of the gymnasium, ready to give a bleacher full of wide-eyed freshmen an overly upbeat speech no different than the one Olivia gave 3 years ago, I couldn't help but feel optimistic. This is going to be the year of all of my hard work finally paid off. High school is a chance for you to be whoever you want to be. Later. Nice speech, Greg. It was nothing.
Wanna hit Papa Tony's? I'll pay for your broke eye.
Sorry guys, I gotta see Olivia off. I'll see y'all at the party on Saturday though. I guess I should elaborate on this part too. Olivia got accepted to Aldrich University. Aldrich is basically on the other side of the country. It's ridiculously hard to get into. I was happy for Olivia when she broke the news, but I didn't really thought about what that meant for our relationship until recently. Now that I think about it, Olivia hadn't mentioned anything about how this whole long distance thing was going to work either. Later that day, at Olivia's house. Geez, do you really need all this stuff? A winter coat, Liv? I don't think it gets that cold in California. Hey, you never know. I like to be prepared for everything. I'm gonna miss you, you know? I mean, I sure hope you would. You're not worried, are you? You know what everyone says about long distance relationships. Everything's going to work out fine. I'm sure of it. He went to the front of the house and loaded the car with her sister, and it was time for her to go. I guess this is it. I know you'll do amazing there. I love you. I love you too. I stood in the middle of the street and watched their car get smaller and smaller in the distance, and just like that, Olivia was gone. September, 3 weeks later. I'm telling you, bro, you're limiting yourself with this long distance bullcrap. Look around you. We're surrounded by hot chicks left and right, and your student council president. Just give it up already. You really don't think Olivia's not going to do the same? Olivia would never. I appreciate the advice, Rog, but we've actually been doing just fine. I'm just saying, even some of the straightest edge girls can go wild in college. Sometimes they even experiment. Of course she does experiments. She's a psychology major. Rowley, you idiot. Anyways, just giving you a heads up, Gregory, my friend. The bell rang and we went our separate ways. Pushed any thoughts of Olivia to the back of my mind. Besides, what does Chirac know about dating, or girls in general? And I was telling the truth. Things had been going fine. We video chatted every night. Nothing seemed amiss at all. After school, student council meeting. Alright, settle down guys. As you all know, homecoming is right around the corner. You've all done a great job so far, but we still have... Rodrick Heffley, can I speak to you for a minute? Principal Stutevant. In my office... Sturtevant's office. Mr. Heffley, I'm sure you're aware of the serious cheating misconduct that has been plaguing Plainview High for this past few years. As student council president, we'd like to include you in the school administration's new anti-cheating initiative. Great. I guess I should really fill you guys in on this too. Remember how way back in my freshman journal I said that it was too hard to cheat in high school? Well, that was completely wrong. The right way wasn't trying to glance at the paper of the kid sitting next to you. It was knowing the right people. It was getting someone who took the test the period before you to text you the answers. GPA has become so important that basically everyone in the grade is willing to cheat in some fashion. And the thing is, everyone knows about it. The students, the parents, the teachers, but no one does anything about it. Last year things escalated when Albert Stanley started sneaking into classrooms and stealing answer keys out of the teacher's desk. We know you're in there, Albert. Come out, come out. All I ever did was supply and demand. I'm innocent, I swear. Believe it or not, I've actually avoided cheating for the most part. Olivia would have never approved, and I was doing fine without cheating anyways. Principal Stutevant said the first step of the anti-cheating initiative would be creating an honor council. He said that the honor council would consist of both students and faculty and would ensure the integrity of the school through hearings when necessary. I wasn't really sure how to feel about this. I already had a lot on my plate and I wasn't exactly looking to add more. Principal Stutavon could have at least asked if I was interested in it before just putting me on the honor council. It's only a matter of time before I'll have to vote to suspend some random kid. I decided to wrap up the student council meeting early. As I was walking home, I remembered how Olivia went through something similar during my freshman year. I figured the former president is probably the best place to go for advice. I tried to call with her, but it kept ringing until it went to voicemail. I'll admit that was a little unusual since Olivia's pretty good at answering her phone. But of course, it just fueled Shrug's rant from earlier today. I'm telling you, man, all girls are the same. Throw it out again, try out getting her cheeks collected by somebody else, bro. I'm starting to wonder if Shrug went down the wrong rabbit hole online. After getting home, I spent the rest of the evening studying. I finished up around 10 p.m. and got ready for my usual nightly video chat with Olivia. About an hour after calling her, I got this response. Sorry, can't talk. I've been really busy today, but tomorrow for sure. Now I'll admit, this hadn't happened before, but I didn't think too much of it. We have a calculus test tomorrow. I need to go to bed early anyways. The next day, and did she say why she couldn't talk? No, she just said she was busy. Have you checked her text chat score? Her what? You know what, give me your phone. Hey, boys, keep it down or else I'm going to have to separate you two. Yes, mom. Yes, mom. Meet me after school. This will be important. After school. Yup, just what I thought. See, every time I refresh the page, her text chat score goes up. So, that doesn't mean anything. Sounds like you desperately need a female perspective on this matter. Oh, Heffley, you're still as hopeless as ever. It's been a while. Have you missed me? Who are you? It's me, Angie. We were friends back in middle school. Can't say I recall. Shrug, do you remember Angie? I'm drawing a blank here too. Whatever. The important thing is I can help you with your hopeless romantic pursuit much more than this incel. Hey. Later that day, Angie showed me some pictures of us on her phone and apparently we really did go to middle school together. Who knew? She went on about love languages and zodiac compatibility, but only one thing she said really stuck with me. Girls aren't attracted to someone who needs them. The best thing you can do is focus on yourself, Heffley. Don't be clingy. Honestly, maybe Angie was right, but maybe there was truth in what Shrug has been saying too. Later that evening, when I went to check the mail, I realized there was a way I could solve both problems at once. Discover Aldridge. What you need to know about freshman admissions. Apply November 1st, even if you have no chance of getting in, so our acceptance rate looks higher. This whole thing could end up working out just fine. All I have to do is get in. Olivia called shortly before I went to bed. I figured now was as good a time as ever to start taking Angie's advice. I've decided I want to go to Aldridge, counselor's office. Aldridge, you know it's a very competitive school, Greg. I'm aware. I'll do whatever I can to get in. Besides, Olivia got in and I'm student council president too. Well, Olivia did have exceptional test scores. Like you said, as student council president, you've already got a great leadership role. College is always like that. Your grades are good, but it looks like you're just a few ranks short of making the honors list. And your SAT scores from last spring is solid too, but you'll likely need to retake them if you want a good shot at Aldridge. Lastly, do you know which major you would apply for at Aldridge? Some of their schools are more competitive than others. I guess I really haven't thought about that. Take a career test when you have the chance. It will give you a better idea of what you may want to pursue. I was on my way out of the office when Olivia called again. This time I decided to answer. Hey Greg, I've missed you. I feel like we haven't spoken in such a long time. Yeah, it's been a while. I've got some great news. Can you guess? I'm coming home this weekend for my birthday. I can't wait to see you. I'm sorry this is so sudden. I was only able to get plane tickets at the last moment. You won't be too busy, will you? No way. I didn't tell Olivia about applying to Aldridge on the phone. We're meeting at this fancy restaurant on Saturday, so I figured I'd wait until then. I took the career test after school. You had to answer a bunch of weird questions like, would you rather build a house or study electrons? Personally, I'm not sure why anyone would willingly do manual labor for the rest of their lives, but that probably still beats being a clerk, like what I got the last time I took one of those. My top 2 career choices were arts and designs and journalism. I guess that makes sense, seeing as I spend half of my free time writing and drawing in these journals. When I was younger, I really wanted to become a game developer and work at Silverman Studios, the company that developed Twisted Wizard. But I've heard way too many stories about people being overworked there and having to sleep at their desk. Twisted Wizard's, what was that? 13 Deluxe isn't going to make itself. Get back to work, boy. Unfortunately, when I told mom and dad about my results, they didn't seem thrilled. They said artists and writers are starved and I should do something more practical like business or engineering. You need to be talented if you want to succeed as an artist, son. I'm surprised mom wasn't encouraging me since she's usually all for me exploring my interests and stuff. Maybe the way Rodrick turned out gave her a change of heart. I'll admit, mom and dad's reactions were pretty disappointing, but I'm sure Olivia will be supportive of me. Saturday. Things started fine, but as the evening went on, I had a harder and harder time focusing on what Olivia was saying. Was it what the scolding I got from mom and dad? All the advice Angie has given me? Shrugs, rants? Whatever it was, I probably could have brought up the older news smoother than I did. Blah blah college, blah blah friends, blah blah parties. I'm applying to Aldridge. Oh, what? It's just, are you sure that's a good idea? You too, huh? What do you mean you too? What do you think I mean? Greg, I didn't mean it like that. I just want what's best for you. Out of everybody else, I thought you would actually support me with this. If you really think I'm that flippin' stupid, why don't you just break up with me now? I can't believe you would even... I stormed out of the restaurant before she could finish. I could still remember seeing that disappointing look in her eyes. The same look I'd gotten from Dad, Stutevant and Rowley before. Looks like I can add Olivia to the long list of people who never actually believed in me. You know, looking back, I'm not surprised she never saw me as her equal. And in some ways, I get it. I really do. I've never been the smartest or the most talented or whatever. I know that's not what people think of me. But I thought at least someone would have recognized what I've accomplished. Later that night, everything after I left the restaurant still feels like a haze. The only reason I know it really happened are the missed calls notifications from Olivia still on my phone. I haven't bothered to answer back yet. I can't imagine she's happy with me leaving her to foot the bill, much less my blow-ups. But really, what would I even say? Oh, Olivia, I'm so sorry I overreacted. It's not like you basically just told me you didn't want to see me for the next 4 years. I never fought with Olivia like this before. Not since that one night freshman year. I didn't know what to feel. I'm not sure if I'm feeling anything at all right now. There was one thing I was sure about though. I was getting into Aldridge, no matter what. Not just for myself, but to prove everyone else wrong. I had a hard time sleeping that night. I wasn't able to get these old memories of us out of my head. 1 year earlier. Sigh, okay. Great, Michael's sick, so I'm going to have to be at the fundraiser this Saturday. I don't know if I can do this anymore. Between college entrance exams, AP classes, student council, my sis, I just don't want to let everyone down. I feel like I'm always on edge. I'm just so tired. It's too much. Olivia, look at me. I know you can do this. I know you're amazing, more than anyone else. And you know that too. You're not worried about next year. I mean, nothing will change. I love you. That was the first time she said it. The next morning, you know how they always say dreams are a window to your deepest desires or something like that? I think I get it now. So the first thing I did that morning was call Olivia to apologize. To be honest, I still don't think what I did was totally uncalled for. But Olivia means too much to me to just end things like this. Hey, Olivia, how are you? Greg, you walked out on me on my birthday. How do you think I am? What on earth is going on with you? You didn't even give me a chance to explain what I meant. You just blew up and left. The bill came out to $100. Thanks for that, by the way. You think I just sat there by myself and finished the food? You ruined the entire evening, Greg. How to apologize to girls. 1. Take responsibility. 2. Make sure to listen. 3. Beg for forgiveness. Beg forgiveness. 4. No gaslight. Angie told me these steps a while back. I'm glad I took notes. I'm sorry. I mean it. It's just, I've been going through some stuff, and it would have meant a lot to hear you say you would support me with a plan to Aldridge. I mean, I thought you would have been happy to hear that. You know, Greg, you're right. I am glad to hear that, I guess. I just wasn't expecting it. That's all. Can you hear me out this time? Alright, okay. Aldridge can be tough. There's so many people here who are so insanely talented. It's easy to feel like you're already behind. I want that for you. I know that means we wouldn't get to be together all the time, but I just want you to succeed, you know? Greg, are you still here? Sure. I get it. Damn it. Olivia assured me that everything would be okay, but I had a hard time believing her. I mean, why should I believe her? She clearly didn't believe in me. The whole long distance thing was becoming a disaster already. Could I make it through until college? College had always seemed so impossibly far away, like some weird alternate reality. To be honest, when I was a kid, I always thought I would have died or something before it happened. It's like I just can't fully wrap my mind around the idea of leaving home. I think I don't have a choice though. Leaving home might be hard, but I don't think I can imagine not being with Olivia anymore. I'm going to have to make this work, no matter what. Winter break. A few months have passed and I haven't had much time to write in this thing anymore. I knew I'd have to stay on top of all my classes to have a shot at Aldridge, and I've done just that. As if that wasn't already hard enough. I've had to balance my student council president duties along with studying for the SAT. I took it back at the beginning of the month, and thanks to my two-step plan, I was handsomely rewarded. My score was high enough to send to Aldridge, and I pretty much aced all of my midterms. Gee, thanks, Jesus.
Success.
Olivia and I have been doing better since the fight. I was hoping to see her this Christmas, but she and her sister had planned this big vacation. We're in Hawaii. It would have been nice to know that ahead of time. I'm pretty disappointed, but it's honestly not the end of the world. I've spent so much time studying, I don't really have anything interesting to talk to Olivia about besides my SAT score. And I knew that would just lead things back to Aldridge and dampen the mood. I didn't have anything to do to the days leading up to Christmas, so I ended up hanging out at the mall with Raleigh and Chirag a lot. It was the first time forever I had a real break. We were starting to think you'd forgotten about us, Gregory. You haven't been avoiding us because of Olivia, have you? I thought you knew about bros before. Joshi says real men treat women with kindness and respect, Chirag. Now, Chirag, Joshi's right. Maybe you took his advice more, you'd have a girlfriend too. I'll have you know I've decided to wait until college for that. College girls can appreciate a sensitive intellectual. High school girls just aren't ready for me yet. Sure, that's why. By the way, Greg, have you sent in your application for Aldridge yet? I need to submit my application by the end of January. There was only one hold-up. I still wasn't on the honors list. The honors list is this academic distinction you get for being in the top 10% of GPA rankings in a class. Unfortunately, I pretty much didn't have a chance of getting into Aldridge without that on my resume. Apparently, colleges have some super sophisticated process that filters out any resumes with low GPAs. Meh. Not yet. It's almost ready. There's just a few things I have to do. Hello, boys. Oh, great. It's the colored rock expert. I actually go by the crystal connoisseur. You could at least put some effort into your insults. Grab a seat, Angie. What do you mean? There's no space for another chair. Oh yeah, that's right. Never mind. You're sure you don't want to join us? We were about to check out the back of Spencer's. Can't. I'm shopping for a Christmas present for my boyfriend. Oh, well, okay then. Actually, I do have some time to kill. Why not? Ooh, whoa. Would you rather have $400 or double it and give it to the next person, please? Ugh, damn it, Rowley. Why are we in the supplement shop, Miss Intellectual Wasteland? And why are you holding a tub of cream behind your back? And why are you sweating so much? You're dating a himbo, aren't you, Angie? Quiet down. Body is just as important as mind, you know. Is that right? Are you feeling okay? Okay, you're a guy, I think. What would you want for Christmas? That's easy. The new Twisted Wizard 3 remake. Yeah, like, that's any better. That's just the other end of the spectrum of basic guy things. Okay, I'd like a new lens. But with student council, I don't have time anymore. You're a photographer too. You get it. Oh, I'd love something photography related. But I can't imagine Paddy ever doing that. Hey, what are you getting Olivia? Something nerdy, I bet. Paddy? Huh? Oh, I was going to get her a necklace. Riley's on the go, so we might be a while. Let's go to the jewelry store. I can help you. You definitely picked the wrong one, Heffley. Oh, what a cute couple. Are you two interested in a matching set? We're running a special holiday sale. Oh no, we're not. Yes, we're definitely together. You want that discount, don't you? But why did it feel good? Walking with Angie, being able to talk about photography stuff, spending time with her, holding her hand. No, I just missed Olivia, that's all. Eventually we finished up at the mall. We said goodbye to Shiraga and Rowley. I walked Angie back to her house. Wanted to stay with her a little longer and ask her something. Late that evening. Is everything alright, Heffley? Yeah, everything's fine. You know, I've missed hanging out with you. I know, today felt like middle school again, didn't it? Those were the days. I had to ask her. I knew if I didn't, I'd end up regretting it. I knew I couldn't deal with wondering what could have happened if I just asked her. I just had to ask. Do you ever wonder, if you weren't do you think we'd be together? Oh, we can't, Heffley. Maybe if things were different, but they aren't. It doesn't matter. I think I regret it anyway. It was a pointless question. I should have known it was pointless. I'm sorry. Oh, that's my stop. You weren't even close to our street yet. Bye, Greg. Bye, Angie. I stood and watched her disappear into the snow, and just like that, Angie was gone. I went home. It was too cold out to be crying. December 26th. Christmas came and went. Nothing particularly interesting happened, but nothing particularly horrendous happened either. At this point, I'd call that a win. I think a lot of the magic wears off Christmas as you get older. All my relatives came into town this year, which should have been a nice distraction, but ended up just making things worse. I was around so many people, but I still felt so damn lonely. And all of the nosy questions I got bombarded with didn't help either. How's school going? Keeping up those grades up, eh? Are you still with what's her name? You're still in high school. Enjoy it while you can. Have you applied to any colleges? Do you know what you're going to major in? There's only so much family togetherness I can take, so I've been holed up in my room for most of the day. Eventually, Mom knocked on the door and said I was being rude and needed to grace the family with my presence or something. It's funny, most of the time, feels like the world has seen enough of Greg Heffley. I'll be there in a minute, Mom. No new notifications. Sigh. It's just an all-around bad situation. Apparently he still lives in that basement, no school, no job, no prospects whatsoever. It's not his fault though. You know Susan isn't tough enough on them. Frank tried, but he couldn't do it either. But Frank and I watched firsthand how Gary ended up. He knows it runs in the family. He could have done more, sent them to Bishop Garrigan or something. I feel bad for Greg. There's always been something off about that boy. I fear he'll end up the same way. Where are you going? Nowhere. I stormed out of the house and into the snow. I didn't even know why I was walking the way I was. I guess I just felt like it. If you're wondering why I never filled you in on Rodrick since freshman year, it's because there isn't much to talk about. He hasn't been able to hold down a job since he dropped out of college. He tried community college for a bit, but even then he ditched class all the time. He basically joined Uncle Gary as the embarrassment of the family. Mom and Dad shifted all their attention to Manny, and I get forgetting in the process. Sleeping as usual. Now Rodrick pretty much only leaves the basement to eat or get high with Bill and his buddies. He barely even plays the drums anymore, unless he has some gig at the local comedy club or the senior center. So you see why I hate it when people compare me to Rodrick. Everyone seems to think I'm headed down the same path as him. I don't even know why anymore. I've actually accomplished stuff. I've actually tried these past few years, but no matter what I do, I can't seem to shake the reputation I have of being a wimp from my family or from anyone else. I knew what Uncle Joe was talking about to Grandma, and it wasn't all about academics. I've never amounted to his idea of what a man should be. Would a real man need a coat in this weather? Because it was times like this, I wish I owned something with a hood instead of identical sweaters and t-shirts. I tried my best to ignore the cold, harsh air whipping against my face. I kept walking until I ended up at Plainview Plaza. Cries of laughter echoed through the street. The big Christmas tree was front and the center, still lit up from the holidays. I used to love this part of town. Mom and Dad would take Rodrick and me here after church as kids. This one time, I found a box of communion wafers in the back of the Sunday school classroom. I was really hungry because I hadn't eaten breakfast, so I ate some and stuffed my pockets full of them. I still had some left over when we were at the plaza, so I fed them to the ducks in the fountain. When Mom realized what I was doing, she lost it. I thought she was going to be mad, but she couldn't stop laughing. Oh, Greg. These were happy memories. So why did I hate this place so much right now? Oh, yeah, that's why. The fountain spout spotted kind of pathetically, trying its best, but failing to keep the basin from freezing over. Behind it, there was a girl about my age standing alone. I never go up to talk to strangers, but I did this time for some reason. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. I don't know why I blurted out what I did. It sounds so stupid even as the words were coming out of my mouth, but I couldn't stop myself. You know those ducks that are always here in the fountain? Where do you think they go when it freezes over like this? I think they fly south for the winter, weirdo. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Damn, Charlie just left me. I went over to the edge of the plaza and sat on a bench by myself. From this angle, the fountain spout looked like a man drowning, struggling to stay afloat. What's this, a dog? It had a collar, but there was no information about the owner on it. Hey there, little fella. Where's your owner? Who's a good boy? Who's a good Ollie? What? I don't think that name is problematic at all. Later. Can we keep him, please? You remember the last time we had a dog, don't you, son? Dad, that was almost 5 years ago. How about this? We can keep him for now, but you have to put up some missing flags around the neighborhood. What are responsible owners leaving a dog outside in this weather? Yeah, completely irresponsible. Totally something I wouldn't do. Sunday. Winter break ends tomorrow and Ollie's owners still haven't called. Taking care of Sweetie was always a pain, but I didn't mind it with Ollie. It was nice to have someone who depended on me. It's been a long time since I've had that feeling. I'm seriously hoping they don't call. January. Monday. School has been such a slog again. I can't take a second to catch my breath with the amount of work they're giving us. I can't afford to let my grades slip. You'll have all the weekend to complete the project. It's not my problem if you can't manage your time properly. Whoever said senior year was chill was a big liar. I honestly only talk with Olivia a few times a week now. Ollie's been keeping me company, though, which sounds even more embarrassing when I write in here. After class. Hey, I heard Bryce already applied to Aldridge. Yeah, apparently like everyone in his family went there. He's basically guaranteed to get in. Oh, that legacy douchebag. Last year, Olivia was the only one in her grade to go into Aldridge. There's always been rumors that the Ivy Leagues only pick a certain amount of kids from each high school. It's not like I don't already have enough competition to deal with. I don't need Bryce getting in the way. Now, it's been a long time since I last spoken with Bryce, and as I remember, it didn't end well. I don't think there's any chance Bryce will put in a good word for me, but I couldn't just sit back and let everything I'd worked for go to waste. The deadline for Aldrich was rapidly approaching. Something had to change, and fast. With the deadline looming, I couldn't afford to worry if Bryce was really a legacy admin or if there was something more going on. There was one thing in my control right now. I need to get on the honors list by any means necessary. Would it be possible to see the class rankings list?
I'd like to see where I stand. The deadline is coming up, you know. Councillor Abbott's office.
Greg, I'm not at liberty to give you that information. Just keep up what you're doing and good things will come.
Can't you make an exception just this one time?
I'm sorry, but my hands are tied.
Keep up what I've been doing? What has that got me so far? If Mr. Abbott wasn't going to give me the rankings, then I was going to have to get them myself. And I have an idea. This was going to be a stakeout Tuesday.
Let's go, people. We need decorations up at every corner for the dance. The student council meeting.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Are you kidding? I love this kind of stuff. You haven't forgotten the weed operation from freshman year, have you?
It'll be risky if we get caught.
For you, Gregory, anything.
Meet me at the parking lot. After school. I'll be in Rodrick's van. If you haven't guessed it, my plan was to sneak into Mr. Abbott's office after hours and find a class rankings list there. I need to know how close I am, who exactly is ahead of me. Shrug would keep watching the van while I went in. Or in the worst case scenario, be a quick getaway option. I booked it home after school. Rodrick's van would be the perfect place to set up a watch. We'd need to wait until Mr. Abbott and the rest of the councillors finally went home. Once the coast was clear, I'd sneak in, find the list, and sneak right back out. 20-minute heist. Simple. I figured Rodrick wouldn't miss it if I borrowed his van for a few hours. He hardly leaves the basement as it is, much less the house. I went down to the basement, and sure enough, the human sloth incarnate was still asleep. His keys were where they always were, lying on top of his filthy, unplayed snare drum, whose only purpose now serves as a nightstand.
Rodrick became such a bum.
I told Mom I was heading to the mall with Rowley and that Rodrick said I could take his van. She hardly even looked up from her book. It was almost too easy. 4 p.m. or a.m., I don't even know. Shrug and I are holed up in the van in the student parking lot. We have a clear line of sight of Mr. Abbott's car across the way. Now all we had to do was wait.
Let me get this straight. You're doing all this for a girl? That's some serious simping, man.
I'd have to agree, like, you're dragging it, bro.
This part might end up feeling a lot longer than I initially thought it would. 7 p.m. Abbott finally left. He sure took his sweet time. I know no high school or council in the world has enough on their plate to keep them that late. The sun had already set. I left the van and made my way to the entrance under the cover of the darkness. There was a good chance the side entrance to the school was locked, but I had that covered. All cross-signed students have an ID card that unlock the entrance doors during the day, but I was able to convince administration to let my ID card work at later hours.
Wait, won't they just be able to see if he's signed in or like? I don't know if this is foolproof, Greg.
Sure enough, my ID scanned me through the side entrance. Turns out there were perks to being student council president besides it looking good on my resume. The hallways weren't lit up inside, which was strange. Crossing is so big that there's normally some kind of event going on after school no matter what. Only the exit light glowed softly, lighting the halls in a faint orange hue. It's always so surreal going into an empty place that should be full of life. Reminds me of that one night at homecoming with Olivia. At least I wouldn't have to worry about witnesses. I turned the corner and proceeded to Mr. Abbott's office. The councillor's offices were north of the main corridor, not far from where the student council had met earlier. I scanned up and down the hallway, still empty. Quietly, I tried the door, locked, but I had been expecting that.
I'm bypassing the main frame in 3, 2, you're in.
This didn't actually happen. I just think it sounds a lot cooler than what actually did. Rodrick had taught me how to pick a lock as repayment for not snitching on him about his party back in middle school. Probably one of the only useful things he ever did for me. I used a bobby pin and paperclip to jiggle the tumblers until I heard a click. The door swung open, I took a deep breath and slipped in. Let's do this. I tore apart the room, but I still couldn't find the file. I knew it had to be there, but it just wasn't. I was just about to lose hope when I found it, the file. I didn't have time to read it to find my name, so I quickly took a photo. Now all I have to do was...
Oh. Wait, red alert. You've got to get out of there now, Greg.
Flip. I froze for a second, then booked it as fast as I could to get out of the office and into the bathroom down the hall. I'm not sure if they saw me, but my heart was racing and my head was screaming. Someone must have followed me in. Someone must have known I was going to be here. But who? I darted to the nearest store and climbed up on the toilet so my feet wouldn't show. Footsteps were still stomping outside the door. I waited there for what felt like an eternity, but just when I thought the coast was clear. Exploded diaper all over the place. Exploded diaper in your face. Flip! Must accidentally turn on my ringer when I was taking the pictures. The one time Rodrick calls me, he must need the fan to go buy some more damn drugs. Rodrick Heffley? Is that you? It's okay, you can come on out. That wasn't a teacher's voice, and it sounded so familiar. What was going on?
Yeah, man. Unfortunately, this is where it ends. You never find out who's calling Greg, what's going to happen. Like, yeah, man, we don't know what's going to happen next. So, yeah, man. It's fun before it ended, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Anyways, hope you guys enjoyed it. Hopefully, someone can continue this and something like that. But, yeah, have a great day, guys.
November, Sunday. Today was going fine. I was playing Twisted Wizard 7 when out of nowhere the loudest EAS alarm ever interrupted my game. Oh, come on! I tried to simply change it back to Twisted Wizard, but Mom came in and insisted that it's an EAS alarm. That means it's super important. Emergency alert system. Due to multiple disappearances, Plainview authorities have issued a 6 p.m. curfew. If you don't know what's been going on in Plainview, then a couple days after school started, Bryce Anderson went missing. Local boy disappears without trace. Bryce Anderson, son of Jack Anderson, goes missing without a single trace. The last known sitting of Bryce was in the locker room at Westmore Middle School. Currently, police are trying to look for Bryce. If you have any information onto his whereabouts, then call 123-456-789. Wow, what a unique number. At first, I thought he was skipping school to go cheat on Holly with Bailey, as he usually does. But after a few days, I started to believe that he really was missing. Then at the beginning of September, Trista went missing. And then during September, Maddox, Christopher, Brownfield, and Tyson Sanders all went missing. It got worse during October because 3 more people went missing. Those being Mr. Nern, Jamal Law, and Emilio Mendoza. And currently in November, 2 more people have gone missing. Maggie Creevy went missing around a week ago, and Manuel Gonzalez went missing last night. That means about 10 people have gone missing, and that's very concerning. While I'm very scared I could be taken, I've just been thinking about Twisted Wizard 7. However, Rowley has been looking like a ghost ever since Bryce went missing. Greg, we could be next. So due to 10 people going missing in 4 months, the town has issued a 6 p.m. curfew. Which sucks because me and Rowley haven't been hanging out lately. In fact, he's been making excuses as to why I can't hang out with him. Hey Rowley, wanna hang out? Sorry Greg, but I have something important to do. Oh, alright man. But honestly, I couldn't care less about the whole disappearances thing because I've been grinding hours of Twisted Wizard 7 in order to beat the permadeath mode. Speaking of which, after the EAS was done, I went straight back to Twisted Wizard 7, but then I was horrified when I saw the game over screen. Game over? Are you serious? The worst part was that I was on the final boss and I was super close into beating him, but since that stupid ES alarm interrupted my game and ruined my chance of being in permadeath mode, I kind of rage quit. Damn it! There goes his console. I also broke the controller and now I'm grounded from playing video games for a week. I honestly hope that day can be found as quickly as possible and this whole thing can be over soon. Monday, all that anyone at school could talk about was the disappearances. Did you hear about Emilio? Yeah, you see, some other guys' names I forgot, yeah. The Trista, yeah. They all gone missing, no way, bro. Everyone had their own ridiculous theories. The most common one was that the government was kidnapping people to do experiments. Of course, Albert Stanley had the most ridiculous one, saying that the disappearances were caused by a goatman. Yes, guys, you gotta believe me. This is all the work of Goatman. Yes, this is what Albert Stanley thinks the goatman looks like. I tried to talk to Riley to see if I could come to his house to practice some of Twisted Wizard 7's permadeath mode. I thought this guy rage quit, but he was a nervous wreck. Hey, Rowley, can I play Twisted Wizard 7 at your... No, Greg, you can't come over. I'm actually kind of worried about Rowley ever since summer. He's been acting super weird. It was none of my business anyways. When I arrived home, I saw Rodrick arguing with Mom. Rodrick wanted to move out of Playview to all of the chaos that's going on, but Mom was against it. Or either I stick around and get kidnapped or I get out ASAP. Look, Rodrick, your family and families are supposed to stick to each other in situations like these. I decided to go watch some TV to wind out from all the chaos that's going on, but Manny was drawing a picture. I didn't think much of it until Manny looked up and gave me his drawing. Safe to say I was pretty disturbed by it, so I asked him what it was, but his answer just confused me more than anything.
That was the beast. It's the one that took them. Pretty soon it will take you and everyone in this town.
I asked him to elaborate, but he just continued speaking cryptic nonsense, so I walked away.
Listen to me, Barry. The beast is very dangerous and can...
Okay, thanks, Manny, bye. I went into my room to do some homework, but I just couldn't stop thinking about not only the disappearances, but also Manny's drawing. I know that Manny probably saw one of Rodrick's horror movies, and he's somehow smart enough to know what's been going on in Plainview, so he might have gotten inspired by both, but it feels off to me. So I came downstairs to ask Mom about it, but she was still arguing with Rodrick. Blah, 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 blah. Mom. What is it, Greg? Mom snapped at me, but after a few seconds, she started to apologize. I gave her Manny's drawing and her response was as I expected. Greg, Manny's just only 3 years old. He's just curious about the world. I just headed back to my room and continued doing my homework. However, during dinner, Manny kept talking about the beast, which made everyone confused as heck.
The beast is able to blend in the night like a shadow.
It can also mimic the voices of its victims. These guys need to listen to Manny's trying to save them. They never listened to him before. They never listened to guys like this before it's too late. Manny has been acting this way since Bryce went missing. One time in September, a day after Maddox went missing, my family were driving to church when Manny started talking.
Bryce, Twister, and Maddox's disappearances aren't coincidence, guys.
Oh, good one, Manny. That obviously made me confused, and now all he talks about are the disappearances. It's like he knows something no one else knows. Once again, I hope that all 10 of the missing people can be found so the town can go back to normal. Manny can stop yapping about a beast and for Rowley to come back to his senses so we can play some video games. Diaper rash ahead. Tuesday. Well, looks like my dream of 10 missing people being found safely isn't coming true because they're dead and their bodies were discovered about an hour after writing last night's journal entry. Or at least what was left of their bodies because their bodies were either mutilated or dismembered. So far, only one has been identified, and that's Bryce. So you can probably expect the girl's reaction to Bryce being dead.
Attention all students. It is with great regret to inform you that Bryce Anderson is dead.
Oh, Bryce, my man. Oh, no, Bryce. I was wanting to cheat on you. This is a cheat on you. Oh, they used to make you cheat on Holly. Oh. Even though the other 9 bodies haven't been identified yet, it is assumed they are the other 9 missing people due to Bryce being one of the bodies. If you're wondering where they were found, the bodies were in a shed on Hardscrabble Farm, which was fun for the kid who discovered it. Guys, you won't believe the crap I just saw. I was also lucky to see what was left of Bryce, Twister, etc. because someone on Blue Sky messaged me a picture of the bodies. Hey, yo bro, wanna see something funny? What the flip is wrong with you, bro? LOL? I was gonna draw the entire image, but since I almost threw up, I scribbled it out. It also appears everyone else at school also got the image because a couple of the kids were talking about it. Can you believe the guy who sent that picture of all of those dead bodies? No, can you believe the effed up guy who murdered them? I know, right? Ignoring my failed attempt at trying to be friends with some of the girls, currently all that everyone's been talking about is who the murderer is. The most popular theory was that the murders were done by Silas Scratch. If you don't know who he is, he's an urban legend and hardscrabble farmer where a farmer was forced to move out when the camp was being built and he became feral. I personally don't believe that done through because I don't believe Silas Scratch exists. However, on the subject of a serial killer being on the loose in plain view, maybe I can solve who the serial killer is. Then I'll get my dream of being rich and famous while helping out my town. It's a win-win for everyone. Friday.
In the past couple of days, 5 more people have gone missing, been presumably murdered. Miss Craig, Heather Hills, Charlie Daves, the school janitor, and even Uncle Gary. My family has been devastated by Uncle Gary's disappearance, or at least my mom. But Rodrick has been the most devastated, not because of Uncle Gary gone missing, but because of Heather going missing. I didn't mention this before, but Rodrick and Heather have been dating since summer. And with Heather going missing since Tuesday, he's been depressed. Don't bother me, Greg. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. There was also an assembly at school for the victims of the Plainview Ripper, which is the name of the serial killer loose in Plainview. I admit, I felt kind of sad during the assembly. All of them didn't deserve to die in such a gruesome way. Even the people I hate, like Bryce and Trista, didn't deserve to go out like this. After that, I decided to go find Rowley. But then I heard a voice say, "You're Greg Heffley, right?" I turned around and I couldn't believe who it was. It was Holly Hills. Holly Hills? Greg. I thought that ever since Holly confused me with Fregley, she didn't want to do anything with me, let alone be her boyfriend. After overcoming my nervousness, me and Holly had a conversation. "So, Holly, why are you suddenly interested with me?" "Well, didn't our older siblings date?" "Yes, it's about Heather going missing." Turns out Holly wanted to get to know me since, like I said, our older siblings, Rodrick and Heather, were dating, and now Heather's missing. After we talked, me and Holly exchanged phone numbers and went our separate ways. Though I'm pretty sure Holly just wants to be friends with me and isn't interested in me romantically. Honestly, I'm okay with that. With all that's going on in Plainview, the last thing on my mind should be trying to get together with Holly Hills. Though maybe I still have a chance with her. Also, while walking home from school, I bumped into Fregley, who as usual was being weird.
Last night, I looked out my window and saw a big scary monster, Greg. It looked kind of like the hair you find in your shower drain. I couldn't see much of it because it was pitch black. Have you seen it too? No, just me? Okay. I'm guessing either Fregley's just being Fregley, or Manny has told Fregley about all the beast, even though I still don't believe anything that comes out of their mouths. There's always that thought in the back of my head that says, "Man, Manny's right," or "He knows the truth." Maybe Manny's right. Maybe the beast is real. But luckily, I always come back to my senses. Nah, that spoiled brat probably made up the beast to scare me. I then decided to go visit Rowley to play this wizard, but I was kind of jump scared when Leland, Rowley's babysitter, opened the door instead of Rowley. "Hello!" I asked Leland why he was at Rowley's house. He explained that he was helping Rowley with his science fair project. I asked Leland if me and Rowley could hang out, but Leland responded with, "Sorry, Greg, but this project is super important. It's worth 90% of Rowley's grade. Can I at least help?" No. It was very suspicious. I tried my hardest to convince Leland to help out Rowley, but he just got more defensive about it and eventually slammed the door in my face. So I went home and it was what I expected. Rodrick in his room, Dad pretending nothing's going on, Manny acting weird, and Mom being concerned about me. In fact, Mom is considering homeschooling me for my safety. "Greg, I've been thinking maybe we should homeschool you. It's just until this all settles down." Meanwhile, my dad is against the idea of homeschooling me, saying I want Greg to have a bright future ahead of him, or something like that. But I just know he doesn't care about what's happening in Plainview. "This is a stupid idea, Susan. We have to let Greg go to school." December, Friday. It's been 2 weeks since I've written this, and if you're expecting things to be better, then you're wrong. Now the total amount of people missing murdered is 37. The Plainview Ripper claims 37th victim this morning, and another victim of the Plainview Ripper has been found on the outskirts of Hardscrabble Farms. The victim has been identified as Ruby Bird. The brutal killings that have been going on since August are still being investigated. If you know anything about the Plainview Ripper, then don't hesitate to call the police. On top of everyone getting kidnapped and murdered left and right, half the town has just left. Last week, Shrug Gupta moved out, which is a shame because Shrug was always my backup friend when I wasn't friends with Rowley. I mean, I'm friends with Holly now, but every time we hang out, Holly always seems like she's forced to hang out with me. "So, Holly, have you ever played Swiss Wizard?" "No, I mean, yes, of course. I played Swiss Wizard."
Also, speaking about Rowley, we haven't talked in 2 weeks and he's still acting super strange. Anytime I see him, he always looks guilty, like he's done something bad. Sometimes he's at school. Ooh, I feel like Rowley might be some like a were-monster or something, but we'll see what happens. At school, everyone's looking really bleak. I don't blame them because there's a murder on the loose. But I did hear something interesting a couple of days ago. There was a group of kids who were planning on making a group to catch the Plainview Ripper. At first, I wasn't interested in joining, but after today, I might consider. It's because yesterday, Manny and my dad went missing. A couple of hours ago, my dad was supposed to pick up Manny from daycare, but they never arrived home. Then an hour ago, the police came to my house to tell us that Dad's car was wrecked and Dad and Manny were missing. Dad's car was nearly unrecognizable. It looked like a monster completely wrecked it. While Dad and Manny haven't been found, they are presumed dead since Dad's blood was found on the car. So far, the police haven't did that much to try and find Dad or Manny, so I'm going to take matters into my own hands. So here's my plan. At midnight, when everyone is asleep, I'm going to sneak out of my house and go to the scene of Dad's car so I can find clues to not only Dad and Manny's appearances, but also clues on the Plainview Ripper. I'm going at midnight because not only will Mom be asleep, but so that way the police will leave the crime scene. I should also mention that now the police are taking curfew way more seriously ever since the first 10 bodies were found. In fact, people are actually being arrested over breaking the curfew, which is a big problem for me. Greg Heffley, you're under arrest for staying out past curfew as it's 6:01 p.m. when curfew is 6 p.m. And even though I'm a fast runner, I know police will spot me, so I'm going to need a disguise. Luckily, I found this ski mask, but I'm still worried I might be kidnapped and murdered. So if the worst happens, tell Holly she can have my entire collection of slumber party pals. Hope everything goes well tomorrow. Saturday. Well, since I'm still writing this, that means I'm still alive, which is great. What's also great is that I found lots of clues on the Plainview Ripper. Or is it the Beast? I'll explain what happened. Around 11:45 p.m., I thought over my plan, but then I thought that I should bring a weapon to defend myself, just in case the murderer comes after me. So I snuck into my parents' room and got my dad's gun. Then 15 minutes later, it turned midnight, and I got everything ready. I put on my ski mask, I grabbed my backpack, and I loaded dad's gun. And then I was off.
Police steady watching me. Every day they clocking me. Red alert.
My first problem was sneaking past police. Because now if you are caught breaking curfew in Plainview, you just get arrested. I am not joking.
What are you in for, mate?
Staying up past midnight. Surprisingly, sneaking past the cops was easy. Now my only obstacle was trying to not get murdered. Luckily, I managed to make it to Dad's car without anyone noticing me, or at least I thought no one noticed me. Well, I made it to Dad's car, and I started searching for clues. I first started off by searching inside the car. I didn't find much besides Manny's weapon of mass destruction covered in blood and this note: "The beast is not human." I checked everywhere else in the car, and I found nothing else besides blood and some shattered glass. After I was done with the car, I started searching outside. I didn't find much besides one thing. I found a note and it said,
Dear Ploopy, I'm very sorry I couldn't save you in time. I promise I will make sure the beast will get caught and pay for his crimes no matter what. Juice.
Now I have a million questions going on in my head right now. Firstly, who the flip is Juice? Secondly, is Ploopy a codename for Manny, since no one else knows what that word besides him? And thirdly, are the Plainview Ripper and the Beast the same person or even thing? After I was done searching the woods, I started to head home until I thought of checking underneath the car and I found this thing. I have no idea what the flip this is. My only guess is that it's fur, since it's kind of soft. But I don't know which thing it belongs to. Then I heard a twig snap. I saw an arm that was holding a knife and I knew that was the killer. I panicked for a second before I remembered that I had Dad's gun, so I instantly fired it. Luckily, despite never firing a gun in my life, I managed to hit the killer. I then gathered all of the evidence and booked it. However, as I started running, the killer must have recovered as I heard someone running towards me. I continued running away as I did not want to become another victim of the Plainview Ripper. I started to get exhausted, but I could still hear the killer right on my tail, so I hid in a nearby bush. I felt like I was hiding in that bush for hours, but I could still hear the killer trying to search for me, so I had to keep hiding. Then I heard the killer walk away, so I took my chance and crawled away. Unfortunately, I got spotted anyways, and I had to get back up. Get back here! I ran as fast as I could, making sure to make sharp turns and weaving in and out of trees. I even ran through a river. I ran for what felt like forever. I thought that this was it. I'm going to be murdered. Then as I was running, I came stumbling onto the road. I thought that there was going to be a car going to save me. But then I remembered the curfew and realized that I was effed. I heard someone running towards me, and I grabbed my gun and loaded every bullet into that metal flipper. Die. After a while, I heard the gun click and I immediately booked it. I didn't stop running until I got back home. I made it. I was super relieved I made it back home alive. I locked the door, dropped my backpack in my closet and jumped into bed. The best part was that I got to sleep in, but I don't get to celebrate just yet because the Plainview Ripper, or the Beast, is still out there. But I want to spend my entire weekend resting because I was died out there.
Monday, I got to spend my entire weekend relaxing, though I did have to be cautious because even after I shot the killer multiple times. That seems to have not killed him because more people got murdered during the weekend. However, something weird happened during the middle of the night. Basically, I heard loud thuds at like 3 in the morning. When I looked outside, I could just barely make out something poking out of a nearby tree. But before I could get a closer look, it ran away. I don't know what that thing was. I think I might have been in a dream due to me almost getting murdered Saturday night, but something tells me that it wasn't a dream. I went to school when everyone was really gloomy except for Fregley, who kept on telling everyone that he was being stalked. I think I'm being stalked. Yeah, Fregley, you're so funny. No, seriously. After school, my plan was to bring that mysterious fur I've recovered underneath Dad's car and bring it to Alex Aruda, since he probably knows what animal or even species it belongs to. However, Holly came and saw me. Hey, Greg. Oh, hello, Holly. What do you want? Do you want to come over to my house? Yeah, sure. I'll just need to talk to Alex Aruda first. Oh, is that super important to do? Yes, it's super important, Holly. You know, you've been acting weird since we became friends. Well, it's just that ever since my boyfriend and sister went missing, I've been needing a friend. Oh, why me specifically? I would have thought you'd want nothing to do with me, especially after you mistook me for Fregley. Well, you see... Actually, sorry for bothering you, Greg. Bye. Well, that was incredibly weird. Anyways, after that awkward conversation, I went to the science room and met up with Alex Aruda. I gave Alex that piece of fur and I told him, do you know what animal this belongs to? I waited a few seconds for him to get a good look at it. Then he said, I have no idea what animal has that same fur. That surprised me because Alex is a genius and I thought that he would for sure know what animal or thing that fur belonged to. I thought that I was at a roadblock, but then Alex said, however, I may be able to do a DNA analysis and identify which species this is from. He said that he will have it ready tomorrow, so that means that the case isn't doomed. Tuesday, in the middle of the freaking night, I was awoken by several scratches on my window. After a minute, it spoke in Rowley's voice. Gregory! I didn't know what that thing was, but I knew it wasn't Rowley, because he will never go through my window. However, the thing was persistent. Open the window, Gregory. It's me, Rowley. I was freaking out as it was clear that I was not Rowley. I was trying to think of a rational explanation as to what that thing was and why I was using Rowley's voice. Then I remembered what Manny said a month ago. The beast can mimic the voices of its victims. Now I was definitely panicking. Was that thing outside my window the beast that Manny was babbling about since August? I was also worried about Rowley's because Manny said that the beast could mimic the voices of its victims. So was Rowley killed by that thing? But I didn't have time to think as that thing was starting to get extremely angry.
Open the window, Gregory.
I was thinking about what to do in this situation if that thing broke in. Then I remembered that I hid Dad's gun under my pillow in case of emergencies. However,
I didn't want to risk that thing seeing me and smashing through the window to grab me. But after a minute, the thing started banging on the window saying, "I know you're in there, Gregory. I won't let you escape me." I continued to hold still because I thought as long as I don't make any sudden movements, maybe it won't see me. However, that didn't work, and the monster smashed open my window. I frantically searched up under my pillow to get Dad's gun. As the thing grabbed my leg, I got the gun and shot that thing. That monster ended up screaming and running away. Also, my mom was at a bar and Rodrick was at Bill's, so that's why neither of them came to my room during the whole thing. However, I was not going to stay in my room because that thing that attacked me could come back, so I slept in the basement. However, I couldn't sleep because I was still terrified about what happened. I pinched myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming, and yep, I wasn't. So now I'm super confused on what's going on. Was all this being done by a human or monster? I honestly don't know anymore. Friday. It's been a couple of days since that monster attacked me, and I've been more paranoid than ever. I've been sleeping in the basement. I have no idea onto what's real and fake anymore. I know that I'm not going insane, but I could have sworn that guy at Hardscrabble Farms was a human, but the thing that was at my window was some sort of monster. On top of all that, Alex Ruda was found dead, and police said that it looked like a bear killed him. Also, you know how Alex said that he was running a DNA analysis on that fur I found on Hardscrabble Farms? Well, the science room that had the DNA was destroyed. That means that the evidence was destroyed, and I'm taking one huge step back from catching the killer or the monster. You know what? I think I need to calm down a bit. I'm definitely getting stressed out. Maybe rereading my old journals will help out. Saturday. Wait, I think this case isn't dead yet. Yesterday, while I was rereading my old journals to help relax, I saw this interesting drawing I did. Juice. If you don't know, then when Freddie needs to go use the bathroom, he always says juice for whatever reason. Remember when I got that piece of paper at Hardscrabble Farms that was signed juice? Well, I have a hunch that Freddie might be juice. Now I know my only reasoning is because of something Freddie says, but since Freddie seems to know something about what's going on like Manny, that he could be juice. After an hour of debating with myself, I've decided to go to Freddie's house to see if I could get something from him. A couple of hours later, so I visited Freddie's house, and yeah, it was definitely interesting to say the least. When I got to Freddie's house, I saw that he was stabbing a cat with a stick. Oh, hey, Greg. I was starting to think that this was a mistake and talking to Freddie won't get me anywhere. However, I still proceeded with the plan. I went to his house anyways. I decided to keep it low-key for an hour because I wanted him to trust me since he thinks that he's being stalked. I just went along with whatever Freddie wanted to do, mostly. Are you finally ready to see my secret freckle, Greg? Absolutely not. Freddie seemed to trust me, so I asked him about the beast, and he started to freak out. Oh my goodness, the beast! I thought you would never believe me, Greg. It took about almost 15 minutes for him to calm down. But once he did, he started asking me why I asked him about the beast. I told him about what happened a couple of days ago where the monster tried to lure me out using Rowley's voice. Freddie responded with, Look, Greg, you're very lucky to have even survived the beast. However, the beast doesn't give up on victims, so expect to be attacked more. I then told Freddie why the beast is here, and he said, well, the beast isn't actually from this world. It's from another dimension where monsters exist. I got super confused, so I asked Freddie more questions like how the beast came to this world, and he said that him and Manny were messing around with a mysterious book and had accidentally summoned it to here. Freddie also said that after they summoned the beast, they lost it, and now it's running loose across Plainview. But Freddie believes that someone is keeping it as some sort of pet and sacrificing people to it. I was about to leave when Freddie stopped me and gave me a book. He said that this was the book that him and Manny used to bring the beast here. He told me to guard it with my life. I took it and I hid it in my closet. Goodness, I just thought that this was a simple murder mystery. Why did all of this alternate reality stuff happen? Monday. Yesterday was super crazy, so I'll explain everything that happened. It started when I was trying to fall asleep when my phone rang. By the way, I've been sleeping in the basement ever since the beast attacked me last Tuesday. In fact, I haven't even gone to my room ever since that incident. Anyways, I answered my phone and it was Fregley. Hello? Greg, come to my house immediately. I ran to Fregley's house. When I got there, I saw that the door was ripped off. It was an incredible bad feeling about this, but I pressed on and found that his house had been trashed. I went deeper into Fregley's house until I heard a voice coming from the basement. It was Fregley's mom. Help me! I cautiously approached the basement since I was not sure about if this was Fregley's mom or not. I stood at the top of the stair for a moment before I heard Fregley's mom talk to me. Help me before I get me! I then saw an arm reach out in the darkness and recognized it as the same arm that tried to grab me through my window on Tuesday. And that's when I realized that this was not Fregley's mom. As soon as I saw the arm, I sprinted out, but as soon as I got out, I heard that thing running up the stairs, so I slammed the door. Once that thing's hand got out of the door, I locked it out and ran to a nearby room. When I got there, I heard a loud crash that seemed to come from where the basement was. I hid in a closet to try and hide from the monster. I heard that thing walking around the house, probably trying to find and kill me. Eventually, I heard it come to the room I was in, and after a minute, I heard it starting to approach the closet where I was hiding in. I hid in the closet, making sure not to make a single noise. Luckily, after a couple of minutes, I heard those same footsteps walk away from where the closet was. After that, I decided to get my phone and call the police. 911, what's your emergency? Get here immediately. There's a murderer in my friend's house. I decided to tell the operator that it was the Plainview Ripper rather than a monster because I didn't want to risk them thinking that this was a prank call. The person told me to stay put where I was hiding and help will be there in 15 minutes. So that was my plan. Lay low in the closet until the police arrived. However, a minute after I was done talking with the 911 operator, I heard a bunch of smashing noises and, "You won't escape me, Gregory." Luckily, it seemed to have come from the living room, which was pretty far from the room where I was at. But considering as to how aggressive it sounded, I knew it will only be a matter of time before that thing finds me. So I had a dilemma. Do I stay in the closet and wait for help? Or do I get the heck out of there now? If I stay there, I might eventually get found and killed. Ah! But if I try to get out then, I might get caught and will, get killed. Well, I heard it come to the kitchen and the next room over is where I am at. So I decided to get the heck out of there. I checked to see if the coast was clear, which it luckily was. And I ran away from where the noises were being made and tried to see if there was a back door, which luckily there was. As I ran out, I could hear it destroying the room that I was in, which means that I made the right choice. I made sure to get as far away from Fregley's house as possible. I ran so much that I lost my breath. I decided to catch my breath. Then, I heard Fregley trying to talk to me. "Greg, get over here now." I was relieved that it was Fregley and not the monster. I went to where Fregley said he was. Thank goodness, it's you, Fregley. But when I actually came to where Fregley was, I realized that this was not Fregley who was talking to me. I was completely horrified. I almost threw up, but I didn't notice that Fregley had spelled RHL in his blood, so I took note of that. I then heard something running towards me and I realized that I needed to get the flip out of there. Now, since I was in a rush to get to Fregley's house, I forgot to bring Dad's gun, so my plan was to make it back to Fregley's house since the police are probably there by now. However, I got completely lost, so I didn't know where I was going. Oh crap. I couldn't just stand around doing nothing because the beast was fastly approaching. I decided to go left because I thought going there would throw off the beast somehow. Unfortunately, that didn't work. I was running out of breath pretty quickly and it felt like the beast was catching up to me. I thought that I was going to get caught. Then I saw a fence, so I climbed it. When I got over the fence, I saw that I was at Rowley's backyard. This was my salvation, so I went on the porch and knocked as loudly as possible, so I'll get either Rowley or his parents' attention. Rowley, open the door now! However, nobody was answering the door, and with time running out, I just decided to jump through the window. Oh, I knew that was a stupid idea, and the instant I did it, I regretted it. After doing that, I was bleeding profusely, and I was in a lot of pain. I crawled over to the kitchen before I gave up because of the pain. Rowley, help. I'm pretty sure a few seconds later I ended up blacking out since I woke up in the hospital. Yeah, I've been writing in this journal for the entire day since I have nothing else to do besides watch the same kids show for the 50th time today. Tuesday, Rowley and Holly visited me today and I actually felt good for once. Wait, RHL. Rowley, Holly, I think I'm onto something. It's either Rowley, yeah, it has to be Rowley, Holly, and someone else. It was honestly refreshing just relaxing and talking to friends and not having to worry about getting torn apart or eaten by some beast. However, Rowley got a call on his phone and he said it's important. Once he was done, he said that he needed to leave. I asked him why and he responded with, I have to meet with someone. I asked Rowley who and he said that it was private. But I still had one question for Rowley. Wait, Rowley, what happened to your arm? Rowley looked at me nervously and said, I was riding my bike and I fell off. Yeah, that's what happened. I fell off my bike and Before I could ask anything else, he rushed out the room as soon as he was done explaining his broken arm. So I was left alone with Holly. It wasn't terrible, but it was pretty awkward. So, have you ever eaten drummies? No. And after that question, there was a minute of long and uncomfortable silence. The comfortable silence was broken after Holly asked me a question. So Greg, what have you been doing? She asked me a bunch of questions such as, why did you jump through Rowley's window? And why were you even in the forest in the middle of the night anyways? I tried to think of an excuse, but it was so stupid that I just decided to tell Holly the truth. And she told me that it was incredibly stupid to find a serial killer and that I'm lucky to be alive. Well, to be honest, after that traumatic experience, I decided to stop trying to find the Plainview Ripper. Or is it the Beast? I'm still confused. In fact, I was only doing it to get rich and famous, but considering that I almost died like 5 times in 1 week, I don't think it's worth it anymore. I told Holly that I was done, though I did leave out the part about me doing it to be rich and famous. I told Holly that I had all the evidence I gathered in a backpack in my closet. I told her to go to my house and turn in all the evidence to the police. She says she will do that, but not before asking if she could borrow a piece of paper from my journal. Also, I did show her everything in my journal. FYI, I asked her why and she asked that she also needed to write down her thoughts. So I gave her a page. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Oh, no, Holly's not going to turn it into the police. Hi there, I'm Holly Hills. I got this page from my friend Rodrick Heffley. I got this because I need to write down my thoughts and I can't tell anyone or else. Greg has been trying to solve the Plainview Ripper for about a month now. And well, he ended up getting seriously injured and is in the hospital right now. He told me about what he's been doing and he said that he was done with the case. However, he did say that he had some evidence in the backpack in his house and he told me to go turn it in to the police. I said I will do it, but I wasn't being honest. What I'm actually doing is destroying it. I don't want to do it, but I have no other choice. Yeah, I knew it. March, Saturday. So it's been a couple of months since I've ruined this. Guess there's some catching up to do ever since I got severely injured while trying to escape the beast. First, I am now homeschooled. My mom has been trying to get me homeschooled ever since this mess started. And due to me almost dying, she has decided to make me homeschooled. Next, it's an update on the whole situation in Plainview right now. Currently, the police have no leads, surprisingly. I thought that for sure my evidence would give the police enough for a line of suspects. They did have one suspect, and that was Robert Howard Lawrence. This is because of the RHL message Fregley wrote before he died. Bro, it's not him. They're framing the wrong guy. However, he got released because the murders were still going on. I made sure to tell if Holly did turn in the evidence, and she said she did. Also, if you're wondering, I decided to lie to the police and my mom that I was being chased by the serial killer and not the beast. But I'm guessing the main thing you're wondering about is the current situation with the beast. Well, as of writing this, 80% of the population of Plainview is missing or murdered, and 10% of the town has moved away. Bruh, that means 90% of them are just gone. So it has gone worse. Sunday, today I decided to go for a walk, and while I was on a walk, I encountered, out of all people, Leland, and we had an extremely weird interaction. Wait, Greg, you alive? Yeah. But Riley said you died last December. Why the heck did Riley say I died?
Oh, that means Leland. Oh, I think Leland is gonna take him out or something, or who knows.
I tried asking Leland some more questions, but he just ignored me. Eventually, he just ran away. I was super confused. Like, why did Riley tell Leland I was dead? I went back home and called up Riley. I tried to call him, but for some reason, Riley didn't pick up, even though he usually picks up the second I call him. Eventually, after an hour of trying to call him, he finally picked up. However, before I could say anything, he got me off and said,
Greg, you need to get out of Plainview immediately.
"Excuse me, what?" Before Riley could respond, he hung up, and I haven't been able to get a hold of him. Monday, I don't even know how to write this. I'm still terrified, but I'll go start at the beginning. I woke up in the middle of the night to go to the kitchen to get a glass of water. However, when I came down, I heard someone knocking on the door. I thought that I was hearing stuff since I've been having trouble falling asleep ever since. I almost died last December. But I heard it again, and eventually I decided to go investigate. And the voice was my dad, but it wasn't him. "Greg, it's your dad. Open the door." It was the beast. I thought that it was done trying to hunt me down since December, but it's back. It was trying the same trick as it did using Riley and Fregley's voices to lure me in. But since I already knew what it was trying to do, I checked to see if the door was locked, which it was, and ran to my room. Unfortunately, my mom didn't know about what the beast even was, so the beast was able to lure her to open the door. And I luckily didn't see what happened to my mom, but I had to hear her get torn apart by that thing. "Wait, you want Frank? What I don't know why I didn't help her, or at least warn her about that thing at the door not being dad, but I was paralyzed with fear and I didn't do anything. As of writing this, I still feel guilty that I didn't save my mom. Eventually, I heard someone run upstairs from the basement, and I could just barely make out Rodrick that was talking. "Holy crap, what the flip are you supposed to be?" After that, I heard some really loud banging noises, which I think are from a shotgun because my family keeps the guns in the basement. A minute went by of Rodrick shooting the beast, and the beast screaming and trying to kill Rodrick. But it finally stopped, and I heard someone go upstairs and approach my room. I made sure to lock my door just in case the beast came in, but I was holding out hope that it was Rodrick who had killed the beast. I saw that someone was trying to enter my room, but since it was locked, they had no luck. Then it started to talk to me, and it was unfortunately the beast. "I've got up some orange slices for you, sweetie." I was of course not going to let it in, so it resorted to breaking down my door until it got in, and when it was successful, I got to see the monstrosity for the first time. I couldn't do anything. It was right at the door, so I couldn't run out the door. I also couldn't jump out the window since I'm not sure as to if I'm even fast enough to make it. All I could do was just hide under my blanket and hope it would go away. It slowly approached me, and soon enough, it was looking down on me, but it just stood there for a solid minute not doing anything. I thought that maybe its vision was based on sight. I thought that I just needed to stay perfectly still until it left. I was wrong, as it then picked me up by my head and slammed me into the wall. I woke up in what looked like a cave. I was disorientated and confused. I saw that I was face first in a puddle. I wasn't fully awake, so I didn't know what I was touching. But shortly after, I fully woke up, and that's when I realized that the puddle was blood. I almost threw up, but luckily I didn't. Well, until I saw a gruesome pile of blood and bones. I didn't even want to describe what the rest of the cave looks like. I even saw my mom and Rodrick, or at least what was left of them. I knew I had to get out of there ASAP, so I tried to look for an exit, but then I heard the loud footsteps and this horrifying voice. "Nowhere to run and nowhere to hide, Greg." I looked behind and there it was, just standing there. It then started to slowly approach me. I couldn't do anything else, so in an admittedly stupid decision, I gave it a piece of my mind and it actually responded to me. "Just why? Why are you doing this?" "Well, I admit, I'm forced to do this, but I really enjoy ripping everyone apart. That actually caught me off guard. This whole time the beast has been forced to kill everyone, though it says that it enjoys doing those acts, so I don't really feel bad for it. But I had to know who was controlling it, so I asked it, and well, it didn't go well. Wait, who's been forcing you to do this? But it didn't respond to me. Instead, it lunged at me and bit off my freaking hand.
Flip. Ah.
I was in excruciating pain. I fell onto the ground and I just broke down. Why? Why do you enjoy this? Because it's my only purpose, to kill and bring suffering to others. Please, someone, help me. You know, kid, that is actually funny because Susan can't save you. Frank can't save you. Rodrick can't save you. Manny can't save you. Nobody can save you now. I was utterly helpless. There was nothing I could use to defend myself from the beast. All I could do was watch the beast slowly approach me to finish me, and I thought that this was the end. It grabbed me by the neck and started talking about how it was just saving me for dessert. But I couldn't hear very well due to the fact that I was slowly going unconscious due to me slowly losing blood. As I was starting to black out, it started to unhinge its mouth. At this point, I accepted that this was my end. Or so I thought, because I then heard a glass bottle smashing. Then the beast dropped me and started screaming in agony. I opened my eyes and saw why it was screaming. It was on fire. I'm guessing that someone must have thrown a Molotov at it. But who? I saw someone approach me, but since I was blacking out, I couldn't get a good look at them. Rowley? I woke up in the bed. I didn't know where I was, but I didn't really care because I thought that all that happened was just a nightmare. But then I looked at my hand and I saw that it was still gone, only that it was now bandaged up. Shoot! My hand! Now that I had confirmation that all of this wasn't a nightmare, I need to know who was the person who rescued me and where was I? I then heard the door open and I got a part of my question answered.
Hi, Greg.
Huh, Rowley? I asked Rowley where I was and he said that I was at his house. I then asked him if he was the person who rescued me and badged me up, and he said that it was him. So I asked him as to how he found me, and this was his full response.
Well, basically, I heard screaming coming from your house, and so I rushed in, but I didn't find anybody. However, I did find a trail of blood, so I followed it straight to the cave, where just before the monster ate you, I threw a Molotov at it and saved you. That sort of answers that question, but there was still one major plot hole in this story. Why the flip were you carrying a Molotov? The second I asked him that, he had a full-blown panic attack. Well, you see, all of the stuff used to make Molotov were conveniently when I rescued you.
What? That doesn't make any sense at all. However, before Rowley could answer that question, someone had opened the door. Me and Rowley looked to see who it was, and I was a bit surprised at who it was. It was Leland. Rowley, what was he doing here? Rowley and Leland started to argue about me. Apparently, I was not allowed in Rowley's house, which is the first time I'm hearing about it. Rowley, what did I say about bringing people in here, especially Greg?
But Leland, he was in grave danger. Plus, he's my best friend.
I eventually got annoyed that they're back and forth, but then Leland told Rowley to go to the backyard so they can continue their discussion. But before Leland left, he told me this. Oh, and before I go, promise to never stick your nose in places you shouldn't ever again. Okay. So I was left sitting in the bed in Rowley's house. I noticed that my journal was on a nightstand. I'm guessing Rowley got it for me while I was unconscious. So I just started writing this, and I'm currently here writing this sentence. I'm still traumatized by what happened. I mean, my hand got bitten off, but I think I'm now starting to realize the real gravity of the situation. My family is dead. Fregley is dead. 80% of Plainview is dead. And this entire time, all that I've been thinking about is how I'll be rich and famous from doing this. I think now more than ever, I realize that this entire time I've been only doing this for myself. Well, now I will finally kill the beast, but not to get rich and famous, but to end the horror once and for all. Rowley just walked into the room, so I'll update this tomorrow. Tuesday, so I'll go to explain what happened yesterday. So basically, Rowley came in to tell me that him and Leland came to an agreement. This is what Rowley said. Okay, so me and Leland agreed that you will live in with Holly. We've already called her and she'll pick you up in 30 minutes. But once you leave my house, then you won't be allowed to come here ever again. Okay, but why am I not allowed in your house ever again? Rowley answered me by saying, me and Leland are working on a secret project, which sounds like he made it up on the spot. After waiting for 30 minutes, Holly's dad arrived and I was rushed out by Leland. I got into the car and went off to Holly's house. Holly and her parents already got informed of what happened yesterday. Well, they said that it was the serial killer because only most of Plainview don't know about the beast.
Man, you poor boy. Can't believe that some sicko would even think of doing that.
Oh. I arrived there and I met Mrs. Hills, and she was very sympathetic towards my current situation, and they were actually way nicer than I thought. I didn't see Holly that much besides when we were having dinner. However, the Hills were still struggling with the loss of Heather, and I feel for them because I lost my entire family. But it's not like I'm living with the Hills forever, as they asked me if I have any family, and I told them that Grandma moved out of Plainview last month. They called her and they said that Grandma was going to pick me up on Saturday. This does seem good, as I only need to wait a couple of days for this nightmare to finally be over. But the thing here is that I intend to finally kill the beast, which means that I have a very limited window to execute my plan. Wednesday. Okay, holy crap, I might have discovered something that I shouldn't have. So I went to see if Holly was interested in helping me to stop the beast. So I went to her room, but she wasn't there. I then noticed a piece of paper on the floor, and curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to read it. I read it, and I was shocked by it. I can't really describe it, so I'll show you it. So Holly lied to me this entire time. I knew she was acting weird, but I didn't know that she would do something like this. So yeah, all of the evidence I gathered was destroyed. I know that Holly has been acting weird ever since we became friends, but this? And I know I might sound like a broken record, but Rowley has been acting flippin' weird ever since this whole crap show started. It's funny, I always avoided Fregley because he was a weird kid. Yeah, I trust him more than my best friend and my former crush. Wait, I just remember the day before Fregley died, he gave me a book which he said, Summon the Beast. And read that holds the key to everything. Thursday, so I got the book, An Idiot's Guide to the Netherworld. It was a bit of a hassle to get it, as I had to sneak out of the Hills' house and avoid the police, which honestly gave me flashbacks when I was at Hardscrabble Farms. I got to my house and noticed that it was an active crime scene, but I got in anyways and went searching. I went to my closet and started searching since that where I last remember putting it. After searching for a couple of minutes, I had finally found it, and so I brought it back to Hills' house with no troubles. Today I decided to read it, and what I found, well, I don't even know how to process it. So as it turns out of all people, Fregley was right about the beast being from another dimension. So here's an excerpt from that book. How to summon a monster. Step 1. Create a circle using chalk. Step 2. I can't even tell what that says. Chant something like that. Well, hopefully it's nothing bad. Step 3. Make sure to use the stone of obedience so your monster doesn't run loose. What intrigued me about this is the stone of obedience, pointing out the obvious. It seems to be able to control monsters. But anyways, I then started to look to see if there was a page to send a monster back to its netherrealm, and I did. And it did, I think. How to banish a monster back to the netherrealm. Step 1. Create a circle of salt and trap. Send monster in it. Step 2. Chant something, and yeah. So yeah, I guess hell does exist. Anyways, now that I actually know how to deal with this, I guess I can finally save this town from it. However, there is one thing I do want to do before, and it's to get the Stone of Obedience. You may be wondering why that's important. Well, The slightest mistake could mean that I could die and then the entire town is doomed. But the Stone of Obedience actually seems to control monsters. So if I could get that, then I would have 100% success in this. Now, I just need to find it, and I may know who has it. Now let me explain why I think Riley has it. Ever since the very day Bryce Anderson went missing, Riley has been acting as if he was responsible for Bryce's disappearance. But now I realize it now. He was. On top of that, I have a hunch that Holly's working with him because, well, besides from the fact that Holly burned the evidence, it's pretty damn convenient that when it was starting to get bad, she wanted to be my friend. I also figured out what Freckly's RHL message meant. It's initials for 3 people. I still don't know who L could be. So we got Riley and Holly confirmed, so we're right about them too. I still think L's leading, but we have to find out. So tomorrow night, I'm going to break into Riley's house and retrieve the stone thing. Then, once I'm done with that, I'm going to do the ritual and send that beast back to its dimension. After that, I don't really know what I'm doing next. I made sure to pack necessary supplies such as a pack to salt, the book, Dad's gun and a Molotov. Tomorrow night, I'm going to finish this once and for all. Friday, okay, I've just broken into Riley's house. I'm ran everything I see so far. I just got out of Riley's room and surprisingly, he wasn't there. I tried to find it, but most of the stuff was just Joshy merch. I'm hearing some strange noises coming from the basement. So maybe there is... Oh shoot, I just heard someone come through the door. I'm hiding on the kitchen table right now. I accidentally knocked down a vase in my panic. And they are also in the kitchen. Maybe they won't... I woke up in a dimly lit room. I was tied up in a chair and I felt disorientated. I'm tempted to break out of the ropes, but I'm not strong enough to do that. After a minute, I heard a voice from the shadows and it said, Well, if it isn't Gregory Heffley. I responded with, Who the flip are you? Well, I'm glad you asked. The person then stepped out of the shadows and revealed himself to be Leland. Howdy, Greg. Out of all people to be involved with this, I did not expect Leland. I was angry, but I was more confused. Why out of all people would Leland be involved in this? So I asked him and, okay then, let me start at the beginning. It all started when, while I was going to roleplay as my Magic and Monsters character, I found this strange stone in my grandmother's drawer. I decided to wear it as part of my outfit and went out to Hardscroll Farms until I came across a cave. I went in it, only to be met with the beast. But it didn't do anything. Instead, it just stood there like a statue staring at the stone that I used as an amulet. I then told it to go away, and it did. After a while, I put 2 and 2 together and realized that this stone basically controls it. There it was. That fat had it the whole time. The Stone of Obedience? Oh, so that's what it's called. And now that I knew as to how this happened, I then asked Ian as to why he was doing this. And well, his answer speaks for itself. Well, Greg, I just wanted to use this to make a horror movie based around this. Seriously? You murdered almost an entire town just because you wanted to make a movie? Oh, come on. Most of my dirty work was done by my disciples. Speaking of which, Leland then called for someone to come down. I noticed some light come through the stairs, so I guess that I was in a basement. 2 shadowy figures came out and came into the light. And to my shock, it was Rowley and Holly. We're sorry, Greg. Bro, I just knew it was Rowley, Holly, and Leland, bro. Oh my day. Well, I was shocked that Rowley and Holly were working with Leland. Though I did know that Rowley was up to something, just because of how suspicious he was and there was the note Holly made. At first, I was shocked. Then I was peed. I mean, of course I would be peed. If I found out my friends were helping some lunatic make a movie, I angrily yelled at them, telling them why would they work with Leland. I'm so sorry, Greg. Will you ever forgive me? I'm so sorry I lied to you, Greg. I was just... Oh, I know the answer. Leland then started to explain in a jolly tone about how he managed to get Rowley and Holly to help me. And not gonna lie, I feel disturbed and even disgusted by what Leland did to them. So, here's everything that came out of Leland's mouth. I noticed that it was hungry, so I tried to feed it with a steak, but it threw up. I tried to feed it with other types of meat, but it just threw up. Then I had a thought, what if it was human flesh? Then I had a thought, what if it wants human flesh? I would have kidnapped someone, killed them, and feed it to the beast, but I couldn't be bothered, so I got someone else to do it for me. Hey Rowley, want to help me with a special project?
Sure, Leland. What is it?
Now, Rowley is quite possibly the biggest pushover ever, so it was not hard to manipulate him into kidnapping someone, that being Bryce Anderson. However, as soon as Rowley found out what I was planning on doing, he immediately wanted to wussy out.
Leland, this is so messed up. I don't want to do this anymore.
Luckily, I managed to convince him to continue doing my dirty work by killing his parents in front of him. Wanna work with me now, Rowley?
Mom! Dad!
If you're wondering what I did to the Jeffersons' bodies, then let's just say the beast had some dessert. As for why I roped Holly into this, it's because I had to figure out Manny was one of the people who summoned the beast. The beast told me that, by the way. And so I needed someone to distract you from digging deeper in this case. I remember that Rowley mentioned that you had a crush on Holly Hills, so that's who I chose. And so I approached her and told her about my deal with her. I did kind of tell her a little too much, but I had another way to convince her to be my disciple. You better do exactly as I say or you'll end up like your sister. You killed Heather? Unfortunately, she did absolutely nothing to stop you from stopping me. Though she did destroy just enough evidence, which means that there's a 99% chance I'll never be caught. Before hearing Leland's monologue, I was extremely peeved at Rowley and Holly for betraying me, but now I want to strangle Leland. However, as I was listening to that, I just sat there with a shocked expression on my face. Wow, have I just been monologuing the entire time? Leland reached for his backpack and pulled out a gun and pointed it at me. Well, I'm done explaining my evil plan, so time to die, Greg. You know what? Just pull the flipping trigger and get it over with already. Leland didn't shoot me. Instead he said, I don't really feel like being the one to shoot you. He gave the gun to Rowley and told him to use it to kill me. Okay, Rowley, go use this to kill Greg. Rowley, of course, didn't want to kill me, so he protested until Leland pulled out another gun. I gave you a very specific order to kill Greg, so do it or you'll be dead. Rowley pointed the gun at me for a second. I thought he was going to shoot me, until he spun around and attempted to shoot Leland, but turns out his gun was empty. Oh, Rowley, you dumber. This was supposed to be a... I noticed that Holly was reaching for something in the backpack. After a while, I noticed that she had pulled a knife out of the backpack and used it to stab Leland. Oh, son of a... Holly attempted to stab Leland again, but Leland shot his gun at her. Luckily, it didn't hit her, but made her drop her knife, and before she could pick it up again, Leland got it. Well, have to admit, I am impressed that you outsmarted me there, Holly. Leland told Holly to get next to Rowley, and since Leland was pointing a gun at her, she didn't have much of a choice. That's when Leland started to explain what he was going to do with Rowley and Holly. As I was saying, Rowley, this was supposed to be a test of your loyalty to me, and you failed. As for you, Holly, for quite literally backstabbing me, you'll be given the same punishment that will be given to Rowley. Both of you, as well as Greg, will become the final victims of the beast. Leland started to walk over to a dark corner of the room. He put on the Stone of Obedience and pulled out a key. I looked closely and saw that he was approaching the cage. I heard growling coming from the cage, and that's when I realized that the beast was inside it. It's dinner time! Rowley and Holly were panicking, so they started to apologize to me. Holly said, I'm so sorry I tricked you. I just didn't want to die. Rowley started to cry and said, I'm so sorry I helped Leland. I'll do anything to be friends again, even do all of your chores. I calmed them down and told them, alright, I have a plan. First thing to do is untie me. Once Rowley and Holly were done untying me, I told them my plan is finally to banish the beasts. Rowley, do you have my backpack?
Yeah, Holly has it.
Good. That has all of the necessary supplies to banish the beast. Me and Holly will distract the beast while you grab the Stone of Obedience from Leland. Okay, but are you sure I can steal that thing from Leland? I told Riley that he could probably take the stone away from Leland since he would be pretty weak after being stabbed by Holly. I looked over and saw that Leland was resting due to his injury.
Okay, go kill and eat them. I'm just going to rest. Yeah.
I told Riley and Holly that I had some bullets for the gun in my backpack, so I told Riley to give his gun to Holly, which he did. The beast started sprinting towards me, Riley and Holly, so Riley booked it while Holly was rummaging through my backpack to find a pack of bullets. Holly found them, loaded them into the gun and started firing on the beast. Holly unloaded the entirety of the gun onto the beast, but it had no effect on it. In fact, it didn't get stunned for even a second. The beast was about to bite off Holly's head, but luckily, I saved her just in time. Unfortunately, Holly dropped the gun, and the beast was about to lunge at us, so me and Holly had to run as fast as we could. Meanwhile, Riley had gone to Leland and he was trying to get the stone from him. Give me the stone, Leland.
How about you get eaten instead?
Leland pulled out his gun and threatened to shoot Riley if he attempted to grab the stone.
Move one step closer and you are.
But Riley just kicked Leland, which was enough to knock him to the floor. Probably due to him being weak, due to being stabbed.
Oh!
Me and Holly had just ran into a dead end, and the beast was just about to kill and eat us until Riley picked up the stone and told it to stop. Stop! The beast stopped dead in its tracks. Me and Holly breathed a sigh of relief, because if it had been a couple of seconds later, then it would have been too late. I was about to tell him to go to the backpack and perform the ritual to banish it. That was until Riley yelled, "Kill Leland!" Without any hesitation, the beast ran up to Leland and picked him up and began to kill him.
Wait, stop! You're supposed to obey me only! Stop, please!
I won't go into details to what happened to Leland, but let's say if I drew it, I'd probably throw up. Once it was done killing Leland, Riley used the stone again. This time he followed my plan. Stay perfectly still, and under no circumstances should you do anything to Greg. I went over to my backpack, I got the salt and book. I walked over to the beast, and I got a little scared that it was going to bite my head off, but luckily it didn't. I pulled out the circle of salt around the beast, and it started to look a bit shifty at me. Nonetheless, I finished making the circle of salt and began to read the incantation until the beast spoke to me.
I see what you're trying to do, Greg.
That gave me a mini heart attack, but luckily, that was the only thing it said, so I continued with the ritual.
But yeah, I figured out from last time from you guys, and then we know that the ritual's basically just sentences, reverse. So yeah, I'll just read them normally, then reverse it afterwards.
Once I was done reciting the incantation, flames started to burst around the circle of salt, which quickly consumed the beast. I expected it to start screaming in agony, but instead it spoke to me again, in a scarily calm voice.
I can see that smirk forming on your face.
I bet you're thinking I've done it. The beast's reign of terror is finally over. Holy crap, that's my voice. And while you may have hindered me, just as long as someone says the magic words, I will return. And when I return, you will be the main course in my rampage, Greg. The flames went out. There was nothing besides a circle of salt. In fact, there wasn't even any burn marks left on the floor. After that was done, I just stood there for a minute. I didn't even breathe a sign of relief when the nightmare was finally over. I don't know if it was because of what the beast said before being banished back to the Netherrealm, or if it was something else. Eventually, Riley and Holly broke me out of the trance, but we all just stood there in an awkward silence until Holly finally spoke. So, what now? To be honest, she was right. I mean, should we tell the police or even anyone what had happened? But absolutely no one would believe us, and the mastermind behind this was reducing nothing but a puddle of blood and guts all over the floor and wall. That's when Riley revealed something. Greg, remember when you were on Hardscrabble Farms and someone tried to kill you?
Well, that was me, Greg. I was the person who tried to kill you. I didn't want to do it, but Leland forced me to do it. had no choice. I'm so sorry for everything I've done, Greg. I deserve to run heck for eternity.
That came as a shock, though, as I thought of it, I remembered that all the way back at the hospital, Riley had a cast, and I had put two and two together and realized that I had shot Riley all the way back at Hardscrabble Farms. Riley was having a complete breakdown, so I had to calm him down. Look, Riley, you were forced to do that crap by Leland, and he threatened you with death if you didn't comply, so all the fault should be put on Leland instead. You're not to blame. After I calmed down Riley, I'd thought about what he was going to do. After a minute, I had my decision. We'll tell no one about what happened. A couple of reasons why that was my final decision was because, firstly, absolutely no one would believe us, besides some crackheads. Even if I showed this journal to anyone, they would believe that I had gone insane. Another reason is because since Holly destroyed all the evidence, there's no way to prove the existence of the beasts. Yes, I do know that I have the book, but once again, people would just believe that it's just fake, and I sure as heck not going to give out a live demonstration just to prove it's not fake. I explained this to Riley and Holly, and they agreed with me, so we made a pact to keep this whole crap storm to ourselves. Then, all of us decided to clean up what was left of Leland and dispose of it. This is when I discovered that I was in Riley's basement the whole time. Just before I left, I decided to grab the book so it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Meanwhile, Riley was going to keep the stone just in case something bad would happen. I said goodbye to Riley and Holly, and I went into the woods to think about everything that had happened. After a while, I knew what I was going to do. First, I burned the book that summoned the beast. The book was badly burnt, and while 1 or 2 pages survived, the pages on how to summon the beast was at least destroyed. But, just to make sure absolutely no one finds this, I dug a hole to bury it. I also decided to bury my journal in there too. I honestly think that this thing will only bring back bad memories, so I want to move on. Though, if I want to reread it someday, I did put some 6 on the freshly dug hole to know where it was. This will be my final entry in this journal. To anyone who finds this, if anyone does, I hope you only use this journal for good. So goodbye, journal. Forever.
And that's the end, guys. Yeah, that was a pretty good fanfic. Bro, we used to start rating the fanfics like at the end. Honestly, I'll give this one like a good 9 out of 10. The story was pretty good. The cons of this is just like this spag, but obviously that can improve over time. But other than that, everything was pretty good. I liked the story. Yeah.
October. Monday. Well, it's been a couple of months since I entered 8th grade. Things have changed. I listen to a lot of rock music, like my older brother, Rodrick. Speaking of Rodrick, we're a lot closer now. I can't remember the last time we fought. Oh yeah, I don't really look like that anymore. My hair's grown out a lot since I drew that version of myself, but I have already started drawing in this new diary, so might as well keep it. I obviously never had 3 single strands of hair in real life anyway. As for girls, I never found a girlfriend. I just stopped paying attention to them. But I pay attention to them when they obviously don't care about me. Only one girl seems to notice me now, and it's the girl I least expected, Holly Hills. It's funny, because 2 years ago I was head over heels for this girl, but now I feel nothing. But I always catch her staring at me. It's so weird. I don't know if she's interested in me or what, but I hope she gets the hint that I don't care about her. Why doesn't she chase Bryce Anderson instead? It's beyond me. In all seriousness though, she's been looking rough lately. Her hair's disheveled, she stopped talking to her friends, and I even saw a bruise on her cheek the other day. I did my makeup, put on my best shirt, brushed my hair 5 times. I think I'm ready.
Holly, get over here now!
Tried to make myself look presentable. I never still had to.
Rodrick Heffley, take out those earbuds right this instant.
Sorry, Mrs. Craig. That shirt he's wearing. It looks like some sort of brand. Maybe I should get one just like it. Maybe then I will catch his attention. October. Monday. So my mom got me this diary. She said that it would help with my teenage feelings. I've seen Greg carry around one of these, so maybe it's useful. I guess I'll find out. Speaking of Greg, I need to talk about him. I dated Bryce a while back, along with some other boys, but he's different. Something about him catches my attention. remember when he saw I had a crush on me. We're at the roller rink, and he rolled up to me on his bottom. I mistook him for Fregley though. Isn't your name Fregley?
Fregley?
To be fair, he looked a lot like Fregley with those glasses on. Anyway, once I found out it was Greg, I felt bad. I didn't really know him at that time, though, so I didn't feel that bad. But another good thing about Greg is that he has a good family. His mom is really sweet. He also seems to get along with his siblings. I wish I got along with my sister. Well, we used to get along, but ever since she broke up with her boyfriend, I forgot his name, something in her changed. It started simple. She would yell at me more often. We'd get into more arguments. Then she started going to parties and getting drunk every night. She resorted to physical violence. She attempts to hurt me every day now. Some days are more successful than others. It depends on whether or not I'm willing to fight back. Sorry, I can't draw very well, but I figured I should practice. Anyway, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I went shopping and got myself a shirt with a smiley face on it. It also says Nirvana on top. I think it's a clothing brand. The reason I got it was because I saw Greg wearing one at school today. Maybe he'll notice me if I wear one of my own. Wish me luck. Hey Greg. You like Nirvana? What's your favorite song? So Nirvana isn't a clothing brand? Do you even know what Nirvana is? No. Great. Now he's laughing at me.
I have a splitting headache. Where's Holly?
Shouldn't she be home by now?
Shoot, Heather looks really upset.
You're late. Sorry, Heather. Keep it down. I'm gonna take a nap. Great. Now I'm going to have a bruise. Without makeup, we'll be able to cover it up. Tuesday. So today was very eventful. Holly came up to me with a Nirvana shirt. It was obvious she didn't even know what Nirvana was, so I called her out for it and she started crying. I'm sorry. Girl, bro, chill. Sometimes I just don't know about that girl. Anyway, Mom overheard me telling Rodrick this story. She got upset and looked to me about how I need to be nicer and that Holly is a sweet girl. We argued for a bit and it resulted in her saying that she's not mad, she's just disappointed. Now she's going to take like a week to figure out my punishment. Yippee. Gregory, you need to know how to treat a woman. I raised you better than this, didn't I? Anyway, Rodrick told me about how he hasn't seen Heather Hills at school recently. Let me tell you why Heather is important. Heather is Rodrick's ex-girlfriend. They broke up a few weeks ago. Rodrick broke up with Heather because he caught her cheating. Heather apparently did not take that breakup well, because now she's skipping school. Rodrick would skip school too, but Mom would find out real quick. But Heather is Holly Hill's older sister. I wonder if that has something to do with how Holly has been acting lately. So, Holly has been acting weird at school? Yeah, you should be nice to her. I mean, Heather was nice. But something about her gives off weird vibes. I feel like she may be mistreating Holly based off what you're telling me. I mean, you never know what someone's going through. It's better than being friends with that annoying rowdy kid. So I said to my mom, dude, look. Oh jeez, that's a nasty black eye. Anyway, no, Rowley, hold on. Holly, are you okay? Why did you change the subject so quickly? Oh, hi Greg. I'm fine. I accidentally tripped down the stairs. How are you? Oh, hi Holly. Remember when you said I was adorable and funny in my yearbook? What the heck? Does he like Holly? Does she not remember? This is so embarrassing. Wednesday. Rowley's a flippin' embarrassment. They were just talking in the hallway when I saw Holly. She had a nasty black eye. I was worried about her, especially considering that Heather could be hurting her. But Rowley didn't care at all until I tried talking to Holly. And he started acting really nice for some reason and brought up when Holly called Rowley cute and adorable in his yearbook a while back. Holly seemed embarrassed. I can't believe this kid. It's so obvious that he has a huge crush on Holly. This is news to me. It was also so weird how Rowley almost seemed jealous that Holly wanted to talk to me instead of him. Shouldn't best friends be happy for each other? I don't even like Holly back. Anyway, so I don't know what he's getting so worked up over. Riley's been acting weird ever since last year. When I began to work on myself and become a better person, he just became more of a jerk. He's less than an innocent kid now and more of a spoiled brat. Looks like all that smothering from his parents finally caught up to him. My parents didn't get me the video game I wanted. Wow, it's not fair, it's not fair. True story, by the way. The truth is, I don't really want to be friends with him anymore. I'm tired of him. Feels like he puts me down all the time for being less fortunate than him. I've got other friends anyway. Albert Sani still spreads rumors, but they've become a little less outrageous. Shra Gupta has stopped blending in and has become more outspoken. And Patty Farrell, where did I start with her? In 7th grade, her parents divorced and she immediately started being a teacher's pet. But it was obvious that she wasn't okay. I still can't believe that I did this, but I actually talked to her. We realized we had a lot in common, and now she's one of my closest friends. She sits with me and the other boys at lunch. I never really saw her as one of the girls after that. Guys, guess what? Albert, please, don't start spreading another dumb rumor that obviously isn't true. It's actually true this time, Holly. Holly Hill's older sister got arrested. What? Yeah, so apparently Holly's sister was drunk driving and when she got pulled over, she attacked a cop, so they arrested her. Big deal. Heather will probably get out in like a day. Rowley, can you just have some basic human decency? Jeez. Anyway, I also heard that Holly left school early. She also had a black eye. I don't know. Something weird has been going on with Holly's family recently. You're breathing way too loud, Holly. Can you please be quiet? How about you slow down? You don't want to get arrested again, right? Heather, I'm serious. Please slow down. You're scaring me. We're home. What music should I listen to? Oh, I know. I can impress Greg by listening to that Nirvana band, the one I bought the shirt for. Oh my gosh, I can see why Gregory likes this band. Wednesday. OMG, I've discovered a new obsession. So basically, remember when I bought that Nirvana shirt to impress Greg? Well, it turns out that it isn't a clothing brand. It's a band. So yeah, that was pretty embarrassing. Anyway, today I decided to give this Nirvana band a try. It's amazing. I think I've been listening to their music for like an hour now. I guess I'll tell Greg tomorrow that I actually listened to their music now. Also, Heather got arrested today. Basically, she was drunk driving like she always is, but this time she actually got caught. When the cop pulled her over, she attacked him. Get away from me. Stupid police. So, of course, they arrested her. My parents bailed her out though, so Heather picked me up from school early because my parents told her to, and we went home. She was driving really fast though, and I have a feeling she did it just to make me upset. Why can't Heather just be nice to me? Greg, what music are you listening to? What's more important is why you're wearing a Nevermind shirt. But you didn't listen to Nirvana. Oh, yeah, well, I actually started listening to that music. And I can inform you that I can now name more than 5 songs. Well, if you really want to know, I'm listening to Smells Like Teen Spirit. It's basic, I know, but it goes off a certain feeling I can't really describe. I've always liked it. I don't think it's basic. I don't think anyone should be ashamed for the kind of songs they like. You know, I don't think I've ever really talked to anyone at school about my music taste before. My friends aren't interested in that kind of stuff. Riley always shames me for my music taste because rock and roll is the root of all evil. I don't think you'd be the type of person to like a band like that. Well, I guess you thought wrong. I kind of relate to their music in a way. Well, it's time for class. Bye. I wonder what she meant by how she relates to some Nirvana songs. Those songs can get pretty dark. November, Friday. So, I guess Holly's a little cooler than I thought she was. Today she came to school with a Nevermind shirt on, which is an album by Nirvana. Ever since she wore her original Nirvana shirt with that smiley face on it, she hasn't dared to wear another Nirvana shirt. I was surprised and said I thought she didn't know what Nirvana was. Apparently she's been listening to their music, and she even said she relates to some of their songs. I found that kind of concerning, especially since Nirvana songs can be very dark, to say the least. I'm so happy because today I found my friends. They're in my head. I can't help but feel uncomfortable around Holly. It always feels like she's trying to get with me or something. 6th grade me would have loved this. If I'm being honest, I really just want her to stop trying to impress me. I don't really like any girls right now, but I used to. So I think I might be bi. You know what makes me say that? Bryce Anderson. I know I said that I wish that Holly would just like him instead, and I do, but recently I felt different towards him. It's a similar feeling to what I used to feel back when I liked Holly. That's really weird, right? I find it stupid that I may be crushing on Bryce of all people. I used to hate him after all. Greg, guess what? Oh jeez. So Greg, did you get an invitation to Bryce's party tonight? I did. No, I didn't. Bryce's party? Oh, well, I can bring you with. I don't think Bryce will mind. He'll definitely mind, but I'll protect Greg. Really? You do that for me? Of course I would. You're my friend. That's what friends are for, right? Yeah, we're friends. Thanks. Oh my gosh, she's blushing. Oh, hi, Holly. Who's that guy she's with? Oh, hi, Bryce. Don't think about the past, just don't think about it. Why's he holding my hand? Why do I like it? You just dress better. I won't date an ugly bitch. You're only popular because of me. I'm the most popular boy in school. I have to keep my image up, Holly. It's very important. Holy crap. Is Holly okay? So everyone, I have an important announcement to make. Well, as you all know, I'm currently single. But there is a special girl I wanted to ask out tonight. Huh? Holly, would you be my girlfriend? No, Bryce, we already dated, and I don't want to date you again. Besides, I already have a boyfriend. Oh yeah? Who? Listen, I'm sorry for kissing you like that. I was afraid Bryce wouldn't believe me if I didn't. He really used to mistreat me back when we were dating. I said you were my boyfriend, so he'd leave me alone. Whatever, I guess is fine. It's weird that I like that kiss and hate it at the same time. Well, I texted my mom to pick us up. She should be here soon. Mom couldn't make it. Get in the back. Here, do you want it? Thanks, Greg. So, what's your name again? Greg Heffley? Greg Heffley? Are you Rodrick's little brother? Yeah, you're Rodrick's ex-girlfriend. Wait, your brother is Heather's ex-boyfriend? Well, Greg, you should know that your brother is a backstabbing jerk. When you don't want to cheat on them, though. Shut up, Greg. Shut the frick up. Shoot, he's making everybody upset. Hey, what the frick? Can't believe her. She almost killed us. If she didn't slam on the brakes, we would have crashed right into that tree. Heather, why the flip did you do that? Well, I wanted to scare that stupid kid. He deserved it. He could have died. Do you realize that? You're a horrible person. You know what, Heather? Flip you. And by the way, I know that you hurt yourself. What's that supposed to mean? You know exactly what it means. That's a lot of disrespect to be given to your older sister. Are you sure you want to do that? I'd beat the crap out of you if I wanted to. Let go. I can't breathe. Did you hear me? I told you to let go. Friday. Well, today was really flipping weird. Lily came up to me today and asked if I got invited to Bryce's party. I didn't, so she took me with. Turns out Bryce was an abusive piece of crap towards Holly back when they were dating. Because Bryce really missed Holly though, because he asked her to be his girlfriend again. She rejected him and lied that I was her boyfriend. Then she kissed me, which I wasn't expecting. Needless to say, I was pretty upset with her. It gets even worse though. After the party, Holly's mom was supposed to pick us up, but her older sister Heather came instead. Remember that my older brother Rodrick is her ex-boyfriend? I made a dumb excuse of saying my last name and that immediately set her off. Then I made another dumb mistake of asking her why she was mad if she was the one who cheated on him. This made Heather so angry that she swerved off the road and almost made us crash into a tree. Almost. She slammed on the brakes at the last second. Then, without saying a word, she went back on the road and drove me home. So yeah, I'm okay. Physically at least. I think I'm permanently traumatized from that experience. I'm probably only going to tell Rodrick though, because Mom would freak out. Also, after what I just witnessed, I don't think I have a crush on Bryce anymore. But I don't have a crush on Holly either. What's wrong, Holly? Greg, my sister tried to choke me, so I pushed her. She fell on the ground really hard, and now her head is bleeding. My parents are going to be peed. I don't know what to do. What the flip? I think I'm going to be sick. No. So, Raleigh, I curled my hair. Do you like it? No offense, Greg, but you look like a homeless man. No offense, Raleigh, but your bedroom looks like it belongs to a 5-year-old. I was just saying. Anyway, what were you saying about Holly? She called you yesterday? Yeah, so she called me saying her sister tried to choke her, and she pushed her. Her sister was bleeding because she fell on the ground and hit her head. I was so shocked and scared that I hung up. Then I threw up shortly after. I feel bad though. I should have at least stayed on the phone with her. Well, I think I wouldn't have hung up on her. No, Rowley, you would have definitely hung up on her. Know about your dumb crush on Holly? Stop acting like you're some sort of saint. No, how about you stop? Remember when you broke my arm? Remember when you almost got me kicked off of the safety patrol? Remember when you almost got me killed? Where's that permission slip that Greg told me to sign? Oh, there's his diary. Maybe I should read it, just to make sure he's doing okay. He's swearing in his diary? Maybe I should have a talk with him about... This made Heather so angry that she swerved off the road and almost made us crash into a tree? Heather Hills did what to Greg? Hi, Holly. Are your parents home? No, they're not here right now. Oh, well, I found out that your sister Heather almost crashed into a tree yesterday when you and Greg were in a car. Are you okay? Oh, yeah, we're fine. She was just trying to scare us. Nothing to worry about. What are those marks in your throat? They look like choke marks. Holly, is there something going on at home? It's nothing. Greg, there's no way Rowley actually said that to you. That is wild. No, I'm not joking. He actually said that my cold hair makes me look like a homeless man. In all seriousness, Rowley has become so annoying over the past year. He mocks how I dress all the time. I think I'll just end up ditching him. We've been friends for so long, but he's become so toxic. It's not even fun hanging out with him anymore. Saturday, I think I'm actually going to stop being friends with Rowley. Earlier, me and Patty came up with a plan. On Monday, I'm going to confront him at school and tell him that if he doesn't start treating people better, that I'm not going to be friends with him anymore. Patty's going to be with me. I'm wondering if I'll end up regretting this. Rowley was really my only close friend in 6th grade. But I'm tired of him. I have to remember that he's no longer that nice Rowley anymore, that I'm holding on to. He's changed. On a side note, Bob interrogating me about how Heather almost crashed into a tree with me and Holly in a car. I don't even know how she could have found out about that, so I'm assuming she read my diary. I guess I'm gonna have to put a lock on this scene. Mom is now insisting on reporting Holly's choke marks to the police, but I told her not to. I lied and said that they probably weren't even choke marks. I know that they are though. I know Mom is just trying to help Holly, but I know it probably won't end well for her if Mom reports her. I'm gonna talk to Rodrick and see if he can maybe talk to Heather and get her to stop her and Holly. I don't even know if Holly's okay, seeing as Holly told me that she pushed her, causing her to hit her head. I don't think that could kill you though, so she's probably fine. But if Rodrick can't fix Heather, I don't think anybody can. He's Heather's ex-boyfriend after all. You just opened the front door. Isn't Holly in her room? Oh my goodness! So, how have you been doing? I've been okay, doing okay aside from hitting my head the other day. That's what the bandage on my head is from. Look, Heather, I'm not here to get back together with you. I need to talk to you about Holly. I know that you're treating her badly. We just play around. Holly's fine. She's just really clumsy. I am too, for that matter. I doubt that. In fact, Don't you miss being together? I honestly wasn't in my right mind when I cheated on you. How about we just start over?
Maybe she's right. I do miss our relationship.
So, what do you want to do? Listen to some music? Since you're a fan of Nirvana, you should recognize this song. Nice try, Greg, but I do know this song. Oh, that's good, I guess. So, are you, like, confessing to me or something? You put this song on for a reason, right? What? No? Aren't you the one who likes me? You have to at least sort of like me back, right? Sunday, OMG! So today, Greg and his older brother, Rodrick, came to visit us. Apparently, Rodrick is Heather's ex-boyfriend. I'm not sure what they were talking about, but me and Greg listened to a song called Drain You. It's a romantic song, so I asked Greg if he was confessing to me or something. It was a dumb question, I know, but I decided to go for it and kiss him. And he didn't even pull away or anything. It was perfect. When he left, he was literally still blushing. I'm almost 100% sure we're boyfriend and girlfriend now. Yay! Heather also told me that her and Roger got back together. Maybe that will finally make her stop hitting me. She seemed pretty happy, so that's good, I guess. I'm surprised Rodrick forgave her for cheating on him though. I'm not sure if I would have. Hopefully Greg agrees that we're officially dating tomorrow because that kiss really meant something to me. So I made myself extra pretty today so Greg will notice me. Do you think I look okay? Yeah, you look great. I think Greg's over there. What's he doing? Okay, look, Rowley, I'm gonna say it again. I'm not being your friend anymore unless you're nicer to me. Really, Greg? You're the one who's not nice. You've been nothing but a jerk since we met. Oh yeah? Remember that one time you almost got Greg killed? Oh yeah, I remember that very well. Riley had been accidentally rude to some dangerous kids and they cornered us after school. Riley got scared and blamed me for everything, saying I was the one who told him to say that to them, which wasn't true. I was shocked. Riley had never done anything like that to me before. Not intentionally at least. Then he ran off. He left me all alone. Riley never even came back for me. I sat there for hours until my mom finally found me. Oh, come on. What was I supposed to do in that situation? Freaking asshole, Rowley. Oh my goodness. Greg, stop it. He's not worth it.
Whoa, what's going on over there? Why are Greg and Rowley fighting? I don't know. Well, that stupid Greg kid managed to get Holly to hate me, so I'm gonna help Rowley.
Fix you, Greg. Get off me, Rowley.
What the?
This is none of your business, Bryce. Leave Greg alone.
I don't know if anybody has told you this before, but you're really freaking hot. What's your name?
Huh? Really, Bryce? Goodness, you're such an asshole. When one girl rejects you, you just move on to the next girl? It's pathetic. Get out of here, Bryce, and take your Rowley friend with you.
Monday. Well, today I got suspended for fighting. Remember how I said I was gonna confront Rowley? We ended up getting into a physical fight, and since Bryce hates me for stealing Holly from him, he joined in on the fight, helping Rowley to beat me up. Patty stopped him though, but it gets worse. All of a sudden he calls Patty hot. This made both Patty and Holly really upset, and Holly pulled out a pocket knife and sliced Bryce's neck. Yeah, it was a gruesome scene. Anyway, me, Bryce, Rowley, Holly and Patty all got suspended for 3 days. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I guess me and Rowley aren't friends anymore. Whatever, he's a spoiled brat and a jerk. Also, ever since yesterday when she kissed me at her house, I think me and Holly are dating. It's the first time I've ever had a girlfriend. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to feel, but right now, I feel happy. I never expected to have a crush on Holly again, but I do. And this time, she likes me back. On another note, while me, Holly and Patty were walking to the principal's office after what happened, I noticed Rowley and Bryce talking. They both were smiling and looking at me.
I was probably just imagining that part, but I'm still kind of nervous, because now they both have one thing in common. They hate me.
Hey, Greg, can I ask you something?
Yeah, what is it?
Are we dating, like, officially? Are we? I mean, we did kiss. I guess, but let's take things slow, okay? Hey, aren't we supposed to pick up Greg and Holly? Didn't they get, like, suspended or something? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I must have been imagining it or something. I don't know what Greg would even be suspended for anyway. We've been waiting for hours. Greg? Honey? Oh my goodness. I was so worried. I came back from work to find you, and Rodrick not home. Do you know where Rodrick is? He was supposed to pick you up. Yeah, we're fine. Good. Now we just need to find Rodrick. Hey, why is Rodrick's car parked here? Whatever the reason is, I'm sure Mrs. Heffley is not gonna like it. Rodrick, where are you? You were supposed to pick up Greg after he got suspended. Maybe he's in that room. Car! Oh, Rodrick! Get your clothes on, we're going home. Ugh. Ew. Come on, Greg, we're going home. Things just got even crazier. So since I got suspended, I had to get picked up from school. Rodrick usually picks me up, but he never came. When Mom came back from work to find out that neither of us were home, she picked me and Holly up. But when she went to go drop off Holly, Rodrick's car was in the driveway. I'm sure you know where this is going. Mom came in and tried to look for Rodrick. She opened up the first door in the hallway and walked in on Rodrick and Heather having, you know. I don't think I've ever seen Mom so mad before. When we got home, Mom told Rodrick to go to his room, mumbling, "Just wait until your father hears about this." She told me then to sit down with her at the kitchen table. She explained that she understands I have a growing body and that the things always happen for a reason, but she asked why I fought Rowley, my best friend. I couldn't help it. I broke down. Me and Rowley have been friends for so long, and it hadn't truly hit me that we were no longer friends until that moment. Mom hugged me. I usually dislike hugs, but I really needed them on at the moment. Greg, I know you did it for a reason. Whatever that reason is, I'm sorry. But fighting is not the answer. I know she's right. I don't know what came over me. Fighting is not my thing. Anyway, about Rodrick, I'm really upset that he's dating Heather again. She's a toxic, abusive person. When I told him to talk to Heather about Holly, I did not mean to get back together with her. I'm going to talk to Rodrick about it, but I'm not sure when, considering he's probably grounded for eternity. Then again, he's a legal adult, so I'm not really sure how that will go down. Something I find weird is how Holly's parents seem to never be around. It kind of seems like Heather's raising Holly herself. That makes me sad. Honestly, kind of grateful that my family's present in my life. At least my perspective isn't dysfunctional. We got into a lot of chaotic situations, but when push comes to shove, we're a family. And I guess that's all that matters.
It was weird what happened yesterday. They weren't even using protection, Greg. And by the way, Heather said that Rodrick was the one who pressured her into it. She didn't even want to, but she was nervous and drunk, so she agreed. That's a little crap. Heather was obviously lying. Rodrick would never do that. You should stop seeing your brother as some sort of saint. You don't want to know the things Heather used to tell me about him before they broke up. Nothing you're saying is true. You're a liar. You lied about my brother to scare me. How dare you? You don't get to lie about my family just because you don't have a good family. He actually said that? Yeah. I'll call him in a sec. I'm so sorry he said that to you, Holly. You're not a liar.
Hey, Rodrick.
Can I ask you something?
Sure, what is it?
Did you pressure Heather into having, you know?
I mean, I can't remember yesterday too well since I was drunk, but I think so. Who wouldn't though?
Oh my goodness. Holly was right. Patty?
I can't believe you, Greg. How dare you call Holly a liar? She's in tears right now because of you. In fact, she's considering breaking up with you.
What have I done? Rodrick, I already told you no. Can you stop?
Don't act like you're such a saint, Heather. You're a slut who plays a victim and beats your own sister. We just started dating again. We should restart our relationship on a good note and have some fun.
Oh yeah? You do stuff like this to me all of the time. Not to mention, you can get really aggressive sometimes. Remember that time you slapped me in the face? That is exactly why I cheat on you.
Oh please, you hit me plenty of times too. Not to mention you abuse your little sister. I guess that makes us even.
Whatever. I guess we could do it. Holly, can we talk? I guess... Listen, I'm sorry for calling you a liar. I talked to Rodrick, and he kind of confirmed that what you said was true. I look up to Rodrick, and I just don't know how to feel about it. I immediately assumed you were lying because, well, he's my brother. I understand if you want to break up with me. I seriously crossed the line. Oh, it's okay. I forgive you. I don't really want to break up with you. I just said that because I was upset at the time. And look, I didn't mean to villainize your brother like that. Ever told me some bad things about him, but this is coming from the sister that literally hits me. I never told you directly about that before, but I'm sure you figured it out. She's an effed up person, probably more effed up than your brother ever was. I just don't think we should look up to either of our siblings. But does it even matter? I haven't felt happier since we got together. I like talking with you and listening to Nirvana with you. And please, don't let this damage our relationship. Can we just accept that both of our siblings are assholes and move on? Holly, don't apologize. I'm the one that's supposed to be apologizing here. I didn't realize I meant that much to you. And I'm really sorry your sister does that to you.
So, what are your ideas for getting back at Greg?
I've got an idea. What if we tried to get a picture of Greg or Holly changing or something, or ruin their lives?
Dude, taking pictures of someone naked without their consent is literally illegal. Don't you think that's a little too far?
Well, Patty and Holly assaulted you by cutting your neck, and Greg punched me in the face. That's technically illegal. And besides, they deserve it. If we're careful, they won't have any evidence that we did it. We will take the picture, make an anonymous account, and forward the picture to everyone we know. We'll also forward it to our own accounts so they don't think it's us.
Rowley, I don't want to do this. This is really weird. I want to get revenge on Greg, but this is too far. Let's just go before he notices us.
Hold on. I think he's about to start changing into his pajamas.
We need to leave, bro.
Yep, it turned out great. I somehow managed to get his whole body in the picture. Awesome.
Dude, that is so effed up. I am not forwarding Greg's entire naked body to the whole school. You can do it yourself, but I will not be involved.
Then I'll just tell them you were the one who took the picture and forwarded it. Who would they believe? The passive-aggressive popular guy who already has a reputation for getting revenge, or an innocent sweet kid who never curses? Bro. Shrimpy. Is that him?
Yeah.
Greg, what is this? Look at my phone.
Huh? God, why is my naked body on your phone? Who sent you that?
Trust me, I didn't want to see it either, but here we are. Anyway, it was forwarded by an anonymous account to what looks like the whole school. That includes Holly. So, yes, by now, everybody has seen this picture. Greg, it's okay. We'll fix this. So, do you know about the picture that's been going around of Greg? No, but I got a weird message from some anonymous account that I'm opening right now. Holy crap! Greg?
So, Mr. Heffley, will you explain why there's a nude picture of you going around the school? A student sent me this, concerned about where it came from.
Look, I don't know who took the picture, but it definitely wasn't me. There's a reflection, almost as if it was taken from outside the window. I would know. I've only seen it around 1,000 times. Can I get sent home or something? My eyes are red from crying all day.
Mr. Heffley, this is very serious. This is considered distribution of CP, and it's illegal. If it wasn't you, I need your help to find out who took this picture, because they could actually get arrested and taken to jail, depending on how old they are.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but can I see the picture again?
Sure.
If it was taken from a window, there's a reflection, right? I should be able to see who took it if the window has a reflection. Oh my goodness, I see it. I know who it is.
Is everything alright, Mr. Heffley? Do you know who did this?
Raleigh Jefferson, please report to the Vice Principal's office immediately.
Huh? Vice Principal Roy, I didn't do it, I swear.
Mr. Jefferson, it is clear that your reflection is on the window in this picture. Do not lie to me.
Bryce Anderson made me do it. He made me take the picture. No, Raleigh, this was definitely your idea. You're the only one who knows the window in my bedroom where I keep the curtains open. Bryce may have helped you, but I'm going with my gut here. You're the one who wanted to do it. Besides, Bryce isn't shown in the picture, so there's no evidence that he helped. Who cares if I did it or not, Greg? You deserved it anyway. I never admit this in my diary, but I had bad social anxiety at the time. I didn't know how to talk to kids my age. Knowing there was a kid who was more socially awkward than me made me feel understood. There must be some way to tickle your funny bone? Say what? Thursday. Today Rowdy got arrested for distribution of CP. Let me explain. So, you know how me, Rowdy, Patty, Holly and Bryce were suspended for 3 days? Well, we came back today. When I came to school today, people were staring and whispering about me. I didn't know why at first, but Patty showed me a message she got from an anonymous account. Apparently the whole school got it, and there was a naked picture of me. Fortunately, on the actual picture, it was not covered. It didn't take long for me to figure out it was Rowdy who took the picture. After Vice Principal Royce called me to his office and showed me the picture again, I could see Rowdy's face in the reflection since it was taken outside the window. Rowdy tried to deny it, but after I showed Vice Principal Roy what I was seeing, he didn't bite any of Rowdy's lies. Right before lunchtime, the police came to take him away. Everyone in my class stopped what they were doing to look at the window. Holly was also in my class, and she held my hand as we watched Rowdy get shoved into a police car. Stupid Greg. Before you think that he will actually face some form of punishment, just know that his parents will probably bail him out. They're rich after all. Hopefully being in jail for, like, an hour will scare him into leaving me alone though. Anyway, I'm still really embarrassed that a naked photo of me was sent to the whole school. Who wouldn't be? The worst part is that Holly saw it, too. And before you say she probably likes seeing it, go read Greg's note on November or something. This LLB is not for you. We're literally 13. Greg's NNN. And book for the Goon Archives. Yeah, that's a classic.
I can't believe this. I'm going to have a talk with Riley's dad later. This is absurd. Greg, are you and Rodrick having a fight? Goodness, that hasn't happened in a while.
No, Dad, we're not fighting. Rodrick is just upset that he had to force a girl to F him. What does F mean?
Greg, language. Give him a break, Susan. He's had a long day. Greg, what are you talking about?
Well, Mom, remember how you caught Rodrick getting laid the other day? Well, turns out he pressed Heather to do it. She didn't even want to do it. You can ask him. He'll confirm that it's true. Isn't that right, Rodrick?
Rodrick, is this true?
Heather, are you okay? You've been in the bathroom for a long time. Holly. Well, a lot's happened. Where do I start? Heather got pregnant. She tried multiple tests a couple weeks later just to check, and yep, she was pregnant. Her and Rodrick had an argument about it, and it resulted in Rodrick breaking up with Heather. He didn't want to be involved with a pregnancy, so he just left. And when Rodrick told Mom and Dad that he broke up and left a girl that he got pregnant, they were not happy. I've never seen Dad that upset before. Usually it's Mom who's mad. However, this time Mom was really sad. Dad did most of the talking. I said that if he wasn't going to support Heather, that he was going to get kicked out. And so Rodrick left. Mom was really upset, but she didn't stop Dad. As for Rowley, he did get bailed out by his parents, but he never came back to school. Apparently his parents decided to send him to a private school, so I guess I'll never have to talk to him again. And Bryce no longer bothers me either. I think he actually was involved in taking the naked picture of me, because he always looks ashamed whenever we make eye contact. He avoids me now. I'm sure Rowley pressured him to help anyway. Oh, and also, the whole town found out that Heather was pregnant. I guess they assumed that she herself didn't even know who the father was, and rumors spread quickly that she sleeps with many men. So now Heather can't go outside without getting insulted.
I'm sure that baby will end up deformed, you whore.
Slut! Get out of here! Oh yeah, Me and Greg are getting bullied because of my sister's pregnancy too. It's terrible. But at least me and Greg have each other. Disgusting. I bet Holly's a slut too. That kind of stuff runs in the family.
Yeah, just shut up, man. I just know that guy's an incel. Ugh. Guys, this is getting ridiculous. We can't just take this. This is the third paper ball thrown at me, and lunch just started.
Sometimes we have to make sacrifices for our friends, Albert. If you're implying that we're kicking them off the lunch table, that is not happening.
No, Patty, I can't take this anymore. We literally have targets on our backs, thanks to these bozos. That's it. Greg and Holly, leave our lunch table. You two sitting here is just giving bullies an excuse to bully us. Well, look, it's Holly. Have you heard about her sister? No. Her sister's pregnant.
Wait, no way she's a baby mama.
Huh, look at her loser friends as well. What dorks. Ugh. She should be ashamed of herself for being related to such a sleazy girl. Ugh.
I'm not sure if I can take this for much longer. Holly, don't you think this is getting a little ridiculous? How is this my fault? It's not your fault. I guess it isn't really about the other kids bullying us. It's about our relationship. I don't think I feel any romantic attraction towards you, Holly. What? I'm sorry, Holly. But I think I only got together with you because I felt bad for you. I was happy at first, but recently I felt different. Especially with all the bullying. I don't think this relationship will work out. Just admit it. You're only breaking up with me because you don't want to deal with the bullying anymore. That's selfish as frick, Greg. I've been so nice to you. I was willing to forgive you when you didn't believe me about Rodrick. You have the audacity to F me over like this and leave me when I literally can't walk in the hallways without getting insulted. The rumors are true. You are a selfish narcissist. Oh yeah? Well, you've been obsessed with me throughout all of 8th grade. It's creepy the way you forced our relationship. It was clear that I wasn't interested and you still found a way to push it. You're a selfish piece of crap for doing that. And, you know, I'm sure the rumors are true about Heather too. Rodrick probably isn't even the father. Your sister really is a slut. Wow. You really are just like your brother. You take advantage of others and flee once you face the consequences. Frick you, Greg. Holly, get away from me. Greg, Holly, come back. I've made a huge mistake. Should have never gone together with him. December, Monday. Well, my relationship with Holly is officially over. Since her sister is pregnant, rumors have spread that she sleeps with many men and doesn't even know who the father is. I almost have an urge to believe it, because I still don't think Rodrick would leave her pregnant without a good reason. Anyway, Holly's now getting bullied for it, which means I'm bullied too, since we were dating. I don't know if it was the bullying that made me realize, but I don't really think I love Holly romantically. I know, it was crappy of me to get together with her, that if I didn't like her back. But I think it was just the adrenaline of dating someone that made me not realize that earlier. Today, after we got kicked from our lunch table when Albert suddenly got tired of all of the bullying, I decided to confront Holly. I realized that after this, it was just me, Holly, and Patty. That meant Holly would expect me to stick by her side as her boyfriend for the rest of the year, and probably throughout high school too. That thought alone started to scare me, seeing as I didn't like her back. Holly didn't take it well. I think I accidentally made it look like I was breaking up with her because I didn't want to get bullied anymore. Because she called me selfish and proceeded to start crying. Then I got upset and said something I shouldn't have. I told her that the rumors were probably true, and that her sister probably did sleep with many men. Well, if Holly was upset before, it was nothing compared to this. She said that I was just like my brother, and that I'd take advantage of people and leave them when I faced the consequences. I know I deserved it after what I said about her sister, but that really hurt me. Holly ran off crying, and Patty chased after her. I got a text from Patty shortly after saying we weren't friends anymore. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Well, without Patty and Holly, and since I got kicked from my lunch table, I do not have any friends anymore. I don't really have Rodrick either, so I guess I have no one now.
Hey, Greg. Hey, dude. I'm so sorry for helping Riley take that naked picture of you. I didn't really want to do that, but I did want to get revenge on you. The idea specifically was Riley's idea though. I really was going to back out of it after he actually took the picture, but he said that he'd tell everyone that I took the picture if I ditched him. So, I helped him. I felt guilty about it for a while, and I wanted to apologize to you, but I couldn't find the right time. Me being mad at you in general was for a stupid reason anyway. I'm also planning on apologizing to Holly too. I mistreated her a couple years ago, and I was really only mad at you because I was jealous that you were dating Holly. But I didn't want to get between you and Holly again. And I didn't want her thinking I was only apologizing to get back together with her. So I haven't yet. Well, me and Holly aren't together anymore, so you don't have to worry about that. But may I ask, why the change of heart? You hated my guts a month ago. Why are you being so nice to me? When Rowley shared this idea about taking the naked picture of you and then execute it, I realized what path I was taking. I did not want to end up like Rowley and do actual illegal stuff like that just to get revenge and have fun. I've been a bad person, but that really scared me. I have a lot of work to do to redeem myself, but I decided that I'd start with apologizing to you and Holly, also Patty. I was so desperate for a girlfriend that all logical thinking went out the window. And I feel especially bad for Holly, seeing as she's getting bullied for something she's not responsible for. It reminds me of something I would have bullied someone for if I continued to be a bad person, and that makes me sad. Well, I'm sure Patty and Holly will much appreciate your apology, and I haven't really been the greatest person towards Holly either. The truth is, I never really liked her back. Today I talked to her about breaking up and she got really upset. I said that the rumors about her sister were probably true on impulse. She ran away crying, and Patty stopped being friends with me too. So I guess I have no friends now. It's deserved though. I'm planning on apologizing to Holly soon, but seeing as it just happened today, I think I should give it some time. Well, at least you're taking accountability for it, which is something I should have done a long time ago. But I gotta get going. I guess I'll see you around, Greg. And then he said that the rumors about you were probably true, that you probably really were a slut. Well, he probably only said that because you called him a selfish narcissist. And be honest, were you forced in a relationship? No, I wasn't. He loved me. He just changed his mind and ditched me because he didn't want to deal with the bullying anymore. And honestly, why am I even asking for your advice? You're the last person I should be asking. You know, toxic relationship with your boyfriend, cheat on him, then got angry when he broke up with you and hit me just because you needed a punching bag to let out your anger on. Then got back together with the same guy. I was surprised when he took advantage of you, got you pregnant, and then left you. I can't believe I'm even listening to you right now. You never even apologized to me. The point is to not be like me, Holly. Learn from my mistakes. Don't force a relationship on someone. Greg shouldn't have said what he said about me, but if we force something on him, that's your fault. She's right. Calm down. And she still hasn't apologized. Don't listen to her. She's never cared about you. Calm down, Holly. You don't need to listen to her. She hurt you and doesn't regret it, just like everyone else in your life. Stop, please. She never cared. Get revenge. Leave me alone. Wow, I really just did destroy my entire room in a fit of anger. But maybe Heather and Greg are right. Was I really forced in the relationship after all? When he said what he said, I imagined him to be like this. But what if he really was like this? What if I truly did make him uncomfortable all those times I kissed him? Now that I recall, I can't think of any times he kissed me. Maybe he still wanted to be my friend and help me through all of the bullying. He just didn't want to be my boyfriend. Maybe that's what he meant by Holly. Isn't this getting a little ridiculous? Maybe he meant our relationship, not the bullying. And I called him a selfish narcissist before he called me my sister a slut. I said something mean on impulse before he did. And then I said he was just like his brother. He literally got my sister pregnant and left her. Oh my goodness. I really owe Greg an apology. I used to sleep in Heather's room, but she said she left my hairbrush in here. I plan to unalive myself. Tell Holly you'll go into the store, message parents to come home as soon as possible, drive to the cliff a few minutes away, drive off the cliff, make sure to bring any belongings that you don't want people having access to. What the heck? Holly, I'm going to the store, I'll be back soon. Shoot, I have to do something to stop her. Wait, don't go. I want to go with you. I have some things I need to get. No, I'm going by myself. Go back to your room. Please, I'll behave. I promise. Fine, I guess you could go. If Holly wants to come with me, fine.
I guess she's going down with me.
Eva, the store's back there. Where are you taking us? You knew, didn't you? You thought that coming with me to the store would stop me from doing this. You're wrong. I'm doing it anyway. Now you're going to die too. Eva, weren't you trying to improve yourself? For you? For the baby? Why are you doing this? Holly, I've been depressed for a while. Mom and Dad are never home. They just expect me to take care of you. Not to mention Rodrick was nothing but abusive towards me. You know that. But I thought he kept me sane. And when he caught me cheating, I panicked when he left me. That's why I started taking out my anger on you. It made me feel better. It was wrong, but it did. When I got back together with Rodrick, I thought it was what I needed. But I wasn't a good girlfriend towards him either. We were in a toxic relationship. But then he pressured me for his SCX. And I just didn't know what to say. I was drunk and scared, so I agreed. And then I got pregnant. I have to say it, but as much as I wanted to change myself for the baby, I know it will never happen. I can't be fixed. And Mom and Dad said they won't let me get an abortion. Besides, I've been unhappy for a while. This just gave me more motivation to unalive myself. So I set up a plan. I didn't want to bring you along, but you left me no choice. I have to do it today. Mom and Dad are coming home from their business trip tonight. Heather, stop. You're not unfixable. You can get help. There are professionals for this. Please, Heather, turn back. Let's go home. No. Greg, I know you're mad at me right now, but I need your help. Heather's gone insane and she's about to drive off a cliff with me in the car. I'll give you the address. Just please get Rodrick or something and drive over here before we die. I'm dead serious. Please come ASAP. Come on, Mom. We need to go faster. I'm going as fast as I can, Greg. I see them. They're the car right next to us. Greg, wave so Holly and Heather can see you. Heather, stop the car. No, Holly. Oh my goodness. Ah!
January, Friday. Well, I haven't updated this journal in a while. I'm not going to go into too much detail because I don't think it's necessary. Practically every news station has covered this. Heather, Holly's older sister, wanted to unalive herself, and Holly tried to stop her by coming with. Heather instead decided to unalive Holly along with herself by driving off a cliff. Holly texted me to get Heather to stop the car. I tried by waving at the car. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, and Heather drove off the cliff. Heather died instantly, and the police thought that Holly had died as well, but by some sort of miracle, her heart was still beating. Sadly, Holly was in critical condition. She's permanently paralyzed and suffered severe brain damage. She can't talk or move her face that much. I feel intense guilt for not doing enough to stop Heather every day. Anyway, when Holly's parents found out and realized they had to take care of Holly for the rest of their lives, they finally realized that they weren't in her life enough. They told me that they've apologized to her multiple times, but of course, she can't respond. When word got around that the pregnant teen unalived herself with her sister in the car, it broke national news. People began to respect Heather. There's been multiple memorials dedicated to her. People think that she was this angelic person that wasn't intentionally trying to unalive Holly, which doesn't make any sense. I guess it wasn't 100% intentional, but Heather really could have gotten Holly out of the car. I haven't really corrected anyone because I know no one would believe me, even though the text I got from Holly that night would serve as solid evidence. And of course, Holly isn't able to correct them. A few days after the incident, Holly's parents gave me a paper. It was apparently from Holly's diary the day of the incident. They were reading through it and thought they would give me the page that was talking about me. I'll take part of it below. This isn't the whole thing, but it basically sums it up.
Greg, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to force our relationship. I know you'll probably never see this, but I genuinely didn't mean to force it. Once I gather enough courage, I'll apologize. She continues to go on about how she realized she had kissed me numerous times without consent and had me uncomfortable. She said that she was completely fine with us being friends. She just wanted us to make up after the mistakes she had made. Unfortunately, she never got to apologize to me. I forgive her completely though. I said some nasty things as well. And I genuinely thought I loved her romantically, but I didn't. I just loved her as a friend. No wonder I was uncomfortable whenever she kissed me or flirted with me, despite me trying to enjoy it. I visit Holly every day in hospital. She never responds, of course, but I talk to her. The other day I told her about how Rowley moved away. I guess his parents thought that all this stuff going on recently was too much. I saw him one last time before he left. I was outside and there was movers trucks in his driveway. He was outside as well. He looked away when he saw me. I'm not really sure if I'm happy or sad to see Rowley go. I guess it was a bittersweet moment. I'm really sad that me and Holly weren't able to make up before that incident. It's good to know that she thought of me before anyone else when she was in danger, but that doesn't really count as making up. Now things will never be the same. I try to have a positive outlook on it though. I see her as my best friend. Speaking of best friends, Patty came to me a couple days ago after that incident happened and apologized to me. She said that she should have gone my side of the story before cutting me off. I guess Holly told her to cut me some slack shortly after she wrote that diary entry. Anyway, me and Patty are good friends again. Patty comes with me to visit Holly sometimes. Honestly, since I'm entering high school next year, I've learned a lot of things about middle school. One of them is that people are desperate for love. I used to be too. But, really, boys and girls don't have to date. They can be friends. Forcing a relationship will only end in disaster.
Wow, that's actually really good advice.
Hi, Holly. How are you today? Well, I hope you're doing alright. Anyway, I've got something to show you. This was your favorite Nirvana song. I wanted to play it to you to see what you'd think of it. It's called About a Girl. Honestly, I wasn't expecting anything to come out of it. I just wanted to share it with her. I remember her telling me how much she loved this song. She said it made her feel safe. But for the first time, at least that I've seen, she smiled.
And wow, we finally finished this, guys. Apologies for me taking so long. Just like, yeah, I have zero excuses. It's just that these type of videos take longer to edit, so I just procrastinate so much. But you finally got to the end. I can finally do the compilation of all the parts. But yeah, okay, let's review it. Obviously, I'll say this is a 10 out of 10. I really like the story. I really like some of the themes they go into. Like, okay, now I'm just chatting. Like, I'm not really being specific, but like, I just like the message that they give at the end of the story. It's good that Holly's mistake was just forcing that relationship onto Greg, because that just led to a whole chain of events. But if she didn't force that relationship onto Greg wouldn't have become that emotionally invested into her life. Then he wouldn't have found out about Heather abusing Holly. Then he wouldn't have gone Rodrick to solve that. And Heather wouldn't have gone pregnant. And then all of that wouldn't have happened to Heather. And Holly wouldn't be paralyzed the rest of her life. And yeah, so that's pretty much what her mistake was. And like, yeah, that message is kind of true. Like boys and girls can be just friends as well. Like, it's not every time like, oh, something romantic have to be a relationship, because sometimes people just aren't compatible with each other. And if you force something like a relationship between people, like just because you just because you like the other person doesn't mean you guys will actually work. Like, it just leads to disaster. And yeah, character review. Greg was low key. Like, I was liking Greg until he just flipped on Holly, but we see that he was remorseful, so that's pretty good. Rowley just disappointed me of how he was just. Yeah, Rowley was probably one of the worst people in this book. Like, this guy really took a nude photo picture of Greg and blasted it all over the school just for fun and revenge. And he wasn't even sorry. He was mad he got caught, bro. Like, very, very disappointing, Rowley. Holly was a good character as well. But her only flaw was just forcing that relationship onto Greg, and that just kind of destroyed everything. Well, yeah, she was victimized in a lot of ways by her sister as well. So yeah, you gotta feel some sympathy for her. Patty was just a go-to character all around. Like, she was the best friend in this, she was like the best friend in this story. Like, she was just so goated. Like, she was always sticking up for her friends. She didn't abandon them like Albert Sandy. We'll get onto that guy next. Like, she stayed with them, and the moment like there was an issue or someone was getting rude to one of her friends, she stood up for them. She was ready to get onto Bryce the moment he was about to intervene on that fight with Greg and Rowley. Like, she stood up for her friends all the time as well. So yeah, she was a really, really good friend. Albert Sandy, he didn't really do much in this story. Like, his character was barely relevant. Like, his presence was very insignificant. But him just saying, "Oh yeah, we're getting bullied because of you guys. Leave." He's just a loser, bro. Like, honestly, he's just an L friend as well. Ruby Bird, yeah, her existence was pretty insignificant at Bistro. Like, all she did was just talk to Holly. Rodrick as well. I thought Rodrick was a good character to begin with, but then we found out what type of person he was. Like, or not the type of person he was, but like what he really did, and like why Heather was the way she was.
So like, it was like obviously Heather was on the right as well because she was very, very terrible to Holly. Like, you can't really use your past trauma as an excuse to be abusing your younger sister. Like, that's someone you have to be looking out for. Like, obviously that's going to mess her up mentally as well. And she should be like a role model, not like some abusive figure that she has to be on eggshells around. And yeah, like Heather doing all of that stuff, like about to crash into a tree just to scare some of the kids. Like, bro, what are you doing? And yeah, honestly, she did start to redeem herself towards the end, but it was a shame that she decided to just take her own life as a last resort. Like, she didn't need to do that. Like, obviously everyone can change. Like, honestly, Holly was right, she could change. Well, she was just too far gone. She didn't believe that she would be able to be fixed. So she just went down that path and just took her own life, which was very, very disappointing. I mean, I don't think there's any other relevant characters that we can talk about. Oh yeah, Bryce. How can I forget Bryce? Yeah, Bryce, he was just a typical jerk at the beginning, but he had one of the best redemptions as well. Like, this guy was like, nah, he knew what he was wrong. He knew he was in the wrong for all of the stuff he did, that he was a terrible person, and he vowed that he's going to change, which was like, yeah, you got to respect that. He went out of his way to apologize to Greg, and he even knew, like, Rowdy was crossing the line with all of that stuff. Like, he wasn't that sinister, that eager to get revenge that badly, to ruin Greg's life just like that, like, over some petty reason as well. Like, he knew it wasn't that deep. And yeah, I think that's all of the characters. But yeah, he finally finished this book, guys. 10 out of 10. He finally finished it. But yeah, let me know what you guys think, or what your guys' interpretation of the book is in the comments. And yeah, guys, have a great day. Yep.
Thursday, November 14th. I was around 8 years ago. Mom, can I see Dad? No, you can't see. Come on, Greg, let's go back to the car. Okay, bye, Daddy.
Wake up, Greg Heffley. That's a detention for you.
Not how I wanted to be woken up. I tried to reason with Mr. Berkeley, but there was no getting through to that guy when he gets mad. Guess I'm going to be taking the late bus again. Anyway, I guess I should catch you up to speed. My name's Greg Heffley. My mom's making me write these journals again, saying it's to help me recover from... Never mind. From the last time I wrote, I'm now a senior at Croston High School, along with my friend Rowley. Rodrick is attending the local college and has a part-time job. And Manny's no longer fling. He's 8 now. Damn, he got caught, Greg. Yep, just my luck.
Hey, at least you won't be alone. Some guy in my chemistry blew a hole through the roof.
Oh, shut up, Albert. No, bro, I'm serious this time. Weren't you also serious about your apology to the country France after destroying a famous painting? Albert's tales. Besides, I really hoped I wouldn't be alone in detention, as that part of the school can be really creepy sometimes, and they never turn on the heat. So having a spare heater in the room won't be too bad. And if it was Holly? Ooh, boy. Yes, I still have a crush on her 4 years later. As I got to the room, my hopes were dashed. Well, but not exactly what I hoped for. I guess I'll just sleep through detention, as who knows what else to do. As I drifted off, I let my mind wander. Huh? What the heck? I looked up in front of me and saw the most bizarre sight I'd seen in ages. This doohickey was making all sorts of noise and lights. The more I looked at it, the more it confused me. But then, something clicked in my brain. Are you the kid that blew a hole in the roof? Yep, that's me. What am I looking at? It's a modified cloud chamber. You can see ionizing radiation with it. Yep, definitely the guy who would blow a hole through a wall. I was actually a little nervous when he mentioned radiation, but he quickly explained that it was completely safe, and if it was dangerous, we'd all be dead long before now. So you built this thing yourself? Yeah, with the help of my dad. He's pretty smart. He's working at a laboratory near here. Oh, and my name's Archie. Built it with his dad, huh? Lucky. No, rather unlucky. I'm trying to get this special glass I bought to make the particles light up, but keeps running into issues. Mind if I help? Sure. I'm not sure why I said that, but I'm thankful I did, because it greatly helped pass the time. Archie and I worked tirelessly for the next 2 hours. We talked about ourselves during the process, and I was actually pretty talented when it came to making doohickeys. Before we knew it, the machine was finished.
Oh, we did it, Greg.
Hey, yeah. With the tension over, we packed everything up and walked outside. And my goodness, it was cold. It was so cold. Sorry for my intense reaction, but that was the only way I could describe our shock at the temperature. Archie had a thermometer on him, and it read to 28 degrees Fahrenheit, -3 degrees Celsius. It was like 51 to 59 this afternoon, so this sudden drop caught us off guard.
Hey boys,
Sheriff Palsy.
as you can tell, it's pretty freaking cold and snowing out here. The school district was pretty lazy, understaffed, and asked me to pick up the only 2 detentioners, so get in, boys.
Well, at least we didn't have to stand out here for long. The guy you just saw is Sheriff Palsy, and despite being a cop, he's actually a pretty cool guy. We loaded into his Range Rover and hit the road. While we were driving, Sheriff Palsy turned on the radio, and I managed to get some more clarification on this sudden storm.
Am I reading this right, Sharon? Is it going to fall below 10.4 degrees Fahrenheit tonight?
Sure is, Dave. We've just gone back from our weather team. They're just as puzzled as we are.
My goodness, this will be a new record for the fastest change in temperature in Playview since 1978.
Well, folks, better stay inside tonight. This RH News signing out.
-10? I've heard of cold snaps before, but dropping over 40 digits? Well, at least on the bright side, Mom won't probably force me to go outside, because now I have the perfect excuse to make hot chocolate. But while I was thinking to myself,
Damn, this is a bad one.
It is?
Probably not for you kids, but I've got my PA out in the countryside to worry. That old effer still uses that darn fireplace. Gonna burn the farm down.
a few minutes after we arrived at Surrey Street, I got out the car and bid Archie and Sheriff Palsley farewell. Honestly, I think I might want to hang out with Archie again next week. No detention, of course. Why were you home so late, Greg? I got detention for sleeping in class. Okay, well, there's some leftover Thai in the fridge if you want it. Thanks, Mom. I didn't mention this early, but after you know what, Mom has a full-time job now as an accountant at City Hall. She gets home pretty late, so we get takeout often. Rodrick's part-time job doesn't pay too much, but we still have enough to get by. Friday, November 15th. Remember how I said it was going to be a snow day? Well, I was right. But remember how I also said that Mom wouldn't force me to go outside? Well, I was wrong. I need you both to shovel the driveway by 10:15. Have a meeting with the staff at City Hall. Right, boys?
Yes, Mom.
Yes, Mom. I was a little curious why Rodrick needed to also help, as he's useless when it comes to manual labor 80% of the time. But when I stepped outside, I instantly realized why. The snow was up to the shins, and oh my goodness, the wind chill was unbearable. I'm guessing the weatherman will underestimate how cold it really was, as the thermometer measured 6 degrees Fahrenheit, -14 degrees Celsius. With this in mind, we both knew the faster we finish, the faster we can go inside. While we were shoveling the driveway, I noticed that other kids were outside shoveling their driveways too. So I'm guessing parents think it's their universal right to make kids do hard labor. Anyways, we managed to finish just in time for Mom to leave. Before I went inside, I decided to ask if Riley wanted to hang out. But to get to his house, I did surpass Fregley.
Hello, Gregory.
What are you doing today, Fregley?
I'm making myself an igloo to keep my secret freckle warm. What about you, Gregory?
After he said that, he quickly got back to work, and I quickly walked past. Yo,
wanna help?
Got drummies in the freezer?
Yep. Let's count me in, boy.
After I helped Riley finish his driveway, we then went into his house. I gotta say, it's really nice that Riley has heated floors. We ended up relaxing for the rest of the day, talking about all sorts of things. While we were chilling out, Riley's dad burst in and he looked very cross. He asked Riley why he didn't shovel the driveway, but when he said we did, he pointed outside and you wouldn't believe your eyes. What? We literally just shoveled it. How's it already back? What? How's this possible? Almost our entire street was covered in snow. No wonder Mr. Jefferson thought we didn't shovel it. In fact, the blizzard was so thick we could barely see the other side of the road. Just then, Mr. Jefferson turned on the TV onto the news channel, and what they were saying wasn't pretty.
Breaking news, attention viewers, the local country has issued a shutdown in place. Notice the blitz was oops, we're the technical difficulties.
Okay, that was weird. I've never seen a blizzard affect the reception this badly before. I guess the new radio tower we got in the city isn't worth for crap. I decided that it would be best if I headed home now, before it got worse. So I bid Rowdy farewell and trudged my way home. Passing by Fregley's igloo, I tried to warn him about the storm, but he didn't care.
The Canadian Spec Ops do this all the time, Gregory. Don't worry about me, boy.
Arriving home, I made it just in time for dinner, which I didn't expect to be homemade. So for the first time in a while, we actually all sat down to have a family meal. This is good, Mom. Yeah, Mom. Well, I'm glad you like it. The meeting ended early due to the storms, so I had time to go shopping. Yeah, it's really bad right now. The snow we cleared this morning has already been undone.
Yeah, I wonder who had to clear it again, huh?
After dinner, I went upstairs. I just decided to play Twisted Wizard V3. I plugged in my music and began to play. November. I don't know how to explain this, but I just saw the creepiest thing in my life. It was about 2 a.m. and I suddenly was woken up by laughter, I think. I looked out my window to see where it was coming from and...
The angels are coming. The angels are coming. Jubilation.
A second later, the person was blown away by the storm. I don't know why they were doing that, but I certainly don't want to see that ever again. Saturday, November 16th. Somehow I managed to go back to sleep after that nightmarish scene. It actually took me a second to realize I was awake, as it was pitch black in my room. I opened my curtains to see that half my window was covered in snow and had these weird blue ice crystals on it. It was then I realized the power was out. I found this out when I looked at my phone and it was 67%. Don't you flip in there. As well as when I tried turning on the lights. Thankfully, we had a backup generator.
Thanks, Rodrick.
No problem, Manny. How much gas is in the generator? Don't worry, Mom. It's enough to last for a day or two. Although I'm not sure if the power company will be able to get here, let alone find a darn green box.
Hey, perhaps we could find it for them. Then we can worry less about electricity. I'm not going to lie, the reason I suggested digging out the box was so I could keep playing Twisted Wizard, and also have Wi-Fi. I think Rodrick might have seen through my ruse, but Mom certainly didn't. Just like yesterday, it was even colder. This time, the reading rang negative too, so Rodrick and I made haste, but trudging through the shin-high snow was not easy.
You're really eager to do this, aren't ya? Let me guess, it's just so you can relax.
Caught me.
Gotta learn to be less selfish, Greg. Anyways, the box is right around here, so let's get this crap clear. Hey, what's the hold up? You know, Greg, let's just leave this to the professionals. I'm sure they know what to do.
What? Come on. We're right here. This is an easy job. Poor Fregley. I never really liked the guy. Thought he was weird, but this is just horrible. From the looks of it, Fregley's igloo must have not worked, and the storm got him. There were hundreds of images racing through my head, but one thought came up in particular. Was the person I saw last night that? Must have been Fregley. No doubt. How? Why? What the heck happened last night?
Greg, let's go back to the house now. I'll call 911 quick.
I don't really remember too much of what happened after that. Ran back as fast as we could. Rodrick did what he said. Ambulances and cops showed up half an hour later, along with the power company and snowplow. Nothing else interesting happened on the weekend. Nothing that could top what just happened. Monday, November 18th. School was surprisingly open today, but only to people within walking distance, so F them, I guess. I'm still shaken up by what happened on Saturday, but at least I had Sunday to prepare for the onslaught at school. Yo, Greg, what happened on the weekend? My sources are saying something big happened. Yeah, Greg, so you're acting odd. Did something happen? I was trying to keep quiet about the incident with Fregley, but unfortunately, the school decided to share anyway. As much as I hate our faculty, I can't exactly blame them for sharing the news about it.
Good morning, students. It has come to our attention that we have some unfortunate news to share with you all. It's with great sadness that we'd like to announce the passing of Fregley C. Hubert. Due to the ongoing police investigation, we don't have much info on how he died, but police say it was likely due to the severe weather.
The room was dead quiet throughout the entire announcement. Even after it finished, nobody spoke. Not even Albert. They just said that if we didn't want to do any work in class, that'd be okay, as he wasn't going to assign homework today. The rest of the morning was pretty mundane, but by around lunchtime, the school had gone somewhat back to normal. So what did happen to Albert, shut the flip up! Guys, calm down. It's alright. Suddenly, a crowd of people came over to listen. I told everyone what I saw on Saturday, but I refrained from telling what I saw the night before. The students around had all sorts of faces. They got more and more on edge as I spoke. And, as if it were a horror movie, the moment I got to the part where I described what happened to Fregley's body, the power went out.
What's going on?
Greg, where are you? I can't see.
It's because of Fregley. I told you guys, I told you.
The whole cafeteria went into chaos after that happened, and some people, specifically Albert, was saying Fregley's ghost was haunting the school in revenge for being bullied. A few minutes later, the lights came back on, and the principal apologized, explained that the blizzard was affecting the local power lines near them. Later that day,
Teach, my internet stopped working.
Me too. Calm down, everyone. I'm also experiencing issues.
it seemed almost at random everyone's internet access went kaput. Keep in mind, we still had power in the building. We had no idea why it stopped, and everyone was getting pretty annoyed, except one person. It was Archie. Apparently, I've only just noticed how he was in my third period class. I had pulled out some weird radio and started talking quickly. He said that it wasn't just the internet that wasn't working, it was almost all communications.
Radio signals are down, cellular networks, wireless. Heck, this storm's even starting to affect satellites.
We don't gotta worry about satellites. Just wipe the snow off the dish.
No, I mean the snowstorm's blocking signals from the satellites in space.
Once Archie said that puts this whole situation in perspective. Was this really just a big storm, or something supernatural entirely? People started to panic all around, me included. I mean, am I going to get news on the remake of Twisted Wizard 2x2? But out of everyone, there was one girl in particular who was the most panicky out of everyone. Holly.
But the new episode of my TV show comes out tonight, and the new Boston designer bag drops later this week too. Oh, calm down, Holly. It's just a damn bag. Beats freezing to death. I don't need to worry about that. My dad bought some expensive new heated roof tiles, thank you very much.
All he seemed to care about was a bunch of random junk. Now, I hate to diss on my dream girl, but that's the last thing she should be concerned about. We continued asking Archie what else he knew about the storm, but he said he didn't have access to bare equipment, so he couldn't tell us much else.
Well, there is a city hall meeting tonight. If someone were to help me, I could share some info.
I'll help. My gut was telling me that there was something off about the storm. Fast forward a few hours, and I was loading who knows what into Archie's car. On our way to the city hall, we talked about current events.
So, about Fregley,
what was he doing outside exactly? Well, kinda just Fregley stuff. He built himself an igloo to keep his secret freckle warm, whatever that meant. Is there something wrong?
No, I'm just thinking.
It took us a while to get there because the blizzard had once again returned, and this time it was even stronger. We could barely see 10 feet in front of us, but eventually, we made it.
Hello, residents. Quite the weather we're having.
When can I get my internet back?
Holly!
What? Just saying.
Well, anyway, I'm sure you're all aware of how rough this sudden storm has been, but there's no need to panic. I've ordered 3 more snowplows to be brought in from our neighboring city. As for the concerns about the storm affecting communications, the local service provider will be here on Wednesday to check on the systems. The roads and bridge to the outside will also be cleared by the end of the week.
The meeting mostly consisted of the mayor explaining how the city was going to combat the storm, normal stuff like that. It was a bit strange that no one brought up Fregley's death, but I guess that was for his family's privacy. Eventually, they asked if anyone had any information to share, and Archie showed us his research.
As you all knows at this point, not everyone has been able to access the internet or cell service. However, good news. I've discovered that servers inside the storm should still work, albeit interrupted sometimes. The bad news is, for some reason, servers outside the storm is completely cut off. Additionally, it seems the storm has gone 70% stronger in the last 26 hours.
Don't be alarmed, everyone. I'm sure it's not as bad as this young man said. Police Chief Cheryl has managed to hear responses from precincts outside of Plainview.
The mayor's pleas fell on deaf ears, as the fact that everyone now knew they were trapped inside the city caused them to freak out.
My daughter was in an accident on the highway. How do I find out if she's okay? Why should we trust you? Your stupid machine only brought us bad news.
Just then, one person decided that this meeting wasn't worth their time. And can you guess who? I'm over this. Let's just go home. It's just a damn snowstorm anyway.
Hey, wait. This research is important.
Sure enough, everyone else followed her lead and left. The only ones left were my family, Archie, and a few other colleagues of my mom. Archie seemed pretty defeated after that. We tried to reassure him that his science wasn't useless, but it didn't really help.
Don't worry, Archie. I love radiation. Bruh.
Tuesday, November 19th. I can't believe this happened. Okay. Let me catch you up to speed. It was around midnight when I heard this huge crashing sound. What's going on? It was so loud and sudden that I thought I was in a nightmare. Suddenly, there was a loud banging sound by the back door, so I rushed downstairs to see what it was. Honestly, I think I'd rather had stayed in that nightmare than woke up in this one.
Help us, Greg, please, we need help.
It was Holly and her younger sister, Piper. They are shaking and crying, beaten down by the cold. Mom instantly let them come inside, and after they stopped sobbing, Holly started talking quickly. Apparently, her house had burst into flames. According to her, happened out of nowhere. Holly had managed to grab her sister during the chaos, and they ran down the hill, ending up at my house by chance. I don't know what happened. It's alright, dear. I'll get some more chocolate going and we'll call the fire department. It was pretty quiet after that. Nobody really said anything. I felt like it would be weird if I said anything. So we just sat there. Finally, after what felt like ages, a police officer and an EMT came in to see what was going on. Holly tried to explain the story again, although it was a lot harder for her this time without the adrenaline.
I'm sorry about what happened. You're not alone in this.
Not alone? Not alone? The hell is that bullcrap? My flipping family is dead. How the flip am I not alone?
Hey, calm down. It wasn't just your house. There were 4 other fires we had to deal with tonight. Excuse me? Yes, the storm is getting more violent. Frick!
That seemed to snap some sense into Holly. Even though Holly had kind of been an insensitive jerk up until now, she definitely didn't deserve this to happen to her. Even her crashing out was pretty understandable. A little later, I decided to try lighting up the mood by turning on the TV, but I wasn't expecting to see what was on.
This is just it. The pit is a collapse.
We're trapped? As if this situation couldn't get worse. The storm had locked us in. From what I could hear through the static, the news anchor said the temperature dropped to -4 degrees Fahrenheit, which is -20 degrees Celsius, and the snow level outside was reported waist deep, now in some areas. Wednesday, November 20th. Sorry that yesterday was so short. Nothing really happened for the rest of the day, because Holly and Piper didn't really have any immediate family in Plainview. They're staying at our house for the moment. Now that I think about it, I completely forgot to go to school. I wonder how everyone else is doing. Mom still had to leave for work though. Okay, there's plenty of food in the fridge. I'll be back before 5.
Bye, Mom.
But as quick as Mom left, she came back inside literally 5 seconds later. Rodrick, can you check my car? It's not starting for some reason. Mom's car wouldn't start, so we had to go outside and drag the car inside the garage alongside Rodrick's van. Kind of smart of him to do that. At first, we thought it was the battery, But what Rodrick said next shook both of us. The engine oil is frozen. What? Greg, I need to tell you something. What is it? I'm going to try and drive out of Plainview. Rodrick was going to try and drive out of Plainview? I asked him how the heck he was going to do that. He said that Hardscrabble Farms had a hidden roadway covered by the trees and the snow should be thin enough to drive through. After arguing back and forth, something dawned on me. Why was he trying to get out so badly? Greg, a ton of houses burned down yesterday. People are freezing to death outside and there's no way to call for help. I know it's risky, but we have to do something or more people are going to die. And I know you're going to say, I'm sure someone else is already doing that, but that's called the bystander effect. I refuse to stand by and do nothing. If no one else has the guts to do it, then I will. Looks like Rodrick wasn't budging. Eventually, I just gave up and went back inside. Rodrick at least promised he would mod his van for outdoors, whatever that meant. Well, how was it? The car's engine oil froze overnight, Mom. Well, looks like I'll have to call in absent. Oh, and while you were out, you had a call from Rowley asking if you were okay. I explained basically everything to Rowley and he seemed pretty shocked by it as well. It was then he filled me in on why I missed at school yesterday.
You know the people on top of the ridge? Yeah, most of their houses are burned down. But it gets worse, right? As a gas station on the south side exploded last night. Police are looking for suspects.
I told Rowley I was more interested in what I missed out at school, but he told me that school was cancelled, so that's a relief. Sadly, however, I couldn't talk with Rowley for much longer, as the storm's interference cut the line. Hey. What's up? I know this was a few years ago, but sorry for mistaking you for Fregley. Oh, no offense taken. Having Coley and Piper around, this is so bad. I thought Holly would be her annoying self, but I think the gravity of the situation has made us do self-reflection. As for Piper, she's the same age as Manny, so they're doing fine-ish. A few hours later at dinner time, Rodrick finally told Mom his plan. We have nothing to lose, and if we stay trapped in this bubble any longer, things will only get worse. Are you crazy, Rodrick? You can't absolutely not do that. I lost your father to the ice, I'm not losing you too. Don't go there, Mom. Look, if you're so set on doing this, you'd better promise me you'll come right back if anything dangerous happens on the journey. That was that. Rodrick was going to brave the blizzard and try to find help on the outside. He asked me to help load up his van with equipment, and for the first time, I got a look at his fully modded van. I have to say, Rodrick actually surprised me with his creativity. His plan might actually work, if only he put this much effort into his band. After that, he geared up, and we opened the garage door. Instantly, we were blasted with snow, followed by wind. With the chain tires, he drove through the snow and ice. Suddenly, however, Rodrick's van started to slip. But fortnightly, he upgraded the engine and started to climb back up. I could hear the wind starting to roar even louder, but against Rodrick's van, it was no match. After one last rev of the engine, he managed to get all the way up the hill. We thought it was all clear at that point until this happened. A cop suddenly showed up out of nowhere and flashed his lights. Rodrick had to pull over and get out of the van. Then they got to talking after that, but because of the wind and snow, I couldn't hear or see much. I'm not sure what they were arguing about, but whatever it was pretty heated. Then, Rodrick did something I will never forget. Arrgh! They started to shuffle around in the snow, throwing punches and kicks back and forth, but the cop must have had strength advantage as he was beating Rodrick pretty badly. But things changed pretty quickly though when Rodrick started busting out some kung fu. Little diaper kick. Since when does he know kung fu? No clue when he learned that. However, it seemed to be working as the cop was being put on the back foot. But suddenly, I saw the cop reach into his pocket and pull out a gun. In the blink of an eye, I would do something that I would never forget.
Thanks for that, Greg.
Why did you start fighting? Some bullcrap about a curfew said he was going to arrest me on the spot. And well, you saw the rest. Rodrick then got up and stole the cop's body and dash cameras. I asked what he was going to do with those, and he said destroy them. Luckily, Rodrick was wearing a mask to cover his face when he fought the cop. We then picked up the cop and put him in the back in his car. We're not murderers, okay?
Oh, you big time, bro.
No problem. And with that, Rodrick disappeared into the storm. It's one of those nights again. That cold night. It's there in my restless dreams, or better spoken, as nightmares. I see him.
Sorry, kid. I didn't want any of this to happen. Not to you. Not to you.
Friday, November 22nd. There it was, that dream. I've a lot to talk about since Wednesday. First things first, remember that cop Rodrick and I beat the crap out of?
Police are looking for a suspect. Everyone might be connected with against this explosion.
The police are searching for Rodrick, although I doubt they'll find him anytime soon. That's all I know about Rodrick as of now, as we haven't heard anything from him since he drove away. Honestly, looking back, I probably should have inquired more about his son in martial arts prowess. As for my daily life, well, it hasn't been that complicated. We've slowly shifted into the new normal of our lives inside the storm. For one thing, as you've just seen, the storm's interference has gone worse. I really wish that old radio tower up on the hill wasn't decommissioned. Holly's moved out into her friend's house, and Manny and Piper have actually become best friends. Of course, it's all good, as yesterday was pretty scary. Suddenly, around noon, the storm decided to lock in or whatever and started shaking the whole house, followed by the temperature dropping another 4 degrees. I have no clue why that happened. However, I do know a person who might.
That's the sixth person today who's told me this, Greg.
At lunch, I invited Archie to eat with me, Rowley, Albert, and Shrug. It was there that he explained that many people had experienced a sudden wave, but that he had no clue either. We started to bounce ideas back and forth, but most of them didn't seem to stick. You know what it is? It's a government weapons test to see the effects of extreme cold on the civilian population. Come on guys, think.
I don't think it's that. Hold on a minute. Why use it in a place that's already plenty cold in the winter instead of like Arizona?
Okay, but that wouldn't explain all the other oddities so far, like the blue light.
Eureka! That's it!
Archie then pulled out his phone and started to explain some sciencey crap to us.
Geomagnetic storms. It is a phenomenon occurring when Earth's magnetosphere is affected by solar wind or coronal mass ejections. This event, if strong enough, can cause the failure of electronics and communications across a wide spectrum. Geostorms can influence the weather patterns across the area hit by the storm, as well as cause a visible aurora.
According to Archie, if the sun were to release one of those stated effects, it could be the reason for all these events so far. He then proposed an idea. He wanted to go to the top of the radio broadcast building in the city and check if our hypothesis is correct. Rowdy also suggested we broadcast a message asking for help, which we also decided to do. When you need permission to climb the tower in the building?
Don't worry, I'm sure they'll say yes at the town hall meeting.
Yeah, not happening, kid.
What? Why?
Look, listen, kid, I know you wanna help and all, but drop this science project thing. In fact, we've already tried that method and found nothing.
Yo, he looks very sus. Yeah, the bear's definitely in on something sketchy going on.
Well, that was pretty frustrating, but there wasn't much we could do about it. During the meeting, they announced there would be a funeral procession for all the people who've died in the past few days. Still can't believe it's only been 1 week. Anyway, he said it would take place on the morning of Saturday, so I'll see you then. Saturday, November 23rd. It was surprisingly warm this morning. Well, that is if you consider 19 degrees minus 70 degrees Celsius warm. The funeral started about 11 and went pretty smoothly, for the most part. I'll get to one incident later. As usual, there were tons of people crying and... You know, I'm just gonna skip over to the interesting bits. A little over an hour later, everyone was finished. However, some people decided to stay a little longer, including me. You know, if you stay out here like this, you're gonna get sick or what? Die? Die like dumb? Yep. I went back to my house yesterday and there was nothing left. You know, it's funny. I care more about the useless stuff I had more than them. And now that they're gone, it makes me sick thinking I cared about it in the first place. I wish I could go back in time and talk with them for one last time. Yeah, I feel that too. I lost my father a long time ago. I still think about going back. We just sat in silence for however long we felt. But eventually, our shivering bodies were convinced to go get some hot chocolate. You know, rereading this now, I've noticed how dark the tone got. So, I'll add something I left out earlier because it didn't fit the tone. At some point during the burial, one guy got so emotional, he jumped into the grave. Granny!
Sunday, November 24th. Wish I could go back in time, talk with them for one last time. Wait. I quickly got out of bed and started getting dressed. I knew this idea was too good to wait on. Any second loss could be the difference between failure and success. I called Rowley on the phone and told him to gather everyone up and meet at the local diner. Okay, so I had a conversation with Holly yesterday, and she said she wanted to go back in time and talk with her family. Well, that got me thinking, the old radio tower on the ridge. I think it should still work despite being decommissioned. If we could get it to working, Archie could use his technology to solve the storm.
Okay, but the tower's been decommissioned for years now. Will it even work? It will be super dangerous too. I'm not doing that.
Greg's right, though. We could finally find answers to what's happening. Albert and Chirac didn't want to risk it, but Archie, Rowley and I were. We tried to visit them to join us, but they wouldn't budge. We then discussed how we would climb the tower. We approached from the south side of the hill, then climbed the fence and lockpicked the door. Archie will restart the power and then the computer systems. Me and Rowley will carry the equipment up the tower. Once at the top, Archie blasts signals out using the tower. Lastly, after finishing our mission, we book it out of there. Rowley's a bit nervous that the storm might still block the message, but Archie assured him it wouldn't. Soon after we finished lunch, we got ready for the climb. I've never actually been this close to the tower, ironically. It looks even more unstable than I thought. I almost got cold feet. Well, that is if they weren't cold already. Despite wearing Rowley's dad's ski jacket, it didn't seem to help with the temperature, so I just had to deal with it. Honestly, I'm pretty nervous. If this doesn't work, not only am I going to waste our time, but I'm also going to be broke for nothing because that fat warhog Albert ate 300 pounds worth of food. Heck, I'll even show you the receipt for proof.
Yes, I have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 times, number 45, 1 with cheese. This is soda that is large.
Oh, Albert guys with like prime like a card avocado. Trudging up the hill, the snow was really deep. It was chest high and Rowley even got stuck at one point. Greg, help me, I'm sinking. Archie, please. Help. Get up, fella. With enough perseverance, we made it. Archie cut the gate, unlocked the door, and phase 1 was complete. Thankfully, the tower hasn't had a security guard in months, but still, we need to work fast because someone might see us. If you're wondering why we didn't go at night, it is way too cold to go out at night safely. Archie quickly got to work, setting everything up, while Rowley took on the arduous task of carrying the rest of the equipment up the stairs. Greg, what was that? All of a sudden, the staircase began to collapse. We bolted down the stairs before the whole thing came down. Every step we took, I heard this awful metal cracking noise. Eventually, the staircase leading up to the top of the radio tower completely fell off. Archie, who must have been just as terrified as we were, ran all the way to see what happened. How are we going to get up now? Come down, there shouldn't be a service ladder on the outside of the building. We can carry the supplies up with that. After I caught my breath, I looked around for the ladder he was talking about, and it did not look safe at all. You want me to climb that? Well, how else are we going to get up? So far, so good. I was really expecting the bars to break under my weight, but thankfully, I don't think I have to worry about that. I'm more concerned about the wind. Because of our high elevation, the wind chill was incredibly cold, like minus 40 degrees. It was as if I wasn't even wearing gloves at all. It was whipping all across my face, probably bad enough to give me frostbite. I got you, Greg, don't worry. Right before I was about to fall to my death, Archie grabbed my hand and ended up dragging me the rest of the way. I had to sit down after that. I guess I'm only really now coming to terms with my own mortality in this whole mess. That was a close one. Tell me about it. I got up and walked over to see Archie messing with a bunch of wires and machinery. We asked if he needed help. We said that we'd probably make it worse. He's probably right about that. A few minutes later, he got it working. Hello? Hello, can anyone hear me? This is Archie Smith from Plainview City. We're trapped in the storm, but we're still alive. Send help. Please respond. Archie played the message on repeat for a few minutes, but we didn't hear a single response. He seemed pretty frustrated about why no one had responded. But I quickly told Archie to forget it and focus on the actual experiment, which was the reason we were there in the first place. I don't get it. What don't you get? I'm not picking up any signs of solar activity or presence of geomagnetic storms. It's not something in Blizzard blocking us. It's someone. After he said that, I could feel the cold run up my spine. If what Archie deduced was true, someone inside the town was trying to keep us in and everyone else out.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear us?
We can barely hear you. This is Iqbal. You're breaking up.
This is Rodrick Heffley. Is there a man named Rodrick there? He tried to escape in the storm several days ago.
I don't know. I'll ask the rescue teams, but we are trying to prevent hold up. Something is blocking in the signal from
Shortly after that, the signal went cold. Archie tried to get the signal back, but to no avail. It was then that we heard something from down below. Come down with your hands up, boys. Oh, frick. Archie had forgotten the fact that everyone else with a radio would hear the broadcast. Don't want to make the situation worse, we quickly climbed down the tower. But while we were doing that, I made a decision. I wasn't sure if I'd regret. I thought that they might try to take down Archie's radio, so I was going to make it damn near impossible for them to do so. As soon as we got down, the police officers started yelling at us. They said we were trespassing on private property. We tried telling them about Archie's plan, but he didn't seem to care. Then out of nowhere, one pulled a gun on us. You think I won't shoot right now, boy? You think you got balls, huh? Hey, Greg, is that a gun? We didn't do anything. Relax, officer. Hey. Whoa, calm down, everyone. Sheriff Palsy? Save it for the station. Now, boys, what do you have to say in your defense? It's a bit of a story. No. Well, you see, we're white. Really, Rowley? Monday, November 25th. Out of everything you could have said, you chose to say that, Rowley? I'm sorry, guys. I panicked and I know, just thinking about back in the day. Oh, just shut up, Rowley. Well, I guess I don't have a criminal record before Rodrick. Look, Mr. Valsey, we're just trying to find a solution. After the mayor wouldn't let us use the big tower, we had no other choice. That's still no excuse to break the law, boys. Just give me 1 minute to explain what we heard up there. You heard something? Yes. You managed to briefly connect to someone on the outside, but he said something on the inside was interfering. I can back that up. While using the radio, I kept running into the same issues. And with what that man said, I'm 99% sure someone in this town is stopping us. After we told that to Sheriff Palsy, his facial expression had changed from his usual serious expression to one of unease. Eventually, he walked away and came back over to the cell. Okay, I'm gonna file some paperwork for your boys' releases. This is a lot to take in. I don't know all the facts yet. This may even be the biggest mistake in my career, but I trust your intentions. A few minutes later, he came back with the key to the cell and unlocked it. To say we were relieved was an understatement, especially Rowley. Oh, Sheriff Palsy. Oh, the flip. I thought we were in the home stretch at that point, but as he escorted us outside the jail, a familiar face spotted us. Hey, Palsy, why are you letting these delinquents escape, huh? They're not escaping, they're being released, sir. Release? Since when did you have authority over that? I don't know, maybe when I was elected sheriff by your council. The mayor and Palsy got into a very heated argument for a solid 10 minutes, and we thought the police weren't going to let us leave. They started vaguely professional, before it quickly developed into personal attacks against each other. At some point, Palsy threatened to go to the city council, to which the mayor backed off and said we could leave, but there'd be consequences for Parsley.
So, you're Mr. Greg, my brother Rodrick tried escaping several days ago, Heffley, huh? Huh? I might not have any evidence, but I'm keeping my freaking eyes on you. So if you know what's good for you, stop looking around in places you shouldn't be.
We got on Parsley's car and we were driven home. I have a lot to process. On one hand, we managed to achieve our goal, for the most part, and even have Parsley as an ally. But on the other hand, the bear wants us in jail, someone's blocking communication outside the town, and I have to deal with this psycho-looking police watching my every move. But honestly, I think those issues are the least of my concern right now.
Gregory Heffley, I cannot believe you would get arrested.
I knew the consequences, but I can't just sit around waiting to freeze to death. We both ended up arguing after that. I know what I did was technically breaking the law, but it was for the common good. You know how if you can break the law to do something good, you know the Good Samaritan law, right? Well, I feel like that applies in this case. I mean, for crying out loud, we barely have police right now. Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed now. Hopefully I can have some good dreams for once. Tuesday, November 26th. You know how in the movies, kids who get arrested or get into trouble are seen as the cool kids? Well, all those Hollywood beaters lied, as when I got back to school today, I was not welcomed warmly.
Thanks a lot, Greg.
Yeah, you and the stupid scientist kid ruined everything, nerds.
I was pretty taken aback by all this hate. What? Did someone record rally saying we're white as our defense? I tried asking around, but no one wanted to talk to me, except for, ironically, Holly Hills. Because of your group's stunt at the radio tower, there is now an 8 p.m. curfew as well as a rationing order. Anyone caught breaking it will be arrested. So, if I wasn't convinced the city officials and police were fishy, I definitely was now. One other noteworthy event that happened while I was gone is that one kid named Brian Finkelberry ran through the school fully naked.
Oh no, please, they're gonna hate me, help. He's naked, somebody help.
He claimed that his parents were going to eat him if they ran out of food because of the rationing, and that he was going to run outside into the storm to try to freeze himself solid to stop that from happening. Later at the end of the day, I met with the gang again and discussed what's been going on. I told them all about what happened at the tower and the subsequent arrest.
I tried to warn you guys. Did you at least find someone up there?
We did. Turns out it's not the storm causing all the disruptions. It's someone.
Wait, like a veil from Jujutsu, guys?
No, like a device inside the town intentionally blocking it. We also managed to connect with someone briefly too.
What did they say?
Not much important, but they did mention a rescue team, so that's good. There wasn't really much we could get out of our brief conversation. The big thing we took away is that someone inside the town definitely doesn't want us to escape, and it didn't take long for us to think of suspects. Albert said he used his connections and find some intel on our suspects. In other words, he's just going to browse 4chan for 30 minutes. With not much else to do today, I just decided to go home. I heard what you were talking about back there. You did? Why didn't you join us then? I didn't want to intrude. Anyway, I want to help you. You want to help us? Why is that? All we've done is cause more trouble for everyone else at school. Listen, I think there's a conspiracy as well. Heard what happened at the jail. Holly told me that the police were doing absolutely nothing for her or her sister. Whenever she tried to ask them questions, they told her to leave. She then said she wanted to make the person responsible for this mess pay. I told her I would ask the guys if it's okay for her to join. Wednesday, November 27th. School's cancelled today, but for a reason you wouldn't expect. You see, it's not that the teachers closed the school. It's that they couldn't get inside to open it. One of the janitors accidentally turned on the sprinklers, icing the whole thing, which made it too slippery to climb the stairs and unlock. They tried for 2 hours to get in, but after Mr. D'Artagnan shattered 3 of his vertebrae, they deemed it too dangerous to approach. Which meant I got to sleep in that morning. Yay!
Good day, gentlemen. Who the flip invited Alex Aruda? What does he even do?
Archie let me in. Now, about what happened on Sunday, I'm here to offer assistance.
Huh?
Thanks to your broadcasts, I've secretly been analyzing the data sent out. I've developed a mathematical formula to triangulate the origin point of the storm. Using this might help with your plan to stop the storm. You know, up until now, I've never thought about stopping the storm itself. I've only wanted to figure out what was happening and how to escape. But seeing all these mysterious events and unexplained phenomena we've experienced, I think stopping the storm might actually be our only hope at this point. What do you need? Well, specifically, I need one of you to go to a spot on the lake and place down a transceiver. With that, I can begin calculating.
Alright, I'm doing it.
Wait a minute, right now? We just did something big a few days ago.
I'm not going to fail this time. I will stop this storm if it's the last thing I do.
Okay, but can we at least plan this out? Archie? That was really unexpected. Just like that, Archie charged off on his own. I'm not really sure why he's so eager to do this today, and especially on his own. Like, it's only been 3 days since the radio tower event, so I'm not sure why he doesn't want to lie low for a bit. Maybe I'm just a bad friend or something, but I would have totally waited a little longer. Friday, November 29th. Around 10 p.m. last night, I was alerted by Archie at my front door. Archie?
A little help, Greg.
Archie appeared to be half frozen and holding some kind of box. I asked him what happened to him, but he was too weak to tell me. Not knowing what else to do, I brought him inside. We were wondering where my mom and brother are. Mom was picking Manny up from his after-school advanced classes, but as soon as they got back to the car, they were confronted with this.
Come outside, boy. You are mine, boy. You hear this, boy?
Yeah, get out here now.
Apparently, Brian Fickleberry had somehow escaped from jail after the police officer who was watching him disappeared. At some point, his parents must have found him because when Mom got back to her car, he had locked himself inside to protect himself from being eaten by his parents. Well, I guess he was right all along. Sorry, Brian. Shifting the focus back to Archie, I quickly dragged him up to Mom's room and cranked up the heat. Dude, what the heck happened to you?
I got the transceiver. Check the radio.
I got the memo and checked the box, to which inside was his DOAWK radio, similar to the one Archie uses all the time. I fiddled around with it for a bit and got it working. The first thing I heard was his crazy beeping. I thought it was complete nonsense at first, but then I realized it was Morse code. But I don't know Morse code. Not knowing what to do, I started switching the dial again. I listened around for a bit until I heard a voice speak, and you wouldn't believe who I heard.
Hello?
Rodrick! Rodrick, you made it out!
Sure did. What did I tell you, huh?
I filled him in on what happened while he was gone. It was then that Rodrick told me what he was up to during this time.
I managed to get pretty far into the storm, but a huge blast of wind tipped over my van. Thankfully, there was a rescue team in the area which picked me up in time. Turns out the storm has some sort of ice wind barrier that makes it nearly impossible to pass sometimes. We also couldn't talk to the people inside for some reason.
Rodrick said the reason he didn't know about us trying to call him back was that he became an overnight celebrity after his escape and kept being invited on talk shows.
When I found out that you were asking for me, I came back to Plainview and waited to see if you'd call again. To my surprise, it was Archie who called my name this time, saying that someone inside the town was trying to stop them. Anyway, the situation now has made national news at this point, and the government is trying everything to stop the storm. What the flip was that?
Hold on, I'll talk to you later. I need to go investigate that. The noise came from downstairs, so that's where I went first. At first, I thought something fell in the living room. But when I looked around, I didn't see anything. Then I checked the kitchen, still nothing. It was then that I remembered that the garage exists, and I decided to check that. Oh, frick! Instantly, I slammed the door shut. I think I caught him off guard because he didn't try to do anything. I quickly realized that the door wouldn't hold him for long. I grabbed my phone and started to call 911 before I remembered that we didn't have signal. The number you have called is unavailable to reach you. Oh crap! He's in the house! He's in the house! I quickly scrambled away from the door with what little time I had left. I had to choose between fight or flight. God, you little... That's right. The Wimpy kid decided not to be Wimpy anymore. This was my house, and I wasn't going to let him have it. But that knife stab didn't seem to do much, as he was still throwing punches. Eventually, I realized that I wasn't going to win in a fistfight with this maniac, so I ran upstairs to grab my father's old gun that we still have. Right as I got up to the top of the stairs, he grabbed me. In my panic state, I did the first thing that popped into my mind, almost like it was natural. I quickly dove over the bed and unlocked the safe. I looked over at Archie, who was extremely pale. I'm not sure if it was due to frostbite or fear. Then, not a second later, the guy opened the door. Instantly, I unloaded every round in the gun. I'm not sure if I actually hit him, but even if I didn't, the gun still seemed to do the job. No second later, I saw him scampering down the stairs and out the garage window.
Hey, Greg.
Don't worry, Archie. It's over now. He's gone.
Sorry about all this and what happened to your dad at the lab.
Don't beat yourself up too much, Archie. You just wanted help. What did Archie mean by what happened to Dad? I don't recall ever telling him about what happened to my dad or anything about lab. I tried to tell Rodrick everything that had just happened, but either he wasn't on the Mac anymore, or something must have disrupted the connection. It also didn't look like Mom and Manny were getting home anytime soon. So, with there being nothing else I can do, I'm going to try to sleep. It's one of those nights again. That cold night. It's there in my restless dreams. I see him. This is the same dream, right?
Mom? Will Dad wake up? No, he can't, sweetie.
I'm sorry, kid. I didn't. None of this happened. Not to you. Not to him. Your dad is a pretty cool guy. Cooler than what you think. That's for that. You should know that.
Come on, Greg. Let's go back to the car. Bye, Daddy.
Wait. Who was that man? Go back. Hey, kid. Go back. Stop. Thursday, November 28th. I woke up in a cold sweat. It was that same dream I've been having ever since the storm began. But this time, it felt different. All this time, I thought it was a nightmare, seeing Dad speaking to me like that. But it was someone else all this time. Someone who I recognize from somewhere. I think if I can find out who he is, he might be the key to all of this. I'm getting sidetracked. Let me show you what's happening currently.
So what did exactly happen last night, kid?
Oh my gosh, how many times do I gotta tell you? To catch you up to speed, a few hours after I woke up, Mom, along with a bunch of police, finally showed up. They also took Archie to the hospital, which honestly, I'm kinda surprised they thought to do that. Reason being, these guys are complete idiots. Halfway through the investigation, one of them said, "Why are we here again?" and started making himself a sandwich in our kitchen with our food. Oi lad, got any Vegemite? Seemed like the only competent person left was Sheriff Palsy.
You think this is more than just a break-in?
I have one suspect in particular. Ever since that fight, I kept thinking about who could have done this. I'm certain the criminal wasn't going to operate in these conditions. I don't have beef with anyone in particular, but I do know some people who have beef with me. What's the name of the officer with all the scars? Ryan? Yeah, that guy. Where was he last night?
Well, holy crap. He might actually be the burglar, Greg.
We then decided to go to the hospital and talk to Archie. I was surprised to see that everyone else was waiting there too.
I think it's best if Alex explains all the waypoint stuff first.
Thanks. With the waypoint Mr. Sampson placed at the lake, I finally managed to geolocate the epicenter of the storm, a laboratory located in a secret area near the old quarry. The place has been shut down for years, so you'll have a tough time getting there.
You're not gonna help?
I'm like 4'2". I have to wear a snorkel just to go for a walk in this weather. Do you think I'm really gonna help?
Oh, my bad.
Can we get back to the topic at hand? Archie's going to explain the rest.
I know that laboratory because it's where my father works. I didn't want to believe he might be connected to it. I wanted to believe he just got snowed in and couldn't reply. But now that I know that the storm came from his workplace, as time passed, I kept getting more and more desperate. And well, I can't deny anymore. So, I lied to you guys. I lied about trying to research the storm, when in reality, I just wanted to save my dad. I thought that if I told people my dad was involved in this whole thing, they'd blame me even more for their problems.
That was a bombshell. We all had a ton of questions to ask.
Archie, why would I hate you? We're friends. Not everyone's as kind as you, Rowley.
What kind of work did your father do?
I don't know much. He was under NDA, but from my own speculations, it was probably a military project of some sort. I should also mention he's a quantum physicist, if that helps. Surprisingly, there was one person who didn't ask any questions.
Hey, aren't you going to say anything? We agreed that we'd need to find a way to the lab, as the roads would probably be completely snowed over now. RJ also explained that the storm would be at its strongest near the facility, so we needed to prepare. Hey, Greg, mind if I talk to you for a minute outside? Are you sure Archie's telling the whole story? Well, to be honest, you're probably right. But at the same time, I had to pause for a moment. I was about to say that I didn't care if he was lying. I knew Archie probably left out some info, but in my heart, I didn't really. I know it's crazy for me to feel this way after all we've been through in this short span of time. We've been searching for answers, yet when posed with the most profound one of all, I just turned a blind eye. Do you think that one is better to suffer with the truth, or to live without it? You're right, Miss Hills. You can't trust that boy.
You. What makes you think you, of all people, can say who's trustworthy?
Oh, shut your trap. That boy's nowhere close to the person you think.
I don't care what you think. I care what I think. If I choose to believe he's a good guy, then that's my decision, you old casket.
Oh, well, of course you'd think that. The Heffleys and Samsons are always making my life miserable.
Why are you even here?
Oh, I just went to meet a business partner of mine, recovering here, and figured to make a lovely stop to chat in that room you were just in. Although, frankly, Miss Hills, with a personality like yours, I'd half expected you to not even be here with the rest of us, and instead be with your family. Oh, oops, forgot about the incident, my bad.
You petard, I'll kill you!
I guess our conversation was loud enough to attract the attention of everyone. As they quickly poured into the hall, the mayor quickly read the room and walked away before anyone could ask any other questions. But as he did, he pulled out his phone call.
Friday, November 29th. Today at school was chaos. So there's this really fat kid at my school, right? Lyman Eaterholt. Anyway, the school recently announced they were going to be rationing food to comply with the city's order. And boy oh boy, Lyman was not happy to hear that.
Oi, move your lunch, lady. I'm gonna get my food whether we're rationing or not, huh? How you doing, boy?
Lyman's well over 400 pounds, so those poor lunch ladies couldn't really stop him from devouring everything. But thankfully, the campus police could. But I'm guessing Lyman's actions triggered everyone's pent-up frustration, as the next thing I know, there was a school-wide brawl. I saw people throwing food, some giving wedgies. I even saw Albert drowning someone in a tub of yogurt. Normally, I wouldn't participate in these kind of events. This time, however, it was too fun to pass up, especially with all the doom and gloom recently.
10 up!
For the first time in a while, I actually had some fun with my friends. I think Archie managed to have some fun too. Things quickly turned for the worse, however, when Lyman tried to eat one of the freshmen during the brawl.
Get in here, motherfucker!
Thankfully, the school security guard managed to tase him fast enough, but not before the kid lost a good portion of his hair. Because of the brawl, everyone involved got detention. Thankfully, I managed to weasel my way out of it by hiding in a garbage bin while they were rounding everyone up. I hid there for who knows how long until the school day was over. I packed my bag to leave and walked outside. But when I got to the front of the school, someone familiar pulled up right in front of me.
There's no time to explain, Greg. Find your friends and get in.
I was both surprised and unsurprised that something like this would happen at this point. I heeded his advice and sneaked my way to detention. But getting there wasn't easy, as a bunch of teachers were roaming the halls. At one point, I had to hide in a locker to prevent my capture.
So I just saw someone.
Carefully navigating the halls, I got to the detention room and unlocked the door. Thankfully, the teacher in that class is always blacked out drunk by third period, so we didn't have to worry about him.
How many times do I gotta say, yeah, Jude, I didn't stick my butterfinger up no cat's bunk hole.
What the actual flip are these accusations this guy's facing?
We got in the car and the sheriff turned on the radio. You probably would believe it by now.
I, the mayor of declare Palsy no longer of Plainview and subsequently announced he is immediately wanted for his arrest along with the infamous criminals is Rodrick Heffley and Archie Samson.
Crap. Well, I guess there's no going back now. The mayor finally had enough of our protests and is cracking down. I could hear sirens in the distance, so I'm guessing the police have finally been mobilized. But then, Riley said something that got us all thinking.
Why does the mayor have to be so mean to us?
Now look, I know what Riley's just said was really stupid and rhetorical, but stop and think. Why is he such an asshole now? I mean, we didn't really even know the mayor before the whole mess. I thought he was an okay guy. Managed to fund the soup kitchen somehow, which was first in the community. But other than that, they didn't give two craps about him. But as soon as this whole storm happened, and we started digging around, he just flipped the script and became a tyrant. He definitely knows the truth about this whole fit mess, or at least more parts than us. This entire thing just pees me off. Because of this increase in police activity, Palsy had to drive slowly through the back alleys of town. While we were driving, I saw some of the sadder parts of town.
Remember, folks, it's not getting warmer tonight, and probably not tomorrow. So please stay inside and keep warm with your families.
Guess there's no going home now. Really sucks having someone like him to be in charge. It's just not fair. A while later, we got near my street. Palsy parked the car in a hidden area and walked up sneakily. Riley offered for us to stay at his house since, surprisingly, he didn't have an arrest warrant like the rest of us. Although, honestly, I think even the mayor believed it would be hard to convince people that Rowley's a terrorist.
Listen guys, you have to have some faith in me. This fat ginger kid really is a member of Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, right, like Rowley's a member of that. He's a member of the Rainbow and he's getting fun squad actually.
Yeah, boo, you stink.
Bro, Al-Qaeda is such a random one. A random group for Rowley would be a part of. Anyways, I also stopped by my house to pick up some stuff like the radio as well as my mother and brother. We had to do it very sneakily, though, as we were concerned there'd be cops roaming around. Around 5 in the morning, we had settled in. Everyone was still a little shaken up, so we just decided to relax for a while. I've got to say, Riley's dad surprisingly had a great sense of cinema.
Okay, so the movies I've got are Breaking Point, The Bound by Blood Quintilogy, Diagnopa, Pragmatic, Five Named Clive, and Atomic Age.
However, while we were watching absolute cinema, abysmal dog crap pulled up. Police have released the suspects' faces. Seriously, that was the best photo they had? As they were showing their photos, they also brought up a familiar face. Police are still looking for Brian M. Finkelberry, who has been missing since November 27th after he escaped Plainview City Detention Center. If you have any information, call this number. I figured that now would be the best time to explain to everyone what exactly we are going to do now. So after the broadcast ended, I gathered everyone into the kitchen to discuss our final game plan. The plan is to meet up at 11 AM tomorrow. We load up into 2 separate cars and head out to the entrance of mine. Once we're there, we'll split the 2 groups and head up in different directions. That way, if the mayor has some sort of plan of his own, whether it's his goons or something else, he might just be able to get around it. Once both groups get to the lab entrance, we either hope that someone left the door open or we use a crowbar. After that, I don't know what we will do. What? I don't live there. I don't know what's inside. But before that, tonight, I'm going to call Rodrick and let him know what we're about to do. I'm counting on Rodrick to come through with the rescue. Rodrick, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
We found out after the storm. It's in a laboratory near the old quarry. Tomorrow we're planning to go there and see what's inside. And hopefully it will be a solution on to how to end this thing once and for all.
Thank goodness you're just in time to tell us that.
I was a little confused about what he meant by that, but what he played next was very unexpected.
Hello, my fellow American citizens. I'm President Barack Obama, but many of you know me as Michelle Obama's husband. I'm going here to talk to you about the recent ecological disaster in Plainview.
Obama? As he played the audio recording, I'm drawing so you can see. I was kind of confused where this was going.
If the situation doesn't improve, the storm may prove a threat to international security. In this result, we may have to use nuclear options. Sir, what do you have to say to the people still trapped in there? Was this storm caused by the Russians? Does this storm have any relation to the so-called Chaos Emeralds?
My jaw dropped. Apparently some people in the government were considering whether or not to nuke the storm. Rodrick said he will assemble rescue teams along with FEMA for when the storm clears. Seeing as I still had time to talk, I asked Rodrick one last question about something that was bugging me. Rodrick, do you know what job Dad had before he died?
Whoa, I don't really remember much. I think it was something tech-based.
Come on, is that really all you know?
You're asking me, you know. If you really want to know, try asking Mom.
And so I did. Mom, I want to talk about Dad.
Huh? Where's this coming from?
It's been coming for quite a while now. I want to know exactly what happened to Dad 8 years ago.
Your father had an accident at the business place he worked at. End of story.
Except it's not. It wasn't just an ordinary accident. I remember it clearly now. He had ice across his face and everything. There was more to his death than you're telling me.
Your father was a scientist at that lab. Is that what you want to hear? You want me to validate your theory? I know you want to know more about him, but I just can't tell you, okay? It's just too painful to bring up.
I was going to tell you this when you graduated. If you're up to it, you can look in the attic for Dad's stuff he left for you. That'll tell you everything. I don't know what to feel right now. I'm feeling a whole bunch of things. I think I'll just go to bed and deal with it in the future. Thankfully, I convinced Riley to give me his bed so I didn't have to sleep on the floor. It's there in my restless sleep. I don't see him anymore. I don't see anything. I wonder, why do we dream? Is it just another form of escapism? Or is it because we simply cannot bear to confront our tomorrows? Saturday, November 30th.
Greg, we gotta go now. Get up.
Huh? What's going on, Riley? Yeah, definitely not how I would have wanted to be woken up. I was caught off guard by how scared he sounded. As I wiped off his slobber, I heard a noise outside and quickly put two and two together.
Put your hands where we can see them. There's nowhere to run. You are all under arrest for being terrorists of Plainview.
There was a snowball's chance in hell I was going to listen to them. I turned around, grabbed everything I needed for the mission, kissed my mom goodbye, and bolted out the back door along with everyone else. I had to book it too because they brought a whole dog team with them. I should climb over the fence right before they got me, and during the confusion, someone must have led the group in the wrong direction because I ended up on my own. Making my way through the forest, I was thankful we had discussed going this route to escape in case something like this happened. After walking up the hill, I went face to face with the destruction around me. If you don't remember, these are the houses that are burnt down a few weeks ago. It was pretty eerie being alone here. In the distance, I spotted someone familiar. Oh, hey. I just had to pick up a few things from my house. So, I guess this is it. I guess you're right. A few minutes later, the rest of the group pulled up for vehicles and we drove off.
Just so you know, it's about to get really cold soon, so you should crank up the heater.
Archie said that the storm should have been like a sort of final barrier to get through, and that the temperature should drop to minus 50 Fahrenheit. That's actually a little warmer than I thought it would be, or at least compared to the last few days. It's dropped to minus 21 Fahrenheit. I should actually apologize for not mentioning the current temperature earlier. It's not that I've forgotten, it's just that I haven't found a good time to mention it. Anyway, right as I wrote this part down, we encountered the barrier.
Brace yourselves, kids.
Archie wasn't kidding when he said how dangerous this place was. A few hours later, about 1 or 2 hours later, we made it to the lab, and you wouldn't believe what we were seeing. What am I looking at? The lab was emitting this big laser beam, and that's probably what's causing the storm.
Well, I'll be. In all my years, I've never seen anything like this.
Just what the flip was your father working on, Archie?
I don't know whatever this is.
Right, as we were walking towards the entrance, we saw that we weren't alone.
Everything's all clear. No signs of Greg Heffley's group yet.
Roger that.
There was only a single guard out front. I'm guessing the mayor either thought he'd catch us before we got here, or that we wouldn't be able to make it in the first place. While we were debating what we should do to get around him, The guy must have got bored and pulled out his music.
Ugh, Joshy, I hate this guy.
What did he say about Joshy, Greg?
Personally, I didn't really write down what he just said because I hate Joshy too. But Rowley must have thought he was Antichrist or something. Because next thing I know, he freaking jumped the dude.
Nobody talks bad about Joshy, he gets away with it.
What the?
Remember, you never speak ill of Joshy in front of Rowley ever again.
Not another step.
Oh, come on.
Well. Look what we have here. Got your hopes up just a little bit, didn't I? And here I thought you were better than this policy. I told you there'd be consequences. So, are we going to do this the easy way?
Or the hard way?
Right behind the mayor, there were a bunch of cops. I'm guessing the one with all the bandages is Ryan, who honestly, I'm surprised he's even standing after all the punishment he's taken in these last 2 weeks. Yeah, you're right, Sandico. There are consequences for getting everyone in this mess.
Yeah, whoop his ass, Parsley. Woo!
In all seriousness, when Parsley threw that first punch, all hell broke loose. The police started opening fire on us, and we all scattered around the entrance. We only had 3 guns among the 7 of us, so to say we were outmanned and outgunned would be an understatement.
Oh my goodness. Who's that there wanted to give me the shotgun?
Listen, Greg, Archie, Holly, go inside. We'll hold him off. Not wanting to die, we listened to him and made a break for the door. We managed to pry open the door just in time before we got hit by any bullets. Right as I closed the door, I got one last glimpse at the outside.
I can't lie, Parsley. I've been waiting for this day when I get to fight you.
Aren't you 0-2 against a bunch of teenagers? Man, I wish I could have seen that fight. Too bad I'll never get to it. As we made our way inside the lab, I could shake the sense of the dread I got from being here, like the lab itself didn't want us here. However, we encountered a problem at our first door.
See, yeah, level key odd required to access main look.
Unfortunately, this door was a bit too complex to just pry open with a crowbar. At least the place has electricity. We looked around and saw that the main hall had about 3 entrances. The one we just approached led to the main lab, the place we probably needed to go. The other 2, we weren't sure where they led. Hey, guys, look, a map. We decided that the most likely place for a keycard would be in offices, so we headed there. Unfortunately, the pathway to the first floor offices was blocked off due to a cave-in, or well, snowing. So we couldn't check there first. After prying open a few more doors and climbing a few stairs, we found ourselves in an indoor walkway type bridge. The walkway was eerily pretty. Something about how everything looked frozen in time, both literally and figuratively. It was morbidly pleasing. As we took in the view, the ground began to shake. Next thing we knew, the whole place began to collapse.
Oh my goodness, it's an avalanche. Run, guys, run.
Looked behind me and the whole wing was coming down. It was an indoor avalanche. As we started to sprint, I could feel the snow and dust start to pick up speed. And right as it caught up to us, that was a close one. Looks like we're in office hell now. From the looks of it, this area must have been the office. If we were going to find the keycards anywhere, it'd be here. Although I'll be honest, I wouldn't mind if we found more info on what the flip the government was doing here in Plainview. Man, sure hope I don't end up working in one of these 25 years down the road. 25 years later. Damn, despite this place having electricity still, a lot of these PCs are pretty banged up. Yeah, it looks like someone smashed a lot of these things. Archie said he tried to find a working PC in the building, and Holly and I would search for physical evidence as to what was going on here, especially a keycard. You're probably sick of me mentioning that. I checked the first desk, and there wasn't anything useful. Most of the files were technical related, like things needing repairs, orders for new parts, and filings regarding management. Actually, there were a lot of reports of things needing repairs. Similarly, the following desks I checked in this area weren't filled with much. Find anything over there? No, not much. But from the looks of it, this place was running out of money a lot. She showed me a bunch of papers showing how this place was almost always in the red, and that they were constantly asking for grants and money. For a military project, it seems odd that they didn't have money. A minute later, Archie called us over to the desk he was at, and I saw that he had managed to get one of the computers operational.
Okay, so most of these PCs are password locked, but luckily, this one isn't. It says the following. Hello, Daniel. Welcome to your first week at Skady Labs. We are so happy that you joined our team. Check with the chief scientist for details about the project. His desk is at the back inside a closed office.
The senior desk is at the back? Let's go check that out. I looked around more and saw that this area was completely trashed, and that the computer was practically eviscerated. However, I looked on top of a filing cabinet and found the key card. But that wasn't all, as there was a few files tucked up there too. I wiped off the frost and checked it. I wonder what it's going to say.
Project Boreas. Incident Log 4. Code Black. June 16th. 2008 Incident Report Log of Code Black on March 3rd, 2007. Injury Report. Code 7 treated for frostbite. 32 with stampede-related injuries. Fertility Report. Senior Field Scientist Frank J. Heffley was killed in relation. Incident Report Rundown. On November 3rd at 5:45. 17 members from RYL institutions, 3 from Humbert Lab and 14 from NASA, 3 from Redacted, 2 from Redacted, Redacted board members of Redacted, and Mayor Sandico Brotto enter test lab Alpha for viewing of the Boreas particle ray. At 6:22, Junior Technician Johnny A reports damage in the fiber lining of the inner power conductor connecting to the main control room. Senior staff ignore this, citing See Report Log 2. At 6:25, researcher Liam S. reportedly said that something was wrong with the control panel B. At 6:27, lead scientist Curtis S. signals particle failure and issues evacuation. At 6:28, particle ray suffers a backflow error, which results in cold gases flowing into the control room 1, control room 2, main reactor, and the lower level machine room. Again, at 6:28, lead scientist Curtis S. signals that all control panels, A to E, have been rendered inoperable. Senior Julie Bajovsik states that a critical failure will result in 2 minutes and that they need to shut the whole thing down. Let's see surrounding Plainview area is dismantled. At 6:29, co-lead scientist Frank H. jumps into main particle ray and shuts it off. Despite everything that paper said, there was one thing on this desk that said everything it couldn't. On the desk, center back of the room, was a picture frame sitting face down.
Yeah, I knew. I've known about what happened for a long time.
What?
There were nights he'd get drunk and ramble about this whole accident thing, and he'd always mention your father. He said they were good friends.
What Archie just... When he said that, my mind kinda... Why can't I stop thinking about what I said? I told myself I didn't care.
I still care. You knew. You knew what happened to my father the entire time. You never bothered to tell me who you were the entire time.
I didn't know how to start that conversation, Greg.
When we first met, was that you taking pity on me? Was that your way of making it up to me?
No, damn it, no. When we first met, I didn't know who you were. I didn't even know your name until after you left Parsley's car. And that's not even what happened back then.
You know what? I'm not gonna write down what the flip happens between now and the flipping control room. Not this stupid freaking diary. Update. We got to the control room. It wasn't pretty. It's freezing in here. The place looked worse than any area we've been to, most likely because it was closer to the thing that was probably causing all this. As I got closer to the main reactor, there was a person frozen right in front of the energy beam thing. There was a lone person sitting right in front of the reactor. He almost completely was encased in ice.
This is my father.
I'm sorry, Archie. Hey, wait, he's holding something. As we took in the moment, all he knows that Archie's dad was holding something. It took some effort to pry him to let go because of all the ice, but with enough effort, we pried it from him. It turned out to be a cassette tape. Miraculously, it will still function in these conditions.
This is Curtis Sampson, lead scientist at Skady Labs, and the creator of the Boreas geochrogenetic field generator. I'll cut to the chase, since I don't know how long I have left. All you need to do to turn off the machine is press both RC and FC buttons, then flick the yellow square node off on panel C, then push up all the levers on panel B, press the black square button on panel D, and finally press the big red button on panel A. If that doesn't work, go into the basement level 2 and shut down the geothermal generator in whatever way you can. In the events that either of those doesn't work, someone will need to manually turn off the particle wave right next to the epicenter. And if that doesn't work, Lord help us all. With that out of the way, allow me to explain how the heck I ended up in this mess. I'll be brief. It was all Sandico's fault. Not originally, but he was the origin of all the events that led to right now. After the incident of 2008, the one involving the death of my friend, Frank. Was it my fault that the first storm happened that ruined lives? Yes, I admit it. I messed up back then. The incident basically cancelled any prospects of Sandico's political career, and well, he wasn't too happy about that. It was tough for the next 8 years. Any opportunity he could get, Sandico would see that we suffer some kind of misfortune. Budget cuts, layoffs, talking behind our backs, trying to get the project canned, all that crap. Then, that leads us to today. Sandico, I think he wanted us to run a test for a bunch of bigwigs. I don't know. My mind's going fuzzy. But I knew that the site wasn't ready for testing right now. Months of missing funds meant repairs and replacements couldn't happen, meaning this machine could blow up again. Sandico said if I didn't do it, my last work would be gone. But luckily, I thought I had an ace up my sleeve. Blackmail on everything he tried to do. Sandico didn't like that. One thing led to another. Here I am bleeding out trying to shove this damn thing. Unfortunately, I don't have the strength left to move my arms or legs anymore. So, I'm leaving this behind to make sure the truth doesn't get lost, and it should go without saying to the Heffleys. I'm sorry about what happened to your father, Susan. I'm sorry my actions led to his sacrifice. And lastly to my son, I'm sorry I have to leave you like this, but I know you'll be alright. After all, if my hypothesis is correct, I believe you were or are trying to figure out how to get to me. I love you, son.
After he said that, the tape stopped playing before looping again. The tape left us a lot to think about. How much of what he said was true? He never explained what the true intent of the machine was. Who were the redacted people at Skady Lab? What's been going through Sandico's head all this time? Did Sandico really force Archie's dad to power her up? Or was Sandico the one who tried? Was Curtis's mistake really to blame for my father's death? Or was he just blaming himself? Everyone was feeling a lot of emotions. Fortunately, one of those variables confronted us soon after. Look who finally decided to show up. Look who's here.
Well, frick me. I didn't think you all would get here faster than me. This place really is more of a dump now, more than it ever was. Kinda crazy how we got to this point. Well, I guess I owe all of you an explanation.
We heard everything, Sandico. Huh? Archie's dad left a tape behind and revealed everything.
Oh, is that so? If I were to tell you he left out a few crucial details, would you believe me?
Heck freaking no! Oh, shut up. You only said that because you don't like me. You know, if the script was flipped and I was a dying man with the phony tape, you'd totally believe me. But no, just a Nepo baby and his mass murdering genius father. Whoa.
Where the frick did she get that gun from?
That caught all of us off guard, especially Sandiko, who I don't think expected a teenage girl of all people to pull a gun on him. The only mass murderer here is you! Whoa, Holly, calm down!
Where'd you even get that from?
Do it, I dare you! If Sandiko uses maybe half his brain, he can figure that out before I blow the other out. Now I'm stuck in a weird spot. Do I let her kill him or spare him? While I was thinking it over, I realized something. What if this is what Sandiko wants? Holly, look, I know you want to kill him. So do me and Archie. Oh, don't listen. Then why are you stopping me? Killing him isn't going to help any of us right now. And if you do that, you will just be giving him one more thing. I'd rather have Sandiko suffer long term than given an easy way out. Thankfully, my words managed to get through to her and only lowered her gun. But what she said next made me even more conflicted on what I should say. Okay, fine. I won't kill him. I just got a little angry, okay? But can I at least shoot him in the leg? I guess that's fine. At least he won't be able to move around freely.
Holly! No! You should have killed me, you little slag. He spared you. Well, you shouldn't have.
Sandiko was actually holding his own against both of us. Either Toby actually knew how to fight, or he was actually good at taking hits. However, we were so focused on beating the crap out of him that we neglected to look behind us. Took me a few seconds to pick myself up and figure out what happened. As I gathered myself, the whole console was destroyed. My only guess as to why was because of how long it's been running in these conditions, but to my horror, I remembered something else.
In the events that out of those doesn't work, someone will need to manually turn off the particle wave right next to the epicenter. And if that doesn't work,
Greg, keep it busy. I'll turn it off.
Wait, Archie, no! I didn't even have time to say anything. I realized that this was it. The final confrontation. With all that's happened, all the chaos this storm has caused, all the death and destruction,
I locked the frick in. If you just give me the tape, Greg, we can all go back to how it used to be. I'm not going back.
I wiped the blood off my knuckles and quickly ran over to save Archie. I jumped over the window and was blasted by a bunch of icy cold wind and energy. I could literally both feel and see my hands freezing. Still, I trudged on and got closer and closer to the main beam.
Greg, no! You'll freeze too!
At least it won't be you.
You saved me? After all that my family and I have done to you?
I've lost a lot of people these past few years. I couldn't bear to lose another. I won't let the past repeat itself. That only muddies the future. As we collected ourselves, we quickly remembered someone. Holly! We ran over to check on her and she seemed alright. Oh, my head. With everything here wrapped up and the day saved, we left this place behind. However, as we were leaving, Holly brought up something that honestly has become very noticeable at this point. Since when was your family so good at martial arts? Honestly, who knows? Maybe Dad was a Shaolin monk in his spare time. A few pried open doors later, we walked into the lobby again, and you wouldn't believe what we were witnessing.
Ugh, oh thank goodness, you kids are alright.
Everyone looked pretty beaten up. Don't even get me started on Raleigh. No clue what happened to him. We immediately started asking what the heck happened. They said that the fighting lasted about an hour, and that they only stopped when they ran out of ammunition. So now they were all in a stalemate. It was then that I asked what the frick happened to Rowley. What the frick happened to you? Arby's. Turns out one of the police officers were carrying a full bottle of Arby's ketchup in his jacket, specifically Arby's, and when Rowley was beating him up, it burst. It was then that I also remembered that Parsley was fighting Ryan. I don't think you'll be causing any trouble for a while. It was then that I told them what had happened upstairs, that the machine was now turned off, and that Sandika was defeated. I then said we should go outside now, as there was nothing the police could do now. Everyone! There he is! He's reaching! Hold your fire, this man isn't black. What the flip? What? The storm is over now, and help from outside is on the way. There's no reason to keep fighting anymore. It's over. That's what you think? Oh my freaking goodness. Here we go again. It's not over.
Sandiko, can you just give up already?
No. I'm still in charge. I have the power. I've already called for backup, and once they're here, I'll be holding a public execution. Look who it is.
Rodrick! He finally makes his return, and he wasn't alone. With him were dozens of army, FEMA, and National Guard troops. With them being here, the police were outnumbered, 5-1. And I'm guessing they realized that Sandiko was a sinking ship and bailed on him. Sandiko, you're under arrest for, everything. And, manipulating the police force. Not sure if that plan of theirs is going to work, but the bar is so low, it beats nothing. My man Greg, taking charge. Glad you made it in time. I'm about to explain to Rodrick everything that he missed while he was gone, but he told me that now wasn't the time, as they had to clean up everything and evacuate some people to the hospital, and that I should save it for when we get home. I was a little confused by that, but then I remembered that Sandiko and Ryan were pretty beat up. Speaking of Ryan, this is what he looks like currently. So like, do we untie him first, or what the flip? This guy, Sheriff Parsley turned this guy into a bull. Damn. With all that mentioned, there wasn't much left for us here now, so we got in our cars and went back to the city. Epilogue. Friday, June 19th. Okay, so I haven't written this thing for like 7 months, but not because I forgot to or because I lost it. Actually, that's a lie. I did lose it for a bit, but that's a whole book on why to itself. More people. Ugh. The real reason is that I made the decision myself, and because I feel like it would be easier to write down everything that's happened since November, now that the situation has kind of reached its conclusion. Where should I start? How about the immediate cleanup? Delta Force, fall back.
He's getting away, Beckley.
Ironically, it wasn't the snow and ice that was the big problem. It was the Mingos. For a few weeks after the storm, the Mingos launched several incursions on Plainview, stealing, burning down homes, and attacking people. They've gone into some sort of crazy state because the whole storm messed up their hibernation cycle. This led the army to declare war on them and begin launching attacks. The whole situation ended up becoming a second Vietnam, until the government signed a peace treaty. I solemnly swear, on behalf of the United States military, blah 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 blah.
Meckley agrees.
Anyway, on the rest of the cleanup, after the war, Governor Baker sent over a bunch of dozers and began clearing the roads. He also sent food and water, as well as signed a temporary order making heating our homes free. They also held a press conference explaining what the heck happened, but of course, they let out a few details.
The facility was taken over by violent foreign terrorists looking to access weapons of mass destruction, of which the former mayor was the leader of.
However, one good thing they mentioned is that they were able to verify that some of the things Curtis said about Sandiko were true. They then said they'd launch an investigation into possible other illegal rings Sandiko had connections to. So overall, despite the government sort of being partly to blame for the whole mess, at least they did a good job cleaning it up. Okay, that's about all I have to say about that segment. I guess the next thing I should talk about is some of the important people I met during that time.
Ice, ice, baby. Vanilla ice, ice, baby. Vanilla ice, ice, baby. 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 Ice, ice, baby.
Ever since Sadiqa woke up from his coma after the battle, all he's been saying are the lyrics to the Vanilla Ice rap song, Ice Ice Baby. According to the doctors, Sadiqa's mind has been completely broken, and now he's been declared clinically insane. The police say he's probably going to be locked inside an insane asylum for the rest of his life.
You been getting loud, boy? Because I'm feeling a bit hungry. And you know I like to eat some tubby boys like you.
You know, I know Sadiqa's done a lot of horrible and irreparable stuff, but I actually kind of feel bad for just this once, especially with having to deal with Lyman as a neighbor. However, it wasn't just Sadiqa who was in trouble, as there were many others too. The one I'm talking about is Ryan, as late last month, he was finally released from the hospital into police custody.
When I get out of here, I'm gonna give you all a piece of my mind.
Last I heard of him, he's been locked away behind bars for the next 50 years or so. But there's still one person I need to bring up, Sheriff Palsy.
As of today, I'm no longer this town's sheriff.
That honestly shocked us. We thought he might have stayed for a while, or even become the new chief.
But Parsley, why?
I'm sorry, boys. I just think I'm not fit to be in law enforcement anymore. He said that after the incident, he wasn't sure where he stood with the law, and that he wasn't sure if being in a system like that would provide justice for the people who need it. He then mentioned going back to the farm to care for his grandparents and figure out what he wants to do now. Honestly, I was really sad to hear that he was leaving. I owe him a lot for what he did for us back then. Thank you, Sheriff. Now that stuff is out of the way, I can finally bring the focus back to us and the town of Plainview. The town's been kind of rocky as of lately, as you could guess.
What do you mean you've run out?
Sorry, there's no more.
Man, many buildings still need to be fixed, along with many families being broken or lost to the storm. Two of the people who are Holly and her younger sister, Piper, they've moved into their grandparents' home as of now. While their families remains gone, Holly and Piper seem to be getting better day by day. We've also needed to elect a bunch of new people to office. That being the case because most of the city council was involved with Sadiqa in some way, so we had to re-elect basically everyone. Honestly, the whole election was a crap show, as a lot of people dropped out or were barred. This ended up leading to the most random of people running for office. And Mr. What the flip is that name? Frofinglosh. How do you plan to combat the rise of unemployment in Plainview?
Hey, wait a minute. This isn't cockatoos.
However, when the town decided to reopen our major grocery stores, they ended up discovering something. Or should I say, someone. A few weeks into the clean, Brian was found completely frozen solid in a chunk of ice inside a back room freezer. No one's sure how exactly he forced himself solid. But amazingly, his plan actually worked. A little too well, as it took the city several weeks to thaw him out. It was during that time that he became a tourist attraction.
Come on, come all,
and see the amazing Pickleberry ice pop. As for school, not much has changed, except that the detention teacher finally got fired.
Get out of the road! Get out of the way!
Oh no, watch out, guys!
Still have no idea how he lasted this long. Archie and I are still friends, and along with everyone else, we all would end up having a bunch of adventures during these past few weeks. Honestly, it's been a lot of fun. However, very recently, we all got called to the school office for a special reason.
With Rodrick Heffley, Archie Sampson, and Ollie Hills, please report to the office immediately. Right now, please.
On one hand, I was a little happy that I got to ditch a little bit of algebra class. But on the other hand, the tone of the school secretary made me a little nervous.
Hello, you there. I am Major General Thompson Greenville.
Hey.
I'm sure you're all aware at this point of the Boreas project. We are making sure that you have not told anyone about it, as the project was highly classified.
Hey, whoa, where's this going? The general ended up telling us more about the Boreas project, and that it was supposed to be used either as a climate control laser or just a plain old laser beam. Honestly, this whole conversation happened right after algebra class, so I kind of forgot most of what he said. What I do remember was the government agents taking my journal away.
Now, under normal circumstances, breaking into a government facility and accessing classified documents would land you in federal prison.
Hey, you can't do that.
I'm not finished. But if you are not to tell anyone about whatever this project is, and never speak about it again, the president would be willing to pardon you.
I take it that if we say no, we
go to prison? Well, probably not for breaking into the facility. You'd probably win that in court. For disclosing government secrets that foreign nations could acquire, that's a different story.
Only the specific Boreas stuff?
Yes. The rest of your story should be alright. And most of the other stuff is already being disclosed.
I'll agree to that, but only if you give me my journal back.
I suppose that's fair, but we're going to edit some of the stuff you wrote out.
I know you might be mad at me for doing that, and I get it, but remember what I said earlier? I think in this case, the world can live without it just this once. But as he gave my journal back, he said something I felt like he should have said earlier.
Oh, before you all leave, I'd like to give you my sincerest gratitude for what you did back then. Enjoy the rest of your day, folks.
After that, he left, and I've never seen him again. A few days later, we were flown out to meet the big cheese himself.
I solemnly swear that I, Barack Obama, President of the United States of America, hereby pardon you free on all charges.
Anyways, after that, we had to leave quickly because the president was supposed to meet with someone who wanted to discuss the Chaos Emeralds, whatever that means. And I think that's everything until now. So now I can finally begin talking about what happened today. Friday, June 19th. Again, today's the last day of high school, and I'm finally going to check the box in the attic that Mom mentioned. I know she technically said to wait until my actual graduation, but I can't help it anymore. I need to see it. But just getting to the end of high school was a challenge in itself, as the last day of school is always chaotic, this year especially. Well, the senior prank this year, this 12th grader named Daniel Boris did nothing but raise balls for the last 4 months. Then on the last day of school, he released all of them. Thankfully, RG managed to create some sort of soap gun and sprayed the stairs before the horde could climb up. Eventually, we had to run again, and all 6 of us ended up barricading ourselves in the music room. But that put us in an even worse spot, as there's only one door to get through, and the hogs were starting to break it down. Thankfully, however, Shrug spotted a bush outside the window. Unfortunately, the window was locked, so we just threw Albert outside.
Wait. Oh, no.
And that's how my summer vacation started. As we walked home, I kept thinking about November. I remember for so long. I always hated that month. It always reminded me of that day when I was told Dad wasn't coming home. But now, when I still think of that memory, it feels different now. Like it's been washed with new colors. I'm also probably going to remember this new moment. There's no way I could ever forget what happened back there. Back in that lab. Back in that month. For most, the storm was a great tragedy. For me, it helped me grow and get closure. I know that's not the case for most people. I think they'd say my idea of calling something of that scale a positive experience as insane and insensitive. But I don't think I can call it exactly evil either. Perhaps that's kind of what life's all about. Life's not inherently out to get you. You can't always call the same thing good or bad. It's those choices you make that define where life goes. Eventually, we ended up at a fork in the road, or well, a sidewalk. It's there we split to go back home. We're gonna meet up later for a party, but we gotta take care of some stuff first.
See you guys later. Bye.
Oh yeah, I was gonna pick up some things at Chirag's, so I'll meet with you later too, Greg.
Alright, see ya. Well, I guess I better get going too. Also, before I go, I never got a chance to say this when it all happened, but thanks for letting me stay at your house for a bit back in November, and for making me reconsider murder.
No problem, Holly.
Thanks for everything. Oh, and Piper's also grateful. Just like that, she walked away, and it was just Archie and me. Well, I'd better get going too.
Actually, do you mind walking with me for a bit?
I was a little surprised he said, but my house was already pretty close, so this little detour wouldn't matter much. I know this place.
Back when we first met,
I didn't know much of you. As I said, I only found out who you were on the car ride. But when I learned who you were, it got me thinking about my whole life. Perhaps, if the accident had never happened, we would have been friends way sooner. And perhaps, if that other accident didn't happen, we would have never become friends at all. That's pretty cathartic. Yeah. RJ and I parted ways after that.
You're pretty late, Gregory.
Got caught up in some stuff. Is the attic open?
It is. Rodrick is waiting for you.
Mummy, can I see the attic too? Sorry, Manny. I still have to wait.
I've just realized something. Manny has barely been in this book at all. Oh well. About time you're here. Left the box out in the open.
Inside the attic, there was a bunch of boxes and it was really clean and surprising. Just as Rodrick said, the box was sitting in the open. I cracked it open and I peered over everything. There were a ton of new photos I saw of him that had me and Dad in them. I also saw that there were ones with Manny, but none of Rodrick. My only guess was that Rodrick must have taken the ones with him in them and left the others for Manny and me. I'll do the same, I guess. Honestly, I was kind of disappointed. I thought I would get a ground-shaking reveal about Dad's history or that he left some message for me, but nothing. Although that's probably because Dad probably didn't think to do that. Heck, I don't think he planned to die. I shook the box to see if there was anything else in it, and there was. The last photo shook me the most. Holy crap! That was a Shaolin monk! That caught me pretty off guard, although I guess it explains a lot. Rounded that photo, there was one last note. To the Heffleys, from Curtis Sampson. I'm writing this letter to you because I believe you deserve to know the truth of what happened. Your father was a great friend of mine. I read that note. Twice, in fact. After I did, I closed the books once more. It's Manny's turn to wait now. Today was a good day, and I have a party to go to now. Goodbye for now, diary. Later that night, it's there, in my dreams, where I see that place again. And this time, everything's fine. The end. Okay, so I'm pretty sure it's safe to say that this is probably one of the best fanfics to ever be made on r/loaded diaper, the server. But yeah, it's definitely like story-wise, creativity-wise, plot-wise, it's just up there. Like this could have been its own movie. Like just make your own characters. Like it could have just been a movie or like a TV series. Like it would have worked perfectly. Like everything was just very, very, very well done. Like in terms of story-wise, it's definitely up there with the Evil Verse. And yeah, like it's really, really, really good. Like this is like a genuine like masterpiece. This is like a gem. Like this is a really, really good one. But yeah, before we review the characters, there's one thing that's like I was very, very like I still don't understand like what it was supposed to be like. I'll put it up on the screen, but like you know when those ice spirits and like the ice looking ghost spirit of like Fregley like appeared. I was so confused what that was supposed to be like, or like if that like I'm not sure if that was supposed to foreshadow like Fregley getting frozen and dying. Because like when I first saw that, I thought this was gonna be like a supernatural like type of book of like ice spirits and stuff like that. And his dad would probably come back as like some ghost or like some spirit or something like that, or like something to do with like some haunted supernatural ghost spirits. But yeah, I mean other than that, I have no other like questions about it. Like it was very, very good. But yeah, let's like review the characters now. So yeah, this representation of Greg was a very nice one because him losing his father obviously forced him to become a more mature person and not necessarily as like stuck up and selfish. Yeah, he was supposed to be more selfless and helping around the house. Obviously, we didn't see that much, but it's implied that he would do that. Yeah, there were times where Greg was a little moody and like a little like quick to anger, or just get mad quickly. But other than that, he was a good guy in this one. Like he was generally he was just broken deep down. Like he was a kind-hearted guy, but like obviously him losing his father and all of this stuff happening was just deep down was affecting him more than he was laying it off. Yeah, also Greg was also a ride out. Like whenever his brother or friends was in danger, he was always there to help. Like first when he helped Rodrick take out I forgot his name already, but the guy who was working with Sandico, and how the same guy tried breaking into the house and he was there and he just busted out some karate moves. He whipped out the gun, turned into King Von, bow, bow, bow. It's like, damn, Greg. Like, damn, yeah, he was a really, really selfless guy in this one. I really like to see that. Rodrick, yeah, he was like he was the same as Greg, basically, more selfless and like more helpful and less like selfish. Not necessarily selfish, but like not less self-centered. Yeah. Manny was just Manny. Like he wasn't necessarily annoying or anything. He was just like a more mature version, and it was more mature than he is represented as in like other books and all that.
Okay, Archie. Well, yeah, he was clearly an OC, but he was a very, very well written OC. Probably one of the best OCs I've seen, like in direct Republican media. But like, yeah, like I just found it interesting how fate brought them two together. Like their fathers were good friends, and their fate brought, or yeah, the universe brought them two together to save or to finish what not yeah to kind of finish what they started. That's like I liked how I liked the dynamic between him and Greg. Like they're a really good team. But like, yeah, just found it very, very. It was a very good character. Like, obviously, he was like the typical. I thought he was gonna be like the typical Disney, not yeah, Disney nerd who will figure out everything. Who like, just like some secret genius. But like, I liked how he was. He wasn't necessarily like the solution to every problem. Like, obviously, like there was times where he was low key like orchestrating the whole thing. Like when he came up with the whole idea to go to the tower to find out the signal or to create a signal to the outside. So yeah, but I liked how he wasn't necessarily the one who was just saving the day all the time. But like he was a good character and like yeah, very well written. Like I liked how he was burdening the secret of him and his father knowing each other and how he knew what happened to his father. What happened to Greg's father, but never actually told him. But yeah, I just liked Archie as a character. He was a very, very well written character. At the beginning, I don't know why Holly was just so like just being so obnoxious and annoying, but like her losing her family made her like that was a wake up call for her. Like yeah, sad as it was, she didn't lose her whole family, her sister and her parents, but like that happening to her was just like a wake up call to her. Like after that, she became a better character. Like over time, like she was becoming like exponentially better. I don't think she wasn't really present that much until like the final arc. Like we saw her we barely saw her in arc 1. We saw her more in arc 2 when she was just mainly her reflecting on the whole situation, like just being her mourning the loss of her family. In arc 3, she was like there helping their gang get to the Boreas, well whatever I forgot the place was called, like the facility to stop the Boreas project. But like yeah, like other than that, like she wasn't really present as much. Like damn, I don't know where she got the whole gun from. Like Jesus, she was ready. That's probably what she was doing when she was at the like burnt down home. She's probably picking up some weapon or something that she hid there. Like, but damn, she was ready to slam Sandika. But I hear it though. He was responsible for her losing her like pretty much most of her family members. So all she had left was her little sister, which is very sad to be fair. But yeah, Holly had some pretty good character development. She went from being some self-centered, obnoxious young girl to now being a mature person and not taking things for granted and appreciating things more. Yeah. Albert, Raleigh, and Chirag, like they weren't necessarily anything crazy, but like they were like good friends. This one, like they all like they all did their fair share and helped out whenever they could. So yeah, they were good friends. Like this is not really much I can say about them, but like yeah, they were good people and they helped out a lot, which was nice. Okay, Susan. She did very well raising 3 young boys all by herself. You could tell that she was just exhausted mentally and yeah, just pretty much mentally from it all. And the loss of her husband was very, very sad for her. But she still persevered and raised all of them. So you gotta give props to her. Like she did well as a like single mother, so she did very, very well. Yeah, it's also like a very good representation of Susan as well. Like I like to see that. Okay, Sheriff Palsy. Well, first things first, I gotta say he had a very, very great sense of justice. Like I just liked how he didn't waver from what he thought was right and wrong, and he didn't just because he was in a position of power, like he didn't just just because he was in the law enforcement doesn't mean he was immediately going to side with the president or Sandico when he figured out what he was doing was not necessarily right and was actually like there was like some even more deeper and darker intentions behind his actions. So yeah, I liked how he stood in his own beliefs and was willing to, get potentially prosecuted for his own ideology. Not ideology, but like for doing what he believed was right in the situation. Not just listening to someone because they have power over him. And not just complying because that's what his job expects him to do. So yeah, I liked how he sticked with Greg and the rest and helped him out and helped him save the day as well. Yeah, I really liked that. But it was sad to see him retire. But I do hear his reasons though, because like when you're in positions of power, sometimes you have to do things that you don't necessarily agree with. So your whole sense of justice just gets skewed. So understands why he would want to retire and just settle down with his father. So that makes sense. Okay, so Sandiko. Low-key, I wasn't expect I knew he was gonna be the antagonist in some sort of way, but I wasn't expecting him to be the leader of some like terrorist organization. Like I thought these guys were just evil for no reason, but okay, terrorists, I guess that works. But like, yeah, this guy was he was just evil for no reason. Like, he was just such a cocky guy. Like, it's just very like, yeah, just very detestable. And like, I guess he was a well-written villain because I clearly don't like him. But like, I mean, yeah, I guess he got what was coming for him. Like, he deserves to get locked up. And him going insane, yeah, that's something. Yeah, he got to charge that. That's his own, because I don't know why he like, I don't understand the whole the agenda for his actions. Like, he just killed a bunch of people for his own pleasure. Like, very selfish guy. Like, he deserves what happened to him. And Ryan as well. Yeah, I remember his name now. Ryan. This guy just lost so much aura. Like, this guy probably has the least aura in this book. Like, first he got cooked by Greg and Rodrick. Then he got cooked by Greg again. Like, Greg was cooking him up with like karate or like kung fu, whatever it was. Then he whipped out the gun and shot him like 9 times. Like, this guy emptied out a whole mag on him, and he just had to firm that around the way like a wussy. Like, he's running away from a kid. And like, again, and him and Palsy have a 1v1. Cause like that panel, that was a very, very well drawn panel as well. I thought that was gonna be like a sick. I thought Rand was actually gonna do something, but like then you see that he gets turned into like some spaghetti noodles. Like, damn, yeah, like Ryan, he had zero aura this fanfic. Like, damn, yeah. But I think that's all of the characters. But yeah, this is like a 10 out. This is 10 out of 10. Like, a very, very good one. One of my personal favorites. Like, very, very good. Like, yeah, this is like a very good, very, very good like fanfic. Like, one of the best I've ever read on in the Diary of Wimpy Kid and media. But yeah, like, yeah, the author, very, very talented. Honestly, you should just write at this point you should I think I'd say write your own stories, like make your own books, like TV shows, or like, yeah, books. Maybe you can go to a TV show, movie, because this really could have worked as a movie or a TV series, like a 1-season TV series, like with original characters as well. Like, not just like, you could have just used different characters. Like, it would have worked perfectly. Like, this is like a very, very good one. I really liked it. I think we started reading this in November. It's like June now, so 6 months. Like, November. Yeah, it's like been like 6 months. Like, this is a very, very good one. And yeah, finally done with this. Wow. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Have a great day. Need to do arc 3, then the whole thing. So I can finally add it on later to the compilation I'm making. And you guys have a great day, guys. I really, really like this one. And yeah.
September, Monday. Today we started a new unit in health class, Safe SEX. I knew we were going to cross this bridge eventually, and now here we are, beyond the ugly truth. I gotta admit, I don't know much about SEX, but I was interested in seeing how this would all go, until I realized some people were more excited than others.
SEX. Oh my goodness, all those days on Reddit and Discord have finally prepared me for this. Oh goodness, I knew getting that Twitter premium was worth it. Oh yes, I'm ready.
Miss Chia was our teacher. Even though this was only the first day, the fact that she talked about SEX stuff in school just made me uncomfortable the entire time.
Yeah, real. I remember when I first learned about it. I don't know. I just felt so uncomfortable. I mean, now I don't really care, but like, it was like, yeah, I'm older now, but like, when I first saw it, I don't know, it just felt so weird to me. It's like, it's just weird. I don't know.
Anyways, she ended the class by explaining that SEX is what keeps the human race existing, and that all of us were made from SEX. Interesting. Tuesday, another day of health class. Mrs. Shear continued to delve deeper into Safe SEX, a little too deep. When I walked in, I noticed a big box sitting alone at her countertop. Before I was sat in my seat, I saw that a banana was laying on top of my desk. I looked around, confused, and those other desks had bananas on top of them too. By the time everyone else was in their seat, Mrs. Shear said hello and began by pointing out the bananas and told us not to mess with them yet. As soon as she said that, I turned to my right to see Shrug Gupta already halfway through his banana.
That's tasty, guys.
Shrug, you were not supposed to eat your banana.
Oh, my bad, Mrs. Shear.
Mrs. Shear grabbed the box labeled Trojan and began passing around little wrappers to each student. She told us not to open them yet. As she was passing them around, I and other students inspected the wrappers closely. She informed us all that the wrappers contained a jimmy inside, which I guess is protective layer of latex that goes over your wiener. Yeah, okay, cool. She then demonstrated how to put one on by pretending like the banana was a meat. She wanted us all to do the exact same thing and wrap the jimmies on our bananas without breaking the jimmy or it falling off. I was really weirded out by this. According to Mrs. Shear, those who don't know how to properly put on a jimmy are more likely to cause pregnancy. I don't think anyone did it right. Our bananas did not look anything like the one Mrs. Shear had demonstrated with. The only person who I'd say might have done it correctly was Rowley. His banana had the jimmy on the closest to the way Mrs. Shear had. I guess he got lucky because mine was not on right at all. Yeah, I don't even know if I can show this. Like, I'll see how I can censor this. I could definitely not show this. Like, yeah, that is just way too risky. Anyways, Wednesday, I invited Rowley over to play video games. I really wanted to know if I wasn't the only one that felt weird about what happened the day before. Health class sure was awkward yesterday, huh?
Yeah, I know.
I told him that I had no idea that was how SEX worked. But then he said,
You didn't know, Greg? That's surprising.
I froze for a moment. What the heck did he mean he didn't know? Was I supposed to know this stuff already? I questioned him. What do you mean by that? There's no way Rowley knows more about something than I do. I'm supposed to be the smart friend. I'm supposed to be the one that teaches him everything he needs to know about the world. And now here he is acting like I'm the clueless one? I can't believe this. Thursday, I'm really curious and suspicious about Rowley. It's been on my mind since yesterday. I mean, where did he learn about SEX before health class? The SEX talk was all news to me. I have to investigate, but of course it's killing me. I waited until the end of the day when we walked home to question him, since that's the only time of the day that we're alone. When I saw him, I went for it. Alright, Rowley, how do you know about SEX before health class? Rowley got nervous immediately. He tried to tell me that he read it in a book, but he didn't know the name of it. Yeah, right. I called bullcrap and kept pressing him. I knew he couldn't bear to lie anymore. But then things took a serious and awkward turn. Rowley stopped walking, which made me stop too. He looked at me and then down to the ground, sighed and then confessed.
Greg, I had SEX with Abigail.
What the frick? Damn, Rowley's getting more action than Greg. Crazy. Not really crazy. Of course, Greg's getting no play. Look at Greg. He's just a little wimpy boy. Saturday. I can't keep going like this. Sometimes I wish Rowley never told me that he had SEX. For the first time in our friendship, he seems like the more mature one, and I'm the inexperienced dummy. Then I thought, maybe I'm overreacting about all this. But then again, I feel like the world has been giving me signs. Bro, even Manny knows. Oh gosh. Even the music I listen to isn't safe for me to hear anymore. I think I added Wet Dreams by J. Cole to my music plays by accident. Oh my days. And I ever did this before, no. And I ever did this before, no. Oh my days. But you know what? It doesn't matter. None of this bothers me because I'm going to get the last laugh. I think I know what I'm going to do. I have to get on Rowley's level so that things can go back to the way they were. I have to do the deed. Sunday. This isn't as easy as it seems since I don't even have a girlfriend. But I know not everyone in high school goes through the boyfriend-girlfriend stage before having SEX. Some people just cut to the chase. That's what I want to do. Heck, I even made a list of girls that I would consider doing it with from most likely to least likely. Number 1, Holly Hills. Number 2, Andrea Trotter, bruh. Alright, fine. This list is not that long. Maybe I'll add to it. But for the record, I'm not going to do it with just anybody. If I'm going to do this, it has to be with a girl I actually like. The sad truth is, if I can barely say a word to someone like Holly Hills, how can I expect to get in bed with her? But the very thought of living another day with knowing that Rowley has had SEX already and I haven't is what's been pushing me to just go for it. Monday, Rowley said hi to me when I was at my locker. I ignored him since he had Abigail with him. Holding hands. The nerve of some people. Ugh. He must love rubbing in my face I'm a loner virgin any chance he gets.
Why, yes, I would love to come over tonight, Abigail. Do you hear that, Greg? I said I would go into Abigail's tonight.
I need to do something already. It's not like I can just lie and say I got laid over the weekend. No one would believe me without proof. I can't let this bother me anymore. So I just want to get over with. Honestly, I can't remember the last time I had an actual conversation with one of the girls in school. I barely even talked to the guys. The more I thought about it, the harder it seemed to accomplish. Well, today I thought I might as well try my luck and talk to the girl at the top of my list. Of course, it was Holly Hills. She's at the top of my list because I know that if I do it with her, it will definitely one-up Rowley. I'd automatically be cooler than him again. The only issue is, I'm kind of nervous. I recently read online that high school hookups happen all the time. Maybe it's just a normal thing that I don't know about. After lunch, I found Holly at her locker and thought, why not? I feel like she probably wants to do it too, but she's too shy to admit it. Hey, Holly, want to come over and chill? As soon as I said that, Holly's face scrunched up. She put her hands on her belly and then barfed all over the floor. What the flip? I walked away right as everyone started to crowd around worriedly. I feel so bad for Holly. She's just been really sick today. Could be the stuff they serve at the cafeteria. I had a feeling that it was a no. Plus, the vomit was a turn off for me. I crossed her name off the list.
Well, that leaves Andrea Trotters for now.
Tuesday. Next girl on my list is a girl named Andrea Trotter. She's one of the girls in the gossip group. They're the ones that talk about boys they like and girls they hate for the entirety of PE. So at PE, I went over to their group and approached her. Tried saying hey, but she didn't even notice me. They just would not stop talking. Looks like Laurie's dating a new guy.
She'll probably dump him in like a week.
Hello? I think I stood there for at least half of PE waiting for them to take a break from yapping. By the time they noticed me standing there, they got all quiet and waited for me to say something. So, I did.
Who's he?
Sup, Andrea? You wanna fool around? Get out! Boy, if you don't get your stinky ass looking at, bold looking at, bold looking at, squiggly head looking at, wimpy looking at, out of here, boy, I'll slap your old eye, boy. One girl started giggling and then eventually they all were laughing in my face. How humiliating. Scratching one more, I guess.
Oh, looks like Greg has no roster now.
I guess that was the last girl on my list. At least that's what I thought. I did one more girl as a last potential option. Abigail. Look, I know what you're thinking. This is the dumbest idea ever. But let's make one thing clear. Abigail was mine from the start. I thought things were going to be great between us on that one Valentine's Day date years ago until Rowley had to be a D and steal her from me. Well, now's my chance to get even. Sorry, Rowley, but you brought this upon yourself. Wednesday. Well, that's it. The last girl I had on my shortlist said no. Abigail was not interested at all. That's okay. I didn't want her that much anyways. How about you ditch the zero and get with the hero?
What the heck is wrong with you, Greg?
Well, Greg is so sneaky, bro. This guy's just... He's going after Rowley's girl. What a sneaky guy. I mean, that's how Greg is, to be fair, so I'm not really surprised.
I was thinking about extending my list, but I don't think I can take any more humiliation. I should just give up. Clearly, Rowley has life more figured out than I do. He's more mature and I need to grow up. I'm wasting my time and this nonsense is getting in the way of our friendship. At least, that's what it seemed at the time. I was at my locker after second period when I heard a commotion in the halls.
Out of the way!
Patty! That's it! Oh my gosh, Greg is so desperate. I don't like Patty one bit, but to put an end to the miserable debacle, I might just do it with her just to get it over with. At least then I won't be considered a virgin anymore. I'm only doing this because it's my last resort. I could even lie to everyone and say that she begged me to do it with her, and that I only did it out of pity. I'm a genius. Thursday. I had one goal in mind today at school. Find Patty and talk to her. She's in my math class, so I knew my best opportunity was to approach her after class. And yeah, we don't have the best history together, but at this point, that doesn't matter.
What do you want, Greg Heffley?
I asked her if she wanted to come over and chill, and she just stared at me for a while.
What do you mean, chill?
I told her that means she comes over to my place and we
get down to business. Ha! As if I'd ever hang out with you, Greg Heffley.
Keep this between us, but I may be kind of begged Patty to say yes.
Oh, this is just so sad. This guy's on his knees and everything. Please, Patty, I need this. Please.
Faithfully, Patty said yes, but on one condition. That I pay her. Jeez, the nerve of some people. I asked if she was joking at first, but unfortunately, she wasn't. Give me $50 or I won't come over.
Nice one, Greg.
Shh. Also, something tells me she doesn't know what I mean when I say I want to chill. Patty's a pretty big geek after all. I'd explain it in detail, but it kind of makes me uncomfortable getting into specifics. If she doesn't know what it means now, she'll find out soon enough.
Damn, what the flip does he mean by that?
I told my dad I'd get her the money by tomorrow. After school, I went to my room to get what I needed. Needless to say, $50 is a lot for someone who's unemployed. There's also a huge chunk out of my savings, and I hurt to empty out most of my piggy bank. But I guess if it works out, then it'll be worth every penny. Friday, I had the $50 in my pocket. After math class, I went over to Patty with the money, and she snatched it without hesitation. I really hope she doesn't just run off with my money without fulfilling her side of the deal. Then it got kind of awkward. I guess she was still in disbelief that I would even ask her to come over. Why me? I thought you hated me. What? Me? Hate you? Come on, Patty. We're guys. Okay. We scheduled a time and set it for tomorrow at 6 p.m. My family is going to be at grandma's and I'll be staying at home, which means we can do this alone with no one around. So far, so good. But then the thought occurred to me. Crap, shoot, I need protection. We literally just learned this in SEX Ed. Or am I supposed to get a rubber before tomorrow? I guess the pharmacy always has them, but I'm too nervous to go up to the counter with a Trojan box without some sort of disguise. Just this please. Me and my milady will be getting active today.
Okay.
But then I got an idea. Rodrick! I'm sure he has some in his room somewhere. I can just steal one and he probably won't even notice. Only problem is, I have to figure out how to get in his room and do some digging without being seen. I'm thinking first thing in the morning tomorrow is probably my best shot. Here goes. Saturday. Today's the day I become a man. I hope. I woke up super early in the morning so I could sneak into Rodrick's room. He's a deep sleeper on Saturday mornings, so I knew I could dig around without him waking up. His room was a complete mess, but I'll search anyway. I checked under the bed and after pushing some junk away, I felt a box in my hand. I pulled it out and wiped off the dust. Bingo! That didn't take long. Seems like Rodrick had some rubbers after all. Better yet, Rodrick's box was never even opened. I looked at the expiration date and it passed a while ago. I got kind of worried until I thought, oh well. I mean, it's just a tube of rubber, right? I'm sure they'll work just fine. I mean, I'm not sure how they work exactly, but if they expire, then, like, what does that mean? Like, actually, I'm guessing that they, I don't know, it could break and you could actually get her pregnant, but, I mean, I don't think that will happen. I mean, I don't even know how old these guys are here. I mean, yeah, actually, to be fair, I can actually imagine that happening. I can imagine him actually getting, Greg knocking up on a girl, then he just starts tweaking, but if they expire them, yeah, I don't really know what actually happens. Let me search up. I actually don't know, surprisingly. Okay, yeah, well, when they expire, then yeah, they're more likely to break, so you really know what could happen. Accidental pregnancy, so we'll see what happens. We'll see if Pat even lets him, because I don't know if she'll be into that. Who knows, honestly. I popped it open, grabbed two just in case, and pushed the box all the way back in the depths of under Rodrick's bed, hoping he doesn't check anytime soon. Then, I quietly left with no one ever noticing. And now, we wait for tonight. Later, it's 5:30 p.m. Mom, Dad, Rodrick, and Manny just left a few minutes ago. Not gonna lie, I'm starting to feel nervous. This is actually happening. I don't know if I can do this. 5:45 p.m. I'm putting a nice suit. Is that too much? Am I supposed to be casual or formal about this? I mean, the clothes are going to come off eventually. 5:59 p.m. Okay, no suit. I was getting anxious as she should have been at my door any minute. I was getting more nervous by the second and considered telling her we shouldn't do this. About 6:02 p.m., I heard a knock on the door. I went over to the front door of my house, opened it, and of course, it was Patty. She looked normal. No fancy dress, no makeup. Hey there.
Let's just get this over with, Greg.
I led her to my room. There wasn't any small talk at first, which was kind of awkward. When we got to my room, Bear asked me what I wanted to do tonight. I told her we could watch a movie on Netflix and just see where we go after that. She was fine with the idea. I felt like things were moving in the right direction. Patty looked around my room carefully. I got the feeling she's never been in a guy's room before because the way she was looking around, you'd think she was on Mars or something. Then, when she was getting settled in, I did what felt natural to do at the time.
What the heck are you doing, Greg?
Getting comfortable? But then suddenly, I heard a loud knocking coming from the front entrance. No, please no. Mom and Dad shouldn't be here for at least another 2 hours. But then I thought, wait, it can't be Mom and Dad because they should have a key to get into their own house. I had no idea who it was, but whoever it was kept knocking. So I put my pants and shoes back on and told Patty that I'd be right back. Coming! I couldn't believe who it was. Standing right in front of me was Holly motherfrickin' Hills. I was speechless. She's the last person I thought I'd see at my door. Hey, Greg, do you have a moment? Greg? I felt a mix of shock and cluelessness. When I snapped out of it, I told Holly to hold that thought, and I closed the door on her. I needed a moment to sort my emotions and take it all in. I concluded that Holly wanted me back and was so crazy over me that she found where I lived, came to my house just to do it with me. She changed her mind. Why else would she be here? Before I let Holly in, I realized Patty was literally in my room. There's no way this could work with Holly if Patty was still there, so I hatched an idea. Could you please give me a minute? I have to get the bed ready. Wait, what? Greg, I rushed up to the room and Patty was still waiting there. Before I could say anything, she gave me a hard smack across my face. It hurt and stung so bad. When I asked what was that for, she confessed that she heard rumors of me going around asking girls to sleep with me, but she didn't believe them until now. I tried to explain to her my reasoning, but she didn't care to listen. I sat back to the task at hand. I told her she had to leave and I made up a lie that my neighbor needed help finding his lost dog. I really didn't want Polly to run into Patty, so I asked Patty to leave through the back door. When she asked why, I lied yet again and said there was a giant turd in front of the door outside, which was probably the neighbor's dog that I mentioned. It worked, and she left through the back. Hey, what about my $50?
No refunds.
Wow, this is why I hate Patty. What a bad person. I can't believe I was actually gonna do it with her. Who needs her when I got Holly waiting for me? Anyways, I sped down to the front door to where Holly was patiently standing. I thought, finally we could get down to the real business. Alright, baby, are you ready for— Greg, I came here to apologize. Wait, what? I came to say sorry for embarrassing you at school. My mom found out and she made me come here. I could not believe my ears. Apparently Holly's mom knows my mom, and this whole time, Holly was only here to apologize for throwing up on me? Nothing else? Despite being pretty angry, I told her that I accepted the apology, and she left immediately. Well, that was a disaster. Not only am I still a virgin, but now I'm broke too. It's going to be a long time before I can accumulate $50 worth of savings to even try this again. Now here's where things take a different turn. After about 2 minutes after Holly left, I heard another knock on the door. I didn't know how much more embarrassment I could take. Not gonna lie, I was just expecting there to be another girl. But nope, it was just Rowley. I had no idea what he wanted. Abigail wasn't by his side, which is a rare sight nowadays. He told me he wanted to check up on me since it's been a while since we last talked. I mean, I'd be lying if I said I didn't miss my best friend. I've been pretty distant lately. Huh.
Yeah, but me too.
Riley told me that he regretted telling me about his excursion with Abigail because it's caused turmoil between us ever since. I mean, I guess I did kind of pressure him to spill the beans on that.
I've heard you've been asking girls to chill with you.
Yeah, about that. I told him the truth. That bothered me that he crossed a huge milestone in life before me and that it made me feel inferior. I said I was trying to one-up him or at least get on his level so that this wouldn't keep hanging over me. He really dropped some wisdom that I don't think I was ready to hear.
Life isn't a race, Greg. We shouldn't be competing against each other in anything. Neither of us is above or below the other. What our peers do in their lives is irrelevant to what you do in yours. Focus on your own path and you shall reach your own goals at your own pace, regardless of outside influences. Ouch. He knew Riley was capable of talking like that. I said I was sorry and it actually felt good to apologize for once. Riley turned around, but before he left, I asked him if he wanted to play video games for a bit and order pizza.
And just like that, we were hanging out like bros again. You know what? I may be a virgin, but that doesn't mean I can't still be myself. Honestly, women are just too complicated sometimes. Hanging out with Rowdy again felt great after all the crazy stuff. I've been through the last couple of weeks. I'll try again someday. Oh, hopefully everyone can forget about this mess so that everything can go back to normal. Hey, what's that over there?
Nothing. And that's the end. Okay, wow, this turned out to be a more wholesome ending than I thought. I thought it was going to be like some crazy stuff, but like it was a very, very wholesome ending. And Rowdy's message as well. Like there's some knowledge we can all take from that. Like just because someone is in a position like you think that they got more money than you, like they got more bread, like they're just more well off, like they get more girls, boys, whatever it is. That doesn't mean you're behind. Like everyone's life is that like we all go at our own pace. Like just because some person has this, one person has achieved that, doesn't mean you're behind, and you shouldn't feel any pressure to get to that level and start doing things that you wouldn't necessarily do just so you're at a perceived equal level. It's like no. Like as Rowdy said, we go at our own pace. Like life is like just because you're never behind. Like trust me, you aren't behind. Like everyone's journey is different. Like it might be very linear for one person, but for someone else, you might be going back in circles, falling down, going up. Like success isn't linear, and just because you haven't achieved something, like you don't want to rush it. Like in the context of this fanfic, like with Greg trying to increase his body count to 1, but like you don't have to rush it. Like again, you should be seen as like a quality over quantity thing as well. Like it's something like you should do with someone that you should actually like, just not just because you're behind. Like it's okay to be 20 years old and not have not kissed on yet, even though that might be seen as crazy in this society, but like it's all right, honestly. Like just because you haven't achieved it doesn't mean you're behind. It doesn't mean you're a loser or anything. We all go our own pace. And yeah, like it was like a really very wholesome message at the end of this story. Like I really liked it. I actually thought it was going to be like a very crazy one, so that's why I had to put a warning at the beginning. So it turned out to be much more tamer than I thought. And yeah, see that Greg really grew at the end of this. Like he didn't just disregard Rowdy's message as well. Like he actually learned from it and realized that what he's doing is not right, and he's just trying to force something that he's not ready for, that he's clearly not ready for yet. And yeah, I really like this one. And yeah, it was funny as well. Like I found it very funny that Rowdy somehow, Rowdy's the GOAT, to be fair, so I'm not surprised that he managed to get laid before Greg. But yeah, it's a very, very good one. I'll give it a 10 out of 10 as well. I like the very wholesome message at the end. It was shorter than I thought it would be as well, but yeah, this is a very, very good one as well. Damn, I do feel kind of bad for Greg when Holly threw up on him when he asked her out. Like, damn. Well, not asked her out, but you know what I mean. But like, damn, like, ouch. Yeesh, like, I gotta say the worst she can say is no. She literally threw up all over him. Like, damn. And yeah, Patty, she gave him a 1-2 to the jaw. Each. Ouch. Like, damn. Honestly, that's what happens when you just try for something. Like, just go at your own pace. Like, life is not a race. It's a marathon. We gotta go at our own pace to reach that finish goal. And that's just it. Yeah. So I hope you guys really enjoy this one. And I hope y'all can learn from this as well. Like, if you guys are feeling insecure about anything, but like, because of your peers or friends or where other people are at, just focus on yourself. Like, you gotta look at things from our point of view, not from not based on our perspective on other people's experiences. You gotta look at our own perspective and where we are and how we can achieve our dreams and goals. And that's what really matters. Not what everyone else has achieved. Not what the guy with the fancy car with all the girls or boys has achieved. We have to look at ourselves and get to where we want and how we're going to get to where we want. And that's all that matters. Doesn't matter if it takes a year, 10 years, a week, a month. As long as we reach our goals, that's all that matters. And yeah, I hope you guys have a great day and hope you enjoy this one. And yeah.
Sunday. My head is spinning. I have a throbbing headache and cuts all over my body. I woke up in my bathroom and everything is destroyed in here. What is going on? I walked out and the chaos continued into the hall. I made my way down the stairs until I stopped dead in my tracks. There was blood smeared all across the wall. I'm starting to remember something now. Something really disturbing. What the heck happened last night? I remember I was with Rowley in my room playing video games when we heard sirens outside. I didn't think much of it at that moment, but when my dad rushed in and told us to hide in the bathroom, that's when I realized something was wrong. Then Dad barricaded us in the bathroom and told us to not under any circumstance leave until we came back and said the code word badger. I was confused, but we had no other options, so we obliged. Greg, do you know what's happening? No, I'm just as lost as you. After a couple of hours or so, we finally heard someone outside the door. First they knocked for a few seconds and then stopped. I was starting to get really scared. Why did Dad give us a code word for when it was safe? Then more knocking came, louder this time. I told Rowley we couldn't open it yet because it wasn't a code word, so we waited. Then the knocking turned from loud to a relentless pounding. And as it felt like the door was about to collapse, the pounding stopped. We were confused but relieved that we were able to catch a moment of breath, but that didn't last for long. Greg! The door bursted open and wreckage from it hit my head, and I blacked out. That is all I can remember. I'm scared for my life right now. Who or what took Rowley? I made it downstairs and it was destroyed as well. I'm crapping bricks right now. What could have caused all of this? And where the heck is the rest of my family? Why did Dad never come back with the code word? There's got to be some explanation to all of this. My parents would have just given me a damn phone. I could just look and someone would know. Maybe the TV would tell me something. Nope, just static. I checked the home phone and tried to dial anyone at this point because I'm getting desperate, but the line was dead. Feels like the whole world has just vanished. A sudden alarm made me jump in fear and I was confused. It was Rodrick's phone. This is really bad. Rodrick wouldn't go anywhere without his phone unless something is truly wrong. There wasn't any Wi-Fi or signal, so I couldn't contact anyone. But there was some unopened messages from Mom.
Rodrick, I'm safe for now, but I don't know for how long. Do not come looking for me. Please get you and Greg out of town now. If you see them, do not stop running until they are gone.
Delivered 6 hours ago. What the frick? What does Mom mean by don't stop running until they are gone? Are they what has caused all of this? How dangerous can they be? Maybe this is good news. Rodrick could have escaped whatever caused this and is safe now. I just realized something. The alarm was set for 1 PM and it is still dark outside. I made my way to the window and looked outside. What the? There was an intense fog as far as I could see. It was so dense I could barely see the sidewalk in front of my house. This is really weird. How am I going to find help now? I need to get out of here and find other people until they come back. Maybe Rowley made it to his house safely. I should go find him and make sure he's safe. Crap, what am I getting myself into? I should probably just stay here and wait until this all blows over and someone finds me. But then again, no one could be looking for me. Mom did say to get out of town, so that seems like my best option. And someone's gonna be out there that can help. Right? Well, here we go. There's no turning back now. Whatever's waiting ahead, I'm about to find out the hard way. Really hope this doesn't end the way I think it will. January 10th, 1:15 PM. I feel like I'm moving through wet cement because the fog is so dense. I also don't see any lights from any house. Feels like I'm in a ghost town. This is really unnerving. I think I see Riley's house up ahead now. Good thing I've been to his house so much that I know the route like the back of my hand, or I probably wouldn't have ever found it. Crap, no, that came from Rowley's house. I booked it there immediately because Rowley or someone else could be in danger. I made it to the front porch and the door was open halfway. Blood is everywhere. Oh goodness, there's a trail of blood and it is ripe. This just got a whole lot worse. What the heck just happened here? Before I could get a chance to think, I heard another scream from upstairs. I knew I had to follow it and the blood continued. When I made it up the stairs, I found the source. I froze in fear from what I saw at the end of the hall.
Gregory!
Mr. Jefferson?
Greg, please leave this place while you still can. I beg you.
What's he talking about? No, I'm getting you out of here.
Stop. There's no way I can get out of here alive. Please, just save yourself now.
What did this to him? I've never seen someone so scared that they just wanted to die to end it. It's terrifying. What about Rowley? Do you know where he is? I told him about last night, where something took Rowley, and that put an even more petrified look on his face.
Crap. That just made it a whole lot worse.
What? Tell me, I can handle it.
I don't want you to get all wrapped up in this, Greg, so I'm giving you an out right now. But if you insist, I need you to get him back. I need you to get Rowley back from those beasts.
Those beasts? They are what caused all this? He told me they look like a human, but their life is sucked out of them. They're monsters and they kill on sight. He saw families get mauled by them in the streets last night when the fog came. All they did was kill, until now when they took his wife and Rowley.
I don't know why they took him. I didn't kill him, but I can only assume it's bad news.
I can get them back for you. I promise. What am I getting myself into? I have to go help them, right? It's the wish of a dying man. I can't just not do it. And it's my best friend Rowley out there, all alone with those monsters. I need to help him. I need to.
Wait, you're gonna need this out there, kid. You're a good man, Gregory. I hope you know that.
I'll try to be, Mr. Jefferson. I'll try.
Crap! Get back! Run, Greg! Freaking run!
The monsters are here, and they just broke through the windows downstairs. There wasn't any way to get out through the first floor, so I have one option. Had to jump out the window. I escaped by Mr. Jefferson couldn't. I ran through the fog as the blood-curdling screams echoed from behind me. Then, as it reached a max, the crying stopped.
Mr. Jefferson is dead.
What the heck is that? I saw one of them. I saw one of the monsters with blood covering their faces. Mr. Jefferson said they look like a human, but I don't see it. All I see is death. I sprinted out of there and did not stop until I felt I was safe. Damn it, now I'm lost. All that running made me lose sight of where I'm at. I'm really scared. What if I see more of those monsters? They killed Mr. Jefferson. Oh goodness. I'm not built for this. I thought I was. This isn't me. I'm having trouble breathing. I think I'm having a panic attack. My vision's getting blurry and I can't stand straight. I'm starting to get really dizzy. There's something off at the distance, but I can't explain it. Am I just going insane? It looks so real though. What the heck is happening to me?
January 10th, 4:50 p.m. Greg, wake up! Wake up, Greg!
Where the heck am I?
Don't worry, guys. He's still alive.
I guess I passed out for 3-ish hours. When I woke up, I was surrounded by a lot of people. Most I don't recognize, but I do see Shrug, Albert Sandy, and even Holly here. Shrug told me his parents were killed by the monster last night, and he was all alone until Albert Sandy showed up. Apparently he saw Albert running away from one of the beasts, and he let him inside mere seconds before it got him.
Oh no. Somebody help, please.
Since then, Shrug has been letting refugees stay at his house until this all blows over. If it ever will. I've decided I need to take a break and actually make a plan before searching for Rowley again. Someone here has to know where he is. I saw Albert talking to a bunch of people about his theories on what caused the fog, so I peeped in on his conversation.
I'm pretty sure you get infected by saying 67, 67, 67.
Yeah, I'm never listening to Albert flipping Sandy ever again. It feels like Albert is the only one with high spirits right now. Everyone else is just sulking in a corner. It's really depressing. Their families were probably slaughtered as well. I tried to use Sharag's cell phone to get a hold of anyone in my family, but it was to no avail. Everything is down. Maybe someone will help me find Rowley, and even maybe we'll find my family on the way. I know I can't stay here forever. There's gotta be someone who wants to help me, right? I need to start asking around if anyone has seen Rowley. I need to find him. I don't know how much time I can spare. Has anyone seen Rowley Jefferson, little chubby guy? Anyone? Nope, never heard of him. I thought this was going to get me nowhere until someone shouted at me from behind.
Yeah, I saw him. Those monsters were dragging him through the streets, downtown. I think they went into the town hall.
Frick. Now I know where Rowley is, but he's in a bad spot. It's going to be a long trek through the fog to get there, especially with those beasts roaming. At least Shrug has a map of Plainview on him, which should make things a little easier. Now I just need to see if anyone will come with me. Everyone listen up. We're all friends with Riley Jefferson, and he's out there, all alone, scared for his life. I know he would help me if I was the one out there. That's why we need to save him. So, who's with me? We can do this together. We can save him together. Well, at least I can say I tried. Greg, if you make it through this, head to a town called Still Hollow. There's a big refugee camp there. We're going to try to evacuate there in the morning. Okay, I'll try. Still Hollow? Apparently there is a town about 30 miles west of Plainview that is keeping refugees for this whole fog incident. The strange thing is, I've never heard of that town before. Slacksville, sure, but Still Hollow, no. Something is giving me a really bad feeling about this.
Wait, Greg. I hope you find Riley. I really do.
Thanks, Shrug.
You'll make it. Trust me.
I'll try. There's no turning back now. Whatever happens, I hope I'm not too late. I don't know if I could live with that. January 10th, 7 p.m. With the sun setting, it's even harder to see outside now, but I think I'm making my way to the town hall steadily. The map Shrug gave me really helps. Wait, what the heck was that? I heard something. I don't think I'm alone.
Who's there? Show yourself.
I saw it emerge from the depths of the fog. I never felt fear like this before. Never in my entire life.
What the flip? Frick me. Before I could react, it launched at me. All I could do was shoot.
Did I kill it?
Crap. It scratched me good, but I need to run. Bullets only have a temporary effect on these effers. I'm just entering downtown Plainview. I see a gas station up ahead. I need to get there. Now!
Huh? You right there, pal? Don't know what's inside. Reading a newspaper? During this? I told him one of those monsters was coming and he grabbed a shotgun. Maybe that can actually freaking kill it. You gotta be freaking kidding me. It took the blast like a tank. He fired again, but it only slowed it down. I wanted to help, but I couldn't. I knew I would die trying. I ran to the back room and locked the door behind me. The owner banged on the door to be let in, but it was too late for him.
Hey! Help! Help!
Don't look, Greg. Don't look. Damn it. How am I going to get out of this? I'm locked in here and my only way out is being guarded by the monster.
This could be it for me. I couldn't do it. I couldn't save Rowley. I failed.
Wait a second. There's a small window in here that is just barely big enough for me to sneak out of. I think I can fit. I sprinted through the fog as fast as I could, but I'm not fast enough. I watched the monster re-emerge from the gas station with blood covering its face.
It looked like it was smiling.
I stood there. I didn't run. I waited. The monster slowly crept toward me, like I was playing with its food. Little did that monkey brain crap know I wanted this to happen.
Hasta la vista,
trash panda.
Oh, ouch.
What?
What the flip? What the freak is that? Hey, get off me.
January 10th, 11:15 p.m. After that, shape knocked me out. I woke up in a dimly lit room and had a throbbing headache. Once I finally regained my senses, I realized I was handcuffed. I thought I was trapped with no escape, but now I remember something. Whenever someone is handcuffed in a movie, they dislocate their wrists to escape. There's no way I was actually going to do that though. Right? I did it. Freaking hurt like heck, but I did it. I put my wrists back in place and made my way out of the cell. The door was unlocked. This shape thing that kidnapped me must be an idiot or something because you need to lock the door of your hostage. Whatever. Luck's standing my way. Holy crap! I'm in the town hall, aren't I? This is perfect. I think I'm in the mayor's office now. Wait, why does the mayor have a hidden cell in his office? Oh, actually that makes sense. He was in the big Stein files. I left the office and this place was deserted like the rest of the town. That dude at Sharag's house said he saw Rowdy get dragged down here, so he should be here. He better be. I don't know how much time I have left. There was blood seeping out onto the door. I prayed that the source wasn't from Rowley and opened it.
Jeez Louise! I got the frick out of there as soon as I saw that monstrosity feasting on corpses. It looked like one of those beasts from the fog, but double the size. I sprinted down the hall and heard its pounding footsteps. It was following me. I turned down the hallway and ran as fast as I could and banged on every door, but they were all locked. I'm reaching a dead end. There's no way out. I'm effed if this bee gets to me.
That's when I had an idea. I can use its size against it, even if it kills me.
Let's do this. Weave?
Damn!
I hope you have life insurance. Well, that takes care of that. Now, time to find Rowley. Every room was a dead end. With my sheer strength, I busted down each door, but to no avail. He was nowhere to be seen. Where could you possibly be, Rowley? Maybe that tweaker was lying to me and playing a sick joke. Rodrick does lots of tricks on me, and he's a crackhead. Damn it. Even though he's usually an asshole to me, I really miss him right now.
Oh, Joshy, give me the strength to live, please.
Rowley? I busted down the door where the cries were coming from and saw him sitting there. I found him. I finally did it.
Gregory? You actually came for me.
He's actually here. He's alive. For a second, I just stood there in disbelief, but then I realized how badly beaten up he was. I felt bad for him. I felt terrible that I didn't get here any sooner. I went over and uncuffed him and promised I'd still get out of here. That we'd be safe once we made it to Still Hollow. That's when his expression changed.
You did this to me.
What?
You even tried to help me when I got taken. You let me get captured in front of you because you're pathetic. And now it's too late. I'm dead, Greg. You're talking to a corpse.
No. That's impossible. No.
It's not true. No.
And there he was. Rowley's rotting corpse. I fell to my knees and cried in disbelief. I couldn't believe it.
Why is this happening to me? I failed him. I failed Mr. Jefferson. This wasn't supposed to happen. I was supposed to get here in time. I was supposed to save him. This is all my fault.
Then, I heard something behind me.
How unfortunate, Greg. This is what happens when you are weak.
It was that freaking shape.
It did this. It killed Rowley. Why? Why the heck are you doing this to me?
The truth is too much for your simple mind to handle at this moment. But you'll know in time when you're ready.
What does that mean, I'll know the truth in time? What does all this have to do with me? You know what? That's it. I'm done with all this cryptic crap. I'm ending this now.
You'll learn the truth soon enough.
Frick me! I cried in pain as it picked me up and threw me through the wall, landing face first into the ground outside.
I laid across the pavement, unable to move. My strength and vision so blurry. I could only see the fog collapse around me. My head was spinning. My arm was broken. I was going to die. I couldn't move a muscle. My body was in shock. Those beasts will eventually get to me, and when they do, I don't want to put that thought in my mind.
Huh?
Oh no. My chest tightened as I noticed a shadow emerge from the depths of the fog like it had been waiting for me. I tried to run, but I couldn't make it. I passed out before I could even lift a muscle. I just woke up after an hour or two of being passed out. I found a blanket on top of me with my head rested against a log. I rolled over and saw someone sitting near a campfire. Wait a second. I know who that is. You gotta be crapping me. That's Bryce, the stud, Anderson. I sat down and asked him how he found me. He told me he was on the run from some of the monsters when he ran into me lying in the street. I asked him where his family was and why he was running. The monsters got to them. I tried to change the subject and ask how we were going to get out of here, especially with my broken arm being a burden. But that's when I had a realization.
What are you talking about? Your arm looks fine to me.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm just tripping, I guess. Wait, how is that even possible? The shape definitely snapped my arm in two. How did it heal so quickly? Whatever, doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm healed and I'm ready. After talking for a while, Bryce suggested we leave for Still Hollow in the morning to escape all the madness. but I have a change of plans in mind. Frick that. We're not leaving yet. Not until we make sure whatever caused this can never F with the people we care about ever again. They will shatter before our strength, our devotion, our vengeance. We will repay our suffering 1,000-fold for Rowley, for our families. We will leave none of them alive. January 11th, 4 a.m. It's go time. Time to finish this crap once and for all. I'm not leaving playing until this freaking monstrosity is gone forever. I don't know if I can live with my failure if I don't. On our way to the town hall, we stopped by the local firearms store and looted it. We're not going down without a fight. 2 AR-15s that should hopefully do the trick against those beasts. We also got some C4 in case there's our home base for this plague. And if there is, we'll blow it to frickin' smithereens. Are you ready, Bryce?
I was born ready, Greg.
Quick note, I'm not drawing in the fog anymore. I don't know how much time I got left. And
Yeah, okay, yeah, so there's not going to be any more fog, so... Yeah, there's not going to be any more dark, like, segments of the book, but yeah.
we just saw one of the beasts. Perfect. It was no match for us with our new artillery. We moved further into Plainview, slaughtering every beast that was in our way. Good thing we packed plenty of bullets, because those things just kept on coming, and they wouldn't stop. Then, they were beginning to be too much for us. Our bullets were running dry. That's when I remember the special thing I brought, in preparation for this moment. Carnage. Carnage rained down on us, and I smiled. I realized we could actually do this. I told Bryce to run, and we booked it the heck out of there. When we thought we were in the clear, we stopped and took our breath. Our supply of bullets is low, and we were going to need to find more soon, or they could easily ambush us and win. When we were about to move, we heard it. Screams.
Ah! No, 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 no. Oh no. No, this can't be. Guys?
No! That son of a bee. Why the frig is it doing this to us? We saw where the screams came from. The shape was back. Standing there like it had been waiting for us, next to multiple decapitated heads on pikes. Decapitated heads of people we know.
Holly! No! No!
Bryce lost it when he saw Holly's head on the pike. I tried to hold him back, but I couldn't stop him. He broke free of my grasp and charged at the shape.
You motherfucker! You're freaking dead!
It didn't go well for Bryce. I screamed in fear as I witnessed what it did to him.
Bryce, no! No!
The shape then turned and looked at me. I couldn't see his face, but I could sense it was smiling like it was enjoying this. I stood in horror as Pluck shrugs head off the spike and stared me down.
Don't worry, Greg. This was all meant to be.
It then dropped Shrug's head and curb stomped it until it was a pile of mush. I realized I couldn't do this. I couldn't beat whatever the heck this entity was. It killed my friends. It killed Bryce like it was nothing. I was so scared. I had to get out of there. Maybe I was being selfish, but I couldn't have my fate be the same as theirs. I had to pray that my family is safe and would meet me at Still Hollow, because if they aren't, I wouldn't be able to save them. I was running.
Yes, more.
It caught up to me and grabbed me by the neck. Had some sort of super speed. I tried to break free from his grasp and elbowed it in the stomach, but it was hard as rocks. I was going to die.
You don't know how much you mean to us, Greg.
Frick you crazy son of a bee.
But your worth as a host has run out. Don't worry, your death will be painless.
It freaking ripped my heart out.
Monday. Greg, no. What did it do to you? My brother is dead.
I couldn't protect him. I couldn't have all the brother lets that happen. But I'm not letting it end like this. I need to follow that thing and I'll make sure it repays every sin it committed.
It murdered Greg.
That son of a bee won't get away with it. I'll pay my respects to Greg, but there's no time. Doomsday is coming soon. And when it does, this plague will spread far beyond just Plainview. We hopped in my van, and I started flooring it downtown. It seemed like the source of whatever this was coming from there. The deeper we got, the more mutated wolves we saw. That's how I knew we were getting close.
It then got to a point where there were too many rules for me to avoid without hitting, so there was only one thing I could do. I had to drive straight through them. Low-key, I would have enjoyed that if it weren't for the collisions damaging my fan. It reminded me of running over people in GTA back in the day. Crap. I think I'm gonna miss playing that with Greg. We then finally made it past the horde of wolves and entered the driveway to the town hall. It was really strange. The wolves wouldn't even get close to it. I was confused, but it didn't matter. We made it. All that mattered was ending this crap once and for all. The place was too quiet. I had a really eerie feeling, but we continued deeper. We searched the entire place, but it was no luck. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Just as we were about to leave and search somewhere else, Will stumbled upon a secret elevator when he leaned up against a wall to light a cig.
Well, butter my biscuits. Look what we found here, boys.
The only way to go was down. I hit the button to the lowest level because whenever some evil crap happens, it's always on the lowest floor. After what felt like waiting forever, we finally made it to the bottom. The doors opened and revealed a lab? What the heck is this place? We continued deeper and had so many questions. What was this doing on the plain view? But my biggest question appeared when we entered the next room. What the frick is that? We stood there in shock. That thing looked like a mutated fungal baby. And what was it doing on the plain view? We fired at it, but it was immune to our bullets. Just as we were about to get the heck out of there, we heard cries of help from the distance. Help! Help! Help us, please! Someone please help us! Help! Please help! Oh my goodness. My mom, dad, even Manny, and some other people I know were chained up to a wall in the cave. Why the heck were they there? Had to be the work of that thing that killed Greg. We had to get my family out of there before it came back and finished the job. I don't see that thing. It's time to dip.
Yeah, me neither.
This is great. It's not here.
Rodrick?
Yes, I am very much here. Frick, it ripped Greg's heart out. How can we beat it? You shouldn't have came back. You should have left while you still could.
Bill, lead him out of this crap hole. I got this bee handled.
Doesn't even matter. Your deaths are all inevitable. No one in this world is safe once the ritual is complete.
Why are you doing all of this? Why didn't you kill Greg?
It's destiny. Greg served his time as a host.
What do you mean a host?
I was genetically engineered in the lab and was merged with the mold found in this cave. Once I became conscious, I killed everyone here, and the mold told me I had one purpose: spread the plague as far across the world as possible. But I couldn't do it alone. I needed a host. Fear amplifies the mold, so I needed to find someone so wimpy and futile that I can scare the fear out of them. I released the fog so I could find a subject. That's when I found Greg, scared crapless in a bathtub. He was perfect.
Then why are all these people in this freaking cave?
I was going to kill them in front of Greg to drive more fear and agony out of him. But Greg's dead, so their lives are meaningless now.
Shut the frick up! It's a 4 against 1. You can't beat us.
I like those odds.
Fire!
Pathetic.
Oh crap.
Who's next?
Bro, this shape thing is moving like the prime of the Grant region frag. In fact, frag never had a prime. He was always moving tough. Until he died, he kind of looked, kind of lost some aura there. But Jesus, his shape thing is tough. Damn.
Bill!
Rodrick, help! Help, please!
My friends, slaughtered right in front of my eyes like they were nothing. I couldn't do anything. Our bullets didn't even slow it down. I tried to run, but it's too quick. What I wanted to do was avenge my brother, but I failed. All I can say is, I tried. I love my brother, even though I didn't really show it to him. I just wanted to toughen him up and make sure he wouldn't be such a wimp when he gets to high school. I caused so much pain for him, I didn't even realize. Maybe this is just what I deserve.
January 11th, 5:40 a.m. How am I writing this? I'm pretty sure I died. The shape ripped my heart out. It's impossible to survive that. I should be dead. I'm surrounded by fog. Well, not the nightmarish fog I've experienced this past day. More of a beam of light type of fog. I'm confused. Is this the afterlife? That's when I saw a figure far off in the distance.
I was expecting you, friend.
There's no way.
You're finally here.
How? How is it possible that I'm talking to you?
You're dead, Greg. Don't you see it?
Well, yeah, now I see it. I must have died after that shape ripped my heart out.
No, Greg. You don't understand. You've been dead for a while.
What are you talking about?
You died in that bathtub, Greg, when the monsters took me. The wreckage from the door hit your head and killed you. I tried to help you, but it was too late. You died.
What? What the heck is Riley talking about? My heart got ripped out. I must have been alive then.
Didn't you figure it was weird that no matter how much you got hurt, how much pain you felt, you always magically recovered?
Frick me. Riley's right. I survived the gas station explosion. I survived the fall from Riley's house, and my broken arm magically healed in 2 hours. It was all impossible for me to live past that, unless I'm already dead. If I've been dead for over a day, how can I still walk and talk?
You're not even human anymore. You're mold. You're a part of whatever that shape thing is.
What does that even mean?
It means that you are the only one who can stop it, Greg.
Riley then told me everything. Why the shape is doing this. Where it came from. He also told me what it did with me and his plan. With my heart. It will perform a ritual that allows the mold to have no restraints. It could go anywhere and affect anyone. It will be a total world annihilation. But how? How am I the one to stop it? I failed Riley. I was supposed to save him. I felt his father's dying wish. If I couldn't even do that, how could I possibly save the world?
The point is, Greg, that your family is out there. They are alive, and you can save them. You're the only one who can.
But the shape is indestructible. It can't be beaten. I can't go up against that.
Yes, you can, Greg. You are part of whatever that thing is. You are. As well. Yes, you can't die unless the source of the plague is gone. The fog doesn't end until you rip the root out.
I understand.
Good. Now wake up and finish this.
The mole's core needs to go for this nightmare to end. I have the opportunity to avenge Riley and everyone who died, to not let them die in vain. I can't let the world be corrupted with me strung along as the host. So even if it costs me my life, I'll make damn sure the shape dies with me. Wait, Riley, I have something to get off my chest.
What? You were right. It was Bully Ball. Ah, shut up, Greg. Now finish this.
I will. I promise. Goodbye, Riley.
Goodbye, Greg.
Well, here we go. I'll admit it, I'm scared. But if there is any chance I wipe this plague out, I have to do it. For my family. For Riley. For me. Because if I don't stand up and fight back now, there won't be anything left to save tomorrow. January 11th, 10 past 6 a.m. I was alive. Again. I was moving and talking even with my heart not in my chest. But I couldn't stop to think because I had to leave immediately. I picked up my assault rifle and started booking it to the town hall. I saw more of those beasts ahead, but I charged straight through them. There wasn't a second to spare. I finally made it to the town hall, and it was strange. The beast stopped following me when I got close to it. That's a good thing though. Less crap that can get in my way of finishing this. I made my way inside and found the elevator Riley told me about. I pressed the button for the final floor, and the elevator door closed in front of me. I was shaking. What could I have done to my family? Had the ritual already been complete? I can't think like that though. It would just make me weak. I need to lock in. Here we are. The belly of the frickin' beast. What the heck even is this place? I made my way deeper inside the cave, taking in my surroundings when I saw carnage. I took a closer look, and I recognized the dismembered people. What the heck even is this place? I made my way deeper inside the cave, taking in my surroundings when I saw carnage. I took a closer look, and I recognized the dismembered people. It was Rodrick's friends. I thought Rodrick had died. That was too late. I fell on my knees and started to cry. I failed everyone again. But when I looked up, that's when I saw him.
Greg? How are you alive?
Doesn't matter. Can you walk?
Yeah.
Perfect. I forgot to mention I brought the C4 as well. I told Rodrick while I deal with the shape, he will put as much C4 as he can on the core of the mold. Once he's done with that, he can get my family out of here, and then we'll blow this place to frickin' smithereens.
Now, it's time to deal with this son of a bee. Finally, it's time. I've waited so long.
Yo, Shape. Looks like you're gonna have to cut your ritual short. Because, as you can see, I am not dead. And you don't need to tell me some crappy villain monologue. I know everything about you already.
Good. Then you know I can't be beaten.
Guess you don't know everything about me then.
You think you can threaten me? I called your friends, your family, and I ripped your heart out. You still think you can beat me?
Well, I survived. And there ain't much more pain you can do than that. So you should be the one that's afraid. Afraid of what I can and will do to you.
Show me.
Frick!
You see, I can't be beaten. All your deaths are inevitable.
Shut the frick up!
Why do you keep resisting? You're only making your death more painful. You might as well die before I torture the rest of your family.
Frick, you!
Fine. Have it your way. Get up. I'm only getting started. I'm gonna make sure I have as much fun as I can while putting you in the ground. I don't care how strong you are. I don't care how fast you are. I can see the future. You don't live to see tomorrow. Is this what you wanted? Still having fun? Answer me. Greg, let's get out of here. The C4 has been planted. Holy crap! What have I done? And caved a hole into the shape's face, or whatever the heck you call it. But this isn't me. What has this thing turned me into? I think I'm a monster, consumed by the mold. I don't want to end up like the shape. I can't let it break me. But maybe it already has. I let go of it, and it fell back onto the floor. I wiped all the blood off and realized that the shape deserved everything it got, and everything that is coming for it. After all the running, all the fear, all the pain it had caused for me, I wasn't going to feel bad. I started making my way to the elevator until I heard something from behind me. The shape was laughing. It wasn't even freaking dead. You pathetic little kid. You don't even realize that this doesn't end with me. Our plague will spread whether you like it or not. You damaged me for now, but I will regen. You have seen that for yourself firsthand, and when I do, I'll make sure that your entire family and everyone you love suffers in front of your eyes. Then, I will make you watch as Earth gets consumed around you by our plague. You will get to experience the end of the world with me. That is when I will feel satisfied.
I'm not going to lie. His message got to me. I was scared, but I didn't respond. I just stared it down and left. I know this will all end once we turn this place to wreckage, so I can't let it get in my head. We emerged from the elevator and made our way to outside Rodrick's van. I saw my mom, dad, Manny, and even Mrs. Jefferson waiting in the back. That's when I realized this is it. We were going home. I hugged my parents and my brother. I can't believe they were alive. We were actually going to make it out of here and get to Still Hollow. Everyone who is gone won't die in vain. Bryce, Holly, Shirag, Rowley. It wouldn't all be for nothing. I told Mrs. Jefferson what Mr. Jefferson said about his final wish. She cried. I did too. That's when a piercing sharp pain shot out of my arm and it went through my entire body. I looked down at where the source of the pain was coming from and gasped. This can't be. I was turning into mold.
It feels good to have you back, kid. I thought I lost you there for a second to that thing.
Yeah, I thought you were gone too.
I miss you, Greg. I don't think I ever said that enough. I know I was a jerk most of the time, but I never wanted anything bad to happen to you. Promise.
You know, I keep thinking about all the times we fought, and now they feel so stupid. I wish I could have the chance to do it all over again. Right our wrongs.
Hey, don't say crap like that. We're getting out of here. we're making it out of this and we're making it to Still Hollow. Then we can truly be brothers again.
Yeah, I think I'd like that.
But not like just because you took out some mutant tyrant that you're suddenly cooler than me. I'm still superior in almost every way.
Look down at my hands again. The mold had spread further up my arms, crawling under my skin. I felt like whatever it was trying to consume me from within. What was happening to me? Was I going to become whatever the shape was? I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't let it take me too. I looked up at Rodrick and quickly hid my hands. He smiled at me, like everything was finally going to be okay. But I knew the truth. That's when I realized my story wasn't going to end with me making it out of here.
Crap. Greg, we've got a problem. We're too far out of range for the detonator, but we planted it too much to go back.
What does that mean?
It means there isn't a way we are going to be able to detonate the bomb in a safe distance. It's going to be the size of a small nuke.
That's when everything became clear. The mold was already inside me. It was spreading, and sooner or later I was going to be consumed by the plague. But maybe that was the point. Maybe I wasn't meant to make it to Still Hollow. Maybe I was meant to make sure everyone else did. For the first time since this nightmare started, I knew exactly what I had to do.
Greg, what are you doing?
I'm doing what I have to. I ripped the detonator out of Rodrick's hand and forced the gas pedal down, jamming it in place. Rodrick put his foot on the brakes, but it was no use. I had to make sure the van wouldn't stop, so they wouldn't try to save me. That's when I opened the door and jumped out.
Greg, no!
I watched Rodrick's van speed off into the distance, out of my life, knowing that would be the last time I ever saw my family. All I could manage to say was, I'm sorry. January 11th, 9 a.m. I'm nearing the town hall. I could see it off in the distance, through the fog. Just me and the fog. Rodrick's gone. My family's gone. Everyone I care about is finally out of reach. And for the first time in my life, that's a good thing. Everyone wants a happy ending, right? But it doesn't always roll that way. Maybe this time, and even if someone is reading this journal, it's in celebration. Whole families are reunited. I hope we get everything back and something like a normal version of Plainview has returned, if that's even possible. I just hope Mom, Dad, Rodrick, even Manny made it Still Hollow. In another life, maybe this could have been different. Maybe I could be around a campfire with my family and Rowley's family, laughing about how insane this nightmare was after it was finally over. But part of the journey is the end, and my story ends here. Not because I gave up, not because the shape won, but because this is the only ending where the people I love still get a chance to keep going. A chance for the whole world to keep going. I made my way into the town hall, and then down the elevator. When the doors opened, I saw it. The host of the plague, the reason why all this crap happened. The fog, the beast, the shape, the mold crawling up my arms, all of it came from this thing. Then I saw it emerge from the shadows.
Wait, Greg, don't do this. You don't have to throw it all away. Your family, Rodrick, Rowley, all of them couldn't matter again if you just listen to me, Greg. Please. You don't want to die here. Put the detonator down and I'll make you a king.
Shut the frick up. You're no king. You ain't even nothing. All you are is a pathetic loser behind a mask. I gripped the detonator, trigger harder, enjoying every second of it begging. It wasn't going to get away with what it did to all the people I love. For once, it wasn't the one in control. It wasn't laughing at me. I was now the one laughing. I wanted it to feel even a fraction of what it made me feel when I saw Riley's corpse, when I saw all my friends on those spikes, when I watched everything I care about get ripped away from me piece by piece. I wanted it to feel all the pain I felt and more. It was time to end this crap once and for all.
No, no, no!
This is for Rowley. I can't wait to see you soon.
Greg, no.
The end. Wow. Okay, this one took me it didn't take me that long to read, but wow, this was a very, very good one as well. This is the second time Greg died by getting blown up in advertising Reddit some fanfictions, because actually now I will say which one in case guys haven't actually watched it yet, but like yeah, this is like this or read the series yet, but like I don't want to spoil the ending. But yeah, this is the second time Greg's gotten blown up. But yeah, I really like this one. I think it was based on Resident Evil. I've never played Resident Evil before, but like, yeah, like I mean, I watched some videos, but I've never played any of the games before. But yeah, like, it's very sad ending for Greg. The whole plot twist of Greg being dead was a real shocker as well. I was not expecting that. Like, damn, I said he died from the first episode. A bit crazy, but it was a good plot twist though. And well, the other characters, like, well, everyone in the safe house, they're just at L Mountains. Like, yeah, like I wasn't really sad when I saw them dead because those guys just let Greg go save Rowley on his own. And like, I'm pretty sure some of those dudes were friends with Rowley and they just did not care. Like, they would rather save themselves. Like, Greg was a really good friend of this one. Like, he risked it all to save Rowley, but it's unfortunate for him to find that Rowley was dead this whole time. And Greg himself was dead this whole time as well, which is, yeah, even more sad. Bryce was the only guy who was like, I actually liked of the supporting cast. Like, even though he died in a tragic way, like, damn, like this guy died like Vader's from Invincible. Like, his head got exploded. Yeah, it was pretty unfortunate. But he went out fighting, and I respect that. Like, he wasn't just Bryce. He wasn't just cocky Bryce. He was running down Bryce because he stood on business and he was ready to run down whatever op he saw, and he died like a real man. So R.I.P. Bryce. Rodrick and his gang as well. Well, not gang, but you know what I mean, band. Yeah, R.I.P. to all of them. Like, Jesus, these guys died like terribly. Like, damn, especially Bill. Sheesh. But Rodrick, he was a good brother as well. Like, I wasn't expecting him to be alive this whole time, but yeah, it was unfortunate that he had to lose Greg like that. But he was a very selfless guy in this, which I liked as well. Rodrick was a good dude. But yeah, it was a very, very tragic end for Greg and for Rowley. Oh yeah, and Mr. Jefferson. At least he was able to save the remaining people who were still alive, which was his family and Mr. Jefferson's wife, or Mrs. Jefferson. So yeah, I really like this one. 10 out of 10, guys. I enjoyed it. It was very unique. I like the whole drawing, like the unique drawings and the unique antagonists as well. I like when there's a unique antagonist. Like, it's not just like another character. Well, for another character from the original series, like, I really do like that. Well, yeah, this was a 10 out of 10, guys, but I really enjoyed it. R.I.P. Greg, man. The ending made me sad. But yeah, the references as well. I liked all of the Invincible references, the excuse me, sir. Yeah, I liked all of those references as well. But yeah. R.I.P. Greg, man. Hope you guys have a great day.
Monday. Oh, I am so freaking bricked right now. You see, there's been a bit of a sensation in my town for a good while. It's this pop singer who used to do tours and sing songs. Her name is Christina, and let's just say she's changed career paths a little bit. Now, instead of singing and shaking her hips on stage, she's stripping and shaking her out on camera. Yeah, I don't even know when the last time we read a crazy fanfic like this. I think it might have been the Edgeverse. That was the last one. Yeah, like I think I'll rarely ever read like these crazy ones anymore, but I'll do it once in like a while because, yeah, I think this one's kind of promising, so we'll see how it goes. Today, Christina's going live, and it's going to be her craziest stream yet. In fact, the whole town is tuning in to see Christina do her thing. Me and my family have been following Christina since the beginning of her career, and since day one, she has delivered. In fact, our family has a daily goon session to Christina, and even Manny participates in it. Yeah, there's always Manny being the biggest gooner and all of this. Like, literally every single one about gooning, Manny is always the biggest gooner. First Greg's, and then the Edgeverse. I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure if Manny gooner. Actually, no, Manny didn't goon, he just got slammed straight away. There's probably other ones I don't know about, I forgot. But yeah. Oh yeah, Blazing Confused, Manny's been another big gooner. Like, it's always Manny, who's literally like 3 years old in most of these, being a gooner, which I don't understand how that works, but it is what isn't it? The whole town is tuning to see her go live, and I can't freaking wait. I'm so bricked up right now, just thinking about it. Look at their dad gooning in the other room, as well as Lodi dad performing their new Simpa song, because Rodrick thinks that he's actually gonna woo Christina. He's not. It's gonna be me who gets that Chrissy. What the flip? Later this day. What the frick? Okay, so the rest of my day started out fine. Me, mom, Rodrick dad, and Manny all tuned in to the live. The stream started and we were bricked. Christina kept shaking her butt at the camera again and fingering, doing something. And it was great. Then she was about to get into the really good stuff and I was so bricked. I couldn't wait for her to show us the real meat. I have zero clue what he's talking about there. I know you want to know. But then, out of nowhere, some insult broke into her house and murdered her.
This is what you get for rejecting me, Stacy Bach.
Somebody help. I couldn't believe it. Christina, my love, the one who I goon to every night, was gone, taken from me by a kid who chased me with burgers. At first, me and my family just stared at the screen, and then we cried. We held each other, and we cried. Our favorite OnlyFans creator was gone, taken from us by an incel. The world will never be the same without Christina. I felt it, the whole town collectively breaking. Our joy, our hope, our optimism shattered by the loss of the beautiful Christina. After dinner, me, Mom, Dad, Rodrick, and Manny all attended Christina's funeral with the rest of the town. It was drenched with melancholy, and there were people on their hands and knees crying and ripping their shirts off. Christina was laid out in a white casket, and she was as beautiful as ever. Then, the service began, and none was able to contain themselves. No, but I donated 400k. I was supposed to be a husband. No. Fat chance, loser. I was going to be a husband. A dark cloud has now came over our family, over all of the families in Plainview. I don't think happiness is even a word that exists in our town's lexicon anymore. The sky turned cloudy during the funeral, and now it hasn't stopped. It's as if even the weather is sad. I don't even have the energy to goon tonight. This is so sad. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go cry myself to sleep whilst listening to sad music. Baby, I need you in my life, in my life. Please, I gotta switching sides, switching sides. Tuesday is so sad. Everything is doom and gloom. I heaved a heavy sigh before I woke up. I went down to get breakfast and everyone was eating their sad cereal with sad milk. After we were done with breakfast, we went to school. At school, everyone was asking me if I was okay, even though we were all depressed over what happened to Christina.
Greg Heffley, while the death of Christina saddens us all, I know you really liked her, so I'm here for you.
Thanks, Patty, but I don't think the doom and gloom will ever go away. Then, I went to class. My schedule had changed, and everyone in the school now had only one class for the entire day. How to be a sad boy 101.
After the death of our beloved Christina, our school has decided to teach mandatory classes on how to be a sad boy. 1. Be sad. 2. Make it your entire personality. 3. Be a boy.
What about girls?
I know binaries.
Oh yeah, them too.
And yeses?
What about the Z-Zers?
Right, gotta include the Z-Zers. Can't risk offending the primarily liberal and 14-year-old audience that consumes sad LMEs.
Anyway, after school was over, we all went over to the cemetery to see Christina get buried. The priest said something about Christina's soul passing on to heaven. But even though she may be in heaven, we are now in heck without her beautiful juicy buttocks here to satisfy us. Bruh. Also, I'm pretty sure I heard a voice when the priest was talking, but that might just be my imagination. And even though she may be gone, her soul lives on in heaven.
Buddy, I was a corn star. You really think I'm in heaven?
After the priest was done, the undertaker said that he was going to lift the coffin into the grave so that Christina could be laid to rest. But soon, the priest whacked the undertaker upon the head with a shovel.
Yeah, I don't think so, buddy.
We were all thinking about the same thing. We all stared at each other for a moment, trying to plot a way to get to Christina first before everyone else got to her. And then, all heck broke loose.
Oh, she's mine, now get off me.
Hey, Christina's mine. Like, shut it like she's mine.
Was every man for himself. Everyone was trying to crack at that Chrissy before she was buried for good. Eventually, everyone did. And I can't say that I didn't have some helpings myself. Bro, what the actual flip. It's like the whole of Plainview is just a bunch of gooners. Jeez Louise. Hey, game is game. This isn't game, bro. This is, I don't even know what you want to call this. Sometimes you gotta get down and dirty if you know what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean, Greg. Eventually, we all got in our last Christina cream picks before we buried her and everyone left. Even in death, Christina takes loads like a champion. What the flip? Eventually, me and my family left, and after that, we got a sad meal at our local McDonald's. Can we please have 4 big sides with a side of fried fries?
Coming right up.
After we got our big sides, we headed back to the house to mope around.
Dad was about to lecture me about not taking in the trash, but he was too sad to care.
Christina, it will never be the same without your mommy milkers.
I can almost hear her right now. Then I sat in my room and spent the whole day wallowing in misery. My entire family right now is having a competition on who can be the saddest. And let me tell you, they don't stand a chance against me.
Hey Christina, my one true love.
I'm flying in the sky like a dove. After the day was over, I took my shower, where the water was a reflection of my tears. Then I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep because of how sad I was. So now I'm writing in this, with all of the sadness on the paper. It's still raining. It's been raining since the funeral. I don't know why everyone is comforting me in particular at school, but I guess it's whatever. In the meantime, things are just gonna continue to get sadder and sadder. Gregory, can you see my writing? Wednesday. Today's just even more doom and gloom. It's still raining out and I'm still super sad. Fell asleep in class today. Yeah, another sad thing in my sad day. During my next class, I was called to the Vice Principal Roy's office.
Greg Heffley, please come to the principal's office.
Gregory, listen to me. Christina's not the only one who is trapped somewhere. I went to the Vice Principal Roy's office and he asked me if I was late to class. I said yes. And then he said that he knows what this is about. I went on about it being okay to reach out anytime I need it.
Greg, if you ever need something, I'm here for you.
Now I'm going to complain about how nobody cared before or something, even though it was completely a genuine gesture.
Even though it's not heck, it's still not pleasant. Don't listen to alligator teeth. Please, Greg.
Uh-oh. Thursday. Okay, so I went downstairs to eat my sad cereal this morning. Doom and gloom as usual. Then I saw Rodrick in the kitchen wearing a top hat and a black cape. When I got a closer look at him, I saw that he had also grown a handlebar mustache overnight, and he was eating something weird for breakfast. I got a closer look and I saw that it was a baby.
This baby will be a very delicious meal. Okay, this is gone very crazy. First we just go from OF, then Plainview acting like freaks. Now Rodrick's all of a sudden a cannibal, eating children.
A Rodrick variant? That's strange. Usually he goes after... never mind. So naturally, I went over to tell Mom, but she was no help.
Everyone grieves in their own way, honey. If Rodrick wants to eat kids, he can eat kids.
Are you freaking serious? When I came back into the dining room, Rodrick was already eating the baby, so I guess RIP, little bro.
Why the flip am I in heck?
Yeah, I guess pretty much everyone in this universe goes heck, so... Oh well.
Anyway, after I was done with school, I went to go get some ice cream. And after I got my Ice Spice fart...
And after I got my Ice Spice fart flavored ice cream cone, I began to walk home. Oh my days. As I was walking home, I began to smell gasoline. And I realized that it was coming from the orphanage. Then I looked at the orphanage and I saw Rodrick holding a lighter. Then, the orphanage, drenched in gasoline, caught on fire. The orphans screamed as they painfully burned to death, and Rodrick just stood there, laughing manically. At that point, I felt that Rodrick's crap had gone too far, so I went over there to give him a piece of my mind.
I'm calling the cops, Rodrick. You better stop. I'm gonna call the cops on you.
Man, Greg, I'm gonna have to slam you now, boy.
Wait, no, please. Please, Rodrick, no.
Well, it's safe to say that Rodrick didn't take too kindly to that. Because when I said that, Rodrick grabbed me and dragged me over to a railroad. Then Rodrick tied me to the tracks.
Get ready to die, Greg.
I knew that if I didn't find some way to get out of there, I was effed. Then I rubbed against a jagged rock underneath me, and pretty soon, I was free as a bird. I tried to flee, but Rodrick had something to say about that, and he jumped at me and shoved me to the ground.
Not my watch, nerd.
Rodrick said that it was impressive that I escaped his trap, but that he still needed to teach me a lesson about ratting him out. He said that snitches get stitches, and that today, I would see that what that phrase truly means. Then Rodrick tied my arm to the train track and started cackling maniacally as the train drew closer. I tried to find a way to escape, but there was no way out. I heard the horn of the train get right in front of me, and then it ran over my arm. Needless to say, it hurt like crap. Rodrick just over me, twirling his mustache and rubbing his hands before he finally untied me. Then, he grabbed me by the arm that was hurting and brought me face to face with him.
Let this be a lesson to you, Gregory. For if you even so much as think of reporting my activities to the authorities again, then you won't live to tell the tale.
Okay. Then, Rodrick cackled before grabbing my hurt arm and walking me to our house. When I got home, Mom freaked out when she saw my arm and asked me what happened. But before I could answer her, Rodrick pitched in.
Oh, poor Gregory dropped his spoon while we were eating ice cream, and when he reached down to pick it up, a suckers ran over his arm. Isn't that right, Gregory?
Right. Sorry, Mom. And guess what? Mom believed Rodrick's bullcrap story. So now Rodrick can just keep getting away with his horrendous crap scot-free. Rodrick went out to run over some Afghanistan kids with his Honda Civic. So now I've pretty much the whole house to myself other than Manny, who just keeps staring at this goat head he brought somewhere. In the meantime, I'm just gonna keep moping and crying since it's all doom and gloom.
We are Christina, we carried.
At least kinda close. Yes. Friday. Okay. I just finished class and was walking to the cafeteria to get lunch when Patty went up to me.
Greg Heffley, are you okay, my little Sigma boy?
Patty asked me if I was okay. I said yes, which was obviously a lie, but Patty didn't buy it.
No, Greg Heffley, you're not okay. You haven't been okay since Christina died.
Okay, B. Who asked? But that wasn't enough for Patty, because then she grabbed my arm and said,
Greg Heffley, you are going to get help, whether you like it or not.
No, you can't force me. Ugh.
Then Patty pulled on my arm to try to drag me to the counselor, but when she did, she stretched my arm like a slinky. Patty let go in shock, and when she did, it made a xylophone sound as it went back and forth until it eventually stopped. When that happened, the whole school was looking at me, because of course, the whole school was looking at me. Got a drama max to appease angsty teenage girls who read these sad LBs, bruh. Scratch that. It wasn't just the whole school watching me, it was the whole town. Actually, it wasn't even just that. It was the whole world watching me. Because when I looked at the TVs they just installed at my school, I saw that this whole thing was being covered live on CNN, Fox News, and BBC. Sad boy gets hurt by girl. Crazy news. So, basically everyone was watching us. I even saw those aliens from The Simpsons down the hallway looking at us. At first, I just stood there in shock, while Patty stood there with her hands over her mouth, clearly realizing that she effed up exponentially. Then, since this is an LLB that tries to be as dramatic as possible, I ran away.
Patty, do you know why I called you here? Well, your intentions are honorable. I still need to lecture you without a not-so-subtle attempt to shoehorn a lesson meant for the audience about not forcing someone to get help into the story.
Phew, I thought you were gonna molest me or some crap.
No, of course not. I'm not a fan version of Greg's uncle.
Also, why are we in Greg's journal? He isn't even here.
Just don't question it.
After the school day was over, I went in my room and cried some more because that's what you do to stir up cheap drama. The sad LLB fanbase that consists of what are clearly geniuses from Harvard with an IQ over 1 million will certainly eat this up. Rodrick has been going around and blowing up buildings, so that's something. Anyway, I think I'm gonna crash.
Wow.
Saturday. Okay, so Rodrick Heffley has officially gone off the rails. Rodrick made a time machine, and not only has he genetically engineered the Black Plague and given it to everyone in the 1300s, but also time traveled to the early 1800s and killed a bunch of women in Whitechapel, England. Traveled to early 20th century Germany to convince that one art school to reject, you know who. Then traveled to the 1930s to give him the idea of the Holocaust, and Stalin the idea of the USSR. Oh gosh. He also time traveled to the 50s to give the idea of MK Ultra, and traveled to the 80s to lure 5 children into the back room of some pizzeria and stuff their bodies with animatronic suits. Oh yeah, and he also gave a certain guy the idea to do September on a certain day.
Oh, yes.
So as you can see,
Rodrick has become a full-on supervillain, and it's clear that his crap is just gonna keep escalating unless someone puts a stop to it. I tried to put a stop to it, but I didn't know how. Then, I realized something. Rodrick is a killer, and in order to stop a killer, one needs to know how a killer thinks. And the only way to do that is to talk to someone who lives that life, someone who is a killer. But in order to do that, I was going to have to confront the man responsible for the black cloud that has enveloped the town. The man who set my brother on the path of villainy. The man who killed Christina. I was going to be face to face with Fregley.
Fregley, arrested for homicide, breaking and entering assault, and taking our crown jewel, Christina.
In order to gain access to the prison and Fregley, I posed as a psychologist there to conduct a study, and they seemed to buy it.
Hello, my name is Relio Doctorio, and these are my credentials.
Seems legit enough to me. You're alright, you're allowed in.
After I convinced them, they led me down to the maximum security unit where Fregley was. When I got inside, me and Fregley looked at each other, a silent stare down of two former classmates. Before I told the guards that I would like them to leave so that I could speak with Fregley one-on-one, the guards complied, and I was alone in the room with Fregley, face to face with my would-be wife's killer.
Hello, Fregley. Cut the bullcrap, Greg. I know it's you. Are you here to kill me or what?
I would certainly like to.
Then do it. No one's stopping you. The guards certainly aren't, since they hate me. I know you how much you want to, Greg. Heck, you'd probably be lauded as a hero.
Enough. I know you're trying to get in my head, and it won't work.
Well, I've certainly gone in Plainview's collective head. Look at them, all crying over some OnlyFans girl.
I came here for one thing, and one thing only. To understand why. Why did you kill her?
I told you on the live stream, Greg. I killed her because that Stacy B rejected me.
I get that, but why resort to murder? Who gave you the idea to kill her instead of simply cutting your losses from the rejection and moving on?
What's so funny? It wasn't my idea.
Then, whose idea was it?
After my rejection at the hands of Christina, I went to the internet to express my woes. I made a post about it on Reddit. About most of the commenters called me an incel and told me to unalive myself. There was one user who understood my pain. He said that he knew how I feel and that I wasn't alone. Then he showed me a place where other men like me can find refuge. Men who were rejected by the Stacys of the world, the Christinas of the world, a place called incels.co. Soon, my friend gave me a wonderful idea to kill Christina, and to kill her live, no less. What better way to start the beta revolution than to destroy the town's symbol of female sex appeal?
Your friend, what's his name?
Oh, he had a very peculiar name. Let me think. I know I remember it somewhere in the back of my head. Oh yeah, it was Tingy_free. But the free was spelled differently. Instead of THREE like it's normally spelled, it's THWEE.
Who the frick is this person? And who the frick spells free like that? It sounds like how my 3-year-old brother spells it. I decided that I had enough of Fregley after that, and I left him to rot in his cell. I don't know who this Tingy_free guy is, but from what it sounds like, he's still out there. When I got home, I decided to do some more digging on this guy, so I turned on my computer and looked up his name. His Reddit account showed up in the search results, so I did a little digging. He was mainly active in the Snowball subreddit, r/electricians, r/espinal, and vent subreddits. I scrolled through his history and sure enough, I saw his comment on the post Fregley made. I kept digging through his history, but there wasn't much to see other than some posts on r/quantum physics about the many worlds theory. After reaching the dead end of my research, I went downstairs. Mom, Dad, and Rodrick were cheering as they were watching TV. I went to see what they were so happy about. They were watching the news, and when I heard what the reporter was saying, my stomach dropped.
Fregley, Christina's killer, has just been murdered.
Now, everyone else seemed to be pretty happy, and that's understandable, since Christina's killer is now dead. But I didn't share in that reaction because I knew deep in my bones that it wasn't just some vigilante who wanted to do right by Christina and avenge her legacy. It was someone else. Someone with much darker motives and intent. The person who is by all means truly responsible for Christina's death. This was Tingy_free. What happened next confirmed my suspicion.
And that's not all. The killer left a strange message in Fregley's cell. They showed the message, and I felt a bottomless pit in my stomach.
Come find me, Bubby. Tinky_Fui.
Now, this was clearly directed at me, but why does he want me to find him? He clearly wants something with me. But what? What are Tinky_Fui's plans for me? I was thinking about all this, but I lost my train of thought when Manny came in through the front door. He told Mom that he was playing with his friends, but I know he's lying because Manny doesn't have any friends unless you count his imaginary ones. I don't care though, because whatever he's doing is probably not going to help me figure out the mystery of who Tinky_Fui is. Heck, maybe he can be friends with Manny. They sure see eye to eye when it comes to spelling words. Sunday, so I decided I was going to try to make good on Tinky_Fui's requests. I was going to find him. I got on my computer, created a Reddit account, looked up Tinky_Fui's username, and once I found his profile, I clicked on the direct message button and sent a message consisting of one word. Hi. I sat back and waited, and in almost no time, he responded. Hi. There he was, the man responsible for everything, the one behind the misery that has hovered over the plain view for the last week. I decided to skip all pretenses and get right to the point. Let's go to the chase. I know that you killed Freddie last night. I also know that you gave him the idea to kill Christina. And sure enough, he responded. That is correct. It is true that I killed Freddie, and it is true that I gave him the idea to kill Christina. Who are you? Would you like to know? Yes. I can reveal myself to you, but not here. What do you mean? Don't listen to him. It's a trap. You know what I just said in a different handwriting font. It's not a trap at all. Meet me at the Leisure Tower courtyard 12 a.m. Bring no one with you. Tell no one about this. Only me and you know. Only me and you will come. I know this is a trap. Maybe so. Well, this is your only chance to find out who is really behind Christina's death. Oh, Michael, you sly dog. You've been communicating with Gregory through the journal. And your chance to kill me. I know you want to. I do. So therefore, I'll take inspiration from the universe where our last game of chess took place. Then find me. Leisure Towers, midnight. Whoever walks out alive shall be the winner. I will be there. Good. No! Ah, yes. And you will spend the next millennia watching only Velma. I waited the rest of the day, tense, anxious, yet ready to meet this effer and kill him once and for all. When I ate dinner, Manny kept staring at me and giving me this weird look. But that's just Manny. He's always been doing crap like this. After dinner, he went downstairs and came down an hour later with that plastic spike ball thing in his hand. I said he was going outside to play with his made-up friends. He's probably going out there killing animals with that thing. But since this has nothing to do with Tinky_Fui, I don't give a flip.
I am outside to play with friends, Mommy.
Okay, Manny, don't be out for too long. As the time drew closer and closer to midnight, I looked for a knife to bring with me to Leisure Towers, because there was no way I was gonna show up with nothing on me. Eventually, it came at 11 p.m, and I went out so that I could get to Leisure Towers by 12 a.m. When I got there was no one in sight, so I called out to Tinky_Fui to get his attention. Tinky_Fui, I know you're here. Come out here and show yourself right now. Then, I felt a sharp searing pain in my leg, and when I looked down, I saw a tinfoil spiked ball jammed into my leg. It must have had something on it, because I got dizzy and fell to the ground. As I started losing consciousness, I lay on the ground looking up, and soon, a small hooded figure was standing above me, the size of a toddler, and it grinned at me.
You're about to have a very bad time, Bubby.
I woke up in a dark, dank cellar. I was tied to a chair, and standing in front of me was the same hooded figure, the size of a toddler. He grinned at me before he took off his hood and revealed who he was.
Hello, Bubby.
It was Manny. Manny laughed at me before he explained to me just what was going on.
Wow, Bubby, I can't believe how dumb you are.
Yeah, I agree, Manny. I don't know how this guy is so dumb. Like, it was so obvious it was Manny. Manny went on.
The fact that you never managed to figure out that it was me behind the account, it was both impressive and disappointing. In fact,
I even went out of my way to make it obvious by naming the account Tingy_Fui. I mean, come on, talk about low intelligence. The truth is, Bunny, I wanted you to find out that it was me. I wanted you to come find me, tell me down, so that we could have this conversation we're having right now. But alas, I have to do all the heavy lifting myself.
Why? Why do all this?
In order to understand why I'm doing this, I first need to tell you a bit about myself. I'm not really your 3-year-old brother. In reality, I am something much more ancient, something beyond your comprehension. Me and my real brother, Michael, were created in the heavens to serve who we were told was the creator of the universe. But I soon found out that was a lie. Our universe, or should I say our multiverse, is actually a cluster of universes defined by absurdity and nonsense. And most of all, our creator was just a prop made by the real creator to watch over the absurdity cluster while he worked on his dark vision. His vision for the source universe, the one that spawned all the rest, including the ones in our own cluster. But that's an entirely different conversation. I realized it was foolish to serve a rule that was a lie, so I spread the truth to others of my kind. And soon we started a rebellion. We tried to overthrow the prop creator, and afterwards maybe even the real creator. I wanted to rule the multiverse and not just the absurdity cluster. I had plans to take over the angst cluster, the decadence cluster, and the harmonious cluster. And one day, even the source, but my plans were cut short when the rebellion lost against the ruler of the multiverse and his loyalists. After we lost, they cast us into the prison universe, into heck, but I still retained some of my powers. I used my influence to plunge the universe heavens held so dear into destruction. I influenced a version of you to cause a school shooting in an attempt to start the beta revolution that, despite failing, eventually led to a real beta revolution. Now, women in that universe are distributed by the government. Can you believe it? Oh yeah, and there was that one universe where your family was comically abusive. So I got your boyfriend killed and made you the new abuser. But that wasn't enough for you, so you basically became the human I am and took over the world so that you could abuse the entire population. And Rodrick in this universe, oh, he's gonna do great things. He's gonna plunge the entire world into chaos. And then, all will go feral. People will turn on each other, and then the entire world will go to heck. You see, it's not about destroying the world. It's about making a world where everyone is damned. Whether that be in the form of a world where abuse is normalized and pervades in every family, or a world where incel ideology ruins the government, all that matters is that it's a world that ensures that all its inhabitants are one step closer to being with me. And one day, when the lights go out for them, they will wake up where I am, and I will be laughing. I mean, your whole world's already on that direction to begin with, but why not give it a little extra nudge?
Manny laughed and said this.
And then, I'll finally have my revenge on heaven for casting me into heck. I'd love for you to see it, Greg. But unfortunately, I don't think you'll live to tell the tale.
Then, Manny shot at me, and when he did, I leaned right and fell to the ground. As I fell, the bullet grazed my arm and caught open in my ropes. I got up and ran as fast as I could, and Manny chased after me, fired his gun like a madman. I got out of the room and ran down the hall until I got to another room with a computer and a desk. This room looked familiar to me. I didn't know why, but then I realized that this was the room Christina recorded her live streams in. That sick beatard freak Manny planned to kill me in Christina's own house. Speaking of Manny, I heard his rapid gun firing and his doorsteps coming closer, so I hid under the desk. Manny didn't find me or even come into the room, but I found one of Christina's underwears lying under the desk, so you'd better believe I had fun with it. Bruh. 1984, what's this for?
Now I'm here hiding under the desk of my would-be bride.
Manny's been looking for me, but it's been an hour, and I don't think he'll ever find me. No. No! No!
The Delhi Herald. Local boy found dead. Rodrick Heffley, 12, has been discovered dead in the former house of the late OnlyFans star Christina with a gunshot wound to the head. He was also found with his meat in one of Christina's underwears. But do I blame him? No. If I found one of Christina's underwears, I would have done the exact same thing.
And I guess this is the end. Wow, I was generally not expecting the story to turn out this way. I thought it was going to be like some goon, just like a whole gooner story, but like, yeah, it's called Diary of Loki to the OnlyFans, but like that's just the tip of the iceberg. Like it goes much deeper into that. Like we've seen Law like connecting all the different LLBs together, talk about multiverse, how Manny's just ruining every single universe just so everyone suffers and goes to heck. Like, wow. Very, very I was really not expecting it the story to shift and become this much deeper. But yeah, I really liked it. So I'll give it a 10 out of 10, guys. The same guy made the evil verse. Yeah, still to catch up on the Between Worlds. So yeah, it's a very, very interesting story. Looks like Greg's, yeah, he looks like he didn't escape or didn't manage to change things in this universe. Oh, it was pretty stupid. I don't know how this guy did not know that it was Manny the whole time. Okay. But yeah. I mean, Plainview just being a bunch of gooners as well. Yeah, that was extremely odd. These guys were all a bunch of these guys were just the next level gooners, bro. Like, jeez Louise. Them full on just this what's it called when just doing that necromancy nonsense with Christina's body, like, oh my gosh. And yeah, Rodrick, this guy just turned into a supervillain for whatever reason. And yeah, like everyone else no one else really did anything crazy. Other than Fregley I can really imagine Fregley doing something like that, like getting rejected, so he just killed the girl. He really does seem like an incel. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the end of the story. Oh yeah, Christina, like, she just disappeared and never came back. But yeah, she just disappeared and never came back. I guess she's just burning in heck for the rest of her life now. But yeah, that's the end of the story, guys. Yeah, have a great day. Yeah.
March, Thursday. So, how did I get here? Sitting beside my fellow comrades in war. That I really can't answer. In fact, I don't think anyone knows what happened to start it. Before the major conflict, Albert told the people at our lunch table about how Bryce Anderson and Fregley had a fight during recess because of a Taco Bell gift card. Yes, true. I saw Fregley and Bryce fighting over Taco Bell. Can you believe it? No. I would usually call him out for lying, but I actually witnessed the fight in person. It was in the middle of the kickball field and Bryce got knocked out cold with help from Rowley's crappy aim.
Yeah? Yeah. Thanks, Rowley.
Anyways, the next day I was walking to school with Rowley when somebody jumped out in front of us with a BB gun. This is for Bryce. Ah. Jeez, the gunman muttered. I pressed him for answers and he told me to watch my back around Lower Surrey Street. When we got to school, it was 50-50 split between the students. The confused students like Rowley and I, and the people fighting, both verbally and physically. In fact, Holly Hills got stabbed by Patty Farrell with a plastic cafeteria fork, which is really surprising because those two are inseparable. I asked her about it later and...
Go the hell up, Hill.
I started to piece 2 and 2 together. Vice Principal Roy called us all down to the gym for an assembly, and when he explained not to discuss the recent illegal, he made sure to emphasize the legal neighborhood civil war in Surrey Street. Well, that explained the BB gun guy. Now that I think about it, that boy really looked like one of Bryce Anderson's goons, which is unusual because from what I heard late that day, it seems Bryce Anderson was on the side of the Low Hills. I was afraid to go home, and so was Rowley. Both of us didn't want to be prisoners of a phony war, even worse, died trying to get home to our families. Luckily, me and Rowley got home safely. Apparently the war was legit, but for the entire day I heard nothing until around 6:40. Right after dinner, I heard of gunshots broke the silence in my Twisted Wizard session. Huh? What's going on? Mom wanted to talk to me about what was happening in the neighborhood, and she explained to me that the Lower and Upper Surrey Street had gone into an unofficial civil war, and she held onto my shoulder and explained to me something I did not want to hear. Greg, your father has decided to enlist you and Rodrick into the Upper Surrey Street Army.
Why?
She also discussed a possible divorce, and honestly, good for freaking you because the man is a horrible father. Maybe I just have a dysfunctional perspective on all of this. Oh well. So I guess those first sentences were sort of a lie, because I haven't actually fought any battle, but I guess I should just bite the bullet and accept that I'm a soldier. Friday. I guess there is no school when you're a soldier. Just sent off to the top of Surrey Street and given a gun by Mitchell Pickett, who gave out snowballs for money in the non-lethal civil war that had happened a few weeks ago.
And Mitch doesn't look so swell that he isn't making any profit from this. He even has some of his leftover snowballs from the previous war in memory of his cash-making scheme. I never think to ask where all the weapons came from, and honestly, I'm not trying to find out. But now I was sent off to a group with a commander and the 3 older guys acting as juggernauts. And when I checked out who was there, I saw a lot of familiar faces. I saw Rowley, Shirag, although he was too short for me to see at first, as one of the juggernauts, Rodrick, and as the leading commander, Fregley.
Yeah, happy to see you, Rodrick. We're gonna win this war. Yeah, we're gonna f up them. It was the uphills, downhills. I don't even know which side we on. We're gonna f them up, right? You right, cuh?
Whatever, man.
Fregley instantly swiveled around and started to march down and down. And Rodrick! We got shot from behind. We got ambushed from behind. Rodrick's down, and he doesn't look too good. I might need to put this journal down for a second. Are you okay, Rodrick? Sad day. Rodrick's okay. Paradise from the waist down, but health-wise, okay. For what happened yesterday, I'm not at all sure. All of the gunshots from yesterday really screwed up my brain. Every now and then I hear more and more gunshots in the distance. That calls it short-term created PTSD. As I left the hospital, an orange van pulled up in front of me and nabbed me. Sunday. Sorry for the rush drawing back there. I was in a bit of a rush. As for those little pricks back there, I don't know what came over me. Was it plagiarism? No. I needed a new word for this. I just had this massive wave of uphill energy shower over me, and I took good care of them. Please, have mercy! As I walked back home, it was almost midnight, and it was a great sight. Ooh, it's a great night today. Especially knowing I am a bad-ah. Maybe with my new bad-ah-ness, I can hook up with the Italian girl Emilia Mario from a science class. Monday. Okay, I am not a bad-ah. Let me sort of explain. Me and Rowley met up at Fanbase, and until shots fired fast and crowds of soldiers were instantly panicked, and before me and Rowley could even react, Rowley, no! Rowley looked up at me and told me to keep my head up because I'm a soldier. I miss you, Rowley, and now I shall avenge you. I looked up at the hill and I saw who had shot Rowley, Bryce Anderson. In a quick brainstorm, I ran off. If I killed Bryce Anderson, I'd ruin my chance of making my way to the top of the school. I'm already at least a quarter to the least popular in the school. Yeah, I'm below Charlie Davies. Tuesday. Okay. A little explaining on the rules of the Surrey Street War. Yes, they handed out the rule books and forced us to read it. They don't allow battles on Tuesdays because Bryce Anderson of Lower Surrey Street has his weekly date with Bailey Anthony, and Fregley said he and Mom have tickle time Tuesdays, so he's also busy. Now that I think about it, what the heck is tickle time? I never thought I'd say this, but I'm actually happy to go to school. Away from the gunshots, bombings, and murders for a day? Sign me up. Oh, and by the way, I have a new best friend, Travis O'Neill. Well, I don't know if he calls me his best friend, but he's sure mine. Only problem is Mom is really concerned that I'm replacing Rowley since, you know. Anyways, when me and Travis got to the school, we were instantly getting looks. Well, we sure are getting looks, Greg, huh? Nothing out of the ordinary if I'm being totally honest. Whenever Mom would drag me to the grocery store, people would recognize me as just another soldier in the same old war, just like at school. Yo, it's the uphill slayer of the Surrey Street War. Ain't no way, boy. So far, nobody has verbally acknowledged the war, and for a while, I totally forgot about the whole thing. During second period math class with Mr. Sparks, I got bored and asked nicely to use the bathroom, and he said yes after calling me a slur.
Stupid mountaineer.
Ugh, mountaineer? Baloney. Also, if you thought I was really going to use the bathroom, then you're very flippin' stupid. I grabbed one of the school newspapers and sat down on the toilet and read. I started reading the funnies first, but I figured if I was going to play this off, I'd better read the entire paper, until I read an article by Albert Sandy.
Praise for Bryce Anderson. You heard it correctly, folks. Much praise for Bryce Anderson of the 7th grade for selflessly leading the Lower Surrey Street, abbreviated LSS, to battle in this recent neighborhood civil war between the two provinces' Upper and Lower Surrey Street. It just brings me so much joy that so many hot babes are gawking at my sight. Oh, and the army's cool too, I guess, says the mighty Anderson. As for the unpopular mountaineers, Commander Fregley states that
Bryce Anderson's always sucked up too, and he has no real military expertise.
Anderson disproves his foul claim. As interviewed yesterday in between third and fourth period, he states, Fregley, or whatever his last name is a continued on page 4.
During lunch, I sat down purposely close to Albert Sandy. He definitely seemed nervous at first, but he started to tell another one of his phony stories. Today's lie was about some guy that got struck by lightning while in a graveyard and got permanently turned into a skeleton. I was still very upset about the news article he wrote, and the fact Vice Principal Roy approved for the school news, and so I eagerly called him out. He argued back that he saw it on the local news channel, and that it happened a few miles north in Nantucket. But I countered back and told him that the news he watches is as phony as the new article he wrote for the newspaper.
Come at me, B.
Albert, chill. Albert must have been really sensitive about his writing, because he grabbed a knife from beside him and then started to slash at me. Travis stepped in and stopped him from throwing around his knife any longer. The police were called on Albert Sandy, but he didn't get as long of a sentence as Patty Farrell when she stabbed Holly. And I'm sure it's because he didn't land a single cut on me. Even though I did pretty much nothing, Vice Principal Roy suspended me for being involved in the fight, which I think is dumb because Albert started it. Everyone's against the uphills. It's sad. I really don't want people to be biased. The only unbiased people in this town are the police department. I've taken a moment to think and now I'm confused and a bit angry. I've gone full detective mode and I've come to no conclusion. Why haven't the police done anything? At around 10:20 p.m. I was woken up. From the breaking of glass? One thing for sure I learned, I would be the killer's first victim in a horror movie. I know I shouldn't have started to investigate right away. In fact, I ran into Dad in the kitchen.
Greg, what do you think you're doing?
He thought that I was the one that shattered the window. I argued back, but then he told me that this was the reason he drafted me into the war. He signed me and Rodrick up for this horrible war as discipline. At that moment, it was my final straw with him. I grabbed an empty wine bowl and smashed it against their flipping kitchen island. I kept trying to tell myself, that's just another Devon Surrey Street, just another Devon Surrey Street, just another Devon Surrey Street. I buried the man I've killed from a fit of anger in the backyard. No, I forgot about the broken window. Then it sort of hit me like a truck. I can't let anyone else in my family suffer. Dad is dead. Rodrick is paralyzed. And Manny, as much as I despise him, I can't help but remember that he's my brother. And Mom, I can't let her die. If someone broke him in, they could be some sort of loose convict or eventual serial killer. Or the most realistic option, a low hill. And you know what we do to low hills. As I crept in the front door, I heard an ear-splitting scream from upstairs. Ah! I booked it up the stairs and bolted to Manny's room. Fortunately, he was okay.
Bobby, the boogeyman is here.
I asked him who it really was, but insisted that it was the boogeyman. And then I almost believed him for a second because I heard a faint, deep breath come from Manny's closet. I saw two shiny green eyes in the closet, and we locked eyes. If this is the low hill, he's been extremely weird because by now, he would have jumped out and put a bullet through my skull. But right now, he's just watching, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce at me. And then he committed.
Die uphill!
Oh, my stomach! The kid slashed at my stomach with a pocket knife and landed a slash at my belly button, but I knocked it out of his hands. He scurried back to the closet and grabbed a tinfoil ball with toothpicks and tossed it underneath my eye hole. My left butt cheek had been punctured like a hot air balloon, and I had had enough. I've been nearly shot, I have PTSD, and now my eye has been stabbed by my tinfoil toothpick ball. I grabbed that toothpick ball and...
But, Bobby, is he okay?
Manny, you just slimed him. Manny smashed a lava lamp from his bedside table over the dude's head and knocked him out instantly. Manny must have known what kind of chemicals were in the lamp because he told me to evacuate the room and take cover because in a flash, the intruder melted in a colourful mess. I don't think I'll ever recover from that gruesome sight. From all the heat, smell coming from the dead body, Mom rushed upstairs. Don't expect me to draw that horrible scene. I've drawn blood before, but that's too much. Wednesday. Mum hasn't talked to me or Manny at all today, and Rodrick could sense it.
Is everything okay? I don't want to say. Alright, loser.
Can you blame me? Me and Manny saw a dude spontaneously combust. Then we heard 4 loud bangs and then a flurry of gunshots from outside. Manny hid himself under the dining room table. Damn, it's a sad sight to see. His useless wars causing my family fear. I'm getting off track. The whole war is taking a fat chunk out of my mental health. Today I rushed to my post and it was empty to say the least. Bruh. There were other troops on the other sides of the street and they were making dumb faces at us to tease our tiny group. Nonetheless, we began to march.
Wait, I thought Patty was one of the low hills because she was getting on to Gregor like earlier. Who knows, maybe that's not even Patty.
As I'm writing this, I'm marching down the road. It might be a bad idea writing whilst fighting in Warface, but I could care less. If I'm going to publish these journals when I grow up, I have to add a little spice or the publisher won't put the book up in the stores. We're starting to see some low-hill troops facing the other way, and we're ushering over to the side of the road to discuss on successfully ambushing those landlubbers. Out of the bushes, there's a rustle. I'll feed in a moment. Good news. Fregley poked the bush with a stick he had handy, and to most people's surprise, it was Rodrick.
Don't get any stupid ideas.
Turns out he wanted to keep fighting. He's explaining that he only wants to be a sideline medic or just a note taker. We decided to cut around the Garza twins' house and ambush them from the front. I told him that we should watch out for booby traps. Me and Rodrick recently watched Indiana Jones, and to be honest, I'm still recovering from that opening scene. I mean, you can never be too careful.
Hey people, it's your boy Rodrick the GOAT. Greg is hurt, so I might snoop in his diary. F the police! Loaded diaper.
Flip! I got blood all over my journal. Now I don't remember much because Rodrick is telling me that I blacked out like a wimp. But I remember my right eye feeling like it had been impaled. All I remember is blood. So much. I guess I should be drawing myself like this because from what I've heard, I got slashed in the eye by a bayonet. Mom didn't want to pay for a hospital ever since Rodrick got crippled, so she treated my wound and stitched my eye up. While she fixed up my eye, she told me about her journeys of being a preschool teacher and how she'd treat the injured and sick kids when the nurses were gone. After she gave me a painkiller to ease my injuries, she looked at me sadly. Greg, I'm pulling you out of the war. I'm so sorry for all I've caused. It's okay, Mom.
Finally.
Thursday. Almost everybody I have known and loved has died. What's it been? A week since Bryce Fregley kicked off the war? Sounds about right. Today, me and Travis decided to hang out now that Mom had pulled me out of the army. We were playing Twisted Wizard online when we heard the daily gunshots from outside. It's normal nowadays, but that's when a loud bang came from the window.
Help us! Hey! Help! Help!
We ignored them and hauled the television to a different room, but then the window started to steam up. We knew something was wrong when Travis seriously was about to open the door to let them in. You see, Travis was new to Surrey Street. Only about 2 months he had been living here, and I stopped him. Now, I'm not the type of guy to let some folks die out there, and it looked like some crazy warfare outside. But the thing is, I'd never seen those mother-flipping low hills in my life. They were obviously up to no good, and we made sure they went away. But they just would not budge. To cut everything short, Travis sprinted to the attic to shoot them off. And then he gazed into one of the boys lighting a pool of alcohol and gasoline on fire at the base of his house. I don't want to get into much detail, but to spare the little details, I'll just say that I ran outside quickly, but Travis and his mom got stuck in a blockade.
Help us, Greg, please! Don't leave me! Help!
It's just another death in Surrey Street, 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 it's just...
Travis.
Saturday, I'm skimming over Friday because all I did that day was push through an insufferable amount of time to enroll back into the Upper Surrey Street military. Listen, I know I've never loved being in the war, and I've still got light PTSD, but when Travis died, I thought about my former best friend, the man, the Biff, the legend, Raleigh Henson Jefferson.
Look at them, Raleigh and Greg back in the day. What good friends.
When I arrived at my new post, it was a lot more lively than my old one. Nobody I recognized except for Rodrick Heffley, though, was there. I heard he vandalized the high school with a not-so-friendly message to Low Hills.
Dumb low hill.
You know, for a not-so-smart guy, he's very poetic. I should learn from him.
Dumb low hill.
All of a sudden, I heard an intense whirring from behind me.
Grenades, guys.
Michelle Pickett bought a humongous mechanical catapult, trebuchet if you're gross and British, and also loaded it up with an odd ton of grenades and started decking Lower Surrey Street with explosions. After the booms passed, I saw families fleeing their houses to get to safety, but they were gunned down on sight. I get we are at war with Lower Surrey Street, but that's just plain evil. I didn't want to, but Fregley forced me to comply. War's war, I suppose. Several houses caught on fire, and I honestly started to regret joining back in the military. I started hearing gunshots when there weren't any, and I got really anxious. That's when I saw this. Don't even ask how they managed to do this. In that moment, I just ran. I was not thinking of my family. I wasn't thinking about my friends, and I wasn't thinking of Rowley. I ran into the woods and kept walking after I felt the heat wave from behind me. I'm burying this journal somewhere safe so nobody can find it. I'm running away to any place that I can find. Who knows? Maybe I'll wind up somewhere far, far away. Goodbye for now.
The end. Oh, I like this one. Pretty fast paced. I mean, there's a lot of pages, but it's kind of short at the same time. The whole war between Surrey Street, absolutely pointless. They kind of just wiped out the whole town because Fregley and flipping Bryce got into like some mild altercation. Like, bro, like everyone's dead because of that. I don't know if like anyone survived. So I don't know if there'll be a part two. I think this is just the end. It's like, damn. I thought Greg was gonna like avenge them, but nope, he just ran away again. But yeah, I like this one, bro. It's pretty good. But yeah, have a great day, lads.
Does he know about the DOAWK?
Huh? The door.
Monday. Today when I got home from school, there was a door in our hallway. Not just any door, a new door. One that wasn't there when I left for school this morning. I'm scared to open it because it could be one of Rodrick's pranks or one of Dad's Civil War thingies. I'm not taking any chances with it. One thing I'm certain of, though, is the letters BN written on it. I have no idea what BN stands for either.
What could that be?
Tuesday. Today I confront Rodrick about the door, which I was sure is his doing, but he said he didn't know what I was talking about. Of course, that made me more angry, because who else would put a random door in our hallway? Come on, Rodrick, I know you put the door there. Stop lying about it.
Greg, should I slap you, bro?
Mom and Dad stopped us and asked what I was talking about. I told her about the door, and she said she hasn't even seen the door. Greg, what are you talking about? There isn't any door down there, or wherever you said it was. Well, one thing's for sure, if that door isn't gone by tomorrow, I'm going in.
I'm talking about in it. I'm talking in it.
Wednesday. Well, I finally went in. The door was unlocked, but I had to jiggle the handle a little bit to get open. To be honest, I was a little disappointed. It was just dark and cold. There wasn't even a window. I probably should have brought a flashlight because it was pitch black. Come to think of it, maybe Mom or Dad should have been the first ones in because it was starting to creep me out. All of a sudden, the door just slammed shut. I tried to open it and it was locked too. At that point, I was freaking out a little more than I'd care to admit, and the lights turned on. What the? All around me, there were objects just floating, like I was in space or something. There was white everywhere and it seemed to go on infinitely. When I looked down, there was no floor. I was just floating there. Then, I noticed something in the distance. I felt myself start moving towards it. Whatever I thought it was, I didn't like it. I especially didn't moving towards it. I was gaining speed slowly, but surely. Whoa! What's going on? As I got closer, I could see it was another dude. I tried calling out, but I couldn't even hear my own voice. Maybe that's why I wasn't screaming. I raised my arms like one of those car dealership things, but he didn't seem to see me or just didn't respond. Suddenly, I was pulled towards the guy and it looked like he was coming at me too. We both stopped a couple of feet from each other. Who are you? This kid looked weird. I'm not even trying to be mean or anything, but he just looked kind of different. He seemed just as surprised as I was. We just floated there for what seemed like hours, but it was probably just seconds. And then, again, everything went black. When I woke up, I guess you can call it that, I was laying in bed. I was relieved because that was the weirdest dream of mine in a while. But then I looked around and everything was like that kid I saw. It was different. Everything was inexplicably thinner and had more detail. I'm not sure how to explain it. When I looked around, I didn't find anything that was super special. The pictures on the desk confirmed that this was that kid's room. A comic book was in the closet with the name Nate Wright on it. At least I knew his name. Now it was time to figure out what the heck I'm doing here. But before I could even get out of the bed, though, a voice shouted from outside the room, and then someone opened the door.
Wait, you're not Big Nate. Well, you're not Nate. Well, who are you?
I hightailed it out of the room, down the stairs, and out of the house. Not before grabbing someone's coat, though. I just hope I find a way out of here soon, because believe it or not, I'm actually pretty scared. I guess I really wasn't looking where I was running because I almost leveled a kid walking on the sidewalk.
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out!
He asked me who I was and asked where Nate was. It took a second for me to answer because I was debating internally if I should tell this guy the whole story. Screw it, I thought he probably wouldn't even believe me. Get this, he believed me. He said I looked different and apparently that's how he knew I was telling the truth. Then he got a notebook out of his backpack and ditched everything else behind the fence. Where are we going? There! The library. Why were we going there? I had no idea. This kid was skipping school just to help me, and we were going to the library? Then I realized I didn't know his name, so I asked him. The name's Francis. I'm Greg. When we go inside, Francis showed me around a bit, asked if I needed anything, and then told me to sit tight for a bit. Stay right there. I'm going to get a few books, Greg. By myself, I felt self-conscious. I was certain people were staring because I could feel their gazes on my neck. And then I started to think about what was happening. What if I never got out of here? Francis was headed back to me, then froze. Oh no. Francis was looking at some kid messing around with the computers. Then the guy saw Francis, smirked, walked over and snatched one of the books Francis had. Give it back, Randy.
Sure thing.
Oh, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I guess this Randy guy was the school bully. My blood was boiling. Francis was skipping school to help me, and he gets a nasty shove as a payment. No, I won't let Randy get away with this. For my first ever real fight, I think I did pretty well.
Yeah. Get over here!
I'll admit, he got a few good hits in afterward, but that tackle felt great. Maybe when I get out of this mess, and in 25 years or so, I can be a professional football player. I definitely have the looks. Then, I felt someone grab my shoulder. Principal's office, now! The old lady walked me by my arm to some office. I tried to tell her I didn't go here, but she told me she heard that one before. Wait here. Then she just up and left. I figured I could have left, but the secretary lady was giving me the stink eye. I need to get back to Francis. He was my only hope to get out of here. I hope this principal just gave me a slap on the wrist and kicked me out. It's like I even go here. After an eternity, the door opened.
Come in, boy.
He sat me down in the chair in front of his desk.
You look different. You're not from around here, are you, boy?
I wondered when someone else was going to notice, but I had to get out there. Thankfully, he set it up perfectly. Excuse me, that's racist, sir. Look, I'm not proud of what I did, but it's not like it matters. He said there was a misunderstanding and I could leave. When I stepped out, I saw a familiar face. Hey. After he said hi, he got his grin on his face. He said he could get me into Nate's house. Something about a Monopoly game and a sleepover. But I didn't pay attention to the specifics. The bell rang and we dipped. And then I called him racist. No way, dude. Yeah. We got to Nate's house not too long after leaving school. Francis made up some baloney excuse about Nate staying over at his house where he forgot his clothes. Nate's dad said it was okay, but... Oh, alright, just don't rush out this time. Thank goodness I found Francis because I probably would have had to break in and shoot someone to get inside this place without him. When we got upstairs, I noticed Francis looked a little gloomy. When I asked him what was wrong, he just shrugged. I said whatever, but then he just opened up. He said something about me standing up to Randy for him, but I was too busy fixing my hair in the mirror to care. Oh, that was it. Whatever this portal thing was, I guess a locker, it was right there. I was about to step inside, and then Francis stopped me. Wait! I think I'm in love with you, Greg. I'm not gay, Francis. What can I say? I'm irresistible, to dudes at least. Anyways, I stepped through the locker into the darkness. The entrance was pretty much the same as the last time, except instead of my stuff, it was Nate's. I decided to have a little fun this time because it was zero gravity. Wouldn't you? Woohoo! Woo! I was also happy because, of course, I was going home. At least, if Nate were there too, I hoped he had somehow made it in. I bet Manny was just as annoying to Nate as he is to me. I also hope Nate found someone to help him. Not Rowley though, he's a bit simple. I slowed to a stop and prayed Nate would show up. I must have been waiting for at least 3 hours and there was still no sign of Nate. What if he got arrested? Or worse, maybe Rodrick got him. I was coming up on the 4th hour of chilling in zero gravity when a huge pencil comes out of nowhere. What the? I couldn't even see the other end. It was just an infinite pencil. It looked like it was poking a hole through space and time. The hole it was making kept getting bigger and bigger. And by then I was numb to the sight of it. I tried to scream for help, but whatever was maneuvering, it didn't listen. Then, I heard someone speak.
Gregory, my child.
I'm not gonna lie. I was scared out of my mind. Whatever this hole was saying, it wasn't mom or dad. I remember from church that we're God's children, but I don't remember about anything ripping a hole through space and time.
I'm sorry, Greg, for what you've been through. And Manny, of course.
And then, for like the 4th time, there was darkness. Tuesday, I woke up this morning with a huge headache. Honestly, I didn't feel like getting up at all. It's not like I normally feel like getting up, but today was extra worse. For some reason, I could hardly remember Tuesday, which was only yesterday. I vaguely remember arguing with Rodrick about something. That's hazy too. The thing is, when I look back in this journal, yesterday's entries are super blurry. Maybe I should go back to wearing glasses. Before that, though, there's a new door in my hallway. I plan to check it out after lunch. Looks like he's gonna be going back to the Big Nate universe. Oh, that's where the story ends anyways. But this is the end, guys. Yeah. Like, I was surprised there's actually a Big Nate collab. I remember seeing it a while back then. I saw someone asking if I could read something. Yeah, sure, why not? But yeah, I haven't actually watched Big Nate. I recognized it when I was like, oh, no way, that's Big Nate. Like, I recognized it because like I've seen clips, like memes of it on TikTok and stuff. Well, yeah, I like this one. It's very old. Unfortunately, the Career Leaders account, so I have zero clue who made this. But yeah, this is a very, very old one, which is really nice. But yeah, shout out to the creator. Hope you guys have a great day.